What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Pirates killing Oden as a farewell to Roger 1 Co Chapter 1 Rocks dug a hole. On the Calm Belt, the first half of the Grand Line, there's the world's largest prison. All kinds of monster jailers and videophone bugs monitor, and there are a large number of large sea kings on the seabed outside the prison, which makes Impel Down known as the Iron Wall. As long as you enter here, don't think about going back to the sea. Dim 6th floor, eternal hell. Compared with the 5 floors above, the prisoners here are all the most vicious big pirates. The traces of their existence are basically erased by the world government. And in the deepest part of the 6th floor, there's also a special cell. The other cells are made of iron cages made of sea stone. And here, the walls are built directly with sea stone. The possibility of communication between the prisoners in this room and other people is completely eliminated. At this time, almost all the prisoners looked into the depths, it was pitch black, and they couldn't see anything, but there were faint voices coming from it. This is not the first time that all prisoners are full of curiosity about that cell. Rumor has it, that room was built especially for the rocks. In the cell. Bang, bang, bang. A man wearing the director's costume waved his fists, and every punch landed firmly on the person in front of him who was entwined by sea stone. The man said in a sinister tone, "Will, I advise you to tell the treasure of rocks, so as not to suffer such torture." Pooh. A mouthful of blood spit on the man. Will grinned, those bloodline teeth looking a bit piercing. Hild, are you afraid you're thinking about farting? Boom. The man named Hild punched Will in the stomach again. Wiping off the blood foam on his face was full of displeasure. Really, why can't we cooperate well? This is good for everyone. You don't have to be tortured, and I don't have to come here every now and then. In fact, Hild didn't have any hope, and coming here was just a routine. Will was only 10 years old when he was sent to Impel Down. If the other party was willing to confess, he would have confessed already. Why bother to suffer for so many years? He looked deeply at the young man in front of him. Strictly speaking, Will didn't have any serious crimes, the only fault was that he got involved with rocks. He sighed heavily. Will, 14 years have passed, you should understand that you will never have the chance to see the outside world again, so why keep this secret? Advertisement Will smiled weakly. Who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe, I really have a chance to go out again? Hild's face darkened. Stop holding on to this unrealistic fantasy, the unbreakable myth of Impel Down has never been broken, and you were no exception. Porp porp. He still wanted to carry on, the phone bug in his arms rang. Boom. He kicked Will hard again, making the already weak him grunt. Then he took out the phone bug from his pocket and connected it. Director Hild, there is a notice from the Marine that they have arrested the Golden Lion, let us get ready to receive it. Hild looked surprised. Golden Lion was arrested? Yes. Who caught it? It is said that Golden Lion made a scene at Naval Headquarters alone, and was arrested by Vice Admiral Garp and Sengoku Admiral. When Hild heard this, the surprise on his face was even worse, and he was a little confused about the operation of this guy Golden Lion. Raising Naval Headquarters alone, is this something normal people can do? I get it, get Magellan ready, I'm going up now. Hanging up, Hild looked at Will. You'd better think about it, it's better for everyone to explain it earlier. After speaking, he turned and walked out of the cell. Boom. The door was closed, and the cell was once again plunged into darkness. Hey hey. Will, who was slumped on the ground, let out a low laugh. The laughter gradually grew louder, and finally turned into a wild laugh. After a long time, as if he had finished venting, he finally calmed down. There is a look in the eyes. That Golden Lion guy finally came in? So that B************ P Roger is going to die. HMPH, just wait, Roger, I'll be out soon. Before you die, I'll prepare a big gift for you, so that you won't be lonely on the road to hell. Golden Lion. Advertisement, what happened back then, and who leaked the secret? 24 years ago, he traveled to the world of One Piece and became a member of this world. When he learned that the timeline he traveled was the Rocks era, he was a little depressed. After all, he was not familiar with this time period, but he knew it was extremely confusing. When I learned that my father is the brother of the famous Rocks, I was a little confused. The story is bloody. Cheap Daddy and Rocks went overseas to start a business. Before the two brothers had a great career, Cheap Daddy took the lead in receiving the box lunch. The reason is because when I went to Sabaldi Archipelago, I offended the celestial dragons for my mother and got a lunchbox during the escape. And so a seed was planted in Rock's heart. At that time, she was pregnant with her own mother and was sent to live in a remote sea area. Rocks came once when Will was a baby, and after leaving enough money and taking his nails, he never appeared again. When I heard from him again, the other party had become the captain of the Rocks pirate. See Circle Calendar in 1484, Rocks sent a devil fruit. It was also in this year that the 10-year-old Will ate the devil fruit and became a capable person. And on the day he ate devil fruit, he awakened Cheat. A system that can automatically cultivate his abilities. A system that can make his abilities infinitely stronger. After practicing to ultimate, even simple body skills can break stars with one punch. Just in case, Will and his mother moved elsewhere. Then the Valley of the Gods incident broke out, Rocks pirate fell apart, and the whereabouts of Rocks himself is unknown. I thought that things would pass like this, and he could rely on the system to become stronger quickly. Unfortunately, the world government got the information about Will's mother and child from nowhere. In order to prevent the second rocks from appearing again, it decided to eliminate the threat in the bud. What's terrible is that Marine actually has his lifeguard, and there is no possibility for them to escape. In order to cover his mother and his adopted brother from fleeing, he was left alone to entangle with the enemy. Of course, there is no need to say much about the result. The current situation is the best explanation. And the reason why he is still alive is only because he still has the value of existence. The world government wants the whereabouts of the Rock's treasure from Will's mouth. You know, Rocks has plundered a large amount of gold in the sky, looted the kingdom, and accumulated unimaginable wealth over the years. Chapter 2 Golden Lion. Lousy is a prophet. Ding, your armament hockey has been trained for a period of time, and the progress has increased by 1%. Ding, your observation hockey has been cultivated for a period of time, and the progress has increased by 1%. Ding, your basic physical skills. Ding, your basic sword skills. Ding, your fruit ability. The beep from the system brought Will back to his senses. Open the personal interface of the system, and you can see your own information at a glance. Open black lens bracket Rocks D will close black lens bracket, basic physical skills. Perfect level 90%. Basic swordsmanship. Perfect level 95%. Open black lens bracket observation hockey. Advanced 85%. Open black lens bracket armament hockey. Advanced 70%. Open black lens bracket conquerors hockey. Advanced 20%. Bronta Dragon Fruit. Primary awakening 50%. Skills. Dragon Claw, Electromagnetic Gun, Iron Sand Sword, Lightning Spear, Thunder Dragon Roar, Dragon God Slash, Comet Horn. This is Will's current attribute panel, all his abilities. It is also a manifestation of his strength. Call. Exhaling lightly, Will began to close his eyes and meditate. He is waiting for someone to arrive. On the sea surface of Impel Down, several warships galloped along the current. At the gate, Chief Hild, Deputy Chief Magellan, Warden David, and Deputy Warden Shiryu are standing by. Behind them are dozens of elite jailers. When the warship appeared, their expressions were shocked. Coming. They are excited about the prisoners who are about to be accepted. This is the legendary great pirate Golden Lion Shiki. A man who doesn't lose to Roger, Whitebeard of One Piece. With the ability of Lion Fruit, he is more difficult to deal with than the other two. It is basically impossible to catch him. If it weren't for the opponent's head iron today, there is really nothing to do with him. The warship sailed into Impel Down, and before it landed, hearty laughter came from the ship. Ha ha ha, Hild, long time no see. The sullen Hild also smiled. Garp. You be asterisk 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 D. You don't even know to come and see me. And you, Sengoku, Hild and Garp are of the same age, a little older than them. Boom. Advertisement. When the warship docked, Garp and Sengoku stepped down first, and behind them was the locked Golden Lion. Looking at this former rival, Hild couldn't help Ichiraku. Ha ha ha. You be asterisk 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 D Shiki. I didn't expect you to be caught when I was old, but you fell into my hands when I was old. Golden Lion was not in a good mood at the moment and smiled sarcastically. Hild, you're not dead yet, but staying in this Impel Down where the sun never shines is no different from going to jail. Hild didn't care about this. It's just right. I will visit you often with you as my company in the future. Hey, do you think this lil Impel Down can hold me down? Ha ha ha. Hild laughed and patted Golden Lion on the shoulder. Someone said something similar to you just now, but he has been in prison for 14 years, and he still can only spend the rest of his life inside. Since Impel Down was built, no one has been able to escape. Golden Lion looked at him contemptuously. Then Lousy will be the first one. Hild is noncommittal. Turning to look at Garp and the others. Do you want to stay for a meal? The few people haven't seen each other for a long time, and they have a meal to catch up. Sengoku shook his head. Let's talk about it later. This guy made a fuss. Marineford still has a lot of things to deal with. And Roger's execution, these things are enough for us to have a headache. Hild nodded. The aftermath of Marineford is still a trivial matter. Roger's execution was the real big deal, and there were so many things to watch out for. That's fine, I won't keep you guys. Sengoku and Garp took the soldiers back to the warship and left Impel Down. Hild also went into Impel Down on Golden Lion. Everything seems to be fine. As night falls, the sky is full of stars, making this sea dreamlike and beautiful. Clatter. On the surface of the Impel Down sea, a huge black shadow floated up from the sea. Looking at its appearance, it looked like a whale. But after a closer look, it was discovered that this was just a submarine that looked like a whale. Clang. The cover of the submarine was opened, and a tall blonde man drilled out from inside. He was wearing an earmuff, dressed in a military uniform, and exuded a wild and violent breath from top to bottom. Looking at the towering wall in front of him, the corner of his mouth grinned. His eyes were full of excitement and fierceness. After waiting for so many years, it's finally time. Will, you don't want to die. He jumped and reached the wall. Staring at the Impel Down gate on the opposite side, looking at the listless patrolling jailer, his face showed a ferocious expression. The body bent slightly, and the feet suddenly exerted force. Boom. Advertisement. He shot that way like a cannonball. After a while, screams sounded one after another. After finishing off the jailers, the blonde man twisted his neck and slowly entered the interior of Impel Down. Not long after, the sirens sounded in Impel Down. Impel Down riot. When Hild took Magellan and the others and took the elevator from the 4th floor to the 1st floor above the sea, the place was already in chaos. All the jailers fell to the ground, some dead and some wounded. Prisoners are fleeing frantically. Hild's face was so gloomy that it seemed to drip water. It's Hild, run! When the prisoners saw Hild and the others coming, their faces changed drastically. HMPH, want to run? Hild snorted coldly, and pointed his palm in the direction of the door. Yellow Spring Swamp. I saw a large swath of mud spraying out from his palm, rushing away like a torrent of mud and rocks. Wherever it went, those prisoners were all swallowed up. Magellan and the others also shot. After a while, the turmoil here subsided. It's just that his face is still not very good looking. Can anyone tell me what happened? A surviving jailer replied with difficulty. Director, someone has invaded Impel Down. What? While we were on duty, someone launched an attack from the outside. There is only one person on the other side, and the strength is very strong. Hild frowned. He suddenly remembered what the Golden Lion had said during the day, and it struck him in his heart. The other party is not here to save the Golden Lion, is it? What did you find in the monitoring room? Director, all floors 1 to 4 are paralyzed. Hild's heart sank again. Because the 5th floor is freezing hell, there is no surveillance phone bug installed. The 6th floor is special, and it is also not installed. In other words, now they are caught blind. David, you lead someone to catch them all back and guard the gate. Magellan, Shiryu, you two come with me. When Hild rushed back to the 4th floor, the director's office was already in a mess. When he saw that the keys hanging on the wall were missing more than a dozen strings, his expression changed drastically. Chapter 3. The Dragon Out of the Cage. Clatter. At the gate of eternal hell, there was the sound of chains sliding. Squeak. Then came the tooth-piercing sound of opening the door, waking up the sleeping beasts. Tap, tap, tap. The leather boots hit the ground, which was very clear in this quiet environment. When they saw the blonde man walking calmly outside the cell, they couldn't help being stunned. Those who can enter the 6th floor are only those of the highest rank in the jailers who specially feed them. They had never seen the person in front of them, and the other party didn't look like a staff member of Impel Down. Ding ding ding. When their eyes fell on the key in the blonde man's hand, their hearts slowed down. A bold guess came to mind. Breathing can't help but stagnate. If things are as they imagined, maybe, hey, boy, is that the key to the cell in your hand? Tell us, is it the key to our cell? Clatter. There was a sound of chains rubbing against each other, and almost all the prisoners fell down in front of the cell door. Quick, give me the key. I want to go out. Boy, let me out. I can satisfy you whatever you want. Yes, I can give you my treasure, just let me out. I can be your subordinate. A hand protruded from the surrounding cells, like a demon waving its claws, trying to seize the only chance to regain freedom. The blonde man didn't stop, he was still walking slowly, his eyes swept across the cells. As he passed one of the cells, he paused. The person imprisoned inside is the Golden Lion sent over today. At this moment, the other party was sitting cross-legged inside, looking at him indifferently, without any intention of begging him. The blonde man walked on. It didn't stop until it reached the deepest part of eternal hell. He took out a bunch of keys from his pocket, and the label on it was Will's name. Will, advertisement, the blonde man murmured and inserted the key. Click. When the door opened, the two looked at each other. Will couldn't help grinning when he saw the appearance of the people outside. Bullet, you are finally here. The blonde man is none other than Douglas Bullet. Before the Valley of the Gods incident that year, Will and his mother moved to other places to live in seclusion just in case. Just passing through a place called National War Endless. Accidentally saved Bullet, who was seriously injured at the time. They left the country with Bullet. The friendship between the two parties was also forged at that time. It was also from that moment that Bullet had a different life. Bullet outside the door touched his face, wondering how Will recognized him at a glance. But then he grinned too. Will, here I come. He walked into the cell and opened the chains that locked Will one by one. The moment the last seastone chain leaves the body is free again. 5 fingers clenched into a fist. Crackling, thunder and lightning surged on the fist, and the thunder light illuminated the room brightly. Feeling this strange yet familiar power, a smile played on Will's lips. It's a wonderful feeling to regain power. 14 years, since he was caught in Impel Down, he has never used the fruit ability again. If it weren't for the system, even if Bullet saved himself from Impel Down, it would probably take a lot of time to grow. Letting go of the thunderbolt in his hands, he gave Bullet a big hug. Brother, it's good to meet you. Me too. The two let go, and Bullet suddenly smiled and said, if I don't come, will you have to stay here forever? Will smiled when he heard this. Who knows? This is naturally impossible. Whether it's the Golden Lion breaking out of prison, or the Straw Hats from the future making an Impel Down, he has a chance to get out from here. Advertisement, it's just that if it was at that time, he would have missed many things and would have left a lot of regrets. How is Lucy? Bullet smiled and said, okay, before I went to sea, I was still yelling that I would bother her, and I was going to start my second spring. Suddenly her tone became low again. Actually, she has missed you very much these years. If you hadn't stayed behind, she might not have been able to persist. Will nodded. When you're done with that matter, go back and see her. Let's go. I guess Hild and the others have already reacted. If Marine is notified, we may be in trouble. The moment he stepped out of the door, he felt more free physically and mentally. Will looked back at the cell where he had been imprisoned for 14 years, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I will never come back to this ghostly place again. When the two walked through the passage and appeared in front of the prisoners, they became even crazier. "Let me out, I am willing to be your subordinate." "I would too." Similar requests were heard endlessly, and these prisoners were completely insane. Because freedom is so close to them, within reach. For this, they are willing to sacrifice everything. "Are you going to let them out?" Bullet suddenly said behind him. He had already brought the key, and it would be a waste if he didn't use it. Will, who was walking forward, paused. He looked into the cell beside him. The blonde hair was so conspicuous it was hard not to notice it. The male lion inside, even if the other party is locked in a cage, is still a lion that looks down on everything. Golden Lion, Shiki. Golden Lion looked at Will with squinting eyes. "Boy, it seems that your identity is unusual. Someone actually broke into Impel Down to save you." Getting into Impel Down is no easy task. Here in the Calm Belt, Impel Down, Marineford and Eni's lobby form a triangle, and there is a turbulent current, Uzumaki. If you want to enter safely, you can only enter through the Gate of Justice. But is the door of justice so easy to enter? Even if you successfully entered Impel Down, how easy is it to break out again? When the time comes, Marine who reacts will bet you into a dilemma. Chapter 4. So much nonsense will looked into the Golden Lion's eyes. "Golden Lion, tell me what happened before and after the Valley of the Gods incident, and I will let you out." As he spoke he held out his hand. Bullet on the side handed over the key. When hearing Will's words, Golden Lion was taken aback for a moment, and when he saw the key in the other's hand, a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Although he put down his cruel words to Hild during the day, but if he really wanted to escape from here, how could it be so simple? There is an opportunity in front of you now, and what I need to pay is nothing more than a trivial condition for myself. It's just that he didn't agree right away. Just curious. How did you know about the Valley of God incident? Looking at your age, 14 years ago you were no more than 10 years old, right? After the Valley of the Gods incident happened that year, the world government blocked the relevant news. Apart from personal experience, basically few people knew about it. The world only knows that the Rock's pirate was destroyed and the sea ushered in light. At Will's age at the time, it was impossible to be a part of it. Will said indifferently, "You don't need to worry about this, you just need to tell me, will you make this deal?" Golden Lion stared for a moment, then burst out laughing. "Gia ha ha ha, this is a business that is sure to make money without losing money, of course the old man will do it." The old man said long ago that this Impel Down can't stop me. That guy Hild still doesn't believe it. "I didn't expect this day to come so early. I was locked up in Impel Down for less than a day, and I was about to go out. I really feel a little bit sad." Will looked at the Golden Lion, who was doing a comparison. He said faintly, "If you are reluctant, you can stay here." Forehead. Golden Lion's laughter stopped abruptly, and the smile on his face froze. He smiled awkwardly. "Forget it, the outside world is still wonderful. How can this sea be without my Golden Lion?" Will opened the cell and walked in. Clang. The moment the seastone shackles were released for Golden Lion, the lion made a move. But Will was prepared for it. Facing the oncoming fists without fear, he punched the Golden Lion's fist with his right fist. Boom. Will only took 2 steps back, while Golden Lion backed away continuously until he leaned against the wall. He stared at Golden Lion contemptuously. As expected of a legendary pirate, this ability to turn faces is no worse than yours. It's just, why do you think that I, like those miscellaneous fish, can be needed by you? Advertisement. Although his body is still a little weak, Golden Lion is not much better. The other party had a battle with Garp and Sengoku before, and he just recovered a little without energy replenishment. Gia ha ha ha, boy is not bad, you have the qualifications to break out of Impel Down with me. The Golden Lion paid no heed to Will's taunt. A character like him has experienced too many things. It is faster to turn faces among pirates than to turn a book. This is basic practice. After moving his hands and feet, he walked out of the cell first. "May I have your name?" Will followed him out of the cell. Looking at Bullet again, this man broke in from the outside, and his strength should not be bad. "And you?" Bullet. Bullet looked directly into the Golden Lion's eyes, warlike in his eyes. "The person in front of me is a legendary big pirate. If you fight with him, you will have a lot of fun." "Let's go. Marine is probably on his way," Will said while walking. "With our current state, it is difficult to resist the combination of Hild, Garp and Sengoku." The three walked towards the entrance of Eternal Hell, and the surrounding prisoners started to commotion again. But this time, they don't beg Bullet and Will. "Hey, Golden Lion, let me out, I am willing to be your subordinate." "Yeah, Golden Lion, let us out, we'll clear the way for you." "Yeah, Golden Lion, we still have great value. It's a pity that a character like Golden Lion can't possibly look up to this group of guys." He looked at these guys who had lost their courage with contempt. "You bastards, lousy as the Golden Lion, this lil Impel Down can't stop me." Gia ha ha ha, waste, continue to stay in Impel Down and linger. Completely ignoring these people, the three of them stepped onto the passage to the 5th floor, leaving behind a sound of cursing. As soon as I set foot on the 5th floor of Freezing Hell, a chill hit me. And Hild and others who came over. Both sides stopped. Hild's face was extremely ugly, and the most worrying thing still happened. The opponent's goal is really the Golden Lion, only. Why did the other party bring Will with him? Advertisement. He looked behind the three of them again, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no one else. Fortunately, there were only 3 of them. If the other prisoners were also released, it would be a big deal. However, the situation is not much better now. If it was someone else who escaped from prison, he didn't take it to heart. As long as the ship is evacuated in advance, even if the opponent breaks out, it will be difficult to escape from this sea area, and it is impossible to escape from his own hands. But if the opponent is Golden Lion, he must treat it with caution. The power of lion fruit in the hands of Golden Lion is too great. Gee ha ha ha, Hild, Golden Lion laughed wildly. Lousy said a long time ago that this Impel Down can't stop me. What iron walls, if you don't break the myth? Lousy broke it all for him today. Hild said coldly. Shiki, don't try to escape from here. I have already notified the marine side, and they will arrive soon. Golden Lion looked at Hild contemptuously. You think you can hold us back? Hild did not back down. You can try it. Behind him, Magellan and Shiryu took 2 steps forward and stood beside him. The atmosphere on the field suddenly became chilling. The corner of Golden Lion's mouth curled up, and he looked at Will beside him. Which one do you choose? Will twisted his neck, rubbed his fists and took 2 steps forward. Hild, you have cared for me all these years, let me repay you in one go today. Hild was stunned for a moment when he heard the words, and then a mocking look appeared on his face. Will, you are so overwhelmed. Who gave you the courage to challenge me? It's Shiki, AB *******D, who dare not say that he is absolutely sure. As soon as his words fell, Will, who was opposite him, instantly disappeared in place. When it appeared again, it was already in front of him. Boom! The abdomen was hit hard, and then the pain came, and his body flew upside down uncontrollably. Boom! Knocked down a large piece of the jailer behind. The same mocking look appeared on Will's face. Who do you think gave me courage? Also, there's so much nonsense. Chapter 5 Destruction. Magellan and Shiryu looked horrified at what they saw. The strength suddenly erupted by the opponent was beyond their imagination. Although they rarely entered Will's cell, they still knew each other's situation. Impel Down at the age of 10. At that time, it was impossible for him to have this level of strength. And in places like Eternal Hell, it is not impossible to continue to become stronger through cultivation, but the progress is slow. Because Impel Down will not provide enough food for prisoners. Cultivation requires energy consumption. The two looked at each other. Purple gas emitted from Magellan's body, and the diffuse poisonous gas soon formed a poisonous cloud. Under his control, the poisonous cloud spread towards Will. Looking at the poisonous cloud that enveloped him, Will didn't show any signs of panic. He exclaimed, "It's really a good fruit ability. To be honest, this poisonous fruit is really strong and practical. It's just that the side effects are a bit tricky." Boom! A powerful force erupted from Will. The Conqueror's Haki, who looked down on everything, raged forward. Wherever it passed, the space vibrated, and Magellan's poisonous cloud was directly blown away. The two were also knocked back again and again by the Conqueror's impact. Immediately afterwards, a mental storm continued to hit their brains, and a strong sense of dizziness hit them. They gritted their teeth and held on. There was nothing but shock in his eyes. The jailers behind them were not so lucky. The red and black Conqueror's Haki swept across, and they fell one after another like cutting wheat. Hild, who had just stood up, widened his eyes, and his horror was beyond words. How can it be? He had seen Will's profile, and there was indeed a record of Conqueror's Haki on it. But Conqueror's at this level is too strong. He's only seen on legends like the Golden Lion. Conqueror's Haki is still raging. Do you have the qualifications of a king? And this level has already reached an advanced level. Looking at the scene in front of him, Golden Lion had an inexplicable look in his eyes. He only had a short fight with Will in the cell, and he knew that the opponent was very strong, but more because he felt that Will was a guy with natural power. In a real fight, he has absolute confidence in defeating the opponent. Advertisement. But now, from the blow Will gave Hild just now, to the courage shown now, his absolute confidence was shaken. Compared to others, Bullet doesn't have as many ideas. His face was excited and excited. As expected of Will, he is still so strong. Looks like I have to work harder. The field became quiet again, and there were only 6 people who could still stand. Crackling. There was an extra layer of red energy on the surface of Will's body. Like red and black lightning around the surrounding. This is Conqueror's Entanglement, an ability that only a handful of top powerhouses can control. This scene made Golden Lion's face stagnate. After a while, the corner of his mouth grinned. Gia ha ha ha, what a scary guy. It looks like this sea is going to be lively. Since the Rocks era ended, it was his, Whitebeard, Roger et al. It can be said to be a battle for hegemony, until Roger becomes one piece. But among them, all of them aspired to the top of the sea in their prime, and among the people on the second level, there are quite a few strong ones. There may be someone as young as Will with this strength, but he has never seen it. He can already imagine. After Will went out, the sea might tremble for him. Boom! There was a sudden force under his feet, and the ice surface cracked because he couldn't bear his strength. Will's body bursts out. Magellan, beware! Hild exclaimed, reminding Magellan, who hadn't recovered from the dizziness. Even if Hild didn't remind, Magellan felt a strong sense of crisis. The hair on my body stood on end, the body trembled for a while. His forehead and temples jumped wildly. The huge crisis at this moment directly woke him up. The body responds instinctively. The jet black armament Haki covers the body. This is not over yet. The purple liquid covers the whole body. At the moment he just finished, he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and there was an extra figure. Advertisement eyes just met Will's playful eyes. Then, a swarty fist wrapped around red and black lightning landed on his body. Boom! Magellan was hit so hard that his body bowed into a shrimp shape, his eyes protruded and were covered with bloodshot eyes. The severe pain hit him, almost causing his brain to faint. Immediately afterwards, his body was directly blasted out. Puff! After Magellan in midair spurted out a mouthful of blood. Boom! It slammed heavily on the ice in the distance, and rolled for a long distance before stopping. Cough! Another mouthful of blood was sprayed on the ice. His aura suddenly became sluggish. If not for his strength, he would have passed out by now. But things are not much better now. Seeing this scene, Shiryu swallowed hard. One blow, just one blow, and Magellan, who was almost the same as himself, was seriously injured. Magellan's physical fitness is better than his own. If this punch fell on him, would he be able to withstand it? Suddenly I felt a chill in my heart. I just felt like I was being targeted by an ancient giant beast. Without even thinking about it, his body exploded back. Boom! A thick thunderbolt fell from the top of his head, just landing on the place where he was standing just now. Yo, not bad, I actually reacted. The thunder column dissipated slowly. Shiryu looked at the big pit in front of him. A layer of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. If it weren't for being a swordsman, he would be more sensitive to the perception of danger, and he would definitely not be able to react just now. He couldn't be happier about Will's compliments. Obviously everyone is the same age. Why are you so good? It makes my scalp tingle. Shiryu, you take Magellan away and tell the others to defend themselves. Hild's words restored Shiryu's composure. After exhaling heavily, he gave Will a deep look, turned and ran towards Magellan. Want to leave? Do you treat me like air? Chapter 6 Hypocritical Justice? The Golden Lion's words made Shiryu's body freeze for a moment. Immediately afterwards, a powerful air machine enveloped him, forcing him to stop. Looking back at Golden Lion, he was walking slowly towards him. He only felt the aura of a mountain crushing towards him, making his breathing stagnant. He just entered Impel Down not long ago. Together with Magellan, he is called the super rookie and future of Impel Down. One is cultivated as a future director, one is to be trained as a caretaker. This is their pride and recognition of their strength. But now, it's just a short moment, Will and the Golden Lion both. They took turns trampling all their pride under their feet, as if they were just ants that could be crushed to death. Seeing Shiryu's complexion changing, Hild couldn't help frowning. Shiryu's mentality is affected. With a flash, he stood in front of the Golden Lion. Walk. Will sneered at this. Hild, how confident are you that you think you can stop the two of us? Hild said firmly. Even if I risk my life, I will not let you leave Impel Down. You vicious pirates, if you return to the sea, you don't know how many people will suffer. As soon as he spoke, the scene fell silent. Golden Lion is the conscious silence of this old foe of yore. But Will's expression turned cold. An icy chill radiated from his body. This made the hearts of several people present chill. No one expected that Hild's words would bring about such a change in Will. Will stared into Hild's eyes with a cold tone. Hild, are you sure I'm a vicious pirate? Excuse me, have I committed any unforgivable sin? Which one did I commit in burning, killing and looting? Will's words made Hild's expression stagnate. He opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. What the other party said made him unable to refute. Golden Lion also looked at him in surprise. Speaking of which, he still doesn't know why Will was imprisoned in Impel Down. Before this, I had never heard of such a number one person. Seeing that Hild was silent, Will walked towards him step by step. You don't know about me, do you? Advertisement? Eliminate potential threats? Nip the danger in the bud. Just for that ridiculous reason, the world's ZF actually sent the CP organization and Marine to encircle our mother and son? Hild, are our mother and son vicious pirates? The two looked at each other, and Hild could no longer ignore the question. He said in a low voice, no, why do we, mother and child, have to suffer like this? After a moment of silence, Hild said in a deep voice, Will, it doesn't matter whether this matter is right or wrong. If you want to blame it, blame you for your relationship with rocks. As soon as this remark came out, Golden Lion was startled. He looked at Will in surprise. He didn't expect this young man to have something to do with his former Captain Rocks. This also makes sense. How did the other party know about the Valley of God incident? Ah, Will sneered, his face full of sarcasm. Hild, that's all for you. False justice. The reason why I say this is not because I want to prove how innocent the first am. This world is a world where the strong are respected. If you have no strength, you can only be bullied, and there is no room for resistance. You are right about one thing, we are all vicious pirates. But not before, but from the moment I walked out of the cell. Didn't you guys define me as a potential threat, the second Rocks? Then I will reproduce the Rocks era as you wish. Roger Pirates, Marine, World ZF, Celestial Dragons. None of them can escape. A bloodthirsty gleam flashed in his eyes. No one spends more than 10 years in a dark cell without complaining. Even Will, in that lonely environment, was not tortured to the point of madness. It was because of his firm will and hope for the future that he persisted. But the mentality has inevitably undergone a great change. Will's words, like a thunderbolt, made Hild tremble all over. Golden Lion also looked at Will in surprise, crackling. Will's body was surrounded by pale thunder. Hild. Your life. I accept it. As soon as the voice fell, the figure burst out. His speed was as fast as ultimate, and he was in front of Hild in an instant, and the fist covered in armed colors was a punch at him. Advertisement Hild was startled, and hurriedly raised his arms to block in front of him. Boom! The powerful force made his expression change. Crackling. A violent thunderbolt was about to envelope Will. He quickly gave up resisting and flew back with Will's strength. At this moment, he finally realized how terrifying Will's fruit ability is. The Thunder Dragon fruit not only endowed the opponent with strong physical fitness, but also gave him the ability to control lightning. In this case, it is no different from the double fruit ability. It seems that today can be good. I hope Garp and the others will come over as soon as possible. After speaking, his expression became serious, and next, he will do his best to fight. Death Swamp. I saw a large piece of mud crazily gushing out of his body, spreading towards the surroundings. Wherever it passes, the ice layer is slowly eroded. Hild frowned slightly. The weather in freezing hell is very unfriendly to his fruit ability. At this temperature, his own quagmire is slowly solidifying. Once turned into frozen ground, he lost control of the swamp. Thinking of this, his whole body became elemental, turning into a swamp giant. Tons and tons of mud flooded all around. Will stop the tendency to rush forward. In front of him, with Hild as the center, a radius of 100 meters has turned into a swamp, which is still spreading rapidly around. Being the director of Impel Down is really not an easy character. Compared with Caribou in the original book, Marsh Fruit's power has doubled in Hild's hands. On the opposite side, Hild, who had turned into a mud giant, raised his palm and pointed it at Will. Swamp Giant Shark. In the mud, a huge shark made of mud appeared. It zipped through the mud and made a beeline for Will. Boom! When it was approaching, the giant shark jumped out of the mud, bringing up a large swamp of mud. The giant shark pounced on Will, opening its jaws and biting him. Looking at the giant mud shark more than 20 meters long in front of him, Will raised his palm and aimed at it. Zzz. In the palm of his hand, a ball of lightning suddenly appeared, and then quickly formed a thunderball, and a lightning liquid surged in the thunderball. Thunder Cannon. Boom. Chapter 7: The Absolute Strength of the Legendary Powerhouse. The thunderball shot out suddenly, like a laser cannon, directly piercing through the attacking mud shark. The giant shark shattered and scattered around. The Leguang cannon continued unabated and landed on the opposite swamp giant. Boom! Half of the swamp giant's body was directly blown to pieces. The remaining body seemed to be out of control and slowly merged into the mud. This. Shiryu, who helped Magellan walk a distance, looked back and broke out in a cold sweat. Is the director all right? Magellan also looked worried, but he soon noticed the difference. The quagmire is still spreading around, which shows that Hild is still alive. Rest assured. The director is fine. Hey, I don't know if Hild's okay, but you too. They breathed a sigh of relief just now. Their whole body was shocked, and they followed the prestige. Above their heads, the golden lion floating in midair embraced them and looked at them playfully. The hearts of the two sank to the bottom. Magellan smiled bitterly. It seems that this time I have to work hard. Shiryu stared at the golden lion above. The solemnity on his face suddenly disappeared, and he put on a smile again. He took a cigar out of his pocket and lit it, taking a deep breath. Clang. The thunderstorm at his waist came out of its sheath, and his fingers gently stroked the blade. A bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. Lei Yu, let you taste the blood of a legendary figure today. Jia ha ha ha, brat, don't be afraid to flash your tongue when you talk big. In this sea, there are many people who can hurt the old man, and you can't be ranked. After speaking, he swooped down on the two of them. A strong aura erupted from his body. Before anyone came, Shiryu and Magellan both took 2 steps back due to the oppression belonging to the top powerhouse. Magellan didn't dare to be slighted. Will injured himself severely with just one move, so how terrifying should the Golden Lion, who is as famous as Whitebeard and Roger, be? Advertisement purple liquid gushed out from his body, and 3 poisonous dragons made of venom condensed behind him. Although compared with more than 20 years later, the current size and power are much worse. However, due to its highly toxic properties, even for a strong person like Golden Lion, it would be very troublesome to infect it. Poison Dragon. With a wave of Magellan's hand, 3 poisonous dragons rushed towards the Golden Lion. Jia ha ha ha, not bad, highly poisonous ability. Facing the 3 poisonous dragons, Golden Lion showed no fear. The figure quickly shuttled and avoided under the siege of the 3 poisonous dragons. The fist wrapped around armament Haki punched out from time to time, and the Haki released outside punched the attacking poisonous dragon with 1 punch. But soon a new poisonous dragon condensed. Shiryu frowned slightly. Magellan's dragon seems to be causing the Golden Lion quite a problem. In fact, it did not cause any actual harm to the opponent. The distance between the two sides is still getting closer. Buzz. A soft moan sounded, and Shiryu slashed in the direction of Golden Lion. A flying slash tore through the air and flew straight towards the Golden Lion, who was avoiding the poisonous dragon. Hey! Golden Lion laughed lowly. Little brat, your slash is too immature. Boom! A more powerful force erupted from the Golden Lion, and a black and red field swept across the area. Accompanied by lightning and thunder, the 3 poisonous dragons that swooped forward were directly collapsed by the impact of this power. The direct flying slash entered the Conqueror's Haki's domain, and its speed dropped sharply. Golden Lion grinned. This old man is a Golden Lion. As he said that, He punched Flying Slash with his pitch-black fist, and the slash immediately collapsed. Golden Lion also landed lightly on the ice. Juniors, today I will let you see the strength of the top powerhouse. He squatted down and pressed his palms on the ice. Looking at the two guards on the opposite side, the fruit ability was activated. Advertisement, boom. The entire freezing hell was shaking. The originally hard ice surface seemed to come alive, surging like a flowing liquid. Lion Majesty. Earth coiling. The lifted ice formed huge icy lion heads, rolling towards Magellan and Shiryu. Gia ha ha ha, kid, let your poisonous dragon try again. See if your poisonous dragon is stronger, or my lion is stronger. Golden Lion laughed wildly, from the beginning to the end, he didn't pay attention to the two of them. The same is true. The current Shiryu and Magellan are still too weak, and they are not enough to look at top players like Golden Lion. After a while, the two retreated steadily. In the end, just like in the movie, he sealed the Straw Hat crew in dirt. Magellan and Shiryu were also trapped in the ice, leaving only two heads outside. Looking at his masterpiece, Golden Lion grinned again. On the other hand, the battle between Will and Hild is also in full swing. Hild, who exploded at full strength, turned this area into a real swamp. Under his control, giant mud sharks, mud dragons, mud giants and other huge mud monsters emerged from the swamp one after another. And his body was elementally hidden in this swamp. If you want to attack him, you have to find his position. Seeing this scene, Golden Lion couldn't help Ichiraku. Hild, I remember that your fighting style was not like this. When did you become so wretched? When Hild was a marine before, his enthusiasm was no less than that of Sengoku and Garp. Hild's attack paused for a moment. Shiki. It can be heard that there is a lot of anger in Hild's words. Magellan and Shiryu were in distress just now, and he wanted to go to help, but Will's difficulty was beyond his imagination. The other party didn't give him a chance. The Golden Lion looked towards Will, who smashed a swamp dragon with a thunderbolt. Brother Will, do you want me to help? Chapter 8 Dragon's Might and Power, collection by New Scholars. No, Will rejects the Golden Lion's offer. His anger has not yet been vented. But looking at the huge swamp in front of him, he couldn't help but admire Hild's strength. Hild's marsh fruit isn't a standout. Among the devil fruits that appeared in the original book, there is basically no comparison with the three admiral fruits. Even snow fruit, gas fruit, etc. are much more powerful than it. It is estimated that it can be compared with smoke fruit. But now, Hild has developed marsh fruit to this extent. So now they are in Impel Down, or freezing hell. If they were fighting on a certain island, it is estimated that Hild could assimilate the entire island into a swamp. And then like now, he is hiding in the swamp. Controlling this swamp, whether it is attack or defense, seems to be more than capable. Hild, in your current situation, do you still want to prevent us from leaving? Hearing the irony in Will's words, Hild was silent for a while. Like Golden Lion facing Garp and Sengoku at the same time. Facing the Golden Lion and Will at the same time, he really has no chance of winning. But that's not why he gave up on stopping the two. Under his control, several more swamp dragons emerged from the swamp. Seeing this, Will's face turned cold, struggling in vain. Today, I will let you see how powerful the top phantom beasts are. Boom. As soon as his words fell, rolling thunder resounded through freezing hell. Above the head, a series of thick lightning strikes straight down. Golden Lion frowned. This scene is too big. Bullet smiled when he saw this. He hadn't seen this scene for 14 years. When he saw it for the first time, he was shocked for a long time. Hild's heart sank, and he looked above freezing hell. Advertisement thunder and lightning appeared out of thin air there. At the center of the thunderstorm, Will's body began to change. Human traits are rapidly disappearing. Instead, the characteristics of the giant dragon began to appear, such as the dragon head, dragon horns, dragon scales, etc. appeared one by one. His body is also getting longer and thicker. Both arms turned into dragon claws, and the lower body was also rapidly changing. Boom! The thunder that fell from above became even denser, causing the entire freezing hell to tremble with continuous roars. Finally, the moment Will completes the change. A silver-white giant dragon surrounded by lightning appeared in front of everyone. His appearance is the same as the blue dragon in the myth, the only difference is that he is silver-white. There is nostalgia in Bullet's eyes. Now Will is even more majestic. Seeing this, Golden Lion frowned. I thought the opponent's fruit ability was paramecia related to lightning, or logia, or even thunder fruit. Never expected that it was actually a thunder dragon fruit. It's really a heaven-defying fruit ability. Will, suspended in midair, looked down at the swamp below, and the swamp dragons looked like clowns in front of him. Hild, bear the wrath of my thunder. Following his words, a pair of dragon eyes flashed with lightning, the dragon's mouth opened wide, and a thunderball quickly converged. Boom! Thunderbolts struck the swamp below. Those swamp dragons quickly collapsed under the thunder. Seeing this scene made Hild feel chills in his heart. Even though he was already a strong man, in front of Lei Ting, his instincts as a human being still made him feel afraid of this kind of power. Especially when the thunder and lightning in Will's mouth are frantically gathering. The violent destructive force that came from there. It made him feel an unprecedented crisis. He knew he couldn't sit still. Otherwise, when this attack falls, we still don't know what will happen. His figure emerges from the mud. Advertisement immediately afterwards, the whole swamp seemed to come to life, continuously gathering towards him. A swamp giant is rapidly forming. Compared with the current body size, the former mud giant is like a child, which shows that Hild has also exhausted all his strength. Will stared ahead at the swamp giant who had grown to his height. The dragon's mouth opens to ultimate, the roar of the thunder dragon. Boom! The whole Impel Down was shocked. Thick lightning pillars sprayed out from the dragon's mouth, and the lightning was so dense that it almost turned into liquid. Hild could barely block his huge arms in front of him, and a pale white instantly took away his vision. Boom! The thunder pillar crushed the arms of the swamp giant inch by inch. Feeling the change of the swamp giant, Hild's face changed drastically. The power of this attack still exceeded his expectations. Hey! He gave a low snort, crazily mobilizing the fruit ability. More mud flooded in front of him, hoping to block this thunderbolt. Boom! Terrifying shockwaves spread around. Crack, click. Cracks began to appear on the surrounding ice surface, rapidly expanding in the shape of a spider web. Immediately afterwards, the wall of Impel Down also suffered, with cracks and cracks, which made people worry that it would burst open in the next moment. This place is in the sea. If the wall really exploded, it is estimated that the prisoners here would not have to live. Boom! An explosion like a sky crash echoed throughout the Impel Down. Even the warden David and others who were stationed on the first floor upstairs heard it. Everyone's heart trembled. What happened? Why the whole Impel Down has been shaking since just now? The unknown is always scary. In this loud noise, Hild's heart trembled. Then a pale thunderbolt landed on his body. Chapter 9: The Taste of Freedom. Under the impact of the thunder column, Hild was directly poured into the ice. Boom! The roaring sound continued, and the ice surface was directly vaporized as it shattered under the bombardment of the thunder column. The shaking continued until the thunder column is slowly shrinking, the roar is also weakening, and the amplitude of the vibration is also decreasing. When the thunder pillar dissipated completely and the aftermath disappeared, the entire Impel Down fell into a strange silence. The silver-white dragon is shrinking. Will, reformed into a human form, was suspended in the sky. A deep pit appeared on the ice in the distance, and at the bottom of the deep pit, the original ground of freezing hell was exposed. In the middle of the pit, Hild was lying there. There was an electric arc flashing on his body, and his body twitched from time to time. The clothes on his body were torn, and the exposed skin was scorched to varying degrees. Will floated over there. Golden Lion stared at Will's back, thinking in his mind how confident he was of being able to block the attack if he came to receive the attack. Finally shook his head slightly. As far as Will's strength is currently displayed, it is still a little bit behind their level. But who can guarantee that this is the full strength of Will? Only after a real fight can we know who is strong and who is weak. However, to be honest, he is still very envious of Will's fruit ability. With complicated thoughts, he also walked over there. The three stood on the edge of the pit, looking at Hild inside. Golden Lion sighed. I didn't expect Hild, who made many pirates fearful, but now he is defeated by you. It's really unpredictable. Will, this record will definitely make you a man of the sea. Stretch out your palm. Dense lightning condenses in your palm. Nothing to brag about. Really nothing to brag about. Maybe Hild was very strong back then, maybe he still had the strength to compete with Golden Lion and the others. But now he is nearly 70, long past his prime. Not everyone, like Garp, will not experience a decline in strength due to aging. Even a strong man like Whitebeard, when he was old, had to be treated with frequent infusions because of the outbreak of hidden injuries. Advertisement: how many layers of strength can be displayed. Even without his own intrusion, there is a high probability that Hild will die at the hands of the Golden Lion who broke his legs 2 years later. It is conceivable how far Hild's strength has degenerated. Chi chi chi, like countless birds singing together. Chidori sharp gun. From Will's palm, a lightning gun shot out, instantly sinking into the chest of Hild who was still breathing. Hild's twitching body froze immediately. Consciousness also returned before dying. He stared at the thunder gun on his chest, as well as the three of Will on the edge of the pit with widened eyes. He opened and closed his lips a few times, but couldn't get words out. Hild, not killing me back then was the biggest mistake you made. Laugh. With a slight movement of the hand, the Chidori sharp spear was drawn out. Hild's pupils dilated instantly, and the remaining fire of life slowly dissipated. Director Impel Down, die here. Let's go. The three turned and walked towards the 5th floor entrance. At this time, no one can stop them in Impel Down, and all jailers who stand in front of them will be instantly killed. When they appear on the 1st floor of the sea, Warden David and the jailers, who were waiting in full battle here, trembled. Golden Lion. They never expected that the Golden Lion, who had just been imprisoned today, would appear in front of them in a big way. That being said, Director Hild, an ominous premonition permeated their hearts. The enemy appeared here, only Hild and the others had an accident. When David saw Will and Bullet, he was struck by lightning. Of course he knew Bullet, the supernova who has been in the limelight for the past 2 years. Even if Impel Down is located in a remote place, you can still learn about outside information through newspapers. If you think about it with your toes, he is the one who came to rob the prison. But Will, this is the felon of the felons in Impel Down. Advertisement: when it was sent to Impel Down that year, the World's EF told us to focus on it. You. He groaned for a long time without uttering a complete sentence. Why, are you surprised that I appear here? Will walked forward slowly, his eyes falling behind the guards opposite. That is the gate of Impel Down. From here you can see the scenery outside. It was almost morning now, and there was already a gleam of light in the sky. The sun is about to rise. 14 years, he has not seen the outside world for 14 years. His breathing became slightly rapid, the beating of the heart is clearly audible. Freedom is right in front of him, within reach. Stop for me. David forced himself to calm down, even though there were hundreds of jailers standing behind him, it didn't give him a sense of security. In front of a powerhouse like Golden Lion, the number of people is just a display. Will withdrew his gaze, smiled lightly and said, "Stop? How can it be stopped?" David looked at the three approaching people and raised the long knife in his hand. He knew that it was impossible to procrastinate, and now he only hoped the Marine would arrive as soon as possible. Fire. Following his order, the nervous guards behind him pulled the triggers one after another. Bang bang bang. Intensive gunshots sounded, and countless bullets poured crazily here, as if to vent the fear in my heart with the bullets. Facing this rain of bullets, the faces of the three did not waver in the slightest. Crackling. Will still had a smile on his face, and there was an electric arc flashing all over his body. A weak invisible wave emanated from him. Wherever they passed, the incoming bullets could no longer move forward, they were all frozen there. What? Chapter 10 Death. This weird scene shocked David and the jailers. Will raised his right hand slightly, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Give it back to you, shish. With his right hand lightly swung down, the bullets returned the same way. Puff puff. Blood flowers bloomed on the jailers, and they fell down with disbelieving eyes. Ding ding ding. David desperately waved the long knife in his hand, blocking the incoming bullets one by one. There was already a huge wave in my heart. I don't understand why Will, who has been imprisoned for 14 years, has become so powerful. HMPH, dying. Before he could understand the reason, such a sentence came from his ear. The next moment, in a blink of an eye, Will had already appeared in front of him. The right hand wrapped around armament hockey is like a palm knife covered with dense lightning. Probed toward David's chest. Peefed. David, who was shocked, had just covered his chest with the arm color, and the next second he felt a sharp pain. His eyes widened instantly, he looked at his chest in disbelief. There, Will's hand sank into his chest, and he could even feel it clearly. When my heart was beating, I could just touch a sharp one. How come? He didn't understand why his arm color was like paper in front of the opponent. It's just that the current situation doesn't allow him to think about it. He knew that it was impossible for him to survive. Staring fixedly at Will in front of him, even if it is death, I will not let you escape. Impel Down. As he spoke, he raised the long knife in his hand and slashed at Will's neck with the last of his strength. The next moment, his body froze on the spot. Will pulled out his right hand, bringing out a large cloud of blood. In his hand was a heart that was still beating weakly. And David's body fell down slowly. Throw away the heart in your hand casually, and shake off the bloodline in your hand. Stepping over one corpse after another, he came to the outside of the gate. Suck. Advertisement. He took a deep breath, the air mixed with the smell of the sea made him a little drunk. Closing his eyes and opening his arms, he felt carefully. This is the taste of freedom. Gia ha ha ha, Lousy is out again. The legend of the Golden Lion will continue to spread in this sea. The Golden Lion's unbridled laughter came from beside him. Will opened his eyes and collected all his thoughts. Golden Lion, don't forget our agreement. Golden Lion stopped laughing upon hearing this, and turned to look at Will. Since knowing that Will and Rocks have a relationship, his heart is very complicated. What's your relationship with Rocks? My father and the Rocks are brothers. After hearing the words, Golden Lion was silent for a moment before saying, Let's go, get out of here first. Things were a bit complicated back then, let's find a place to talk. Good. The three of them boarded the submarine, and under the power of the Golden Lion, the submarine broke away from the sea and floated towards the sky, turning into a small black spot after a while. Impel Down fell into dead silence again, only the sound of the waves around. Not long after, a light flickered in the distant sky. A light group dragged its long tail and approached Impel Down rapidly. In just a few breaths, the light group came to the top of Impel Down, and then fell towards the gate of Impel Down. Boom! The light cluster slowly dissipated, forming a yellow figure. The person who came was Marine Vice Admiral Paluzolino, a sparkling fruit-capable user. When he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help frowning. The damaged gate, the corpses of hundreds of jailers, and the tragic death of Warden David appeared before him. At this moment, it is rare for him not to say his mantra. With a heavy heart, he stepped inside the Impel Down. About half an hour later, a small black spot appeared on the sea surface in the distance, moving quickly towards Impel Down. That is a warship. On the warship, Sengoku, Garp, and Suru Vice Admiral stood at the bow. Behind them, Marine's Man of the Hour, Sakazuki with lava fruit and Kuzan with frozen fruit. In addition to this, there are several Marine Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral level characters. Although there is only one warship, this combat power can definitely suppress the turmoil in Impel Down. Sengoku's expression was unusually serious. It has been less than an hour since they received the call for help from Impel Down, and they finally arrived at Impel Down. I hope nothing will happen. Advertisement Crane Vice Admiral patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, at Paluzolino's speed, half an hour is enough for him to reach Impel Down. Besides, with Hild and the others around, those prisoners will not be allowed to escape. Sengoku smiled wryly upon hearing this. Half an hour. If those lunatics on the 6th floor are really released, Half an hour is enough for them to turn Impel Down upside down. Don't forget, that guy Shiki is also in there. Sengoku's worries are not unreasonable. Golden Lion's ability allows him to escape from the air with the prisoners as long as he wants, regardless of the geographical location of Impel Down. HMPH, that be ********* D Shiki. If he dares to make trouble, I'll just break his legs this time. Garp on the side clenched his fists, his bones creaking. His face was full of displeasure. So many things happened one after another during this period of time that he didn't even have time to touch fish. The warship is fast approaching Impel Down. The closer they got, the more uneasy they became. Because Impel Down is so quiet, until the warship sailed into Impel Down, the tragic image at the gate was seen from a distance. Their faces suddenly became extremely ugly. Just as he got off the boat, he saw Peluzalino, who had arrived ahead of schedule, walking out carrying 2 people on his shoulders. Sengoku and the others rushed to greet them. Peluzalino, what happened? Peluzalino put down the 2 people who were carrying them. They were Magellan and Shiryu, who had been tortured by Golden Lion. At this moment, their faces were pale and their breathing was weak. Sengoku shouted behind him, "Medical soldier." Several soldiers rushed up with their clothes and began to treat the 2 of them. Then Sengoku and the others looked at Peluzalino. Peluzalino took a deep breath, with a wry smile on his face. The jailers of Impel Down were killed and wounded countless times, and the warden David died in battle. Naturally, Sengoku and the others knew that David's body was lying on the ground not far away. What they want to know is the current situation of Hild and Impel Down. Director Hild. Facing everyone's expectant eyes, Peluzalino swallowed. Death. Boom. Everyone just felt a bang in their minds, especially Sengoku, Garp and others who had fought side by side with Hild. This is undoubtedly a huge blow to them. Chapter 11 Golden Lion. A day trip to Impel Down, is it awesome? Crack. Garp clenched his fists tightly and clenched his teeth. He exudes this terrifying aura. That big brother who was much older than them, the man who had blocked swords and bullets for them countless times, died like this. Sengoku's face was also extremely gloomy. He also didn't expect that the goodbye with Hild before would be their farewell forever. Who killed him? Garp's words were full of monstrous anger. Peluzalino shook his head lightly. We can only find out when Magellan and the others wake up. But now there's very bad news. In Eternal Hell, there is no trace of Golden Lion Shiki. Sengoku and others' expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. They managed to capture the Golden Lion and now let him escape? Is God playing with them? It's just that things have already happened, and it's useless to entangle this issue. Sengoku is more concerned about how many prisoners have escaped now. What about the other prisoners? A look of surprise appeared on Peluzalino's face. None of the prisoners on the 6th floor were released, but some of the prisoners on the other floors were released, but they were suppressed. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This is a blessing in misfortune, but, Peluzalino hesitated. Sengoku and the others felt tense again, and hurriedly asked, but what? The special cell in the deepest part of the 6th floor has been opened. Peluzalino didn't know who was locked inside. Sengoku and the others knew about Will's existence, but they didn't know about the other party's situation in Impel Down. It's just that they all have a bad feeling. Those who can be treated specially must be extremely dangerous or have a major relationship. Ahem. At this moment, Magellan woke up seriously injured. Weak, he slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was the faces of Sengoku and the others. Sengoku Admiral. What about Impel Down now? Facing his inquiry, Sengoku and the others looked at each other, and then told him the general situation. When he heard the news that Hild and David died in battle, he was devastated. Magellan, who is the person locked in the deepest part of the 6th floor? Now this question is the key. The Golden Lion has escaped, and if another person who is not weaker than the Golden Lion escapes, the sea will be full of excitement. Advertisement moreover, the death of Hild and others was probably caused by this person. Faced with this question, Magellan swallowed hard. Rocks D will. What? Sengoku, Garp, and Crane Vice Admiral exclaimed with disbelief. Including Peluzalino, Sakazuki, Kuzan and others, they did not understand why the 3 of Sengoku were so surprised. This appearance is obviously more shocking than Golden Lion escaping from Impel Down. The last name rocks. It is of course impossible for the world government to completely erase it. The only ones who know what this surname stands for so far are people like Sengoku who have personally experienced the rocks era. But even they would not mention it lightly, yet Magellan's words continued. Will's strength is extremely strong, just one move, and I was seriously injured. Afterwards he started a fight with the director, and Shiryu and I were defeated by the Golden Lion before their fight was over. Sengoku and the others stared slightly. In this way, Hild died at the hands of Will. How did he become so strong? Even if he ate the devil fruit, he couldn't develop it in Impel Down, right? Cultivating in Eternal Hell, it is impossible to make much progress, right? Facing everyone's questions, Magellan smiled wryly and said, I want to know too. Suddenly remembered something, Magellan's expression became extremely serious. Sengoku Admiral, Will must be captured as soon as possible. He put down his bold words before, saying that he wanted to reproduce the Rocks era, and he wanted to attack the Roger Pirates, Marine, World Government, and Celestial Dragons. Although Magellan doesn't know what the Rocks era represents, but thinking about it, he knows that it must be a major event that can shock the world. What? I don't know how many times they were shocked today. After a long time, Sengoku stared at the horizon where the sun was slowly rising. However, his heart was extremely heavy. He knew that a terrible storm was coming. Sabaody Archipelago, here is the end of the first half of the Grand Line. All kinds of people gather here. Pirates, bounty hunters, marines, celestial dragons, arms dealers, slave traders and more. Fights happen here every day. Dead people are commonplace. A tavern named Shaki's Ripped-Off Bar, in Area 13 welcomed 3 uninvited guests. Call. Shaki held a cigarette between his index and middle fingers, and slowly exhaled the smoke inhaled into his lungs. Advertisement, Shaki. Shaki. The two looked at each other. Shaki looked solemn, while Golden Lion was a little surprised. They were once a member of the Rocks Pirate, but Shaki quit early and avoided the Valley of the Gods battle. I didn't expect you to open a tavern here? Shaki didn't respond to his words. His eyes fell on a newspaper on the bar. There is a very eye-catching title on it. The end of the legendary great pirate Golden Lion. Below is a picture of Golden Lion in shackles, and then the general process of how he was caught and impelled down. The newspaper was fresh from the oven, and the smell of the ink on it had not dissipated. He raised his head again, staring at Golden Lion with a strange expression on his face. Boom boom boom. Fingers tapped on the newspaper. Shaki, I never heard that you have a twin brother? Golden Lion came to the bar and sat down, picked up a bottle of wine bluntly and took a few gulps. Let out a sigh of relief. Then he grinned. Don't doubt it, it's me. Hey, Impel Down day trip, newbie. There was an indescribable satisfaction on Golden Lion's face. This is indeed something worth showing off. I haven't heard of anyone who can come out of Impel Down alive, let alone come out on the same day. Golden Lion is the only poisonous part of Scorpion Baba. Will and Bullet also came to the bar and sat down. Devil Descendant Bullet. Shaki naturally knew Bullet. In just 2 years since his debut, he has gained a huge reputation, and many old-fashioned powerhouses have been defeated by him. Marine encircled and suppressed him several times, but ended in disastrous failure. She looked at Will again, and there was no such person in the information she had. But to be able to walk together with Golden Lion and Bullet, it is conceivable that it is not an easy role. Get me something to eat, thanks. Facing Shaki's probing gaze, Will just smiled. What he needs most now is a big meal. The food at Impel Down is beyond words, and I can't get enough. Golden Lion also said, get me some food too, I'm starving to death. Shaki took a deep look at the 3 of them, then turned and went into the kitchen. Will turned to look at the Golden Lion. Golden Lion, now you can tell me about the Valley of the Gods incident. Chapter 12 The Valley of the Gods Incident. Golden Lion lit a cigar and took a deep drag. His eyes were blurred, and he recalled the incident in the Valley of the Gods. The cause and effect of it began to be told. Back then, countless pirates who wanted to make a fortune gathered on Hachinosu, and Rocks united these people together, and there was the later Rocks Pirate. Me, Newgate, Linlin, John, Ochaku, Silver Axe and others are all part of it. All of us joined together to create the most powerful pirate group at that time, and then more and more people joined, and Rocks Pirate became the overlord at that time. With the growth of power, everyone's ambitions are also growing. Under the leadership of Rocks, we have started to attack the heavenly gold of celestial dragons. Having said that, Golden Lion's face showed nostalgia. I still remember that when we first robbed the gold in the sky, when we opened the hatch, those treasures almost blinded our eyes. With the first time, there will be the second time, and the third time. It's not that Marine and the world government didn't respond, but they can't help us. Until one day, Rocks suddenly told us that in a place called the Valley of the Gods, there are many celestial dragons living on it, and there is endless wealth there. He looked at Will beside him. I have to say, Rocks is really a crazy person. He dared to attack celestial dragons. His ambition was fully revealed at that moment. He wants to overthrow the world government, kill all the celestial dragons, and become the master of this world. Will listened silently. Of course he was clear about these things. The reason why Rocks has such an idea has a lot to do with his cheap dad. His dad died because of celestial dragons, after all. With the previous experience of looting the gold in the sky, the people below are almost insane. How can they care that celestial dragons are inviolable existences? Then, the Valley of the Gods battle broke out. Golden Lion paused, picked up the wine and took a few swigs. After taking a long breath, he continued. That was truly a shocking battle. There were quite a few strong players on the marine side. At that time, Admirals Kong led the team, accompanied by Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane and others, and the world government also sent a large number of people. The two sides started a fierce battle in the Valley of the Gods. As soon as the battle started, we gained the upper hand and defeated Marine. And Marine still has to protect the celestial dragons, and he can't let go. We forced Marine and celestial dragons to a desperate situation. When we were about to win a big victory, Roger appeared on the battlefield with his men. Having said that, a look of regret appeared on Golden Lion's face. It was almost there. If there was no interference from Roger, our action would have been successful. Then he laughed at himself again. The Marine and Roger pirates joined forces, and the situation is directly reversed. Advertisement, Rocks pirate killed and wounded all at once. Garp and Roger teamed up to take on the Rocks and we were held back by the others. Golden Lion stopped again, with a little hesitation on his face. It may be that the next words are a bit difficult to say. Will took over the topic. Rocks Pirate was originally established to make a fortune. Everyone has different goals, and there are constant fighting inside. There has never been unity. The reason why Rock's pirate has not disbanded is because Rock's is suppressing you with absolute strength. Golden Lion was full of surprises. He didn't expect the other party to see the essence of Rock's pirate. Will continued on his own. The combination of the Roger Pirates and Marine caused the Rock's pirate to be hit hard. Everyone gathers together for the sake of benefit. Once there is a crisis, of course they will fly separately in the face of disaster. He stared into the Golden Lion's eyes. You guys back off. Golden Lion was silent for a while. Tell me, what happened afterwards? This matter itself has nothing to do with right or wrong. If it were placed on him, he would make the same choice. We are not real companions. There is no need to die for each other. Although the Rock's pirate fell into a disadvantage at the time, if they want to eat us all, the other party will definitely pay a heavy price. Newgate, Lin led some people out of the battlefield, and Marine didn't dare to stalk us. Ochaku and Silver Axe, John and the three did not escape. Later there were rumors that John died in the Valley of the Gods, but no news about the other two came out. As for the Rocks, needless to say the Golden Lion will also knows what will happen to the Rocks. Even himself was hunted down by the world government, let alone Rocks himself. And when I was in Impel Down, I didn't see Rocks either. After pondering for a moment, Will asked, who in the Rocks pirate knew the existence of our mother and child? Rocks has my life card on him, and who leaked it? This is the question he wants to know the most. When I took my nails away back then, I must have made a life card so that I could know my own safety at any time. It was only later that it became its own fatal crisis. It is also because of this that he has to face the pursuit alone. Advertisement because there is no escape. A strange color flashed in Golden Lion's eyes, and it reminded him of the conversation between Will and Hild in Impel Down. Someone must have betrayed information to Marine. Will didn't hide either. Before the Valley of the Gods incident, after Rocks sent someone a devil fruit, my mother and I moved to other places, and even Rocks didn't know where we moved. But what happened later, you should be able to guess without me telling you. Golden Lion nodded. He thought for a long time, and finally shook his head. As far as I know, Rocks has never mentioned your existence in the Pirates. As for whether other people have learned about it from other sources, I don't know. Naturally, I was a little disappointed that I didn't get the answer I wanted. It seems that the answer can only be obtained from Marine. Golden Lion laughed and said, it looks like they're going to be in big trouble. At this time Shaki came out with the food. She looked at Will a little strangely. The conversation between the two didn't deliberately control the volume, and I pricked up my ears again, and almost finished listening. She didn't expect that the young man in front of her had something to do with Rocks. Will took the food, smelling the aroma, couldn't help swallowing. Apart from anything else, he became a cook. It wasn't until the food in front of him was swept away that he put down the tableware with satisfaction. He looked at Shaki. Thank you for your hospitality, let me introduce myself. Rocks D. Will, your former captain. Rocks is my uncle. I have a small request. If you know, please let me know. Shaki stared blankly. He didn't expect Will and Rocks to have such a relationship. Looking at Will's smiling face, she always felt that there was horror hidden under this smile. I don't necessarily know. Will waved his hand. It's okay, if you don't know, just treat it as my commission. He looked into Shaki's eyes. Excuse me, is Pluten Rayleigh, the vice captain of the Roger Pirates, in Sabayati Archipelago now? Chapter 13. Don't get involved with them. The Golden Lion's eyes sparkled. It seems that Will wants to deal with Rayleigh. This guy really dares to say and do, and he just came out, and he is going to trouble the Roger Pirates. Call. Shaki took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Naturally, she and Rayleigh knew each other, and the two had dealt with each other many times before, so it was more or less a friendship. From Will's identity and the other party's words, it is not difficult to see that the other party wants to trouble Rayleigh. My mind is running fast. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, I don't know where he is. The last place he appeared last time was the capital of Seven Waters. Will frowned slightly when he heard this. When did it happen? Half a month ago. Boom boom boom. Will tapped his fingers on the bar, and he looked away after a long time. Rayleigh, most likely in the Sabayati Archipelago, was absent. But even if it is not easy to win the opponent. This made Shaki slightly relieved. Being stared at by the other party, she always felt like being stared at by an ancient giant. So, Ms. Shaki, do you have any information on the location of the members of the Roger Pirates? Shaki forced a smile and said, that's really not true. Before the Roger Pirates disbanded, there may have been some agreement. After the disbandment, they hid it very deeply. There is no news about them in the sea. Maybe they are also worried about being caught by Marine. Will nodded, acquiescing to Shaki's words. Even if I am familiar with the plot, I only know the whereabouts of one or two people. The crocus at Upside Down Mountain Twin Gorges is clear, but not heavy enough. Ms. Shaki, I would like to officially entrust you to help me collect information on the members of the Roger Pirates, is that okay? Shaki stared slightly. This task is very tricky. Can I refuse? Will smiled and said, this is just a normal transaction, you have the right to refuse. But, there was a dangerous light in his eyes. Don't get involved with the Roger Pirates. After speaking, he stood up. Let's go, Bullet, we should go to the next stop, otherwise we won't be able to keep up with the excitement. The Golden Lion on the side asked casually, where are you going? Will glanced back at him, grinning. Wanokuni, waiting for the figures of the two to disappear at the door. Advertisement. When Shaki came back to his senses, he realized that his back was soaked in cold sweat. Seeing her appearance, Golden Lion couldn't help laughing. If you said something wrong just now, tisk tisk. Shaki said in a deep voice, where did you meet? Didn't you guess it? It is because of him that I can realize the one-day trip to Impel Down. That bullet, totally led by him, oh yes. As an old friend, let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better take his words to heart. ... Naval Headquarters Marineford. Yesterday, because of the noise of the Golden Lion, the place was dilapidated. Many Marine soldiers are busy repairing the facilities. The Naval Headquarters building, however, suffered little damage. In the Marshal's office at this moment, almost all the high-level combat forces are gathered here. The atmosphere in the room was depressing and disturbing. Kong glanced over the faces of the crowd, seeing the sad faces of Sengoku and the others, he couldn't help sighing. Why didn't he regret Hild's death? It is obvious that they have reached nearly 70, as long as Magellan and the others are trained and the handover is completed, they will be able to enjoy their old age in peace. So dead now. Boom boom boom. He tapped on the table lightly to attract everyone's attention. Okay, Hild's sacrifice is already a fact, what we should do now is how to deal with the consequences of this incident. Garp stood up immediately, with anger flooding his face again. I'm going to arrest him. Garp, sit down first. Garp snorted twice when he heard the words, but sat back. Kong rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. The news of Shiki's arrest was only released, and now he has escaped again. This will not only make our marine lose face, but also make this sea restless again. More importantly, Roger's execution is imminent, and whether he will go to make trouble is a big question. With Golden Lion's personality, this is definitely something he can do. Kuzan suggested. Marshal, just in case, why not execute the execution at Naval Headquarters instead? This is great advice. Putting the execution site at Naval Headquarters, it is estimated that no one except Golden Lion would dare to come here to make trouble. Only. Advertisement. Everyone looked at Garp. This is a deal between Roger and their marine. If it is changed to Naval Headquarters, what kind of reaction will the other party have? And their marine has already released the news to the sea, and it is estimated that many people have already gone to East Blue. If it breaks its promise, what will the world think of marine and world government? Change from day to day. Afraid of pirates. But this is indeed the safest solution right now. Garp smiled wryly. I guess he won't agree. Sakazuki angrily said, are we going to bow to a pirate? And is it useful for him to agree or not? Now our marine has the final say, and he can't decide where to execute the execution. Regarding Sakazuki's words, Garp and Sengoku, who have dealt with Roger for many years, looked at each other and smiled wryly. The following people don't know the reason, so it's understandable to think so. They have an agreement with Roger. Kong waved his hand and said, okay, the location remains the same, let's send more people. Sengoku, Garp, Xiaohei, the three of you will go to East Blue tomorrow and join the team escorting Roger. After thinking about it, I still feel unsafe. Poor Salino will accompany you, and Sakazuki and Kuzan will lead a team to patrol the sea. Kong set the rules, and everyone no longer struggled with this issue. Next, it's about that will. According to the information provided by Magellan and the others, he is extremely powerful. Probably not weaker than the Admiral level, this is definitely a difficult enemy. I won't say much about what happened back then. Rox D will now regards us, the world government, and the celestial dragons as enemies. It's hard for us to predict what action he will take next. What's even more worrying is that the jailbreaker is Bullet, a descendant of the devil. After investigation, his purpose is to rescue Will, so. Kong said solemnly, the other party is with Will. I don't need to tell you about Bullet's strength. The combination of the two of them is hard to beat. Unless we dispatch several top combat forces, we will be absolutely sure to take them down. Everyone's hearts were heavy. That's why Kong didn't agree to Garp's request. The opponent can fight and escape, how to break it? Still at this juncture. Publish the reward. Chapter 14 The Rocks Come Back. The world is changing and no one knows what will happen in the next moment. Just like Roger became the One Piece in just 1 year, and he will be executed by Marine soon. According to the historical trajectory, people would never think of it. Roger's words before his death will bring much change to the world. And before that, the wings of a butterfly are flapping crazily. This storm is about to get even weirder and unpredictable. New world. This is the home of the pirates. Even the behemoth Marine doesn't have much to eat here. At this time, the Whitebeard Pirate group is already the most powerful pirate force here. None of them. The Roger Pirates disbanded a year ago. The moment Golden Lion's pirate fleet was imprisoned in Impel Down, it had already disintegrated and developed independently. Perhaps with his return, many people can be recalled. But the glory of the past is doomed to be gone, and the Golden Lion is no match for Whitebeard in terms of combat power or influence. As for Big Mom and Kaido, the two of them are now busy in full swing for the beautiful days in the future. One is busy making people. One is busy opening a factory. Moby DK aboard. Marco, who has already hidden the appearance of Vice Emperor, is checking the newspaper he just got. It can be said that reading newspapers is one of the most important daily routines for these pirates. The moment I saw the content in the newspaper, Marco's expression became strange. There are 2 newspapers. One is exclusive to Marine, and Marine's big and small events, and Pirates' bounties are all released from it. One is from the World Economic News Agency, and the president is Morgans, one of the future Dark Giants, a great journalist. The contents of both newspapers tell the same story. However, there is a significant difference in the amount of information implied. Advertisement. Marco, seeing your strange expression, is there anything strange? Sage, the captain of the fourth team with a straightforward personality, came over curiously. When I saw the above content and the reward list, I was also stunned. The other captains also came over one after another. Hiss. Someone couldn't help but gasped. His eyes widened. How can it be? Gu la la la, did something important happen? Whitebeard, sitting at the head of the table, was also curious. Saki said with a shocked face. Dad, someone has been offered a reward. Whitebeard frowned. Isn't this a normal thing? Marine's newspapers don't always come with a reward. Which little guy was offered a reward this time? Sachi swallowed, and tremblingly said, it's a guy named Will, who offered a reward for the first time. 1 billion Baileys. Nani. Whitebeard almost thought he had heard wrong. It was the first time to offer a reward of 1 billion Baileys. He has been at sea for so many years, which is really unheard of. Even more than 100 million are very few. Marco said, on Marine's newspaper, only Will's reward and some information were published. He is a user of the Phantom Beast's Brontosaurus fruit ability. He has mastered the color of armament, the color of knowledge, conqueror's hockey, and his strength is very strong. Then he pulled out another newspaper below, with an inexplicable expression on his face. The one just now was Marine's newspaper, and the content on it was very vague, but this one is very detailed, and it was published by Morgan's newspaper. First of all, this will escaped from Impel Down. According to the above, he also brought out the Golden Lion who was just arrested and imprisoned. While escaping, I killed Impel Down's director Hild, Warden David and many jailers. Also, Will is not his full name. His full name is, Rox D. Will. What? Marco was about to continue talking, but Whitebeard exclaimed directly. Seeing the shocked look on their father's face, everyone couldn't help being a little surprised. Whitebeard ignored them all that much. Standing up from his seat, he walked in front of Marco and the others in 2 steps, and grabbed the newspaper. Advertisement. When he saw that familiar surname, he felt a huge wave in his heart. No one on the entire Moby DK knows what the rocks stand for better than him. That was the title of the overlord of the previous era. Also his former captain. After he read all the content, his brows were almost knit together. Is it a coincidence? But soon he shook his head again. It's not a coincidence. Although the identity of Will is not stated above, it definitely has something to do with rocks. I guess Morgans doesn't have the guts to report his identity, publishing his full name is already his limit. Everyone looked at their father there repeatedly reading the newspaper, still talking to himself, and couldn't help but look at each other. Marco asked hesitantly, Dad, do you know this Will? Whitebeard walked back to his seat and sat down, looking serious. Among you, the older ones, do you have a vague impression of the word rocks? Hearing what he said, everyone faintly felt as if they had heard it, but they couldn't say it for a while. 14 years ago, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates were less than 10 years old. Perhaps they had heard of it at the time. But with the world government erasing information related to it, people who know it no longer mention it, and few people today know about rocks. Whitebeard thought for a while, and still told the story of the year. Marco and the others gradually showed shock on their faces. When they heard that their father was once on the same boat as Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido and others, the horror in their hearts was even greater. Now, they finally know what the last name Rocks stands for. Marco tremblingly said, Father, what do you mean to say, this Rocks D will has something to do with the rocks back then? Whitebeard nodded, looked up at the sky, and sighed heavily. Yeah, I guess this sea is going to be lively. Like Whitebeard, as members of the former Rocks Pirate, Auntie, Kaido and others all had the same thoughts as Whitebeard when they saw the content in the newspaper. It's just that their minds are different. But what they didn't expect was how much trouble Will's appearance would bring them. At this time, Will, after entering the new world. Something happened that surprised him. Chapter 15 Super Lucky Day. At this time, Will and Bullet were sailing in the sea in a whale-shaped submarine. Getting to Wanokuni isn't just about flying in. They also need to find the permanent pointer to Wanokuni in the new world. Otherwise, in the vast ocean, where can I find the location of Wanokuni? Wanokuni is a closed country, never accepting outsiders, and never joining the world government. Very exclusive, plus access to Wanokuni is extremely difficult. After a long time, it also made its permanent pointer difficult to obtain in the market. And in New World, there's one place you can get it. That is the biggest trading island, Dominica Island. It's the place of lawlessness that the New World is famous for. Arms and weapons trade, slave trade, happy street, famous shipyards, auction houses, etc., are all there. Whether it is open or dark, as long as you have enough money, you can buy what you want. Will and their goal is Dominic. The huge whale submarine catapult shuttles quickly in the sea, with 2 bright beams of light shining forward on its head. Will adjusts to his physical strength, while chatting with Bullet one after another. In front of the catapult, a dazzling light appeared. What is that? Bullet stared at the pure golden light in the distance, very different from his searchlight. Will stopped training and looked through the hanging window. There is a light group moving quickly in front of them, approaching them. Soon, a huge island-like black silhouette appeared in their field of vision. Will gasped in surprise. Because the thing that appeared on the opposite side is one of the specialties of Pirate World, Sea Kings. This is also a giant Sea Kings. And in front of him is a lantern fish. All his attention was on the huge light cluster above the lantern fish's head. Along the way, they encountered many Sea Kings. Among them, the lantern fish has also encountered several times. But the one in front of me is so different. It turned out to be a lantern fish. Bullet was a little disappointed, he thought he had encountered something extraordinary. The corners of Will's mouth curled up slightly. Lantern fish. No, this is enough wealth to buy the entire world. Advertisement. Bullet was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Will in surprise. What? Do you know what makes the world most desire and craziest? Bullet couldn't figure out what Will was trying to express for a moment. After thinking for a while, he said with some certainty in his tone, strength. With power, you can control your own destiny, control everything. Will nodded, then shook his head again. You are right. But it's nothing compared to what's in front of me. After all, there are many ways to obtain power, but this thing is unique in the whole world. He nodded his chin towards the light ball above Lord Lantern's head. Bullet looked back at the pure light. So, what the hell is this? Immortal. Will smiled at Bullet's teasing look. Lord Lantern and Pure Gold come from the theatrical version of Heart of Gold. The storyline is not much, it simply tells a process of winning treasure. Therefore, the theatrical version of Heart of Gold is more of an introduction, leading to the follow-up chapter, Golden City. The latter is more entertaining than the former, neither the storyline nor the battle scenes are of the same level, and the characters appearing in it are also unforgettable. But what is more memorable is the Golden Fruit, the Lucky Fruit and the splendid Golden City. In the Heart of Gold, the only thing worthy of attention. Only the pure gold, and Nami and Robin's sexy looks. But what happens when fantasy becomes reality? When those things appear in front of you, will you choose the Golden Fruit, the Lucky Fruit, or the innumerable wealth of the Golden City? Or, is it pure gold that allows people to achieve a certain sense of eternal life? Perhaps most people will choose the latter. Although I don't know how long pure gold can make people live, it should not be difficult for hundreds of thousands of years. Don't. Seeing Bullet slamming the tiller, trying to avoid Lord Lantern, Will quickly stretched out his hand to hold the tiller. Hey, Will, don't mess around. Looking at the oncoming Lord Lantern who looks like a giant island. At this moment, it has opened its mouth enough to swallow a small island. Bullet swallowed. If this is swallowed, it will be very troublesome, right? This place is in the sea, and the two of them are capable users, no matter how you look at it, this is not their home field. Will is pretty confident about that. Don't worry, there will be no problem. He stared at the dazzling golden light with fire in his eyes. Advertisement. With pure gold, I can maintain my current posture. With the help of the system. In the future, we will definitely be able to break the shackles of life and achieve true eternal life. Go ahead and drive towards its mouth. It just happens to be a gift for the long-lost reunion, to my dear Miss Lucy. Speaking of Lucy, Bullet laughed too. Okay, listen to you, anyway, you are the boss, you have the final say. For the insignificant little things in front of him, Mr. Lantern was not polite, and a strong suction was generated from his mouth, stirring up the sea current and pouring it into his big mouth. The catapult shook violently, Bullet held the rudder tightly, and steered the catapult to rush towards the mouth. Hey Will, hope you're right. The catapult was sucked into Mr. Lantern's body by the ocean current, and with the big mouth closed, it would be very troublesome to get out again. The violent bumps forced the two to find objects to fix their bodies. Even though they were already strong, they almost didn't spit out after a while of dizziness. Boom. The darkness faded and the light came into view again. Immediately, the catapult slammed into the water with a huge splash. After regaining his footing, he shook his head, saw the scenery outside through the window, and the corner of Will's mouth curled up. Old thief Oda, don't lie to me. Let's go. Today is our super lucky day, go treasure hunting. After getting out of the submarine, there was land not far away, and the two jumped over directly. Bullet looked back at his sub, where smoke was rising. The corner of his mouth twitched. Will, won't my buddy get eaten away by stomach acid? It's not that fast, let's just go faster. Bullet felt sorry for the catapult, and urged, then hurry up. Before they could move, there were rustling sounds from the distant jungle. Then a sneaky little head poked out. The eyeballs rolled around. With cleverness, seeing that both of Will had no weapons on them, he walked out of the grass. It's a little blonde girl. While walking towards the two, he looked up and down, his eyes were full of surprise, excitement, and of course vigilance. Hey, were you swallowed by Mr. Lantern? Bullet glanced at the girl, and after confirming that there was no threat, he looked at Will strangely. Is there anyone else in the belly of this fish? Chapter 16. You are such a clever little ghost. Of course Will knew the other, Mishina Oroka, the daughter of the guy who invented pure gold. What's so strange about this, don't we come in too? Bullet curled his lips, can this be the same? He looked down at Oroja. Hey, little one, how long have you been here, how did you survive? Oroja was furious, pointing at Bullet and yelling. Who are you talking about, a little thing? You are a little thing, and your whole family is a little thing. Bullet squinted, as if you were trying to say something again. Orochia trembled in fright. But soon he calmed down again, with his hands crossed over his chest, his face full of complacency. HMPH, no matter how big you are, it's already in Mr. Lantern's belly. Once you're in here, don't even think about getting out. Here, he is more familiar than you. If you want to survive, follow me in the future, I will cover you. As he spoke, he compared himself with his thumbs, showing that he was very powerful. Bullet, Will, seeing the weird expressions of the two, it seems that they don't believe it. Oroja took out a small knife from behind, and put on a fierce look on his small face. Hey, do you see that I have a weapon? If you don't obey me, I will kill you, believe it or not. Hey, this little guy is really fearless. Will nodded. Well, boss, what you said is very reasonable, then we will mess with you from now on. Bullet's expression suddenly became weird. Oroka showed a satisfied smile. After nearly 200 years, I finally saw the same kind, and even took in 2 younger brothers. It's a day to celebrate. It's decided. Take out the dried fish that I treasure today, and reward myself. Will crossed his arms and pursed his lips behind Oroka. So, boss, now that trouble is coming, shouldn't you show your heroism and solve the trouble? Roar. As if cooperating with Will's words, behind Oroja came the roar of a beast looking up to the sky. Then came the ground shaking. Oroja's body trembled, the complacency on his face disappeared, and only horror remained in his eyes. Looking back, I saw 3 carnivorous dinosaurs rushing towards them. In the wide open mouth, sharp fangs can be seen. Ah, a shrill scream sounded. Run, these 3 big guys are hard to deal with, they will be eaten. Then the little short legs ran wildly, complaining while running. It's unlucky, these 3 guys must have been attracted by the movement just now. Sooner or later, they will be eaten. Advertisement. Damn, Elizabeth is not here today, so I can't escape from the stomach acid. Hey, they don't seem to be following. Oroja noticed that there was no sound of footsteps behind her, she was startled and turned around quickly. Hey, hurry up, hurry up. I couldn't say the last word, run, and my eyes were about to bulge. I saw the black-haired man who had always looked very gentle. With a calm expression, he stretched out a finger and pointed at the 3 dinosaurs facing him. Whoa, whoa, whoa. 3 white glows shot out from his fingertips one after another. Then, Oroja was horrified to find that those 3 existences that seemed like a nightmare to him had blood spurting from their heads, and after a few steps forward, they fell to the ground. Under the action of inertia, it slid all the way to the man's feet. Stop at a distance of less than half a meter and stand still. The other party didn't even move his feet, so calm and terrifying. Will turned his head to look at Oroka. Show a gentle smile. Boss, are you satisfied with your younger brother's performance? The corner of Oro's mouth twitched, and his eyelids twitched wildly. This gentle smile is like a devil smiling. Is this person so powerful? You won't be killed by him, will you? Didn't I act too much towards him just now? Thinking of this, he showed a far-fetched smile. It's not bad, right? Will doesn't tease her anymore. After all, it is not easy for a person to live alone here for 200 years, and he has a deep understanding of this kind of thing. We're going to get something. We'll leave after we get it. Are you with us, or are you waiting for us here? Oroja managed to regain his composure. Leave. Are you a liar? How can you get out after entering here? Seeing that Will and Bullet ignored themselves, they walked towards Lord Lantern's next stomach. Eyeballs rolled up. I don't know what I thought of. I touched my chin like a little adult, and showed a nasty smile. Hey, wait for me. I know this place well. What are you looking for? I'll take you there. There was no more trouble along the way, and if there was trouble, it was nothing to Will and Bullet. Reach the 3rd stomach, where the pure gold is hidden, on the island in the acid lake. Are you really here to find pure gold? Oroka is very strange, the purpose of the other party is very clear. But the more this is the case, the more it explains the problem. Advertisement. It's been 200 years, who would have known that Lord Lantern has pure gold in his stomach? Let's go, let's go. Ah, amid Orojia's exclamation, Will held her in his arms, jumped up high, with his feet on the air, and his figure swept towards the island. Oroja was full of surprise, it actually flew up. How do you do it? Can you teach me? Will took a deep breath. If you talk too much, I'll throw you down. As he spoke, his hands were still shaking, which made Oroja shut up quickly. But he quickly calculated in his heart, and the possibility of leaving here increased a little. After landing, following the guidance of Oroja, they arrived at the bottom of the deep pit, which is the final place where pure gold is stored. Oroja quickly observed the surrounding situation, his mind was running fast. Then, started her show. Did you see it? That's the secret room where pure gold is hidden. That key is used to open the door of the secret room. There are traps around the key. Well, I'm still very good, right? Oroja had a smug face, his nose was raised high. Will looked at Oroka meaningfully. What a clever little ghost you are. Boom. Bullet clasped his fists together. Whatever the mechanism, I'll get the key. Will pulled him back. The palm groped for a moment on the wall of the passageway, and then tapped lightly. A mechanism flipped over. Will opened the mechanism, and suddenly the floor in front opened, revealing an entrance. Seeing this scene, Oroka's eyes almost popped out. Index finger tremblingly points to Will. You. What are you? Let's go. Picking up the corner of Oroka's clothes, he jumped into the entrance. Bullet shook his head and jumped down too. From now on, in front of Will, I should say less and do less. That way you don't look stupid. Traveled for a distance in the dark, and finally stopped in front of a room. The moment the door was opened, a soft light shone from inside. That is, when Oroja saw the golden ball on the table, he was stunned. That's right, it's pure gold. Chapter 17. See the sun again. It's 5 more, please collect it, ask for some flower evaluation votes to support. The goal was achieved, and he returned back the same way with pure gold. And Bullet has a big box on his body, which is full of materials in that room. On the way back, I didn't forget Oroka's father. Get Bullet to make a big fuss and he shows up. The father and daughter recognize each other, which should have been a very touching scene. But Will thinks it's G badass. Both father and daughter live on the same island, and with a slightly normal development, after 200 years, they can always find traces left by each other. Thank you very much, Mr. Will, Mr. Bullet. Asi bowed to thank Will and Bullet. Both he and Oroja thought that the other party was gone, and they didn't expect to see each other one day. You don't need to thank me, it's just a matter of convenience anyway. Asier noticed the pure gold vessel in Will's hand again, with a sigh on his face. I didn't expect Mr. Will to find pure gold. It's amazing. He really didn't expect that under the misleading of those clues, someone would be able to find the real location of pure gold. At the beginning, because of it, I delayed Oroka's terminal illness. But because of it, I lost my wife. In the end, Lord Lantern was attracted and swallowed the island in one gulp. Speaking of this, he looked solemn. Mr. Will, although this item is of great value, please treat it with caution. If you are not careful, you will be killed. Snapped. He slapped his forehead and said with a wry smile. I forgot, we can't get out here, where is the disaster of killing ourselves? Will smiled and said, that's not necessarily the case, it's still very easy to get out from here. Asier hurriedly asked, do you have a way to get out? It's not urgent, Mr. Asier should tell me about this pure gold. I'm curious why it can delay the growth of human beings and make them achieve a certain degree of longevity. Assie's heart felt like being scratched by a cat's paw, eager to know how to get out from here. But Will looked unhurried, so he could only hold back. Actually, it's similar to your understanding. Pure gold contains a certain kind of special energy, which can inhibit the growth of living things. He pointed to the solid gold in Will's hand. Pure gold needs a special solution for preservation. When it is directly exposed to the air, it will bloom its true light. Speaking of, Asier took off the ring in his hand, the golden light suddenly shone. Advertisement. Then he roughly popularized the knowledge of pure gold to Will, which made Will's eyes shine brightly. He looked at Assie with fiery eyes. This is indeed a talent. Even if he doesn't refine pure gold, he is still an expert in metallurgy, top-notch. Mr. Asier, have you thought about your plan after you go out? Assie responded casually. It should be to find a way to cure Orojia's illness, and then find a place where there is no one to spend the rest of his life, that's about it. Ever thought about working for me? Assie was stunned, hesitated for a moment before saying, Mr. Will. If you want me to refine pure gold for you, I'm sorry, I swear that I will never refine pure gold again. And I don't recommend Mr. Will to do this. The pure gold in your hand is enough for you. Will couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. You misunderstood, I don't have much demand for pure gold. I don't need you to refine pure gold for me, I just want to see your expertise in metallurgy. The pure gold in his hand is enough to make dozens of rings. Most of the reason why he entered Lord Lantern's body was because of Assie. Otherwise, he can just take it from the lantern above Mr. Lantern's head. Assie breathed a sigh of relief. That's not a problem. After all, you let us reunite our father and daughter, and this kindness must be repaid. Of course, the premise is that we can get out from here. Back on the catapult, Orochia looked around curiously. After so many years, there are no wrecks of ships that have been swallowed. But like this complete, so cool, she saw it for the first time. After her curiosity passed, she ran to Will again. You said you were going to take me out of this ghost place, how do we leave? Asier was also very excited. Yeah, Mr. Will, do you really have a way to get out of this place? Will waved his hand, signaling them not to worry. It's easy to get out, you can get out as you come in. The two were stunned for a moment, and looked at each other. Asier hesitated. You mean, we are going to pass through Lord Lantern's esophagus and get out of its mouth? This seems a bit unreliable. Will knew that they were thinking wrong, and explained. Although the process is the same, the method is not what you think. We just need to let Lord Lantern spit us out on his own initiative. Advertisement. This. The two were even more confused. No matter what you think, it's impossible for Mr. Lantern to spit them out, right? Will didn't bother to explain, and explained to Bullet. Get ready, we're going to set sail. Came outside the catapult, looked at the glowing stomach wall above the head, and ejected suddenly after bending the legs slightly. The whole person is like a cannonball passing through the air. Covering armament, Hockey's right fist hit the stomach wall hard. Boom. Like a cannonball exploding, the stomach wall was deeply sunken. Then there was a miserable howl. This space began to vibrate. The gastric juice below boiled up, showing a tendency to pour backwards. Will landed on the catapult again, and after confirming that Lord Lantern was vomiting, he went back inside. Oh. Just after entering, I saw Oroja stuck to the observation window, exclaiming again and again. It's amazing, Mr. Lantern is vomiting. Is it so easy to get out from here? Why didn't I think of it at the beginning? Will was speechless at this. Little girl, you are right to have that heart, but you don't have that strength. In just half a day of contact, he knew that Oroja was an escaped person. Most of the time, he is as unreliable as the Straw Hat Boy. But when the time comes, the quick-witted ideas follow one another. Soon, the catapult number passed through the esophagus, throat, and spewed out from the big mouth with Lord Lantern's vomit. Ah, Oroka and Assi looked at the scene outside the window, their eyes sparkled. It's out. It's really out. It's amazing. The father and daughter jumped, and finally wept with joy. Nearly 200 years. Finally see the light of day again. Chapter 18 Attacking Stussy. Oh, Oroja stood on the catapult, looking at the huge island group in the distance, with a look of amazement. What a big island. What a beautiful ship. Wow, this one is so big. Wow, that one is also very powerful. Boom. She stomped the catapult number under her feet, and said with a look of disgust. Captain, let's change the ship, this one is not fun at all. Don't talk about being ugly, you can only stay in the dark sea. Hey, little girl, who do you think is ugly? The catapult is my partner, so you call such a cool ship ugly? Believe it or not, I'll throw you overboard. Inside the catapult, Bullet's distraught voice came. Oroka made a face at the catapult number under his feet. Slightly. It's ugly, it's ugly. The two squirted wildly through a layer of iron, and Will couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. After the novelty wore off, Oroka began to dislike the catapult. The reason is as she said, although it can float to the surface of the sea, it cannot be as comfortable and relaxed as an ordinary pirate ship. Will didn't like being in the catapult much either. It reminded him of his days in Impel Down. The catapult broke through the waves and was soon within the harbor limits of the island. Oroka also stopped bickering with Bullet and looked around curiously. Boss Will, what's that? That's the giants. What about that? That's the long-handed clan. Will took the trouble to explain to Oroja. Asir, who was dressed in rags, also got out of the catapult. The catapult landed, and everyone went ashore. Then I'll take Oroja and Assi to go shopping. Bullet, you stay behind. Is there anything you need to bring? Bullet shook his head. No, I'm looking for something to eat nearby. Advertisement. If it was before, it would not be afraid to leave the catapult number in the port, but not now. There are pure gold and related important materials stored on it. If it is patronized by some blind guy, it will be really a loss to Grandma's house. Dominica is very prosperous, people from all walks of life and identities can be seen here, and chaos caused by mixed fish and dragons is not uncommon. Along the way, they encountered several incidents of brawls and murders. Behind Will and the others, there were countless malicious looks. Pulled a cloak over Oroka at the roadside stand. Woo. Oroja struggled under the cloak for a long time before poking his head out again. With a look of displeasure. Boss Will. Boom. Well, Will knocked her on the head, causing her to hold her head and scream in pain. The features on your body are too obvious. If people find out that you have a relationship with alchemy, we will be in trouble. I'm not afraid, but you are different. You can't always be remembered by others. Ozzy suddenly became nervous. Mr. Will is right, Oroja, don't mention alchemy and pure gold in the future. He has a deep understanding of this, and his wife died because of it. Oroja pouted slightly. Got it, I'm not that stupid. At the same time, the bustling area on Dominica Island. The top floor of a luxuriously decorated building. A beautiful woman reclined lazily on a luxurious big bed, her graceful figure looming through the gauze curtain. In front of the big bed, there is also a charming and enchanting woman, showing a variety of coquettish gestures. Even more attractive than the woman on the bed. But she seemed very respectful at the moment. Master Stussy, a supernova demon descendant Bullet, was found in the port. Oh, the woman named Stussy was surprised, and said with great interest, he's the only one. When we found him, there was only one person on the other side. Later, we found out that there were 3 other people traveling with him. A young dark-haired man, a scruffy middle-aged blonde man and a little girl. The specific information is still being investigated. Advertisement. Oh, Stussy was surprised again, and slowly got up from the big bed. Some time ago, there was a lot of noise in the sea. First, the One Piece Roger was captured, and then he was about to be executed in East Blue Log Town. Afterwards, Golden Lion's battle against naval headquarters broke out. After being arrested and imprisoned, Golden Lion escaped within a day. The most important characters are Will and Bullet. The former killed the Impel Down director and the warden, and released the Golden Lion, who was the culprit of the Impel Down event. As a member of the CPO organization, she knows more. The young man named Will, but Rock's nephew, also threatened to reproduce the Rock's era. It is precisely because of this that the World ZF is very nervous. After all, what happened back then caused the World ZF a headache. Now, they're naturally worried about a second Rock's. So the CP organization sent a large number of people to search for Will's whereabouts. Here she was assigned a heavy responsibility by the higher-up. Continue to investigate, find out as soon as possible, what are they going to do next? Yes, the enchanting woman stepped back slowly. Just then Stussy came out of the gauze tent, her graceful body was wrapped in a smooth silk nightgown, and her snow-white slender legs were exposed as she walked. This is a stunner. She is obviously a woman who looks extremely weak, but in New World, no one dares to underestimate her. Not long ago, she defeated many opponents with thunderous means and became the queen of the Pleasure District, one of the emperors of the underground world. Go to the mirror and look at yourself in there. Stussy's jade hand gently stroked his face. Only she knows that she is just a pawn of the CP organization. She was assigned to New World, and her main job was to monitor, infiltrate, and collect intelligence. The targets are the major forces in the New World. Not long after, the latest information came back. Stussy frowned slightly. Wanokuni's permanent pointer. Are they going to Wanokuni? After thinking about it, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. It's just that I'm idle, and I'm going to meet this new man of the sea. Chapter 19. Give her some color and see. I've already said, don't wear skirts, it's still pink, it's too ugly. Oro-ka screamed angrily. Some frantically waved their arms in protest. How could it be? Oro-ja, you are so cute now. The soul of a seer's daughter burns ablaze and praises Oro in her pink princess dress. Years of dreams have finally come true. Will stroked his chin. Cute is cute, but your temperament doesn't match this dress. What did you say? You be asterisk 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 D boss, tell me again. Oro-ja suddenly became unhappy. What do you mean you are not worthy of this dress? Obviously this skirt is not good enough for me. Don't take Mr. Will's word for it, Oro-ka is perfect for this dress. Asier looked at Will, begging. Mr. Will, please pity my old father. Then he straightened his clothes. Oro-ja, how are you doing, is dad handsome? Will, Oro-chia, the two turned their heads at the same time. Asier's bloated figure and round face have nothing to do with Shuai. The three of them entered the largest auction house in Dominique noisily. In other stores, there is no Wanokuni permanent pointer for sale, the only possibility is here in the auction house. Hi, do you have an appointment? The waiter greeted him with a respectful but not humble attitude. No, do I need an appointment to get in? Will doesn't know the rules here. The waiter shook his head. That's not true, it's just that if you don't make an appointment, you can only participate in the auction in the ordinary area. Will has no objection to this. Just to ask you something, do you have Wanokuni permanent pointers for sale here? Yes, although Wanokuni does not welcome outsiders to enter, and it is difficult to enter, but there will always be some unwilling people who want to visit Wanokuni, so our auction house has some. Oh, sorry, I said the wrong thing. The waiter realized the problem in his words and quickly apologized. Will waved his hand. It's okay, please go and get the goods for me, let's trade directly. Okay, sir, please come in. Follow the waiter into the auction house, where items are being auctioned, and there are bids from time to time. Please take a seat. This is the signboard for the auction. If you are interested, just raise the signboard and participate in the bidding. The waiter handed over a number plate. Then just wait here, I'll get you Wanokuni's permanent pointer. Advertisement. When the waiter left, Will looked around. In 2 lifetimes, it was the first time for him to enter a place like an auction house, so there was still a sense of novelty. The next auction is the fox girl from the fur tribe. Everyone knows that the fur clan comes from Zouwu, and Zhao's position on the sea is uncertain. They rarely go to sea, and those who dare to go to sea are powerful. It is said that there are members of the fur tribe on One Piece's ship. Now, this fox girl is not only good looking, but also strong. Whether the guests buy it back to play, or use it as a combat power training, it is a good choice. The starting price is 1 million. As soon as the auctioneer said that, someone started bidding, and it quickly rose from 1 million to 10 million. 20 million. Will felt empty, the bidding cards he was holding were gone. Then there was a crisp and tender voice. Next to him, Oro-ja stood in the position, holding up the bidding card, with a small face excited, as if he was afraid that others would not see it. What are you doing? With a low snort, Will pulled her back up. It's pathetic to see her. Anyway, it's a lot of money, so I don't feel bad about spending it. Oro-ja said casually, and there was not much pity on his face, but a little. Fox girl, so rare, so rare. Depend on, what strange attribute has this dead girl awakened? Oh, someone bid 20 million. The auctioneer pointed in surprise. The price increase is a bit fast. 20 million times. 20 million twice. Is there anyone with a higher bid? A rare fur tribe fox girl, I may not be able to meet again in the future. Will is a little depressed. What is this? What's the point of wanting this fox girl? There is no higher bid, then. The auctioneer is about to drop the auction hammer. 30 million. A pleasant female voice came from the door, which made people feel comfortable. When everyone turned their heads and found someone coming, the noisy auction house quieted down. Will also saw the appearance of the person coming, and his eyes narrowed immediately. Stussy. Advertisement. Why is she here, aiming at me? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but his expression remained calm. To his surprise, Stussy walked this way without any disguise, and finally stopped in front of Will. Meet you for the first time, the famous Mad Dragon rocks D. Will. Will's mouth twitches. Damn it, Marine's name is really bad. There are so many nicknames not to choose, but I chose Quanglong. Boss Will, she's robbing us, show her some color. Oro-ja whispered harsh words in Will's ear. Will glared at her. I'm about to get rid of my family friend of the fur clan, the boss of the Kazuki clan, you still want to buy me a fur clan? Want to block yourself? Oh, it looks like Mr. Will knows someone. Seeing Stussy's pretty posture covering her mouth and chuckling, even Will, who is well informed, has to admit that this woman is really attractive. You're joking, who doesn't know the famous queen of the pleasure district? Yeah, Stussy's meaningful slightly curved lips. Not long after the other party came out of Impel Down, he rushed to New World in a hurry. He probably had a big plan, but he didn't know what it was. Mind if I sit next to Mr. Will? Will chuckled and said, you're joking, I didn't run this auction house, you can do whatever you want. Oh, don't you are screaming, just call someone Stussy. With pleasure, Ms. Stussy. Will is a gentleman and asks Stussy to take a seat. Slightly. Oro jaw on the side made a face at Stussy, and Assy hurriedly grabbed her in fright. He could tell that this woman was not easy to mess with. As soon as she came, the people in the auction house became much quieter. Wait until Stussy is seated and the auction will continue. There was no one to bid for the fox girl, and she was sent to Stussy soon. Mr. Will, are you interested in this fox girl? Will just glanced at the fox girl. No, it's just children playing around. Forehead. Chapter 20. Do you long for immortality? Stussy choked. Originally, I wanted to use the fox girl as a stepping stone, but now the road is directly blocked. The auction was going on in an orderly manner, and one item after another was sent up and then auctioned off. Will and Stussy chatted alternately. Soon the two became acquainted, and joked from time to time, which made Stussy tremble. The speed with which this feeling warms up is staggering. As for how much water is in it, only they know it themselves. Will, don't you go to Logue Town to watch One Piece's execution? It is said that many big names have gone. Will smiled and said, of course we have to go. Just after I came out of Impel Down, I encountered such a big event as the execution of the pirates. I must go to join in the fun. Then what are you doing in New World instead of East Blue? Stussy is like a curious kitten, trying to clear the fog of Will. Isn't there still some time? I should catch up. Will naturally wouldn't tell the other party the truth. The reason why he played with her patiently was also for a purpose. When the trip to East Blue Logue Town is over, I guess I will make enemies everywhere. Naturally, Marine doesn't need to say much, and the CP organization is expected to take action. Then there is the reaction of the Roger Pirates. And Kazuki Oden is the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard's brother. The opponent probably won't bear this hatred. In this way, it is estimated that his future power development will be difficult. At this time, a powerful intelligence network is needed. In the world of pirates, there are only a few powerful intelligence organizations. One is the intelligence network of Marine, the other is the intelligence network of the World ZF, that is, the CP organization, and then there is the World Economic News Agency of Morgans. For the rest, lean back. Among them, Morgans is the most likely to cooperate. But this guy belongs to the quartet, and there is no guarantee at all. Don't think about the other two. In the final analysis, we still need to build our own intelligence network. But I don't have talents in this area, and even if I do, it will take a long time to develop. It's better to find a ready-made one and borrow a chicken to lay eggs. Stussy is a good target. It's just that the identity of the other party is there, so it's not so easy to handle. Chips. He had to come up with a bargaining chip that was enough for Stussy to betray the CP organization. Advertisement. At this time, the waiter who went to pick up the Wanokuni permanent pointer finally came back with a box in his hand. Seeing that Stussy was also there, he couldn't help being surprised and almost threw the box out of his hand. At this time, he was no longer as relaxed and casual as before. A little cautiously said, sorry sir, I kept you waiting for so long. No need to guess, this waiter must be a hard worker. Will didn't care about that, just bring the things. After taking the box and opening it, there is a permanent pointer inside. Take it into your hand and examine it carefully. Casually asked. This is indeed Wanokuni's permanent pointer, right? The waiter nodded hurriedly. Yes, sir, it has been checked. That's good. He didn't want to make a trip in vain and delay his important business. How many Baileys? 100,000. After seeing off the waiter, the purpose of this trip has been achieved, and we are going to Wanokuni next. Will, are you going to Wanokuni? Stussy leaned over to look at the perpetual pointer in Will's hands, like a curious baby. Well, I heard that there are many beauties there, and they are very obedient and obedient. Go ask for a wife. Who? Stussy spat. He raised his fist and said angrily, she is such a beautiful woman in front of you, but she still thinks about other women. You men are really nothing. Will, woman. Playing with the eternity pointer in his hand, looking at the lively auction scene ahead, the corner of his mouth curled up. Stussy, what do you say people desire most? Stussy frowned slightly, wondering why Will would ask such a question. Strength. Only with power can you be qualified to fight for what you want, isn't it? Will turned to look at Stussy. Not long ago, I asked the same question to someone else. Oh, Stussy became interested. What about his answer? Just like you. Stussy pursed his lips slightly. It seems that person is very smart. Will shook his head lightly, looking puzzled. Advertisement. You don't agree. Stussy raised an eyebrow. I agree with what you just said, strength is the foundation of everything. It's just that you haven't seriously understood my question, or in other words, people will automatically ignore that answer. He gazed into Stussy's sapphire eyes. So I'll change the question. Stussy, what is your greatest desire? For some reason, Stussy had a very uncomfortable feeling ever since Will asked that question. At this moment, the other party raised such a question again. This feeling is stronger. I seem to be on the edge of an abyss. She wanted to avoid the subject. Only. Stussy stretched out his slender white hand unconsciously, and gently stroked his cheek. Muttered in his mouth. What do you want most? When Will saw her appearance at this moment, a faint smile appeared on his face. Returning to the previous topic, what most people desire most is immortality. Stussy came back to his senses and scoffed at Will's words. As a member of the CP organization of the world government, she is well aware of how much manpower and material resources celestial dragons spend every year in order to find something that can make people live forever. But have they succeeded? She'd never heard of it anyway. As you said, this does not exist in the first place, and everyone will naturally ignore this answer. Will shook his head slightly. It's not ignoring, but burying this answer in the deepest part of my heart. He reached out and stroked Stussy's beautiful face gently. Just like you, Stussy, what you desire most is to keep yourself young and beautiful forever. And, I want to control my own destiny. Right. Stussy froze. At this moment, she seemed to be seen through by Will, and there was no more secret at all. Chang calmed down, laughed at himself and said, HMPH, isn't this normal? Which woman doesn't want to be young and beautiful forever? Only. Stussy narrowed his eyes slightly. Will, what do you want to express when you talk to me about this? Fingers slide down gently to pinch Stussy's chin. The corners of Will's mouth curled up slightly. Stussy, do you desire immortality? Chapter 21. If you don't do it for yourself, you will be destroyed by heaven and earth. The atmosphere in front of the auction house was lively, but the back was a bit too quiet. Even Oroja, who just kept raising his placards to bid. And when Oroja was bidding, Ozzy, who kept dissuading her, fell silent. Besides Stussy, the fox girl was trembling uncontrollably. She felt like a boat in a storm. The next conversation between those two people will completely overturn this lonely boat of hers, and she will be buried in the sea. No matter how dull Stussy is at this moment, he can still understand what Will wants to express. What's more, she is definitely a smart person who can become the intelligence head of the CP organization in New World, the Queen of Happy Street, and one of the kings of the underground world. Don't you mean to say that you have found a way to live forever? Her tone was very low, as if she was afraid that others would hear her. Will said softly, if I say yes, will you be moved? Stussy's sapphire-like pupils looked at Will, and the indifferent but confident expression on the other's face could be seen in his eyes. This made her heart tremble suddenly jumped up again. The rapid beating of the heart made the blood flow faster, and her breath became thicker. What you said is true. She stared intently into Will's eyes, which could not hide the fire. Will knew, Stussy was tempted. No one can remain calm in the face of the temptation of immortality, and neither can Stussy. Have you ever heard of pure gold? Stussy frowned slightly. Isn't that something in the legend? Of course she knew that their CP organization had a high-level mission that was always being carried out, and that was to find the legendary alchemy. Alchemy is said to have pure gold that grants immortality. However, this task has not been completed. Will said with a smile. The reason why a legend becomes a legend also needs its roots. Sometimes people magnify the roots infinitely, so they become legends. Yes, they existed in the first place, but they disappeared later, so they became legends. Stussy breathed a little more quickly. You mean, pure gold is real? Will nodded slightly. Of course. Well, Stussy, do you want to make a deal? If it is an ordinary person, hearing such news, they will not be able to help but go crazy. Stussy, on the contrary, calmed down at the moment. Suppressing the throbbing in his heart, he smiled sweetly. Trade. What deal? Advertisement. Besides, how do I know if you're lying to me? Seeing this, Will also secretly praised, Stussy is indeed a difficult woman to deal with. Let's open the skylight and speak out. Stussy, you know my true identity and situation, and I naturally know something about you. In addition to your superficial identity, you are still a CP0 spy, am I right? Stussy stood up abruptly, looking at Will in horror. Her actions are not small, which has attracted the attention of many people. Taking a deep breath, he glanced coldly. Want to die? Those people were so scared that they quickly looked away, and some even wanted to get up and leave, which shows Stussy's deterrent power. After sitting down again, Stussy looked at Will with a cold face. According to my intelligence, it is impossible for you to have a channel to know my information. How did you know? Of course I have read the original. It's just that there's no way he'd tell Stussy that. People always need some secrets to live better. Let's return to the original topic. Stussy, how about we make a deal? Stussy stared deeply at Will, after a long time. I'd like to hear, what's your deal? Work for me. Stussy was stunned by Will's words, and then his eyes narrowed slightly. Are you kidding me? Why do you think that? Will was a little surprised. Stussy sarcastically said, you don't know how powerful the world government is, do you? A CP organization alone is not something you can compete with. I don't want to be hunted down by people from CP0. Will said, don't you want to hear about my reward? Pure gold. Stussy was slightly playful. I said, do you really have pure gold? His eyes darted up and down. Will. Could it be that you want an empty-handed white wolf? Will sighed lightly. Stussy, there must be trust between people. He slowly raised his right hand, with a ring on his little finger. It was a ring with solid gold embedded, and it had just been made. Advertisement. He was not afraid that there were still people present, so he took off the ring directly from his hand. After all, Stussy's deterrence is here, who dares to probe the movement here? And, a glowing ring, who would touch solid gold? They don't know pure gold. The ring shone golden the moment Will took it off. It still attracted attention in this auction house, but when they saw Stussy, they all looked away. They didn't even see what it was. And Stussy was already stunned, only the dazzling gold in front of him was left in his eyes. Will grabbed Stussy's right hand, squeezed her palm, and slowly put the ring on her middle finger. Well, the size is just right. As the ring was put on, the golden light faded away, and Stussy also recovered from the shock. Seeing the ring on her middle finger, her red lips quivered slightly. This is pure gold. She never imagined that she could obtain pure gold so easily and obtain the chance of immortality. Will smiled and said, "It's true." Stussy didn't doubt Will's words anymore, because the phenomenon just now was exactly the same as the information. The left hand rubbed lightly on the ring of the right hand. She was afraid it was just a dream. After a long time, he calmed down his thoughts and returned to the Queen of the Pleasure District posture. You really. After thinking about it, Stussy couldn't find a suitable word to describe Will. Simply change the subject. Aren't you afraid that if I swallow this ring, I'll sell you back? Will is very confident about this, otherwise he wouldn't have given her the ring directly. Stussy, this ring is not so easy to get. It's a trivial matter to refuse my offer, but are you willing to give up this ring? This is naturally reluctant. No one will give up the immortality in hand. Even if I don't retaliate against you, can you still stay in the CP organization? As long as you wear this ring, one day your secret will be discovered. At that time, you still can't escape the end of the world government's attack on you. After all, how could the celestial dragons allow immortality to anyone but themselves? Of course, if you are willing to hand in the ring, then pretend I didn't say so. However, there is a saying in my hometown, called, "People don't kill heaven and earth for themselves." Chapter 22 Stussy. My loyalty can be learned from the sun and the moon. It's 5 o'clock, please collect it, ask for some flower evaluation tickets. Stussy knew the truth of Will's words. She even knows more about celestial dragons than Will. Those who call themselves gods are greedier than anyone else. What's more, if Will spread the news that he owns pure gold, maybe it won't take long before the colleagues who have heard the news will come and take me back. Unless, as Will said, hand over the ring. If people don't do it for themselves, will heaven and earth destroy it? It seems that I have no choice. Perhaps, I shouldn't have come to see you today, otherwise I wouldn't have sold myself in such a daft way. Stussy's words undoubtedly defined the transaction. Will held out his hand. Then, I wish us a happy future cooperation. Stussy smiled and extended his hand. Then, from now on, the little girl will be protected by adults. The two sat upright, and both looked at the auction stage. It's just that their mentality has changed differently. Stussy fondled the ring fondly. So, my lord, what do you want him to do? Will began to talk about his thoughts one by one. You still maintain the status quo, hiding in the CP organization, and investigating information for me. But the intelligence network in your hand has the shadow of world government after all. I need you to set up another intelligence network that only belongs to us. Stussy frowned slightly embarrassed. This is not an easy task. Not to mention the enormous manpower and material resources required, the emergence of a new intelligence organization will also attract a lot of attention. The subsequent troubles will not be small. Will shrugged. I don't care about that, you are a professional in this area, I believe you can handle it. Stussy was immediately annoyed, and gave him an annoyed look. I don't even believe in myself, what's the use of you believing in me? After finishing speaking, I felt that I seemed to belittle myself too much, so I changed my words. Even if I have the ability to do it, you can't just do nothing, right? Money or manpower, you must give some help, right? Will also felt that he couldn't squeeze the new employee too much, not to mention that this woman would be his intelligence chief in the future. Hachinosu, the pirate island, do you know? Stussy nodded, that was the stronghold of the Rocks pirate back then. Starting due east from Hachinosu, after sailing 100 nautical miles, you will come across a small uninhabited island. Due north of that small island, about 10 nautical miles, there is a reef with a radius of hundreds of meters. Find the reef with the anchor wrapped around it. There's a hole down there. Advertisement. Will looked at Stussy and smiled softly. There will be what you want. Stussy was shocked. She knew what was there without Will saying it. Treasure of the rocks. The world government is looking for a huge treasure that has been missing for many years. Impel Down interrogated Will for 14 years and did not find out the whereabouts of the treasure, and now he got it so easily. Stussy looked at Will with a complicated expression. Are you really sure about me? Will glanced at Stussy's right hand. The tone was teasing. Isn't that right? I already put a ring on you. If you can still fly, wouldn't I be at a big loss? Stussy gave him a hygienic eye, but couldn't help putting his right hand in front of his eyes. Looking at the right hand with the ring, I feel that I will never get bored no matter how I look at it. By the way, what the hell are you going to Wanokuni for? Will casually said, go and kill someone. Who? Stussy was curious. Will just came out of Impel Down and rushed to New World just to kill someone. In Wanokuni, who has such a great honor? Kazuki Oden of the Roger Pirates. Will looked at Stussy and grinned. Don't you think Roger is too lonely on the road alone? I'll send someone to accompany him. For some reason, Stussy finds Will's smile really creepy. She didn't continue to ask. After a while, Lightly opened the red lips. If you need to trouble someone from the Roger Pirates, come on Dominic, there happens to be a member of the Roger Pirates. Will's eyes flashed when he heard this, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Oh, who is so lucky? Stussy said slowly, Spencer. Where is he? Weiss Tavern in the northeast corner of the central square. Will stood up. Then, the matter is almost done, go kill someone, we will set sail for Wanokuni, contact us if there is anything. Stussy nodded and exchanged phone bug numbers. Slightly. Orojaw made a face at Stussy and jumped up and down to follow Will. Aesir smiled apologetically at Stussy and left too. Looking at the back of the three leaving, Stussy's expression returned to calm, and he turned the ring gently. Today seems to be an ordinary day. Who would have thought that a member of CP0, Queen of the Pleasure District, would have already changed doors in just an hour? Advertisement. I just don't know whether my choice is right or wrong. After thinking about it, he took out a phone bug from his pouch. Porp, what's up? After connecting, a deep male voice came from the opposite side. The Mad Dragon appeared in Dominica, and the opponent's destination is Wanokuni. Are you going to take action? After dozens of breaths of silence on the other side, he spoke again. For the time being, surveillance is the main focus. Is there any other information? No more. My side is short of manpower, send me a batch. The other side was surprised. Didn't you send a team to you some time ago? Why isn't it enough? Stussy smiled like a fox. The tone was cold. Where do you think this is, New World? Now that Roger is about to die, the major forces are in turmoil, and my manpower has also been affected. The information chain has been damaged and must be restored as soon as possible. The phone bug didn't question it anymore, obviously the other party also knew that the current situation was like this. There is no more manpower in the organization now, let's wait for a while. Stussy mocked slightly. After a while. Once Roger dies, other sea areas may be fine, but the New World will definitely be chaotic. The Whitebeard Pirates who are in full swing, the Golden Lion who has returned to the sea, the Big Mom Pirates. There is also an underground world with dark tides, they will not wait for anyone. Once there is chaos, Marine has to give up New World and retreat to the first half of defense, and we are not much better. Then what do you say? The tone on the other side also became a little irritable. Stussy didn't speak in a hurry, and waited until the other side got impatient. Send me a batch of seeds and resources, I will cultivate them myself. This is against the rules. The other side screamed. In this case, we cannot guarantee their loyalty. Stussy also said angrily. This is not okay, and that is not okay, you come to New World to deal with those monsters, okay. I can't decide this matter, I'll ask the higher-ups for instructions. Not long after, there was another voice from the phone bug. Your request has been approved, and arrangements will be made here. Also, a reminder, don't do anything that violates the organization's rules. The corner of Stussy's mouth curled up. Of course, my loyalty to the organization and the world government has never wavered. After finishing the call, Stussy looked at the trembling fox girl beside her. The corner of the mouth curled up a bit. Chapter 23 Borrow something from you. In the dark alley at the northeast corner of the central square, a tavern named Weiss opened not long ago. The wine sold inside is much more expensive than other taverns, so few people come. There were also gangsters who came to collect protection fees, but they were all called out. On the contrary, he also gained some fame. There were some guests too, but mostly women. Because, the boss is very handsome. Boss Weiss, show us a magic trick. If we are satisfied, order the most expensive wine in your store. At this moment, in front of the bar, two beautiful young women are staring at the boss with a smile. The handsome man named Weiss smiled helplessly. Two ladies, I only sell alcohol here. One of the women covered her mouth with a light smile and said, we want to drink wine, and we also want to watch magic tricks. The other begged pitifully. Yes, we just like to watch you perform magic tricks. You won't refuse the lady's request, will you? Think of the handsome appearance and mystery of the other party when performing magic. The two showed nympho smiles. TCH, stupid woman. In the corner of the tavern, the tone of several men was pan-acid. But the reason why they chose to drink here is because there are often beautiful women here. If you are lucky, you will have unexpected gains. Clang. The partition at the entrance of the tavern was opened, attracting the attention of everyone in the tavern. A young man came in from outside. The eyes of the two young women brightened when they saw the appearance of this person. This is also a handsome guy. The person who came was Will. As for Orojaw and Ozzy, they went to buy supplies. Seeing the appearance of the person coming, Weiss stared slightly. Thinking of the reward list I saw not long ago, the portrait on it overlapped with the person in front of me. Rocks D. Will. A big pirate with a reward of 1 billion. The man who came out of Impel Down. On the surface, he remained calm and nodded to Will. Welcome, what do you need? Will was also watching Weiss, and despite some disguise, he still recognized the other party's identity. Spencer, one of the members of the Roger Pirates. The opponent was no ordinary combatant, and he even participated in the mapping of Raftel's position. Advertisement. Come to the bar and sit down. A shot of rum. Spencer turned to get the drink, and the two young women beside him were quietly looking at Will. Will, however, turned his eyes to the side of the wine cabinet. There hung two exquisite revolvers, and a beautifully ornamented knife. Your wine. Spencer puts the wine down in front of Will and sees Will looking behind him. Looking back, he smiled and said, the guest also understands weapons. Looking away, he picked up the wine and took a sip. Will shook his head lightly. I don't understand. He really didn't understand much. Before being imprisoned in Impel Down, he had only touched ordinary weapons, let alone after entering. Spencer turned and removed the 2 revolvers and the knife. Display 3 things one by one in front of the bar. This golden sword is named Knight, which means protection. It is because of it that I have saved my companion's crisis countless times. This silver one is called the Viper. I usually only use it when I encounter extremely powerful enemies. I have also saved my life several times because of it. As for this knife, it is the work of a famous master. The name of the knife is Asuka. Although it is not included in the list of famous knives, it is not weaker than ordinary good knives. Under my many years of cultivation, I already have the qualifications to become a black sword, and I will step into the ranks of big fast swords by then. The pride on Spencer's face was palpable as he introduced the 3 weapons. It can be seen that they are really treated as partners. Not to mention Will, the 2 young women next to him and other guests, after hearing Spencer's introduction, all had a sense of déjà vu. Taking a gulp of the rum in his glass, Will looked into Spencer's eyes. Thanks for the hospitality. Well, Mr. Spencer, can I borrow something from you? Spencer sighed softly. Since the person in front of him entered the tavern, he had a subtle feeling. Now, the other party called him by his name in person, so he must know him. I just don't know, is it an enemy or a friend? Borrow what? I don't think there is anything on me that is worth remembering by the famous dragon Will. Will chuckled. Of course there are. I want to borrow Mr. Spencer's. Head on the item. Advertisement. Boom. At the moment Will's words fell, Spencer grabbed the knight and pulled the trigger on Will. The whole process was smooth, without the slightest hesitation. After the gunshot, the whole tavern fell into an eerie silence. Everyone else looked at Spencer and Will. I saw Spencer's revolver in front of Will's right, with white smoke coming out of the muzzle. And Will's right index finger and middle finger are close together, sticking to the revolver. Obviously, it was Will who parried the headshot. Ah! The sharp cry almost pierced the eardrums, and then the 2 young women ran out frantically, completely losing their previous graceful posture. The others didn't dare to stay any longer and ran out one after another. As expected of being a member of the Roger Pirates, so decisive and ruthless. For Will's praise, Spencer didn't show any joy. His own spear drawing skills have long been perfected, and few people can react to it. At the beginning, I don't know how many people hated it. However, the person in front of him resolved it lightly. You deserve to be able to escape from Impel Down. Will seemed to have a feeling. Yeah, it's not easy to escape from inside. So, after so many years in Impel Down, I have accumulated a lot of grievances. After all, relying on hope alone will eventually run out. And hatred, like fine wine, becomes more mellow as time goes by. Spencer said in a deep voice, what's your relationship with rocks? Hey, it's okay to ask rocks yourself when we get down there. Now, it's time for you to hit the road. Spencer didn't hesitate, and while immediately retreating, he shot Will 2 more times. The other hand did not forget to grab the viper and bird. Ding, ding. Will's right arm turned into a dragon, and the thick-armed color covered the dragon's claws, knocking out 2 bullets. With both feet exerting strength, the body surrounded by electric arcs smashed through the bar, and followed Spencer in the flying sawdust. So fast. Spencer's eyes widened, and the other party's reaction and speed were not behind him at all. Boom. He only had time to block with his arms when he was hit by a huge force, smashing through the wine cabinet and the wall behind him, and fell to the street outside. Chapter 24 The difference between the strong and the mortal. Will drilled out from the broken wall, and saw Spencer on the opposite side was already in a fighting stance. Yes, whether it is reaction or resistance to beating, he is indeed an elite of the Roger Pirates. The other party's understatement made Spencer very upset. As a member of the Roger Pirates, whether it's the Whitebeard Pirates, the Flying Pirates, or Marine, who doesn't treat him with caution? You really dare to say anything. Even if you can escape from Impel Down, it doesn't mean you are qualified to look down on us. If you want to take my head, you don't have the qualifications. Will is noncommittal to Spencer's words. Is this your last words? Hey, what an arrogant kid. Spencer resented in his heart. Raising both hands, the knight and viper aimed at Will, and the armored colors were wrapped around the bullets. Boom, 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 boom. Continuous gunshots rang out, and several bullets shot out from the barrel. In high-speed motion, the friction between the bullet and the air makes it red. Will's escape space was completely blocked. Spencer showed a smug smile. HMPH, this is the price of arrogance. No one can escape from my bullet blockade. At the same time as Spencer fired, lightning flashed around Will's body, and then a force field spread around him. Call out, call out, call out, comma. Under the distortion of the force field, each bullet's trajectory deviated. It just passed by his side and hit the wall behind him. Will frowned slightly. Unlike ordinary bullets, the bullet covering hockey greatly weakens the influence of the magnetic field, and still poses a certain threat to him. How come? Spencer was dumbfounded. The other party didn't even move, let alone dodge. Will sneered. It's terrible to be uneducated. It's always good to read more. Having said that, In fact, he himself is also a half-student. What I rely on is nothing more than watching a few more movies, TV dramas and animations. But this does not prevent him from showing his sense of superiority. Spencer's face froze, and then he sighed secretly and put away his guns. Today is really unlucky. Holding the scabbard with one hand and the handle with the other, the breath of the whole person became deep and steady at this moment. Will just felt like he was being watched by the falcon. Advertisement. No matter how you move, you are locked. II katakana middle dot zanjetsu. A cold light suddenly appeared, and then a silver-white sword glow instantly formed, grazing towards Will. Flying slash. Before the slash came, the powerful pressure of the sword had already made his clothes rattle. Speaking of which, his basic swordsmanship is already at the perfect level, and he is not far from the next level. Without actual combat, he didn't even know how far his sword skills had reached. However, it's not that troublesome to deal with you. Dragon Claw. Unlike the dragon claws shown by Sabo, his is a real dragon claw. Facing the imminent slash, the pitch-black dragon claws stretched forward. The terrifying claw force directly held down the slash, preventing it from advancing any further. At this moment, the body growth brought by the top phantom beast species is fully displayed. Snort. Will snorted coldly, and the dragon claws exerted force. Spencer's blow, which was enough to cut stones and pieces of gold, directly shattered and collapsed. Boom. With the collapse of the slash, a turbulent current erupted, blowing the surrounding buildings crumbling. Spencer looked horrified. Although he uses a gun, his swordsmanship is not that weak. But at this moment, he was broken so easily in front of the other party. How can this guy be so strong? However, before he could investigate the reason, Will, who was opposite him, had already disappeared from his vision. A sense of crisis hit my heart. The body is shrouded in cold. Years of combat experience made him instinctively slash with his sword. Clang. A pitch-black dragon claw hit the blade, and the huge force from above almost made him unable to hold the blade in his hand. Will came to him just like that. It's not that I'm too strong, but you are too weak. After saying that, Dragon Claw pushed the knife upwards, hitting Spencer's waist with a whip kick. Boom. Spencer couldn't dodge in time and was swept out. Fortunately, he had been prepared for a long time, and he let go of his strength in midair, and landed firmly on the ground. Hiss. Even so, the pain from his waist still made him grit his teeth. Damn, is it true that you are really weak? Spencer cursed in his heart. From the beginning of the battle to the present, he who has been in a weak position can't help but have self-doubt. Will seemed to see what was going on in his heart, and a mocking look appeared on his face. You really aren't weak, your spear skills are great, and your sword skills are not bad either. Advertisement. But you didn't realize it yourself, you have a serious flaw. Spencer frowned. Impossible, if there are serious flaws you mentioned, I can't be unaware. It's not that you can't realize it, but that you are in the Roger Pirates and fighting side by side with them, which makes you ignore this fact. Spencer's body shook, as if struck by lightning. Will chuckled, are you aware? You are a grandmaster spearmanship, and you are also good at swordmanship, but you haven't cultivated one of them to ultimate. Your so-called grandmaster is only for people of average strength. When you face those who are really proficient in swordsmanship, physical skills, or spear skills alone, this flaw will put you in crisis. Just like now, a strong man who can be famous in the sea. Most of them refine one of them while enhancing hockey, and only those who are absolutely strong have the energy to cultivate other abilities. If Will didn't have the help of the system, he would also choose to practice fruit ability and hockey. As for swordsmanship and the like, it is not difficult to achieve small success, but to achieve great success, it requires talent and energy to ponder. Spencer couldn't help but smiled wryly. I didn't expect to retire and be lectured by juniors. Really, can't seniors be allowed to retire safely? Crackling. What responded to him was Will's aura soaring, and thunder snakes flashed all over his body. Spencer calmed down, with a serious expression. Brontodragon fruit. I really don't want to face a monster like you. After finishing speaking, the observation hockey opened to the ultimate, and the armament hockey covered the bird. Chi 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 chi. Like the names of countless birds, a cloud of thunder condensed on Will's palm. The body is slightly low. Boom. The moment the ground under his feet collapsed, Will disappeared in place. Spencer felt a chill. Quick. Ultimate fast. It is difficult for him to catch the figure of the other party with his knowledge and color. Where? Left? Or right? A strong sense of crisis made him test his body. Immediately afterwards, there was a dazzling thunder in his eyes. Then, the severe pain hit. The body staggered a few steps to the side. Spencer looked down at his midriff. A gap was cut there, and blood was flowing, which soon stained a large area of clothes red. Clang. Chapter 25 Arriving at Wanokuni. Put the flying bird on the ground to support his crumbling body. Spencer's heart sank to rock bottom. One strike. Type just one hit. I was seriously injured. Facing such an opponent, can he still escape? Will didn't know what Spencer was thinking, even if he knew, he just laughed it off. In the final analysis, Spencer is just an elite combatant of the Roger Pirates, far worse than gold, silver, bronze and Oden. Except for those few, others are not in his eyes. Stretching out his right hand, a thunder ball condensed in his hand, and it almost stopped when it reached the essence. He looked at Spencer, who was reasserting his fighting posture on the opposite side, and was rushing towards him firmly and resolutely. There was a sarcasm at the corner of his mouth, overestimating one's abilities. The thunder ball in his hand was thrown high. Boom. There was thunder in the daytime, and a huge roar resounded throughout Dominica. Countless people looked up to the sky. Then they were dumbfounded. I saw a pillar of thunder descending from the sky, bombarding directly near the central square of Dominica. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the ground shook, gravel and tiles fell, and many people fell to the ground. In the direction of Happy Street, Stussy on the tall building looked at the thunder pillar on the other side of the square. The corner of the mouth twitched slightly. It's really suffocating and powerful. The thunder pillar didn't last long, and soon disappeared without a trace. As the instigator of all this, Will was not satisfied with the power of the blow. Although the Thunder Dragon fruit can also control and create lightning by itself, it can't do it as easily as Thunder Fruit. Walking towards Spencer with a calm demeanor. Clang. He smoothly pulled out the flying bird that was inserted into the ground because the opponent flew out of his hand. At this time, Spencer was already smoking, his eyes were white and he lost consciousness. But he is a formidable person after all, his physical fitness is not bad, and he will not die if he resists this divine punishment. Spencer, you just go first, and I will send Kazuki Oden down to accompany you soon. Forget it, you can't hear it anyway. Will shook his head, raised the knife in his hand, and the bird slashed across its owner's neck, leaving a line of blood. The unsupported head rolled down. Former member of the Roger Pirates. Spencer, die. He tore off Spencer's clothes and wrapped his head, picked up Spencer's 2 revolvers, and slowly left the area. After a long time, someone approached here. Advertisement. When they saw the traces of battle here and the headless corpse on the ground, they were all frightened. Soon, some careful people discovered the tattoo on Spencer's back. That is the logo of the Roger Pirates. Crack. In the lighthouse of Twin Heads on Upside Down Mountain, the sound of glass breaking can be heard. Crocus frowned. Rayleigh, I only have a few cups, and you broke them for me as soon as you came. Rayleigh's face was gloomy, and he didn't respond to Crocus, slightly teasing words. He pinched the latest newspaper he just got, his body trembling slightly. Crocus realized something was wrong. What's wrong? He leaned over and saw a striking title. One Piece crew member Spencer encountered a super rookie, the Dragon Wool, and ended up miserable. Close black lens bracket. The content of this report is not exhaustive, and some parts are even edited. But what people value is the result, not to mention the picture of Spencer's headless body testifying on it. What? Crocus gasped in surprise, his eyes full of horror. Rayleigh smiled wryly. It's true, that's indeed Spencer. Crocus looked sad. How come? This is all retired. How did the other party follow Spencer, and how did they find him? Rayleigh was also lost in thought. Is this a coincidence or is the target Spencer? The same scene happened all over the sea. Jabba K. Jabba, Sika and other members of the Roger Pirates couldn't help feeling sad when they saw the content in the newspaper. It's just that they follow the captain's will, no matter what happens, they no longer appear on the sea. In this regard, they can only mourn for Spencer, and then curse Will fiercely. However, they may not have imagined that a crisis is about to affect most of them. What happened with Will and Spencer only caused small waves, and people paid more attention to the big event that happened in Logue Town not long after. This sea is waiting for the result of Roger's execution. And at the same time, a whale-shaped submarine is currently climbing the waterfall at Wanokuni upstream. The turbulent waterfall continued to wash down, and the huge impact force caused the speed of the catapult to drop a lot. But that doesn't stop it from moving forward. Wow. Ozzy and Oroja, father and daughter, looked out of the window in amazement at the giant carp swimming past from time to time. At the moment, they are all dressed up as adventurers, wearing Spencer's, Knight, and Viper on their waists, and the two have temporarily formed a gold and silver alliance. Wow. The catapult rushed out of the water, and the scenery in front of it changed, and the blue sky and white clouds reappeared in the field of vision. It's not like the Straw Hats and the others, who met the big Uzumaki when they first came up. Advertisement. Clang. After docking, the hatch opens. Orojia's little head poked out from inside, and he couldn't help cheering when he saw the golden beach in front of him. His body was as nimble as a monkey, and he got off the catapult number in one swipe. The rest of the people also came out one after another. Big man, I don't want to sit on your ugly fish again. She has had enough. Bullet raised his fists and roared, with veins popping out of his forehead. Little girl, don't call it ugly anymore. Also, it's not a fish, it's my battle partner. Also, show me some respect, I'm the deputy captain. Just ugly, just ugly. A little bit, Oroka grimaced. As for the vice captain, self-proclaimed ones don't count, we haven't formed a pirate group yet. She crossed her hips, pointed her thumb at herself, and said proudly, I'm Boss Will's #1 confidant. Bullet stamped his combat partner under his feet, gritted his teeth angrily. If this is the Bullet in the original book, it is estimated that it would have been out of comparison. I can't say that I will directly reward you with a conqueror's. Different experiences made him different. Compared with the original book, Bullet's strength is much inferior, after all, without the baptism of war and the experience of Roger Pirates. But the current Bullet is no longer as crazy as in the original book. Wanokuni. Standing on top of the catapult, Will looks out at the mountains in the distance. From now on, this will be our headquarters in New World. Crunch. Bullet squeezed the knuckles of his fingers, an excited smile appeared on his face. Then knock it down. Yeah, Will nodded. Then he said to Assy beside him, you and Oroja stay here. Ozzy asked strangely, don't you need my help in fighting? I still have some combat power. As if to prove his words, he also pulled out the viper from his waist, and after a few rounds of selection in his hand, he made a shooting motion. Will, he couldn't help laughing. You are my scientific researcher, how can I let you go to the battlefield? What's more, the opponent this time is not weak. Aesir showed disappointment. That's a pity, I can't let Oroja see my heroic gesture. Will patted him on the shoulder. When you take down Wanokuni, you will be busy. Chapter 26 The person with the big fist speaks. Wanokuni, the capital of flowers. When weapons factories were established one after another in other places, making a mess. Here is still prosperous, singing and dancing. As the residence of the Wanokuni rulers, the general's mansion is even more luxurious. Since Kurozumi Orochi became the owner of the shogun's mansion has been full of singing and dancing every day, and the sound of wine and music has never stopped. Until the return of their highness, Kazuki Oden. Then a fight broke out between the two sides. Just when everyone thought their highness would save Wanokuni from Kurozumi Orochi and Kaido. Kazuki Oden, the supposed savior of Wanokuni. But instead of fighting Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi, I would come downstairs to Orochi once a week and dance naked once a week. People who don't know the truth are very disappointed with Oden and feel that Oden has betrayed them. And today, it's Oden's weekly naked dance time. However, what is that? Someone inadvertently saw two figures standing on the attic of Fujiyama behind the general's mansion. I don't know, maybe someone from Kaido or Orochi. Those guys, come to see his highness, jokes every week at this time. Shut up, he is not our highness is already dead. The person who was reprimanded opened his mouth, but in the end he still didn't speak. Oden did break their hearts. Now everyone is living a very difficult life under the rule of Kaido and Orochi. Those two figures were, of course, Will and Bullet. Looking at the streets below, many people gathered. Will raised his eyebrows. These people will never be predictable, knowing that they will come, and waiting below in advance. Well, that should be it. Hey, who are you? Come down quickly, you are not allowed to go down there. The attic guards are also aware of Will and Bullet's presence. HMPH, croak. Bullet snorted coldly, leapt forward, and fell into the bottom. Boom. The floor was directly stepped out of a hole. You. The guard was so frightened by Bullet's violent aura that his legs trembled and he stumbled and couldn't speak. Boom. Without extra nonsense, the guard was punched and flew out. It flew out of the attic, drew a parabola in the air, and landed heavily on the general's mansion below. After the top was smashed through, there was a commotion inside. Who? First, a large number of warriors rushed out of the general's mansion, and then several figures walked out. Will frowned. It seems that today is really a good day. Advertisement. Those who came out below were Kaido and Orochi and his party. Coupled with the upcoming Oden, today's protagonists are all here. Jumped from the attic and landed on the roof of the general's mansion, overlooking the Kaido people below. Kaido at this time does not have the hockey posture of the future four emperors. What should I say about him now? More like a street skater. Wearing leather jacket and pants, carrying a mace. Reminds me of the scene of him fighting Moria in the original book, and sitting with Kurozumi Orochi, watching Oden go down the frying pan. Hey, Will sighed softly, or the image of Kaido in the future is more acceptable to him. Who are you? Kurozumi Orochi has an ugly face. No one dares to make trouble with him on the 3-acre land of Wanokuni. Even Kazuki Oden and those samurai were shrunk down by him. Under his conspiracy, Oden had to be obedient. Kaido discovered the clue right away. You're not from Wanokuni, are you a foreigner? Huh, Will was a little surprised. Didn't expect that the other party didn't know me. But considering Wanokuni's situation, the message delay is also normal. Kaido, you're doing really well in Wanokuni. Kaido is naturally proud of what Will said. Now that I want to be strong and powerful, the power of my subordinates is also growing rapidly. Wanokuni has also become his weapon factory. Even if Oden does not get rid of it, there will always be a thorn in his heart. Boy, since you know me, you should know how powerful I am. Are you interested in hanging out with me? Will raised his eyebrows and asked with great interest, why didn't you hang out with me? Kaido grinned and raised his massive fist. Just rely on this. There was a confident smile on his face. Just because my fist is bigger than you. How about it? Will nodded. Seeing this, Kaido smiled even more, and he was sure that hockey was leaking, and he was convinced just by moving his mouth. What's your name? If you have good strength, you can be a small cadre first. PFF'd. Will couldn't help it. This Kaido is really interesting. Kaido's smile faltered, and he said in a deep voice, what are you laughing at? Will stopped smiling, waved his hands and said, you may have misunderstood something. He also raised his fist. Compared with yours, my fist is indeed not as big as yours. But, Will smiled meaningfully, the power contained in my fist is not small. Maybe, you still can't catch my punch. Advertisement. HMPH, I really don't know what to do. It's your luck that Lousy likes you. Kaido also sensed that Will was playing tricks on him. But it didn't happen right away. His ambition is big, but his mind is also not small. Boy, I'll give you another chance. Be loyal to me, otherwise, I can only let you experience the taste of death. You can't even beat Oden, why do you think you will be my opponent? Will's soft words hurt Kaido's nerves deeply. What did you say? Kaido suddenly erupted with a powerful aura, shocking the people around him back again and again. Will also restrained his smile, his expression indifferent. I said, it's you who really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. Boom. Kaido's aura surged again, and the violent coercion crushed Will. Snort. Will snorted coldly, and also burst into a powerful momentum, and the crimson field rapidly expanded around. Boom. The two strands of conquerors collided together, and the world suddenly changed color. The violent wind pressure swept all around. People with weak strength fainted at the moment when the two conquerors were affected. Those who are not weak, such as Quinn and Jin, are also struggling to resist. How can it be? Kaido looked at the scene in front of him in horror, and his heart was filled with huge waves. The conquerors emitted by Will is actually a level higher than his own. His own conqueror's strength is in front of the opponent, struggling to support. It made him seem to return to the days of Rock's pirate, the oppression brought to him by those cadres and captains. Damn B**************, D, where did it come from? Kaido gritted his teeth and rallied the conquerors again, tangling with Will's conquerors. Boom. With an explosion, the two strands of haki turned into countless light spots and scattered. Kaido backed up with his feet on the ground, leaving a scratch of more than 10 meters on the ground before stopping. On the other side of him, Will stood still. Seeing this situation, whether it is Kaido, Orochi, or Jin, their pupils can't help shrinking. In such a fierce conqueror's collision, the opponent was not affected at all. Strong. This is definitely a powerhouse not inferior to Oden. Wow. Bullet landed next to Will, crushing a lot of tiles on the roof. His eyes scanned the crowd below, and finally fell on Kaido, exuding a fighting spirit all over his body. Will, I can't let you stand alone anymore. Chapter 27 Kaido. Lousy as a dragon. Not good. 5 more, please support daily. Since Impel Down, he has been clearing minions, and he hasn't fought to his heart's content yet. That won't work, he's mine. Will pointed at Jin and Quinn. The strength is not bad, I will leave it to you. After speaking, without waiting for Bullet to react, his body jumped up. Drawing an arc in the air, Kaido fell to the ground. Snort. Seeing Will and Bullet picking people like themselves as goods, Kaido was furious. Buzz. With a soft moan, the thick armament haki covered both arms, quickly spreading to the mace. His eyes became fierce at this moment, and his whole body was concentrated. The mace was raised high back, and arcs of electricity flickered and jumped on the mace. Thunder 8 trigrams. Facing Will, who was falling towards him, he swung the blow that accumulated all his strength. Buzz. The mace smashed forward with violent power, making a sound of breaking through the air. B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** attempted to pour out all the anger in his heart with this stick. Sharp. Will, who fell towards Kaido, sighed in admiration. Compared with the future, Kaido's current strength is still far behind, but this Thunder 8 trigrams has reached a certain level. Thunder 8 trigrams may seem simple, but it involves a lot of use of power, perception of power and so on. I can't let you underestimate it. Will looked serious, starting from the right shoulder, the arm color was turned on to the maximum, and the entire arm became as black as ink. The momentum of the body soared. With both feet in the air, as if stepping on a solid body, the body accelerated towards Kaido. Facing Kaido's thunderous blow, Will swung his right fist hard. Dragon Fist. Kaido's pupils shrunk. The moment Will in front of him punched, he turned into a silver-white dragon, roaring and attacking him. The ferocious dragon's mouth opened wide, revealing its sharp fangs. It seemed that he was going to bite himself off in the next moment. Roar. The silver-white dragon is roaring. Kaido's eyes widened suddenly, his face was full of anger, his figure swelled, and his muscles were knotted. He roared angrily. B***************, D, lousy as the dragon. You reptile. Boom. Advertisement. The mace collided with the silver-white dragon, and there was a crackling sound that shook the space. Immediately afterwards, Kaido's huge body sank, the ground under his feet sank, and the ground cracked and spread around like a spider web. Crack. Wow. Boom. Under this shock wave, countless things were broken, houses collapsed, and people who were stunned by the conquerors were swept away to the distance. The standoff between Kaido and Will continues. A**hole, A**hole, A**hole. Kaido cursed in his mouth, even though all the strength of his body was poured into his arms, he still didn't shake the opponent at all. He couldn't figure out why this guy suddenly appeared in Wanokuni. The strength is so strong. Suddenly, the pressure from the mace increased sharply. Before he could react, an overwhelming force poured into his mace. Making him unstable and staggering a few steps backwards opened his empty door wide. Not good. Such thoughts popped up in his mind. Boom. Will, unabated, landed his right fist heavily on Kaido's chest, and could vaguely hear the sound of bones breaking. Immediately afterwards, Kaido crashed to the ground. The powerful force caused his body to plow a deep ditch on the ground, and finally smashed into a house. Boom. The house could not withstand the impact and collapsed. Will landed lightly on the ground, looking at the ruins opposite. The other side. Bullet confronts Jin and Quinn at the same time. Although he doesn't have Zone's bonus, his physical fitness is no worse than these two ancient Zone species, and even a bit stronger. In terms of hockey's attainments, the two are far inferior. Hey ha ha ha, use some strength, haven't you Eden? Bullet directly resisted Jin's punch with his face, his body only slightly shifted sideways, and he still said provocative words in his mouth. At the same time, a whip kicked Jin back. This guy. Jin stepped back a certain distance, his face solemn. Quinn's scalp tingled as he watched from the sidelines. From the beginning of the battle to the present, Bullet has suffered a lot of attacks, but it is just like the current situation. The other party was fine at all, and even enjoyed the fist-to-body fight with them. As this guy a monster? Advertisement. Before they could worry about this problem, the commotion in the distance attracted their attention. When they saw Kaido being punched flying by Will, their faces changed suddenly. As a result of the previous conqueror's collision between the two sides, they realized Will's strength. But the long-term strong perception of Kaido will not make them lose confidence in their boss. However, it was only a short time. Their boss was blown away, and they didn't think that the boss was letting the water go. This is difficult. Jin and Quinn looked at each other, and both saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Quinn, you and the others hold him back, I'll help Mr. Kaido. Good. Although Quinn didn't want to face Bullet, he was even more reluctant to fight Will, who was stronger than Kaido's boss. Jin flapped his wings and rose into the air, ready to support Kaido. Hey ha ha ha, are you pretending that I don't exist? Bullet's wanton laughter reached Jin's ears, and then he felt his ankle being grabbed by a big hand. Then he was swung back to the ground just after flying into the air. Hateful. Jin cursed, and two balls of fire appeared in his hands at once. Quinn, don't hold back, get rid of him as soon as possible. Emperor Yan. The scorching fireball hit Bullet, and even Bullet couldn't ignore the scorching heat. His figure flickered, and these two fireballs flew by his side, and hit the ground behind him, making two small craters. Immediately, the ground shook, followed by the sound of breaking wind. Bullet turned his head and saw that it was Quinn who had transformed into a brachiosaurus. While the huge body was sprinting, the huge head was extending like a snake. Bullet didn't have time to fight back, so he had to block. Boom. The body flew upside down and hit the ground in the distance, splashing countless dust. Did you hurt him? Quinn thought expectantly. Hey hey, ha ha ha. Amidst the smoke and dust, Bullet's wanton laughter could be heard. Jin and Quinn looked at each other, frowning tightly. Da da da. Bullet walked out of the smoke slowly, with a trace of bloodline at the corner of his mouth, which showed that Quinn didn't hold back just now. Standing in front of the two again, Bullet twisted his neck, bones creaking. Yes, it is indeed strong enough. But, you are not the only ones who can transform. Let you also taste the power of my combined fruit. Chapter 28. Thunder and Stars Collapse. Bullet, who was about to use his fruit ability, froze. Will in the distance is turning his head to look this way. Don't make such a big fuss, this place will be our territory in the future, do you want to tear it down and build it yourself? Bullet. He looked at Jin and Quinn, and said with regret, it's a pity, my big guy can't meet with you. He said sorry, but Jin and Quinn felt cold. Even the move that will forbids Bullet to use, it can be seen that the destructive power must be not small. But it's okay, I have another transformation. As soon as the words fell, the momentum of his body exploded, and the thick armament hockey covered his whole body. Jin and Quinn looked solemn. What a powerful armament hockey. The strength of armament hockey shown by Bullet is far inferior to them, and they don't know how the other party cultivates. But it's not over yet. Bullet is the so-called descendant of the Devil Bullet. As the saying goes, there are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. I saw a purple-blue flame rising from his body. With the appearance of arrogance, powerful coercion also spread. How can it be? Quinn watched this scene in horror, and the cigar in his mouth fell unconsciously to the ground. Under his gaze, the purple-blue arrogance shrank and merged with Bullet's thick armor. The aura of the whole person has become completely different. Since then, Bullet, the descendant of the devil, has appeared. Feeling the body full of power, Bullet grinned, and hooked his palms to Jin and Quinn. Come on, let's start the next round. Jin and Quinn swallowed at the same time. Seeing Bullet's side fighting fiercely, Will looked away. Looking back at the pile of ruins. Wow, chips of the board flew across, and Kaido stood up from the ruins unsteadily. Wiping the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, he looked down at his chest, which was slightly sunken. His eyes were wide open, burning with anger. Looking up at Will, UB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* pretended not to see Kaido's anger. What he cares more about is that Kaido's physical strength has reached this level. Rubbing his chin slightly, he began to think. It seems that both are top-level dragon-type phantom beasts, and their own thunder dragon fruit and the other party's blue dragon fruit still have different focuses. In terms of strengthening the body, it is comparable. In other respects, the opponent focuses more on resilience, and also has the power of wind and thunder. The power of wind is stronger, and the power of thunder is weaker. And my own words are more focused on the attack. But, Will always felt that the brontosaur fruit that Rocks gave him was a bit different from Kaido's. It was as if, the other party was a carp jumping over the dragon's gate. And myself, a dragon itself, B asterisk 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 D, UP asterisk 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 D me off. Kaido's furious voice brought Will back from his thoughts. Seeing this, she couldn't help curling her lips. I said you just repeated a few words, aren't you tired? It's better to rush up and fight with me. These words irritated Kaido even more. Yeah, Kaido was furious. You asked for it. Punching the mace on the ground, his body began to change. The surface of his body gradually turned blue, and then pieces of armor appeared. Human features disappear, followed by the appearance of dragon features. The head became a ferocious dragon head, the legs became dragon legs, and a dragon tail grew out from behind. The originally tall stature has grown a lot. At this moment, Kaido transforms into a dragon man form. Crackling sounds around the body, and electric arcs flashed from time to time. Feeling the violent power in his body, Kaido opened his ferocious mouth. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** slightly bent, and the sharp claws on the feet were firmly buckled on the ground. Boom. The ground collapsed, and the tall body shot out. The muscles of the right arm holding the mace swelled, constantly accumulating strength. Advertisement. B******************** D, eat me. The roaring Kaido hit Will in the head. Hey, you now have the attitude of the future 4 emperors, Kaido. Will chuckled, and then his gaze was lightning, and his body was covered with armament hockey. But now you are not worthy of my full strength. Taking a half step back with his right foot, his body sank slightly, and he swung his right fist at the waist and abdomen vigorously at the smashed mace. Clang. There was a sharp sound of golden iron, and countless sparks burst out from the intersection of the fist and the mace. Boom. The space shook, and the ground beneath Will's feet cracked. The huge counter-shock force made the two of them retreat a few steps, and after stabilizing their bodies, they rushed towards each other again. Boom. Clang. Boom. The two clashed fiercely, their fists collided with the mace, and occasionally there was the dull sound of physical being hit. The surrounding buildings were affected by their fighting, collapsing and burning. Soon, within 100 meters, everything was reduced to ruins. Kaido became more and more frightened. He admits that Will is strong, but he doesn't think that Will can compete with him in physical strength. Not to mention myself in the form of a dragon man. He is the top zone phantom beast fish fruit blue dragon form ability user. It's just that now, why is it that the more I fight, the more I lose my bottom? Looking at Will, who was violently confronting him, and the other party showed no signs of exhaustion, Kaido thought of this. King Kong Dysprosium. Kaido, unable to attack for a long time, jumped up high, and his right arm, which had already accumulated strength, was struggling to fall in the direction of Will. The mace also swung down, and suddenly a stick energy, like a swordsman's flying slash, shot out. Boom. Its formidable power is so great that everything in front of it will be shattered wherever it passes, and a gully will be formed on the ground. Will stared. This attack was much stronger than Spencer's slash when Dominic was there. But, facing the incoming attack, he stretched out his palm, violent thunder and lightning surrounded his body, and the gradually dense thunder snakes reflected the surrounding area pale. Lei Luan Xing Collapse. Chapter 29. If you fail to spray people, you will be sprayed. In an instant, the thunder snake danced wildly, rushing towards the oncoming stick energy. Countless lightning tentacles spread out from Will's body. Boom. The thick and dense razor bombarded Kaido's attack, bursting out a dense roar. Under the ravages of razor, Kaido's attack could no longer advance an inch. Finally, the thunder snake dissipated, and the stick energy disappeared. The scene returned to calm again. Kaido's pupils shrank suddenly. Are you a thunder fruit capable user? It's no wonder he misunderstood. After all, Will has never shown the dragon form of the Brontosaurus fruit since the battle. And can produce such a powerful lightning, I am afraid only thunder fruit. At least Kaido thinks so. Will chuckled, who knows? However, if you have the ability to force out my true strength, then you will know. The battle with Kaido has improved his combat experience a lot. B***************** D. Kaido glared. What makes him most angry is not that Will is stronger than himself. It's that the other party has such an indifferent attitude from the beginning to the end, and he doesn't take himself seriously at all. The more I think about it, the more angry I get, the more angry I want to kill him. Lousy sprayed you to death. Kaido smashed the mace to the ground. Then the body begins to elongate, first the head, then the neck, the upper body. This is the process of becoming a dragon form. It's almost the same as Will's transformation process. After a while, a winding dragon floated above the capital of flowers. Prepare to bear my wrath. Hot interest. The ferocious dragon's mouth opened wide, and a mass of terrifying energy quickly condensed in the dragon's mouth. Not good. Is Kaido trying to destroy my flower capital? Kurozumi Orochi and others watching the battle from a distance were shocked and angry when they saw this scene. Kurozumi Higurashi on the side said anxiously, we should stay away from here, so as not to be affected. This level of fighting is not something we can get involved in. Hateful. Although Kurozumi Orochi was angry, he still had to swallow his breath, and stayed away from the battlefield with Kurozumi Higurashi. Advertisement. Above, Kaido has already condensed the heat, and the big dragon's mouth locks Will's position, and the dragon's breath is like lava. Boom. The air exploded, and the scorching dragon's breath penetrated the space like a pillar of energy, heading straight for Will. This blow is so powerful that even a mountain can be wiped away for you. However, I don't know if it is an illusion. The moment Kaido released the dragon's breath, it seemed that Will's mouth was glowing. As a dragon-type phantom beast, Will is even more aware of the power of dragon's breath than Kaido. You know, Will's Thunder Dragon fruit is already in an awakened state. As for Kaido, it is just a finishing touch, and it will take a lot of time to wake up. Kaido wasn't dazzled, Will's mouth was literally glowing. A thunder bead quickly accumulated energy in his mouth, and countless thunder snakes flashed around his body. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. The space was silent for a moment, and then, boom! Leiju unleashed a berserk thunder force. The moment it was ejected from Will's mouth, Leiju suddenly enlarged. Its size surpassed Kaido's heat at once. Boom! Exuding hot and high-temperature heat, it collided with the thunder pillar with violent destructive power in an instant. The space vibrated violently. Shock waves spread to the surroundings. Kaido's dragon eyes widened. Although he didn't want to admit it, Will was indeed very powerful, and the oppression brought to him was not inferior to those of Golden Lion at all. But even they, if they encounter this trick of theirs, they have to avoid 3 points. Because heat cannot be released at any time. It's the energy accumulated and stored at ordinary times. If released all at once, it will be like a swordsman accumulating his own sword intent, and it is easy to draw the sword. Once the moment comes, the power is amazing. And now, the B********** D below, the B******** D that made him extremely angry. Not only did he easily block his own heat, but he also blocked it with a similar move. No, not just blocking. Kaido was startled, he realized that his enthusiasm was actually a disadvantage. Impossible. But in his sight, his heat was being swallowed up, and the berserk thunder column was raging towards him. How could I lose to you B**************** D? Advertisement. The successive setbacks made it hard for Kaido to accept, roared angrily, and crazily squeezed the energy in his body. The heat also increased a bit. Feeling Kaido's unwilling resistance, Will didn't hesitate. Feel the despair, Kaido. More violent thunder power poured out, and the suddenly enlarged thunder column quickly engulfed the heat. Under Kaido's unbelievable gaze, Leiju enveloped him. Boom. The dazzling lightning exploded, engulfing Kaido's huge dragon body. Those who followed the battlefield closed their eyes. Then the entire flower capital was submerged in white light. And in the white light all over the sky, several figures suddenly appeared on the edge of the battlefield. After a long time, the dazzling light gradually dissipated, and everyone's vision was restored. When they looked there again, the dragon had long since disappeared, replaced by Kaido who had regained his human form. At this moment, he was smoking and falling obliquely towards the distance. This is the gap between awakened and unawakened. What's more, our strengths are not equal at all. Will said something softly, as if he wanted to say it to Kaido, but also seemed to say it to the people present. Then he turned slowly and looked in the other direction. There, several figures appeared. The corner of Will's mouth curled up. You're finally here, Kazuki Oden. Those figures were naturally Kazuki Oden and his retainers who had just arrived. Kanamon, Denjiro, Kurozumi Kanjuro, Raizo, Ashura Doji. The Red Sheath 9 heroes reached the 5th place. As for where the rest are, Will doesn't care, his only goal is Kazuki Oden. Kazuki Oden was also eyeing Will, the powerhouse who had suddenly appeared at Wanokuni. From the time he felt the movements of the Flower City to the time he arrived here. Kaido, a tricky guy, has already been defeated by the opponent. Why had he never heard of such a young and strong man when he was at sea? Is it a new powerhouse? Why was he not surprised when he saw the arrival of others like himself, but more like looking forward to it for a long time? Just a few breaths. Countless questions flashed through Kazuki Oden's mind. Chapter 30. Shaping the Failed Hero. Kazuki Oden stepped into the battlefield with his retainers. Stop opposite Will. On the other side of the battlefield, Bullet, Jin, and Quinn also stopped. Jin and Quinn looked at each other, then walked back from the battlefield slowly, and then rushed to Kaido's side. In this regard, Bullet did not block. Because he knew the purpose of Will's coming to Wanokuni. Kazuki Oden. This big pirate was already famous before he went to sea. Ha ha ha. Oden burst into laughter suddenly, breaking the original serious atmosphere. Even Will was taken aback. Your Excellency is amazing. Oden's body trembled slightly, and his hand unconsciously held Yanmo around his waist. This is because of the desire to fight when encountering a strong person. Especially going back to Wanokuni this time around. Being restrained for various reasons and unable to make a move, the desire for fighting became stronger and stronger. But no matter how eager he was to fight, he suppressed the urge at this moment. But holding Yanmo's hand became harder and harder. Could you tell Your Excellency, what's the matter with Wanokuni? I have to say that Oden is really contradictory. Obviously he is a bohemian, bold and unrestrained person, but also very adventurous, brave and confident. It can be said that the shining points on his body make him full of charm. But in some things, it is difficult for you to agree with him. For example, cooking Oden on the bones of the enemy, Will thinks that only perverts can do it, probably not even Blackbeard. Another example is the series of events that happened after returning to Wanokuni. First of all, Oden must have the strength of the Vice-Emperor, and the current Kaido is definitely not an opponent, or in other words, no one in the entire Wanokuni is his opponent. However, when he was about to kill the Kurozumi Orochi, he was actually stopped by the barrier fruit. Damn, just the barrier fruit ability user and Kurozumi Orochi are trapped within the barrier, can they shrink for a lifetime? As for the hostages, no matter how you look at it, it's just a piece of cake, right? At least for Will, it can be done even without fruit power. Then the next development. Oden's choice made this heroic character feel particularly aggrieved. After compromising for 5 years, I found myself being tricked, and then fought back. During the war, he lost again because of the deceit of the clone fruit ability user. Advertisement. In the end, he was shot and killed in the frying pan. In short, Oden gave people an image of being bullish and arrogant in the first half of the period. After returning to Wanokuni, there are countless boredom. Will exhaled softly, putting these irrelevant thoughts behind him. There is indeed something. Both Oden and the Red Sheath 9 heroes behind him pricked up their ears. They don't want Wanokuni's old enemy to be replaced by a more powerful enemy. However, the more you are afraid of something, the more something will appear. Will rested his right hand on the hilt of Asuka's knife, his gaze was like a torch. I want to borrow your head for use. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere of the scene was terrifyingly quiet. The Red Sheath 9 heroes behind Oden grabbed their weapons one after another, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Farther away, there was a gleam in Kurozumi's eyes. One is an unknown powerful enemy who has just defeated Kaido. One is the formidable Kazuki Oden. If the two were fighting to the death, wouldn't he be reaping the benefits in the end? Thinking of this, he looked forward to a conflict between the two more and more. Ha ha ha, Oden threw his head back and laughed. I didn't expect that my head would still be remembered by someone. It's really happy. Since it's the enemy, then don't worry about other things, just wait and fight with all your strength. However, you haven't declared your name yet. You must know who you are fighting with, right? Rocks D. Will. Oden stroked his chin with his palm, thought for a while, but never thought that there was such a number one person in the sea. But the name Rocks is faintly familiar. Okay, I will remember it. Clang. Clang. Oden didn't ask Will why he wanted to take his own head. Yanmo and Tianyuyu came out of their sheaths at the same time and crossed on top of their heads. At the same time, his body was wrapped in a layer of arrogance. This is Wanokuni's emission, which is also the embodiment of advanced armament hockey loudspeaker. Buzz. Buzz. Yanmo and Tianyuyu Zan were covered in purple black at the same time. At this moment, Oden is like a tiger about to be released from the cage, and his momentum is soaring. Advertisement. Your Highness. Kinemon and others behind him drew their weapons, wanting to fight side by side with Oden. After all, the opponent was the guy who easily defeated Kaido. Back off. Oden stares excitedly at Will. The whole body is full of fighting spirit. This is my opponent. Kinemon knew Oden's temper, and it was impossible to stop him, so he could only retreat silently. Hey, it just so happened that I didn't enjoy the fight just now, so you guys can be my opponents. Kinemon turned his head one after another, and saw the tall bullet walking towards them slowly, with a wild aura exuding from his whole body. Come on, I hope you can hold on longer. Oden never took his eyes off Will, even the movement of Kinemon and the others fighting behind him didn't shake him. Call. Oden opened his arms, and with his movements, Yanmo and Tianyuyu cut through the air. The rising momentum and fighting spirit also reached their peak. Will's expression was solemn, and he no longer played casually against Kaido. Although he kept talking about killing Oden and taking his head. But it is undeniable, I am far behind Roger, Whitebeard and the others. And Oden. His strength is almost the same as his own, and even in terms of combat experience, the opponent is even better. It is not easy to defeat the opponent. Buzz. His aura is also gathering, armament hockey is urged to ultimate, and the field of knowledge and knowledge is opened. There seems to be thunder in the eyes. Come on, let's see how strong the strongest enemy I have encountered after I came out of Impel Down. It seemed to be responding to Will's inner thoughts. Oden's body moved. Da da da. The sound of clogs hitting the ground gradually changed from slow to rapid, and finally became inaudible. Oden's speed towards Will also increased rapidly. In the end, it seemed to turn into a fright. Oden 2 Swordsmanship. Chapter 31 The Threshold of the Top. Quick. Ultimate fast. Oden seemed to have traveled through the distance of time and space, and arrived in front of Will in an instant. Yanmo and Tianyuyu Zan brought up 2 cold lights and aimed straight at Will's face. Clang. A cold light suddenly appeared, and when the 2 blades were about to fall on Will, a pitch-black knife blocked his attack. Yanmo and Tianyuyu couldn't make any progress. Squeak. Asuka, Yanmo, and Tianyuyu Zan fought fiercely, and they both wanted to break through each other and slash at the opponent's master. Sure enough, Oden exclaimed. There are not many people who can block my attack. Each other. In Oden's attack just now, the impact brought by it was not small, and ordinary people really couldn't bear it. Suddenly, Oden's pupils shrank, and a horrified expression appeared on his face. The strength of holding Yanmo and Tianyuyu Zan increased a little bit, and the momentum skyrocketed again, like a fierce tiger devouring people. With a smile on the corner of Will's mouth. Oh, did you find out? Oden gritted his teeth. Why is the bird in your hand? He recognized the knife holding Yanmo and Tianyuyu Zan. It was his former companion, Spencer, who was also a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. The other party came to ask him more than once about how to accumulate weapons experience, so he was naturally familiar with Asuka. Of course this is my trophy. Boom. Oden's aura became violent, and his high fighting spirit turned into anger. What did you do to Spencer? Feeling the sudden increase in pressure from his hand, Will's strength also increased. As you think, I killed him. You be asterisk 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 D, how dare you? Will admitted it unabashedly, turning Oden's anger into murderous intent, covering him. There is nothing to dare. In this sea, no one can't die. I can't, he can't, and you can't either. Without such awareness, what kind of pirates are you? I not only killed him, but also took his head, and you will be no exception. One of you Roger pirates counts as one. Ah. Oden roared angrily, and his awe-inspiring killing intent almost became real. Advertisement. I am going to kill you. He said this word by word, his eyes fixed on Will were already blood red. Maybe I killed you. The two looked at each other, as if sparks collided in their eyes. Tang. Using the force of the shock, Oden jumped back, slamming his feet on the ground, and charged Will again. Yanmo and Tianyu Zan in their hands quickly slashed. Will stood firm and unafraid, Asuka waved afterimages in his hands. Ding ding ding. The speed of the two was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. Only the sparks that burst out in the air from time to time prove that their attacks have occurred. Oden's two-knife swordsmanship is indeed very strong, not only as fast as ultimate, but also the power of each knife cannot be underestimated. The most shocking thing is the opponent's exuberant energy and super high fighting talent. Clang. Ding. However, this attack, which was enough to make most people desperate, failed to take advantage of Will. At this moment, Will fell into a strange state. After observation Haki has been running to ultimate, under the fierce attack of Oden, it is inevitable that it will be a little difficult. If it weren't for the perfect level of basic swordsmanship, Chong would always be able to see through the flaws of Oden's two-sword style at critical moments and save the day. It is estimated that the current Will has been breached by Oden. Unless he starts to counterattack with his whole cards. But he didn't. Oden is a good opponent. Fighting with the opponent can make oneself grow up quickly. Transform the improvement you have gained in the past 10 years into your own strength. Under the strong pressure brought by Oden, Will's observation Haki changed. With the help of the system, his Haki has already reached an advanced level, and is not far from the top level. And at this stage, talented people will awaken the branch ability of observation Haki. This is the case with him now. A mysterious feeling came to my heart. As Oden attacks more furiously and violently, the feeling becomes clearer and more real. Then, a picture suddenly appeared in my mind. Will's movements froze for a moment. Laugh. The sharp edge of Tianyuyu slash cut through his clothes, leaving a scar on his arm, and bloodline oozes from the wound. Will exploded back, out of range of Oden's attack. Advertisement. Frowning slightly, the picture in his mind just now made him a little uncomfortable. It was also affected by it. Even the slightest flaw can become a fatal crisis in a master's fight. That was just now. Oden didn't give Will time to think about it, his mind was already affected by the killing intent, he just wanted to kill the person in front of him. Left, right, another image flashes by, not giving Will a chance to capture its content. Ding. Will didn't forcefully operate the observation Haki, and returned to his normal fighting stance. Just now, he has touched the threshold of the top observation Haki, and has the qualification to awaken the ability to foresee the future. But it is not stable at all, and it is impossible to play a role in the battle with Oden. It might even bring you a crisis. Cross-flow lane. Facing the approaching Oden, Will quickly waved the flying bird in his hand, and a cold light suddenly appeared in the air. Two slashes appeared in the shape of a cross, flying towards the rushing Oden. These are actually two ordinary slashes. But for Will's perfect basic swordsmanship, even an ordinary level A is comparable to a big move. He is very confident. In basic swordsmanship, no one has a higher realm than him. And the so-called ultimate move is nothing more than a combination of countless basic sword skills before it becomes advanced. The way of swordsmanship is from simple to complex, and then from complex to medium, and it is worth returning to the realm of returning to the basics. Corresponding to these three realms are the swordsman, the great swordsman, and above the great swordsman. In other words, Will's blow is equivalent to the slash of a great swordsman. Oden also felt the difficulty of these two slashes. With a low shout, Yanmo and Tianyu Yuzhan slashed forward vigorously, and also met with two slashes. Boom. Two explosions sounded, and the slashes of Will and Oden collided. After a stalemate for a few breaths, they exploded one after another, turning into turbulent waves and wreaking havoc. Ha! Oden let out a breath, and Will was more difficult than he could have imagined. But this does not stop his determination to kill. Eyes become sharper. Take my blow and try. Chapter 32 Taoyuan Shirataki vs Kanglongpo. 5th update. Please support daily. Oden roared, and charged at Will with lightning speed. When the distance was still more than 10 meters away, he jumped into the air with all his strength. Oden twists in midair. An invisible air current is drawn, forming an Uzumaki. And he himself threw his arms back as hard as he could, like a spinning top with a powerful clockwork, ready to riot at any moment. Crackling. Black and red lightning exploded on his body surface, and quickly wrapped around Yanmo and Tianyu Zan. Oden at this moment is terrifying. Oden dual sword style Taoyuan Shirataki. Will looked at Oden, who was rolling towards him like a mountain above his head, and tightened his grip on Asuka. Well done. He gave a low snort, and his momentum exploded. The color of the skin on the surface of the body quickly turned to white, and pieces of armor emerged, and the body suddenly increased by a few points. It is different from Kaido's dragonoid form. Will still maintains a human appearance at this time, but his whole body is covered with a layer of white armor. It's not over yet. The same black and red lightning appears, and the conqueror's wraps around the bird. Extreme Kanglongpo. Immediately, Will really seemed to be surrounded by a black dragon, and the dragon's head roared at Oden above. Roar. After a low shout, Asuka attacked Oden from bottom to top. The ferocious head of the Kanglong also jumped up and bit. At the moment when Asuka collided with Yanmo and Tianyu Yuzan, the battlefield was eerily quiet for an instant. Then there was a huge roar. Boom. The sky and the earth changed color, and the entire capital of flowers trembled under the violent shock. The violent air current hits in all directions. On the edge of the battlefield, Kurozumi and his subordinates struggled to stabilize their bodies. He wanted to know what was going on in the center of the battlefield. It's a pity that the harsh light there took away the view. It wasn't until this moment that he clearly realized how terrifying a real strong person really is. The last time Oden killed him, it was just fear. At this moment, he really experienced despair. If these two people are determined to attack him, the consequences will be disastrous. No, Kurozumi quickly cleared his mind. Since Oden chose to compromise at the beginning, he will not become an enemy for the time being. Advertisement. Instead, it was this man who suddenly appeared in Wanokuni. The opponent defeated Kaido, and the previous words revealed that they will use Wanokuni as their base in the future. Thinking of this, the clear thinking made him make a choice quickly. Go and gather the troops, and you are also ready. If Oden can't beat the opponent later, we will shoot. Kurozumi Higurashi hesitated, as this too risky. We have no choice, if we want to keep Wanokuni, keep our status, that man must be removed. After thinking about it, I still feel unsafe. Someone go join Oden's subordinates and express our willingness to cooperate. Also, find Kaido and ask him to bring someone over. Orders from Kurozumi Orochi were issued. If Will knew, he would probably praise Kurozumi as well. This guy is the one to have Oden in his hands. In addition to lack of strength, whether it is ambition, insidiousness or scheming, he can be called a hero. Will, who didn't know that he was being targeted, chest heaved and panted heavily at the moment. The ground under his feet shattered due to the huge impact. The right arm holding Asuka trembled slightly. And across from him, Oden was also having a hard time. His breathing was heavy, his arms were trembling, and his clothes were disheveled. In this duel, Will successfully blocked Oden's attack. It seems that the two sides are evenly matched. In fact, Oden's consumption just now far exceeded his own. Only, Will stared at the unabated Oden on the opposite side, knowing that a protracted battle was coming. However, what I'm least afraid of is a protracted war. The two looked at each other without speaking, and rushed towards each other at the same time. The sound of gold and iron crossing sounded again, but this time it was even more violent. From the battlefield, several slashes flew out from time to time. Or fly to the sky, or fly over the house, and destroy the surrounding things twice. While their battle was in full swing. On the other side, Kinemon and the five of them are besieging Bullet together. But for Bullet, which is not inferior to Kaido, they really have nothing to do. The current strength of the Red Sheath 9 heroes is really not that strong. Denjiro is not Denjiro 20 years later, Ashura Doji and Raizo are not 20 years later. The pressure brought by the five people is not as good as Jin and Quinn. Clang. The katana cut on Bullet's back, splashing countless sparks. Bullet himself didn't feel much. Advertisement. On the contrary, it was the counter-shock force from his hand that almost made Kinemon unable to hold the handle of the knife. Bullet turned his head to look at Kinemon behind him, grinning. Hey ha ha ha, aren't you full? Do you want me to charge you with weapons? Silence. Deathly silence. The hearts of the Kinemon five seem to be pressed against a big rock. The people in front of them are too strong, they cannot be shaken at all. Even if 5 people attack together, it won't work. Since you have no whole cards, let's get rid of you. Bullet also lost interest in Kinemon and the others. The opponent can't break through his own defense, so how can he play? Really, shouldn't have agreed with Will. Saying this, his body trembled, and his eyes suddenly opened wide. Boom. A majestic aura erupted from him, sweeping towards Kinemon and the others. What? The complexions of the 5 members of Kinemon changed drastically. Such a strong oppressive force made it difficult for them to breathe. This guy also has Conqueror's Haki. As soon as this idea appeared, my mind was hit by an invisible coercion. The strong dizziness made them shake. Hastily slammed the samurai sword on the ground to stabilize his figure. Suppressing the discomfort, he condensed his will to resist the invasion of this shock. HMPH, the will is quite firm. Bullet snorted, and then his face turned playful. However, relying on will alone will not allow you to defeat your opponent. As soon as the voice fell, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Kanjuro. Kanjuro, be careful. What? Before Kanjuro could react, a sharp pain suddenly came from his waist, and his whole body seemed to be in pain as if it was about to be disconnected. The eyeballs were congested with blood due to the severe pain, almost wanting to jump out of the eye sockets. Boom. Kanjuro was swept away by a kick, and hit a stone wall straight. The stone walls cracked, then crumbled. Cough. Kanjuro in the pile of rocks wanted to get up, and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, which was accompanied by broken internal organs. The body swayed and fell back again. Chapter 33. I will find it back. Kanjuro. Several people's eyes were tearing apart. Kanjuro's tragic situation really frightened them. Instead of worrying about him, you might as well worry about yourself. A devil-like whisper came from Kinemon's ear. His body froze, and he turned around with difficulty. Then his head was held down by a big hand, and his 5 fingers pinched his head like a steel bar. Bullet lifted Kinemon with one hand, looked at the other's terrified expression, and grinned. It's really pitifully weak. Kinemon. The nearest Denjiro rushed over. Bullet looked over and joked, if you want it, I'll give it to you. Then he smashed Kinemon into Denjiro's arms like a sledgehammer, and the huge impact sent the two of them flying. And Lei Zhang and Ashura Boy, who had already reacted, came to kill. Originally, the siege of 5 people would not be able to win Bullet, let alone the 2 of them now. Look at the one-sided battle here. Kurozumi Orochi and others in the distance fell silent for a while. Want to go up and help them? Kurozumi Higurashi asked, but she knew it was pointless. Unless muster the 9 retainers of Oden to join them in the siege. Where is Kaido? Kurozumi Orochi frowned. The current situation is in a dilemma, whether to help or not is a question. No news yet. Damn it. Kurozumi Orochi was a little annoyed. The plan has not been implemented yet, and half of it will die prematurely. What the hell does Kaido want to do? Is he really willing to give up those weapons factories? At this time, Kaido, who was complained by the big snake, took Jin and Quinn to observe the battle between Oden and Will from a distance. The fight with Will just now caused him to be seriously injured. The clothes were torn, and the exposed skin was scorched black. Jin and Quinn shrugged their noses from time to time, and could always vaguely smell a burnt beard. Boss Kaido seems to be half-baked. Jin quickly suppressed this rash thought. Boss Kaido, what should we do? Shall we agree to Orochi's proposal? Advertisement. Quinn on the side also looked at Kaido. To be honest, he doesn't really want to face Will. But the Kaido boss's decision is what matters. Kaido was staring at Will, who was fighting Oden, with a serious expression and puzzled expression. He couldn't figure out why Will was acting like that. That kind of white lingia is very similar to the dragon scales when I transformed, except for the different colors. But the other party did not reveal other characteristics of Zone's ability from beginning to end. Boss Kaido. Jin asked again. Kaido came back to his senses, and said in a disdainful tone, that big snake, don't pay attention to him. They will never understand what a real strong man is. If you easily get involved in the battle between those two. Kaido looked at Jin and Quinn, and smiled meaningfully. Those two monsters will have a temporary truce and clean up all of us who are in the way. He has been in this sea for so many years, and he was still in the Rocks Pirate, and he has seen countless powerful monsters. The mentality of those people couldn't be clearer. Then shall we wait like this? Jin frowned, and persuaded in a low voice. Boss Kaido, I think it's better to make a decision as soon as possible. Kaido was silent for a while. The line of sight falls on the center of the battlefield. The battle between Will and Oden is still going on. In such a high-intensity battle, neither of them is exhausted in the slightest. There is even a faint tendency to upgrade again. The terrifying slashes followed one after another, and there would be flashes of thunder from time to time. The shaking from the ground never stopped. He even doubted whether the capital of flowers could still exist after today was a problem. Looking at the other battlefield, the guy named Bullet. Oden's men had been ravaged by the moment. When I first saw it in the newspaper, I was thinking of recruiting him after he came to New World. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Boom. In the end, Kaido hit the wall beside him with a punch. The wall was unbearable to be, humiliated, and fell down with a boom. That damn B**************** D. Lousy never finished with him. Advertisement. He cursed viciously, and ordered Jin and Quinn, let the people below clean up as soon as possible, bring valuable things, and let's go to sea. What? Jin and Quinn looked at their boss in shock, they didn't expect him to make such a decision. Didn't you hear? Kaido was also in a bad mood. No, Boss Kaido, are we just giving up on Wanokuni? Jin still didn't understand. Can't we intervene after they decide the winner? It's really not good, it's okay to cooperate with that guy. We have the strength, Wanokuni is such a big cake, he can't swallow it, right? Quinn also thought what Jin said made sense. If Oden wins, then everything will return to the original track. If Will wins, then they can also cooperate, and their beasts pirates have this qualification. Cooperate. Kaido sneered. For the ambitious and strong, only those of the same level are eligible to cooperate. Also, you underestimate their greed. Kaido remembered the days of Rock's Pirate, the ambition and greed of those strong, they hoped to have everything for themselves. But isn't Boss Kaido also cooperating with Orochi? HMPH, the big snake is just a tool, when he has no value, it will be his end. Do you really think I take him as a partner? He looked at the battlefield again. For the same reason, if we cooperate with that guy, we beasts pirates will have only 2 endings. One is to finally merge into his subordinates and serve him. Second, before we run out of value, either we knock him down, or we get killed. Jin and Quinn were silent. Kaido waved his hand. Go, get ready, let's go to sea. The sea is so big, with the strength of our beasts pirates, are we afraid that we will have no territory? After Jin and Quinn left, Kaido looked towards the battlefield with raging flames burning in his eyes. That is anger and fighting spirit. Wanokuni is an ideal base that he has worked so hard to build, so it is natural and unwilling to let it out like this. He even thought about asking Charlotte Linlin for help. But in the end the idea was extinguished. Just wait, Lousy will find this place sooner or later. Chapter 34 Comet Horn. Clang. Tien Yu Zan was caught in Will's dragon's claw, and it was difficult to get in the slightest. However, Tianyu Yuzan, which was entwined with the dual power of armed color and conquerors, still made his arm numb, and his defense was almost broken. Oden was not surprised by this, since the battle until now, he already had a clear understanding of the opponent's strength. PFF'd. Yanmo stabbed Will's lower abdomen at a tricky angle, and the sound of the sharp knife piercing into the flesh was clearly audible. Even with the dual protection of armed color and armor, it is still difficult to resist Yanmo's sharpness. However, the pain in his body didn't change Will's expression at all. Instead, there was a hint of success in his eyes. PFF'd. At the same angle, in the same position, the bird penetrated deeply into Oden's body. Oden frowned slightly, his expression terribly indifferent. Ever since he knew that Spencer was killed by the person in front of him, he hadn't shown a happy smile in the battle. You were really cruel to yourself. It was impossible to tell whether it was ridicule or admiration from his tone. But one thing is certain. Oden is somewhat incomprehensible to Will's sudden injury for injury style of play. Everyone originally had no choice but to see who made a mistake first or drew the last whole card. But now the opponent has chosen the next strategy of exchanging injuries for injuries. You know this is Wanokuni, his place. Orochi and Kaido are watching covetously. Once they lose the ability to fight, they will be manipulated by others. Ah, Will sighed softly, I don't want to either. There is still a grand meeting to catch up, I really don't have time to spend here with you, otherwise I will really miss it. The strong fight, time-consuming and labor-intensive. If there is no cost, it can be ended in a short time. Just like now, it's just that this price is still within the acceptable range for Will. Oden frowned again, not sure what the grand gathering Will was talking about. But now is not the time to care about that. Then let's see, who can last till the end. Laugh, laugh. The two drew out the weapons inserted into each other at the same time, bringing out a column of blood. The sting still made them twitch their mouths. Ding ding ding. Intensive and violent counterattacks unfolded, both sides were trying their best to attack, and they cared less and less about their own defense. Laugh. Advertisement. Laugh. The wounds on the two men continued to appear, and the bloodline soaked their clothes, making them look very scary. This kind of desperate play is not a small burden for them. Stamina is rapidly depleting. The energy in the body is also passing away rapidly. Hematopoietic function began to fail. All these reasons combined, their fatigue finally appeared. Who? The two separated again, their chests rose and fell violently, and they breathed the air heavily. Ha ha, Oden gasped, with a complicated look on his face. A young and strong man like you appears in the sea, if there is no such thing as Spencer. Roger and Beiji will be very excited, right? Maybe. Will is noncommittal about this, they have already reached this point, and they are destined to be enemies in the future. Oden also knew there was no point in saying that. The body squatted down, into a bow and horse stance, with arms on the platform at shoulder level, Yanmo held in front of him, and Tianyu held behind him. Crackling. While gathering momentum on his body, black and red lightning bolts crackled around him. Will's eyes narrowed slightly, the opponent was about to attack with all his might. There is no longer any hesitation. At the same time as the whole body's momentum rose, the body began to change. The human features disappeared, and Will transformed into a draconian form under Oden's slightly shocked gaze. This state is generally the same as Kaido's dragon man form. The difference lies in the different colors, and Will's body is leaner and stronger, and his momentum is more vigorous and magnificent. Crackling. Dense thunder snakes emerged around Will's body, and a radius of tens of meters turned into a thunder field. Will's dragon eyes turned a fiery white, the power of thunder. Under his traction, the lightning in the field gathered on his body surface, quickly condensing into an armor composed of lightning. The result is a draconian covered in Thor's armor. Extreme Oden dual sword style Taoyuan Shirataki. Boom. Oden stomped on the ground, and when the ground crumbled, his figure turned into a streamer of light and shot towards Will. Wherever it passed, the air exploded, and the air waves brought up smashed the ground all the way. The bird in Will's hand pointed diagonally at the ground. Take half a step back with your right foot and bow slightly. Boom. With him as the center, the ground collapsed for more than 10 meters like a spider web, and his body burst out. Advertisement. The two seemed to turn into two beams of light and rushed towards each other. It's almost here. With unrivaled momentum, go forward indomitable. Oden's eyes widened, his arm muscles bulged, and he roared hysterically again. Extreme Oden dual sword style Taoyuan Shirataki. Thunder was even stronger in Will's fiery dragon eyes, and his aura surged again. Behind him, among the flying birds wrapped in pale thunder, there are more black and red streaks. Oden, your head is up for grabs. Dragon God / Comet Horn. At this moment, the flying bird seemed to be transformed into a comet from outer space. Passing through the layers of atmosphere, carrying raging fire, and carrying the power of destroying the world, it fell to the ground. And Will blew the trumpet to destroy the world. Finally, the two streamers collided together. Immediately, dazzling light erupted from the place where the two collided, engulfing everyone's sight in an instant. Boom. The deafening roar spread, followed by a violent shock wave. The earth is shaking, cracking, and the cracks are spreading. Wherever they pass, buildings fall and houses are trampled. Even people who have been hiding far away have been affected. All of a sudden, there were cries, howls, and calls for help. In the face of this kind of disaster comparable to natural disasters, they are like ants. Kurozumi Orochi and others are safe and sound. The barrier fruit blocked the impact for them, but at this moment they felt deep despair. On the other side, Bullet threw Denjiro aside like a torn sack. Looking at the battlefield over there against the dazzling light, his eyes were full of fanaticism. It's amazing. Looks like I have to work harder. After a long time, the light faded, and everyone regained their vision. They all looked towards the center of the battlefield, but the smoke and dust from the violent turbulence prevented them from seeing the scene clearly. They were so anxious that they wanted to rush in to see who won the duel. Call. A gust of wind blows, sweeping the dust all over the sky and drifting away into the distance. It also touched people's hearts. Finally, the smoke and dust receded, and the scene on the field entered their field of vision. That is, Chapter 35. A man over 800 years. Everyone showed horror in their eyes, and they were extremely shocked to see this scene in front of them. How can it be? On the battlefield over there, the surrounding buildings have disappeared, leaving only a messy land. And in the center, a huge nearly circular pit appeared. Will and Oden are right in the center of the pit. At this moment the lightning armor on his body has disappeared. Still maintaining the form of the dragon man, standing there quietly. There are many small cuts on the body surface, and bloodline flows from the corner of the mouth. The bird in his hand had already been torn apart, leaving only a small half full of cracks. And across from him, his opponent Oden. Kneeling on the ground on one knee, her hair was loose, and her clothes were so torn that they almost became rags. The most surprising thing is that his arms hang down to the ground, as if there is no bone support. He no longer has Yanmo and Tianyu Yuzan in his hands. Oden, who never left his sword, lost his favorite sword in the battle, which shows a very serious problem. Those who checked the situation here soon found Yanmo and Tianyu Yuzan at the two corners of the deep pit. All of this has already shown the result of this battle. Kazuki Oden, lost. This is undoubtedly shocking news. Especially for the people of Wanokuni. No matter how disappointing their highness is, it is their highness, the most powerful warrior in Wanokuni. Now, their highness has lost in an upright duel, and the faith in their hearts has collapsed. An unspeakable sense of frustration floated in everyone's heart. Even the darkness that Kaido and Kurozumi joined forces to rule Wanokuni did not make them feel so uncomfortable. Master Oden, defeated. In the other direction, Kaido clenched his fists, his eyes full of fright. He now finally knows what Will's ability is. Like myself, it is a top-level phantom beast dragon fruit, most likely a brontosaurus fruit. As for what the name is, it doesn't matter anymore. Crackling. He gritted his teeth tightly. In the end, the indignation and unwillingness turned into a deep sigh. Kazuki Oden, lost. Advertisement. Kazuki Oden, who was helpless even himself, was defeated by Will. That can only show that the opponent's strength is stronger than Oden, and now I really have nothing to do with the opponent. The last trace of luck disappeared. Taking a deep look at Will, he turned and left. The sea is vast, but it's also very small. When we meet again, I won't be the same as today, being a lost dog. Wait. Will naturally didn't know that when he was fighting Oden, many things happened. He has lost his dragon form and returned to his normal human appearance. Looking down at Oden in front of him, there was no surprise on his face after defeating a strong enemy. Looks like I won. Hearing Will's words, Oden, who had kept his head down, slowly raised his head. Cough. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth and sprinkled on the ground in front of him, like a blooming flower of death. Oden smiled bitterly. Yes, you won. My hands are half useless, even if I have the strength to fight again, it is meaningless, it is just a futile struggle. He supported his body on one knee, bent the other foot, and knelt on the ground. He looked up at the still clear sky. Ha ha ha. First he laughed lowly, then laughed loudly, and finally laughed wildly. Will just watched silently. After a long time, the laughter stopped. Oden looked at Will. Although he failed to avenge Spencer, I don't think he will blame me. After all, I've tried my best. Will still didn't speak, just watched quietly. I really miss the days at sea. I don't know what happened to Roger and the others. Did Xiaobaiji and the others hold a banquet in a certain sea area? Oden rambled on a lot, and Will also listened quietly. After a long time, Oden stopped and looked at Will with a solemn expression. Your Excellency, can you allow me to make one last request before I die? Will nodded. You say, I will listen, but I may not agree. Your Excellency, please treat the people of Wanokuni well. I owe this country too much. I have no chance to make up for them. I hope you will be more lenient to them. Will frowned slightly, not expecting Oden to make such a request. When he died in the original book, he didn't ask Kaido and Orochi. As long as they don't find trouble for me, it's not a problem for them to live and work in peace and contentment. Advertisement. Ha ha ha, that's good. Oden straightened his body, no fear of death on his face. He looked past Will and looked at the distant sky, with a gloomy gaze and a gloomy tone. The whole world is waiting for that person to appear. When that person appears over 800 years, the world will usher in great changes. I really hope that Wanokuni can change the status quo of being closed to the outside world and become his help. Just, my journey, it's over. Laugh. The half-cracked bird flew away in a flash, leaving a red line on Oden's neck before it shattered bit by bit. Kazuki Oden, pawn. Will didn't pay much attention to Oden's last few words. He also knows a lot about pirate world. Except for the hole that the old thief Oda dug and didn't fill, even if you rely on guessing, you can guess the rest. As long as one's own strength is strong enough, whoever will kill whoever. Master Oden. Master Oden. Seeing the light of the knife across Oden's neck and seeing Oden's head roll off, the people of Wanokuni exclaimed and were overwhelmed by anger. Many people rushed towards Will. Only. Boom. A violent figure smashed in front of them, blocking their way. Crackling. Bullet snapped his knuckles, staring playfully at the group in front of him. He, if you want to die, I can fulfill you, wow. The crowd was in an uproar, and the group returned to reason after being so frightened by Bullet. Look left and right, there's a stalemate here, neither advancing nor retreating. Ah. Bullet turned away in disdain, ignoring the group of people. At this time, a group of people walked out from another direction, and approached the big pit cautiously. Their appearance attracted everyone's attention. Will also looked at the person coming, revealing an incomprehensible smile. 2 Chapter 36I, Orochi, I'm also a man with cards. The person who came was Kurozumi Orochi and his gang. He led a lot of people, and only slowed down when he stepped onto the edge of the big pit. Hurry up. Go and get Yanmo and Tnu Zan. While ordering his subordinates, he never took his eyes off Will's body. Seeing that Will didn't move, he relaxed a little. Soon his subordinates took Yanmo and Tnu back. Will just watched Kurozumi Orochi and the others approach him with Yanmo and Tnu Zan. Stop at a distance of about 10 meters between the two sides. Kurozumi's eyes landed on Will's feet. There lay quietly the corpse of his confidant. Kazuki Oden, the man who brought him great fear, died here so easily. For them, the impact is not small. Just now, his partner, Kaido, is also preparing to leave Wanokuni. He can't wait to escape Wanokuni immediately. After all, there is still a terrifying existence here that can kill Oden. But he was very unwilling. I can't bear the glory and wealth of Wanokuni. I can't bear these powers. Even if you want to leave, you have to wait for him to accumulate more wealth. What's more, I don't have no cards. Thinking of this, Kurozumi Orochi gained confidence and took 2 steps forward. My lord, this is your trophy. With a compliment on his face, he waved his hand behind him at the same time. The subordinates holding Yanmo and Tnu Zan trembled, and hurriedly walked up to Will with 2 famous knives in their hands, and handed them over respectfully. Will looked at the 2 famous knives in front of him. Their original owners had just been killed by him. Hold them separately in your hand. Seeing this, Kurozumi Orochi's eyes flashed brightly, and there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Will also felt strange. Tnu Zan was okay, there was no change in the slightest. But inexplicable fluctuations came from Yanmo, as if the knife had come to life. Immediately afterwards, his own armament haki condensed out uncontrollably, covering the arm holding Yanmo. And Yanmo's sword was wrapped in a deep breath, as if it came from hell. Feeling his armament haki being continuously sucked away by Yanmo, Will frowned. Bring Yanmo in front of his eyes and look at it carefully. After a while, I figured out what was going on. First of all, there may be some strange properties in the forging material of this knife that caused this result. Secondly, Yanmo sucked armament haki away to nourish himself. Advertisement that is the process of refining the black knife. But this Yanmo is active, regardless of whether the master is willing or not. In the future, without my permission, if you absorb a little more haki privately, I will kill you directly. In line with his words, there was an icy aura exuding from his body, as if trying to freeze everything. The Kurozumi snakes who were a little closer felt a chill in their hearts, and they came down in cold sweat. Yanmo seemed to feel the will of the person holding him. The blade trembled slightly. After a few breaths, Enma stopped absorbing Will's armament haki. Snort. Seeing that Yanmo didn't make a fuss anymore, Will snorted coldly, and then looked at Kurozumi Orochi and his group. Grown-ups. Kurozumi put a smile on his face. Thank you for getting rid of Kazuki Oden, a traitor, for us Wanokuni. Thank you also for helping us get rid of Kaido, that evil pirate, so that our Wanokuni can finally restore peace. Oh, Will was a little surprised by Kurozumi Orochi's words. Is this guy so eloquent? Kazuki Oden is a traitor? Yes, absolutely true. Kurozumi Orochi expressed affirmation. He is dissatisfied with the passing of the previous generation of generals to me, and wants to take my general position. Will nodded, seeming to agree with Kurozumi Orochi's words. He also knows a little about Wanokuni's history, so it's hard to tell who is right and who is wrong. In short, it is still the same sentence, whoever can have the last laugh is qualified to write history. Kaido is indeed a wicked pirate. He looked at Kurozumi Orochi. So, what are you trying to express by telling me this? Kurozumi waved his hand behind him, and immediately someone brought up several large boxes. The boxes were opened one by one, and they were full of gold, silver and jewels. In order to thank you for your help, sir, please accept this small gift from us. Will couldn't help but be amused. Kurozumi Orochi is a good idea. Do you think you won't be ashamed to take a shot at Wanokuni after collecting these things? And leave Wanokuni with these things? Or do you want to do something? Shaking his head, how could he have time to play house games with him? Alright, interrupt what Kurozumi Orochi wanted to say. Advertisement, now I give you 2 options, one is to leave. Forget it. Will shook his head again, looking at Kurozumi with pity. I didn't care if you were dead or not, but now that Oden is dead and you are still alive, it's a bit unfair to him. So, please go down and accompany him. Kurozumi Orochi was taken aback for a moment, and then was shocked and angry. I haven't finished my sentence yet, so I was sentenced to death? But at this moment, he couldn't allow him to think too much, and screamed, "Hurry up and protect me." Clatter. The samurai behind him stepped forward one after another, standing in front of Kurozumi Orochi. And the Kurozumi snake ran towards the back with the support of several retainers. "Hey, since you're here, don't leave." Buzz. A soft moan sounded, and Yanmo, who had just been sent to the hand by Kurozumi Orochi, swung forward. A bright silver slash was parallel to the ground and swept towards the warriors. Laugh. 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 The slashing cut the warriors in two, blood and flesh flew all over the body, and they didn't even have time to scream. The movement behind him made Kurozumi Orochi and others who were running away couldn't help but look back. However, just this one glance almost didn't scare their souls out. But in a short time, most of his subordinates were killed or injured. How can this stop the opponent? Then, he saw Will aiming in his direction, and swung the knife again. Another bright silver slash struck. Quick, protect, use your ability to protect. Kurozumi screamed and urged the barrier fruit ability user. The current barrier fruit ability user is an old man, and when he saw that slash attack, he didn't need Kurozumi Orochi to order him, and immediately made a gesture. Following his movements, a glass-like barrier covered everyone. Boom. The bright silver slash bombarded the barrier, making a bang, and the ground shook slightly. Surprised, Kurozumi and his group fell to the ground. If they were a step slower just now, they probably only have scum left now, right? Chapter 37. Hey, I have a bad temper. 5th update, ask for a wave of support every day. The slash failed to penetrate the barrier, and finally disappeared invisible. Call. Kurozumi Orochi and the others were relieved. Call out. Just when they breathed a sigh of relief, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them, which made them tremble again in fright. It's Will. Ah! Someone screamed out in fright, and backed away in horror, and didn't stop until they touched the barrier. It was a lot more reassuring to find that Will was just watching them through the screen. Clang clang clang. Yanmo slashed at the barrier a few times vigorously, without leaving the slightest trace. I touched it directly with my hand, and it was similar to the texture of glass. But it's really tough. In a sense, this ability is indeed unsolvable. But, ha ha ha, don't waste your energy. This barrier can't even be shaken by Oden. Even if you are stronger than him, you can't break it. Kurozumi Orochi's face was full of pride. It was this barrier that saved his life. Will looked at him like he was an idiot. Big Snake looked uncomfortable. What's the matter? Did I say something wrong? Will looked at the people inside mockingly. Are you planning to stay in it for the rest of your life? Forehead. Kurozumi looked at each other when he heard the words, and was instantly stunned. That's right, are people like me just so exhausted and not going out? But this is not enough for others, there is no food or drink in it. F*K. It's over. Seeing this, Will said with disdain. I'm not that idiot Oden, I can't even clean up the fish on the chopping board. Kurozumi Orochi and others feel ashamed, this is really a cocoon. Porp porp. Just then, the call of the phone bug rang. Will blinked, looked into his arms, reached in and pulled out a phone bug. Damn it, you little guy is really lucky, Will is amazed. The battle between myself and Oden just now was extremely fierce, and I suffered a lot of attacks on my body, but did this little guy survive? And his own lightning didn't kill it? Advertisement. However, he could tell that this little guy was really weak, and there were many marks on the shell. Moses. Touch you big-headed ghost. The phone was connected, and Stussy's voice came from the opposite side. Phone bugs are also trying to emulate Stussy. Oh, big beauty, what's the matter? Are you still in Wanokuni? Well, I just arrived today. Is the matter over? Will looked at the trembling Kurozumi Orochi and the others inside the protective barrier, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It's almost done, and it's finishing up now. Then you have to hurry up. Marine is escorting the One Piece King Roger to Logue Town. If you want to join in the fun, you'd better start now. Is that so? Will frowned. I was in such a hurry just to have more time to deal with Wanokuna's follow-up matters, and now it seems that there is not enough time. Also, the list of Marine's entourage has been found. You have to be careful. If you are caught and Impel Down again, you probably won't be able to get out. Giggle. The phone bug imitated Stussy with a low chuckle. Will rolled his eyes. You really want me to be locked up? At this moment Stussy is at the dresser in the bedroom. While painting his nails, he responded to Will's question. How could it be? You are my future support. Without you, I can't survive in this world. Hey, little goblin. She is indeed the queen who rules Happy Street. Will was almost seduced by the other party, so he quickly changed the subject. Or tell me who are the Marines dispatched. There are Marine Admiral Sengoku, Marine Hero Garp, Suru Vice Admiral, Bluzolino Vice Admiral, Gion Rear Admiral, Cake Rear Admiral. Stussy reported a lot of names, those he knew and those he didn't know. There were more than 20 generals. Eventually Stussy added another sentence. 5 escort ships, each with nearly 1,000 people. Tisk. Will couldn't help but be speechless. With this scale and this configuration, he felt flustered. I won't go. Can't I leave? He couldn't help but think this way. You know, even the future 4 emperors would panic when faced with such a lineup. Garp's pervert alone is enough for him to drink a pot. Then do you still want to go? Knowing this, Stussy said what he just said. Go, of course, this is a big event, if you miss it, you may feel a little regretful. Then I wish you a good time, advertisement end the call and put the phone bug away. Will never thought of backing down. Roger's execution was the beginning of a new era. It's really a pity to miss it. Most of all, it's the last chance to settle the feud between Rox, him, and Roger. Rox, for you, I really risked everything, no way, although Uncle Rox is not very cold. But to be honest, he really had nothing to say to Will, even though we only met once. Not to mention the Thunder Dragon fruit, the wealth he has accumulated for most of his life has also been left to Will. Even Will's knowledge of hockey and physical skills are all from Rox's own experience. If it wasn't for the life card that tricked Will, Rox is really a perfect uncle. Then, it's time for this farce to end. Kurozumi Orochi and others were seen with hairs all over their bodies. My lord, let us go, let us do whatever we want. Yes, we are still useful, you need manpower to rule Wanokuni, we can help you rule Wanokuni. Kurozumi Orochi and others began to sell themselves vigorously. At this moment, they all knew that people who are worthless are not worthy of living. What is this? Seeing that Will hadn't moved, Bullet walked over. Boom, boom. He knocked on the barrier a few times with his hand, and suddenly became interested, and continued to exert force. Finally, he used all the hockey, but he still couldn't shake it. Hey, I'm a little grumpy. Although Bullet didn't say that, he interpreted his inner thoughts from his gradually becoming unhappy and irritable expression. Okay. Seeing that Bullet wanted to increase his attack intensity, he quickly stopped his next move. Only then did Will turn his head to look at the people in the protective cover, and his eyes fell on the barrier fruit ability user. I'm in a hurry now, and I don't have the time to spend here with you. You open the protective cover now, and I will spare your life. Those with barrier fruit abilities were moved when they heard the words, but Kurozumi Orochi and the others turned pale with fright. Don't do stupid things, he is lying to you. Yes, he will not let us go. The crowd began to persuade them in a hurry. At this time, they were really helpless. Those with the barrier fruit ability cannot be beaten or scolded. I only count by tens. If you lose by 10, you either live or you die with them. Will didn't give the other party time to react at all, and immediately started the countdown. 10, 9, 8, Chapter 38, the prologue begins. Every time they counted a number, it was like a heavy hammer hitting their hearts. This torment of waiting for death almost drove them crazy. The complexion of the barrier fruit ability user is constantly changing. 3, 2, 1. Seeing that the barrier was still not removed, Will shook his head in disappointment. Bullet, I will leave this place to you. Wanokuni will maintain the status quo for the time being. If there are troublemakers, we will clean them up. As for these people, kill them all. He pointed to Kurozumi Orochi and said in particular, this guy is a snake fruit, phantasmal beast, Yamada Orochi form ability, it seems that he can't kill him at once. Then poke him to the bone and burn him to ashes. If there is no scum left and he still can't die, it's his luck. Will's words made Kurozumi in the barrier pale, and his biggest secret was revealed. Wait, I will remove the ability immediately. Will looked into the barrier in astonishment. The person with the barrier fruit ability begged. You let me go, I will remove the ability immediately. Hurry up then. Will got a little impatient, he thought this was a guy with backbone, and he overestimated the other party. Don't want, Kurozumi Orochi screamed, stop him. However, it was too late, the barrier disappeared under their horrified eyes. Run away. Everyone scattered and fled, and even the Kurozumi snake immediately turned into a Yamada snake and swam quickly. HMPH, can you escape? Seeing this, Will quickly swung Yanmo in his hand, and immediately flew out a series of sword lights, attacking everyone. Peefed. In just the blink of an eye, Kurozumi died, and Kurozumi also lost 2 heads. But he was still running for his life. What a waste of such a powerful fruit. Will shook his head and sighed. This Yamada no Orochi fruit is definitely not bad, it is enough to create a powerhouse of Vice Emperor level, it was wasted in the hands of Kurozumi Orochi. Advertisement, crackling. Thunderbolts danced in his palm. Leave him to me, Bullet said suddenly, looking at the escaped Yamada no Orochi as if seeing a toy. Will didn't refuse, and lost his ability. Then be careful, don't let him run away. Bullet grinned. Hey, he can't run away. Well, if you need something, contact me through the phone bug. Also, watch Asi and Oroka, don't let them get into trouble. After explaining some things that need attention, Will took Oden's head and rushed towards the coast where the catapult was docked. In the waters less than 10 nautical miles away from Logetown, several warships approached Logetown. On the command ship, several senior generals stood at the bow, looking ahead, which was the direction of Logetown. Send an order that the frigate go to Logetown first and do a good job of defense. At the same time, send an order to the Logetown Marine branch to let them assist in the defense. Sengoku at the head gave the order. As the order was conveyed, 3 warships were separated from the fleet and quickly headed for Logetown. Xiaohei, is there any news about the Golden Lion? Crane Vice Admiral shook his head lightly. Since that guy escaped from Impel Down and collected some old parts, there has been no movement. Boom. Garp slammed his fist on the railing of the boat and said coldly, if he dares to come, let him enter Impel Down again. For that Impel Down jailbreak incident, he still has a bit of brooding. Garp. Sengoku sighed. Is there any news about Rox duel from CP0? Will the other party come? Crane Vice Admiral shook his head again. It is reported that the other party went to Wanokuni in New World, so he probably won't come to Logue Town anymore. Who are the guys that are showing up in Logue Town right now? What Sengoku asked was naturally not a small person. Crane Vice Admiral pondered for a moment, and then reported a large list of names. The Swordsman Hawkeye, Dracule Mahawk, Crocodile, Gecko Moria, Heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who are in the limelight recently. The people of the Roger Pirates, there are the two boys Buggy and Shanks on the surface, and the hidden ones can't be identified, but Rayleigh and Jabba may also be there. Sengoku's eyebrows almost knit together when he heard that. Ha ha ha, these guys who love to join in the fun, don't they really want to miss such a scene? Do you even have to watch your own captain's execution? Advertisement Garp's mood changes like the weather, unpredictable. Crane Vice Admiral glanced at Garp beside him. Your kid is here too. Forehead. Garp seemed to be choked, the rest of the words stuck in his throat. Touching the back of his head embarrassingly, he smiled awkwardly. Did that be ******** D come too? Monkey D. Drago, a former Marine super rookie, is a monster that is not lost to Sakazuki, Kuzan, and Peluzolino. Later, for some reason, he broke away from Marine, changed his name to Dragon, and wandered around in the sea. As for the so-called reason, only these old guys know what it is. It is precisely because of this that it is even more regrettable. What are we going to do with these people? First of all, besides these people, there are also many nobles from the kingdom, and members of the royal family have also come to join in the fun. Crane Vice Admiral articulated the most critical issue. Although their current lineup of Marine is definitely strong, but if they really want to fight, they may not be able to win for sure. Leaving aside these people on the surface, there must be many strong people in the dark. If the situation gets out of control, it will be a disaster for both the Marine and the residents of Logue Town. What's more, there are those kingdom nobles. Leave them alone, the main purpose this time is to execute Roger. Then several people began to discuss the specific matters of the deployment. At the same time, as the frigate arrived at the port of Logue Town, thousands of Marine soldiers landed in Logue Town in an orderly manner. It's really scary. Peluzolino, who was the leader, took Guion and the Adder Rear Admiral, and Commodore walked on the main road of Logue Town. In the surrounding buildings and dark alleys, there were vaguely sharp eyes scanning them. Hurry up, immediately arm according to the plan. Guion directed the soldiers and rolled his eyes when he heard this. Peluzolino Vice Admiral, the terrible person is you. As a sparkling fruit user, even if Peluzolino didn't study physical skills like Sakazuki and Kuzan, the other party could still stand side by side with those two people by virtue of their fruit ability. Marine soldiers pushed the crowd away from the main road. Many of these people were wearing cloaks. Ouch. Chapter 39 Come to be a Marine, I like you. The crowded crowd pushed each other and retreated to both sides of the main road. An old woman with a cane and a vegetable basket walked slowly and was knocked to the ground. The people behind crowded forward, and they were about to trample on the old woman. Stop it. Don't hurt anyone. Seeing this scene, Guion cried out in shock. The execution has not yet begun, and killing people first, isn't this a slap in the face of Marine? As she said that, she was about to rush over there, but just as she was about to perform, shave, she stopped suddenly. In front of the old woman, a figure stood there, like a stubborn rock, and the crowd moving forward was like a rushing river. They hit the stubborn stone, but they couldn't shake it a bit, so they had to divert in front of the stubborn stone. But the old woman was not harmed under the protection of the stubborn stone. When there was no one behind him, the man knelt down and helped the old woman up. He packed up the fallen vegetables and handed the vegetable basket to the old woman. After thanking the old lady, she gave the man a small cloth bag before leaving. Not bad, you have a sense of justice. Do you want to join Marine? I think you have some strength. Guion came over and patted the man on the shoulder appreciatively. The man turned his head, and Guion's eyes suddenly lit up. Yo, he's still a handsome guy. Join Marine, I'll be your referral. Me? Are you sure? Will pointed to himself, his face full of disbelief. What happened these days? Is Marine so open? I am a big pirate offering a reward of 1 billion Baileys, and the other party actually invites me to be a Marine? But he also recognized it. The woman Marine in front of me is the future admiral candidate, Momosagi Guion. It's no wonder that Guion didn't recognize Will for a while. The photo on the reward list is his appearance in Impel Down. Messy long hair, unkempt beard. Except for the 7-point similarity in their faces and eyes, they looked exactly like two people. But after today, his reward list should be updated. That's right, Marine needs a righteous person like you. She admired Will's performance just now. Huh? Guion was surprised again, and looked at Will curiously. Are you a swordsman too? She pointed to Yan Mo and Tian Yu Yuzhan hanging on Will's waist. There was a gleam in his eyes. Advertisement These two knives gave her a very unusual feeling, at least they were undoubtedly famous knives. Double knife style. Will pinched his nose, barely know how to use swordsmanship, it's not that great. What are you carrying? Luggage. Guion noticed the two packages on Will's back again, which gave her a strange feeling. Will. It's a gift, but he was crazily complaining in his heart, what happened to this Guion? Are you talking about the mountains with yourself as a pirate? Don't you have to keep your order? Gift? Guion was a little strange, but didn't say anything, and then turned his attention to the small cloth bag in Will's hand. Crack. She patted Will on the shoulder, sighing. This is a thank you gift from your mother-in-law. If it weren't for you just now, my mother-in-law might. She didn't continue talking, and changed the subject. Open it and have a look. The sense of accomplishment after saving someone, the gratitude and gifts from others add up to triple happiness. Will shook his head helplessly, followed Gion's words, and opened the small cloth bag. Gion. Will. Gion's eyelids twitched wildly, the corners of his mouth twitched, and his smile stiffened. Haha, that, really, surprise, haha. But in his heart, he was crazily complaining. F***K. My mother has done countless good things by being a good person, why didn't I encounter such a good thing? Will is also speechless looking at the sky. So, Bullet, what are you doing at Wanokuni? Wrapped in a small cloth bag, is a fruit, but it is not an ordinary fruit. It is the secret treasure of the sea, the devil fruit that countless people are crazy about. And the one in his hand, Will still has an impression. It was the barrier fruit that brought me some trouble not long ago. So, that grandma just now may be the one that Bartolomeo mentioned more than once? Why is the barrier fruit reborn here, and why did she pick up the barrier fruit? Forget it, let's take it as a surprise. Before Will travels, devil fruit's rebirth theory tends to be reborn nearby. Advertisement that is, it will respawn in the fruit that is closer. This statement is actually not very tenable. If I remember correctly, there seems to be only one case of salamander fruit in the original book. As for the process of obtaining Mara Mara fruit by Doflamingo, there is no explanation. In the original book, after many capable users died, their fruits did not reappear nearby, such as barrier fruits and simulated fruits. One appeared in East Blue, and one appeared in the first half of the Grand Line. If you have to say, the two devil fruits crossed the ocean and appeared in front of Bartolomeo and Mr. 2, so Will had nothing to say. But, if after the death of the ability user, the devil fruit was reborn nearby, then there would have been a frenzy of hunting and killing the ability user in the sea. He couldn't believe that no one had discovered this characteristic for countless years. But nothing like this happened in the sea, therefore, Will is more inclined. After the death of the ability user, the devil fruit will respawn randomly. Some people are lucky and encounter a situation where the respawn is nearby. Will Rue wrapped the barrier fruit, and Gion watched eagerly. Well, you're going to join the Marine, right? She grabbed Will's sleeve. A swordsman with two famous knives should be quite strong, and now he got another devil fruit. If the other party is allowed to leave, it will be a loss for Marine. Will is speechless. Girl, you really need to see your eyes. Your colleague is looking for you. I have something else to do. Let's go first. After speaking, regardless of Gion's persuasion, he turned around and got into the crowd. Gion, who are you talking to? With a wary look, Gigi stared at Will as he disappeared into the crowd. Gion is your own, don't let anyone have a chance. Go, you are everywhere. Gion looked impatient. I was already annoyed by the pursuit of Gigi, but now that a good seed has slipped away in my hands, I feel even more upset. Do not bother me. Seeing that Cake was about to speak, Gion glared at him, turned and left. Cake opened his mouth, and finally muttered something. Baffling, near noon, several black spots appeared on the sea level of Logtown. After Marine raised the flag, the people in the town looked over there, and their spirits lifted immediately. Coming, Chapter 40 King's pose in the dimly lit room, a burly man sat quietly on the ground, his hands and feet were bound by seastone shackles. The man's face was a little distorted, as if he was trying to endure something. Squeak. At this time, the door was opened and several people walked in. Roger, the time has come. According to the agreement, you will be executed in Logtown, the place where you were born. It was Garp who came, and he looked at Roger with a complicated expression. This man who has fought with him for most of his life. Roger raised his head, the distortion on his face disappeared, and he returned to his usual cheerful face. Hey, Garp, are you here yet? Yeah, Garp just responded. Rubbing his cheek, Roger stood up. Then let's go, let me see what my hometown looks like before I die. Then he walked out of the room first. There is no fear of facing death at all, and there will be no fear. He stepped off the boat, crossed the pier, and walked towards the main street of Logtown. Ah, it's really lively, he sighed. Today's Logtown is crowded with people. Starting from the pier, people are already standing on both sides of the passage surrounded by soldiers. These people come from various places, all forces, and they're here just for Roger. When he came to the archway of Logtown and stepped on the main street with his right foot, all the sounds disappeared. Everyone was silently watching Roger walking forward step by step, their eyes following his movement. The same is true for Will, who watched Roger slowly approaching from the crowd. Is this the One Piece Roger? It was the first time he had seen the live-action Roger in person. The other party gave him extremely complicated senses. Roger passed in front of him, and the two made eye contact for a moment, but they separated quickly. It is the first time to meet each other, and of course there will not be so many plots happening like in the plot of the novel. At most, it was just a few more thoughts on Will's side. Roger continued to move forward, and Will just looked at the other's back. He temporarily withdrew his gaze and looked around. He saw Gecko Moria, who hadn't turned into a dead fat house, and he was full of energy at this time. He saw Crocodile, the man who was about to break into the new world to challenge Whitebeard, and he was also full of passion. Hawkeye, Doflamingo, these guys are there, they're so young and ambitious at the moment. Then he saw two teenagers. Advertisement, one with red hair and one with red nose. These two happy enemies are watching their captain walk towards the execution platform with tears streaming down their faces. He even saw a Monkey D. Dorag, the guy called a dragon, who would cause the world ZFA headache in the future. It's really a gathering of heroes, Will sighed and looked back at Roger. The other party was walking through the second half of the main street with his head held high, like a general returning from a great victory. He was not going to the execution ground, but was reviewing his subordinates. This performance made the Marine generals look ugly. A silver-haired kid squeezed out of the blockade, watching Roger step by step towards the execution platform. His back was deeply reflected in Smoker's mind and became an unforgettable picture in his life. Roger stepped up the steps of the execution platform step by step, and everyone's hearts beat a little faster. When he stepped onto the execution platform, he turned around and faced the entire Logue town. The audience was silent, only the sea breeze was blowing and the chirping of seabirds. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Roger stood in the center of the execution platform, where he could overlook the panorama of Logue town. It was a strange feeling, as if he was not facing death, but ready to embrace the whole world. Anything else to say? Help me take this off, I can't stand the itching. Impossible. Of course, the executioner will not agree to such a requirement that does not meet the procedure. Taking a deep breath, he sat cross-legged on the execution platform. Come on, get it done. Will's eyes narrowed slightly, and what followed was the famous scene of One Piece, heralding the end of one era and the beginning of another. It is the beginning of chaos. He clenched his fist and rushed out without now. Hey, One Piece. Where did you hide all the treasure you found? Is it the Grand Line? You got it, the legendary big secret treasure? Shut up, that one-of-a-kind secret treasure. One Piece. Feeling the sounds around him, his own heartbeat, and the sea breeze caressing gently, it seemed to take away the dust in his heart. A smile spread across Roger's face. Looking at the densely packed people below, he began to laugh out loud, louder and louder, resounding throughout the square. Advertisement seeing this scene, Sengoku suddenly became terrified. Quick execution, don't let him speak. Dense sweat oozes from the foreheads of the two executioners. Hearing the order, they raised the long knives in their hands and aimed at the back of Roger's heart to stab them. Ha ha ha. Want my treasure? I can give you everything you want, go find it. I put all my treasure there. The long knife fell and was about to pierce Roger's body at the moment. Buzz. A powerful coercion swept past, and the two executioners swayed and fell limply on the execution platform. Wow. The crowd burst into cheers, not knowing whether it was for the secret treasure of One Piece or the death of One Piece. But the cheers only lasted for a moment, and then gradually stopped, as if being strangled by someone. Because they found out. Execution failed. One Piece Roger is not dead. What happened? This is the voice of everyone at this time, and the Marine generals also have the same idea. All alert. Sengoku's face was cold. Unexpectedly, there was an accident. Arrange 2 more people to go up immediately. The execution cannot be suspended. Also a bit confused, and Roger himself. I was ready to die. This knife was about to stab into my body, and now I didn't die. Do you want to do it again? Want to experience that feeling again? What should I do if I suddenly don't want to die? But this is just a thought. After all, his body could no longer support him to continue walking. Amidst the commotion, a figure floated up from the crowd until it was level with the execution platform. In the Marine camp, Gion's beautiful eyes widened when he saw the figure in midair. It's him. Chapter 41 Sengoku. Are you threatening me? Who is it? Jaji asked beside him. The other generals also looked over. Gion shook his head slightly. I don't know. Plus. Everyone was speechless, but they didn't say anything. Foo. Doflamingo chuckled, looking at the sudden appearance with interest. Interesting, really interesting. It seems that today will not end so easily. Mihawk in the crowd stared at Will with eagle-like eyes. Most of the attention was on Yanmo and Tianyu Yuzan on his waist. Intuition told him that the man above was very strong, a powerful swordsman. The opponent's realm is likely to be a great swordsman. It wasn't just the two of them who had the same reaction, all the strong people present felt the unusual aura from Will. Will, who is the person involved, looked at Roger opposite. Oh, it's you, brother. Roger smiled brightly. He recognized Will, even though he had only glimpsed him before, he still remembered him. Then, his smile froze. He saw 2 knives on Will's waist, 2 knives that shouldn't be here. That's the knife of his crew member Kazuki Oden. How come they are in your hands? Will looked around the audience, first looking at the Marine camp. Mr. Sengoku, it's been such a big mess anyway, don't you mind if I take up a little time? B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Sengoku roared, he was going to explode. He minds very much. Take some time. Is he marine shameless? Will shook his head helplessly. Mr. Sengoku, why refuse? Maybe you will be grateful to me later. He looked back at Roger. Introduce yourself. Rock's Duel, Rock's nephew, just came out of Impel Down not long ago. What? It's him. This B asterisk 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 D, actually dare to appear here. Foo 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 foo, interesting, really interesting. Those who have heard of Will's name all have different expressions. Advertisement. This is the man who was able to successfully escape from the Impel Down prison. It is said that Golden Lion was able to achieve the achievement of Impel Down a day trip because of this man. A asterisk hole, you killed Hild. Garp's furious voice overwhelmed the din and silenced the scene. Will bowed his head. Oh, it's Mr. Garp. You mean Hild? He nodded. Yes, I killed it. After all, he tortured me in Impel Down for 14 years, I paid him off with his life, that's fair, isn't it? Ah, Garp became even angrier when he heard the words, and a powerful aura filled his body. Hild has fought for justice all her life. Mr. Garp. Will interrupted Garp's speech with a loud voice, and also stopped him who was on the verge of going berserk and about to strike. If you want to stand on the side of justice and judge me morally, then you don't have to. Because you can't represent justice. Everything I trust you to know very well, if you stand for justice. His eyes became indifferent, and his tone was faint. When I need justice, why don't you stand up for me? Finally, the reason why you are so angry is because Hild happens to be your friend. Otherwise, why aren't you angry for those jailers I killed? And, Will pointedly said, there are still some things about you later, I hope that by then, you can still maintain your great and righteous image. Will revealed a lot of information in just a few words. Let the melon eaters present are hooked, and hope that the next development will not disappoint them. Damn it, shut up, it's not up to you to slander Marine's image. For Sengoku's fury, Will expressed disdain. Mr. Sengoku, there is a saying that the body is not afraid of the shadow. As long as you don't do anything wrong, and you act upright and sit up straight, are you still afraid of what others will say? Sengoku was speechless, and then said coldly, what are you trying to do? Resolve some personal grievances. Will looked at Roger. If you miss it today, you won't have another chance in the future. Roger, the purpose of my coming here today. One is to witness the change of the old and new eras, and the other is to settle the grievances between you Roger Pirates and Rox and me. Roger's expression was gloomy, and a chill permeated his body. From the moment he saw Yanmo and Tien Yuzan, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. You killed Oden. Will nodded slightly. That's right, after I came out of Impel Down, I went straight out of New World. Meet Spencer in Dominica and then Wanokuni. Advertisement. You also killed Spencer. Roger glared angrily, exuding an extremely terrifying aura, and his aura locked on Will, like the gaze of an evil spirit from hell. Will didn't speak, he took off the packages he had been carrying and opened one of them. It's Spencer's head. Roger's body froze, and the terrifying aura also became disordered. Open the second package and it is Kazuki Oden's head. This time, all eyes were on these two heads. Many people present recognized their identities. It is precisely because of this that they are even more horrified. Spencer is nothing but Kazuki Oden is a real monster. A monster not inferior to Rayleigh, Jabba. Such a strong man actually died in the hands of Will. It was also at this moment that several powerful chi mechanisms locked on his body. Not from Roger in front of me, and not from Marine. It came from the crowd, a few people wearing cloaks whose faces could not be seen clearly. But at this time, in this case, anyone who can have this kind of reaction, except for the people of the Roger Pirates, has no other possibility. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** eyes, and his tone was so cold that even the temperature around him plummeted. Will looked at him without fear, as if nothing happened. Even if the opponent is one of the strongest in this sea, even if the opponent can kill himself. Why? Will sometimes thinks, does it make sense to do this by himself? Calculating it carefully, the gain outweighs the gain. But if something is not done, he will go crazy. After pondering for a moment, he opened his mouth slowly. The people below are also waiting for the answer to this question. I'm afraid there are only a few high-level executives in Marine who don't want Will to mention it. You shouldn't have forgotten the incident in the Valley of the Gods that year, right? Quanglong, shut up, Sengoku snarled, his breath began to surge, and he might make a move in the next moment. Will squinted at him. Mr. Sengoku, why did you stop me? There must be an end to this matter. If I'm unhappy in my heart, then when the time comes, it will be you Marines who are unhappy. Are you threatening me? Sengoku's face was extremely gloomy. Don't dare, I'm just stating a fact. Chapter 42 Who understands my hatred and despair? 5 more. Will didn't dare to say that, that's what he meant. He ignored Sengoku and continued to tell the story. Rock's Pirate and Marine, World Government Battle in the Valley of the Gods. When you were about to win, you Roger Pirates suddenly entered the battlefield. Siege the Rock's Pirate with the people of Marine, World Government. Causing a fiasco for the Rock's Pirate and the death of Rocks himself. Following Will's eloquence, the crowd showed shock, and many whispered. The way they looked at Marine and Roger also became different. Even many people in Marine looked hesitantly. Obviously, this past event refreshed their cognition. That was the end of the matter, and I didn't think about getting revenge for the Rocks or anything. After all, for a man who goes to sea, it is an honor to die at sea, and it doesn't matter how he dies. However, Will paused, and looked in Marine's direction meaningfully. His meal also touched the hearts of everyone. It was as uncomfortable as when the storyteller was talking about the exciting part, but came to wait for the next chapter to break it down. Fortunately, Will didn't keep them waiting. That uncle of mine is dishonest, he took my life with him. I don't know who in the Rock's Pirate became a traitor and revealed my existence. He looked at Sengoku. Mr. Sengoku, can you tell me the answer? Who disclosed it to you? Or is there an undercover agent for your Marine among the cadres of the Rock's Pirate? Or from the world government? Sengoku didn't respond to him. Garp clenched his fists, Suru Vice Admiral sighed deeply. The 3 of them were insiders and participants. Don't tell me, that's really a pity, I still want to repay him well. It's just that everyone knows that Will's so-called reward and the reward that ordinary people perceive are two different things. When I was 10 years old, my mother and I started the road of escape. I don't understand. Our mother and son are doing well, we don't cheat, we don't burn, kill, loot, why can't we live a stable life? Mr. Garp, you represent justice, can you tell me? Garp, who was being questioned, froze and was speechless for a long time. Oh, it was a rough time. Will sighed, also regretted. Obviously I've tried my best to escape, but no matter where I go, I'm always chasing a group of wolves behind me. At that time, I'm so desperate that I want to die. Advertisement. He spoke in a flat tone, but those who listened to the story could feel the helplessness, confusion and despair. Finally it dawned on me that they got my life card from the rocks. It's really frustrating. Then, at the age of 10, I abandoned my mother and the others, and led away the pursuers. Finally, we reached the eternal hell in Impel Down. This level lasts for 14 years. For 14 years, there's not even a single person to talk to in there. It's really terribly lonely. Oh, no, there are still some. Hild comes to see me every once in a while. Without him, I should go crazy, right? In silence, the entire log town fell into a deathly silence again. Only the noise of the wind is left, and even the seabirds are far away. Will looked at Roger, smiled lightly and said, Roger, it's been 14 years, it's not too much for me to hold a little resentment in my heart. After all, if I don't have this bit of resentment, I won't be able to survive the day when I come out, and I will go crazy. Even the enraged Roger was silent. It is meaningless to discuss who is right and who is wrong in this matter. It can only be said that the world is unpredictable. The choice at the beginning led to today's consequences. It's a pity that the person who bears the consequences is not Roger himself. What do you want? Roger finally said. Will's smile restrained. What happened back then led to today's result. Since I have embarked on this path, I will naturally get back the rock's share. Roger Pirates, one counts as one. As long as they are found by me, I will send them to be your companions. How dare you? Roger glared, with a monstrous aura pressing on Will. Will is like a solitary boat in the monstrous waves, ready to be swallowed by the waves at any time. I killed Oden, what else is there not to dare? You dared to do it back then, but now I dare to kill it. Suddenly, Roger restrained his breath and became quiet. Staring at Will coldly. Boy, you should think about how to get out of here alive. Will looked around after hearing this. Marine didn't need to say much, the other party wouldn't let him leave. Members of Roger's pirate group hiding in the crowd are expected to attack him as well. The most important thing is Roger in front of him. Now the other party is not dead yet, even if he is seriously ill, if he makes a move, Will not have much confidence. Advertisement. Only. The corner of his mouth curved up. What's the rush? The grievances between the Roger Pirates and the Rocks have been clarified, and our business is not over yet. What else do you want to say? Roger's heart sank, and a bad premonition came to his mind. Will showed a playful smile. The despair our mother and son experienced when they fled, I will engrave it in my heart. Today, I also want to see if the same thing will have a different ending. What are you going to do? Roger's unease grew stronger. Will ignored him and looked at Garp. Mr. Garp, now the topic comes back to you. Garp clenched his fist tightly and looked at Will with a complicated expression. What do you want to say? He knew that in the case of Will, they Marine really had no right to claim justice. But he couldn't forgive the other party for killing Hild. Mr. Garp, you are Marine's hero and a representative of Marine's justice. You have been adhering to justice all your life. Then I want to ask you, were our mother and son innocent back then? Garp. Sengoku called Garp in a deep voice, as if trying to remind him of something. Garp also knew that from Marine's standpoint, speaking innocently meant that Marine had done something wrong. However, his heart did not allow him to deny the essence of this matter. Don't talk. Seeing that Garp didn't speak for a long time, Will sighed. He knew what kind of person Garp was, and it seemed a little unreasonable to force him like this. However, the position is different. This is no longer a virtual two-dimensional world. Now I really live in this world. The A decides the head, for now, there is only hatred between him and Marine. As the saying goes, don't persuade others to be kind without being hated by others. 14 years of hatred must be released. Otherwise, the idea will not be clear. Mr. Garp, in fact, sometimes, acquiescing to the occurrence of things is very revealing. Chapter 43 Eternal Life is the Truth. Now, the same thing is happening in front of you, as one of the parties involved, how would you choose? After looking down at the crowd below for a circle, Will's gaze returned to Garp. He said loudly, Mr. Garp, after Roger surrendered, he entrusted his wife and children to you. Then, is this pirate who was as heinous as rocks back then, is his blood innocent, and is his wife innocent? Now, will you remain silent? Wow. The whole Log town fell into an uproar. This news was even more terrifying than Will's previous words. As one of the parties involved, Garp's body kept shaking. His gums creaked and he stared at Will in disbelief. And the other party was no longer indifferent. Standing up from the execution platform in shock, a terrifying coercion struck. Conqueror's hockey belonging to One Piece Roger, explode. Wherever they passed, ordinary people all fainted to the ground, and the weaker ones staggered and persisted for a while, then fell down. Stronger ones, those like Doflamingo, Crocodile, and Hawkeye are also gritting their teeth to resist the impact. The rest is Will, a strong man who can completely resist with his own strength. How dare you? It's still the same sentence, there is nothing I dare not. What responded to him was Will's extremely cold voice. Will urges his Conqueror's Haki to ultimate. Although it is far behind in terms of quantity and range, Roger's Conquerors still cannot crush his Haki field. After a long time, the Haki field of both sides disappeared, and the scene temporarily returned to calm. Will looked at Roger indifferently. I didn't directly disclose the detailed information of their mother and child, which is already a way for Luju to survive. Besides, he looked down at Marine. Sengoku's direction, although the other party was surprised, was not very obvious. More like surprise, Garp was involved. You think you've done it in a very secretive way. You don't know that Marine, or the world government has long guessed that you may have blood alive. It's just that I know more details. HMPH, Roger, Garp, I'm afraid you wouldn't expect that either. If the world government can't find Luju's mother and son, they will kill all the suspicious mother and son in that sea area with the attitude that they would rather kill the wrong than let them go. Garp, your Marine is the butcher. Advertisement. Tisk tisk. Will sighed, let me guess. At that time, even if all suspected mothers and children are executed in that sea area, you Garp will choose to remain silent, right? By default, things happen, just like our mother and son did back then. Hee. Justice. Ridiculous. In the eyes of others, this is just Will's guess, but they don't think that in the original book, Garp did this. So, how can there be any real justice in this world? Ha ha ha. Will burst out laughing. Tears came out of laughing. He pointed at Roger. During the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, you colluded with the Marine and world government to end the Rocks who wanted to slaughter the celestial dragons. Played as a partner of justice and saved the world. Now, you have started an era of chaos with self-righteousness. In the future, countless people will rush into the sea, countless families, and the country will be destroyed. I let you be the good guy and the bad guy. It's really hard work for you. And your wife, for the sake of your bloodline to be born smoothly, silently watched countless mothers and children being massacred, indifferent. Ha ha ha, what a couple of one piece, cruel enough, cold-blooded enough, cruel enough. It's really worthy of the blood of evil, the evil seed born with the lives of countless mothers and children and innocent souls. Mr. Garp. Will gave him a thumbs up. Although it didn't ridicule him, it stimulated him more than words. Crackling. Garp's fist was clenched close to bursting. The future didn't happen, and he could deny Will's words. But his style of acting decisively in battle and hesitant in other matters is something he can't completely deny. Garp. Calm down and don't be influenced by him. Crane Vice Admiral grabs Garp's hand, and activates the fruit washing ability. Suddenly Garp gradually became sober. However, his face was full of bitterness. It's amazing, Granny Crane. Will praised. Among the Marines, there are not many people he is afraid of, but the Crane Vice Admiral who is not extremely powerful is one of them. Crane Vice Admiral shook his head and said with a complicated expression, I don't want to be praised by you. Garp, who was praised just now, was exposed to a scandal, and he was almost in trouble. Haha, I still have a lot of respect for Granny he. Will chuckled, then looked at Roger. When our mother and son ran away, I made a choice. Now, I want to see what choice Luju will make. Advertisement. Roger's eyes were cold, this was definitely one of the people he met and wanted to kill the most. I'm afraid you won't see it. Feeling the killing intent on Roger's body, Will felt awe-inspiring. The feeling of being targeted by an absolutely strong person is absolutely terrifying. But since he dared to come today, he expected this situation. That's not necessarily the case. Will held out his palm, with 2 rings on it. Everyone, do you know what this is? Those who were still awake all looked at Will and saw the ring on his wrist. In full view, Will took off one of them. Suddenly, golden light shone from the ring. It was so dizzy, but I couldn't help but look, as if there was some special magical power in that light. This is a ring made of pure gold. According to legend, pure gold can make people live forever. Even a terminally ill person can delay life infinitely. I don't know if it's true. Although he said he was not sure, everyone got a positive answer from Will's face. In an instant, the shock reappeared. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the gleaming golden ring on Will's hand. Greed appeared in most people's eyes. Some time ago, I killed Spencer in New World Dominic, he was a member of the Roger Pirates. Not long ago, I killed Kazuki Oden in Wanokuni, who was also a member of the Roger Pirates. Ah, here are 2 rings. Will looked at Roger opposite, with a playful smile on his face. He didn't say that he got it from the 2 of them. Even if everyone finds out the truth in the future, it won't be his fault. However, this misleading is fatal. As for Roger, his eyes widened and he was still dazed. Why didn't he know that Spencer and Oden also had this kind of immortality? Ha ha ha. Will was in high spirits, shouting with open arms. Everyone, go hunt the members of the Roger Pirates, maybe there will be unexpected gains. What is the treasure of One Piece? Eternal life is the truth. Chapter 44. I laughed, but I realized something. Quiet, absolutely quiet. Oh, it's really scary. Pelusolino was also shocked, feeling that his brain was not enough. How did this happen? It was so. Gion looked at Will with a complicated expression. What the hell is this guy trying to do? Sengoku's eyebrows almost knit together. Even though he is called the resourceful general, he can't see what Will's purpose is. Is it really just revenge for the Roger Pirates? Oh, it's really shocking news. It seems that today's trip is worthwhile. Pure gold, can you live forever? Doflamingo looked at Crocodile not far away. Crocodile, are you interested in collaborating? Crocodile glanced at Doflamingo and took a deep breath on his cigar. Although I'm also interested in pure gold, but... Are you going to be my younger brother? Doflamingo was silent for a moment, then laughed maniacally. Heh, you are really arrogant. He moved his fingers slightly, Crocodile narrowed his eyes, and his head turned into sand and condensed back. Do you want to die? Oh, I'm so envious, Logia sand fruit. They didn't try any further. Because the atmosphere on the field has become more and more weird. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that a war may break out at any time. What nonsense are you talking about? Roger roared angrily. If this is done, the entire Roger Pirates will have no peace in the future. We have never been exposed to this kind of thing, boy, don't go too far. Will sighed softly. So, why did you go so far? You left this mess, let countless people pay for your actions, but you want to get out of it. He shouted sharply. How can there be such a reason? Roger shuddered. Will took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, Rox, the grievances of the Roger Pirates are now over. If you Roger Pirates are not reconciled, you can come to me for revenge. After the words fell, he suddenly felt light all over, and then closed his eyes. Advertisement. For Will, he also knows that his behavior today is a bit too petty. There is no courage at all. But this kind of revenge, which seemed like a child's play, vented all the pent-up in his heart, making his heart empty and his state of mind natural. The breath of the whole person has also changed a lot. Before that, Will seemed to be shrouded in clouds. No matter how gentle he was, he still gave people an uncomfortable feeling. But now, he seems to have been washed away and regained a new life. He really gives people a gentle, sunny and cheerful look. Call. He let out a long breath and opened his eyes. Seeing so many people staring at him, he couldn't help but smile shyly. Haha, everyone laughed, and realized something. The purpose of this trip has been achieved, and this ring is just a little bit of my heart. He tossed the solid gold ring high. Immediately, everyone's eyes followed the ring, and only the dazzling golden light remained in their eyes. Everyone, let's meet again on the sea in the future. After speaking, he quickly flew out of Logue Town. Don't try to escape. Stay for me. Stop him now. Don't let him get away. Do it. His action made all the strong people present move at the same time. Some people go to snatch the ring, and some people target Will. The situation in Logue Town has become chaotic. Roger kicked lightly with his foot, and the execution knife flew into his hand, then he jumped up, stepping on the air and chasing Will. He's the angriest of them all today. Whether it's the killing of Spencer and Oden, the exposure of Lu Ju's mother and son, and the next fate of the Roger Pirates. All made him have a strong desire to kill Will, the instigator. Others wake up the unconscious person and maintain order at the scene. Sengoku quickly gave orders. Xiaohei is in charge of the overall situation. Garp, Kizaru, you go to chase Roger and Quanglong. Bring Roger back first, the execution must be completed. After speaking, he cast Moonwalk to quickly lift into the air. Whether it is true or not, the pure gold ring cannot fall into the hands of others. Oh, it's really scary. Advertisement. Kizaru glanced at those who had already acted, all of them were famous and important people. Then the body turned into a ball of light and shot towards Will. Hey, I can't give this ring to you. While Doflamingo jumped high, the string fruit ability was activated. As his finger moved, the ring in midair flew towards him. Clang. A soft moan sounded, and then a slash passed by. The thread that pulled the pure gold ring was cut. Doflamingo's face darkened. Looking at the person who was doing bad things to him, his expression is not good. Marine Rear Admiral Gion. Sengoku said coldly. Doflamingo, this is not something you can get your hands on. Heh, Sengoku-san, you don't care about that. Doflamingo pointed at the people around him who were staring at him. They won't agree. Sengoku stared. Do you want to go to Impel Down? However, in the face of immortality, no one heeded Sengoku's threat. Sengoku, let's see if you have the ability. Everyone do it together. Whoever grabs it will own it. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* All Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral shoot together, stop them. Ha ha ha, Marine's brats, just get out of the way obediently. Fighting inevitably broke out, with Marine, led by Sengoku, fighting those involved in the heist. Jabba, let's follow. A man hiding under the cloak glanced at the ring that was constantly being knocked into the sky. If the pure gold ring really has that effect, Roger will be saved. Then shouldn't we snatch this ring? Jabba, also in a cloak, was puzzled. That kid still has one in his hand. What's more, he dared to kill Spencer and Oden, this account can't just be settled. And Roger's condition is very serious now, we have to help him. The two of them rushed out 2 steps and had to stop. Guhahaha, isn't this Silver Rayleigh and Copper Jabba from the Roger Pirates? Chapter 45 You are AB asterisk 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 D. Crocodile laughed arrogantly, smoking a cigar. Not taking Rayleigh and Jabba seriously at all. Hehehehe, do you also have pure gold rings on your body? Do you have any? Moria stared at the two fiercely. If he got the pure gold ring, he would be immortal. At that time, he will have enough time to build a zombie army capable of conquering the whole world. I heard that you are also a powerful swordsman. Hawkeye's purpose is much simpler. Originally, he didn't think about making a move today, but the development of the matter was beyond his expectation. Now that he has this opportunity, he will naturally not miss it. In addition to the three people, many people surrounded them. Now Sengoku took a group of marine powerhouses to participate in snatching the ring. Their chances are not great. Since there are still members of the Whitebeard Pirates here, it is the same to grab from here. Wow, Rayleigh and Jabba lifted their cloaks, looking sullen. Everyone, we don't have what you want, so you should get out of the way. Oh, if you say there is no, then there is no. No one would believe Rayleigh's words. Rayleigh frowned. With his strength, he was naturally not afraid of these people in front of him, but he still endured it. Everyone, it's just that the kid is pouring dirty water on our pirate group, and he wants to use this to deal with our pirate group. It's better not to be provoked by him. Yeah, in the whole sea, only you Roger pirates have been to the final island of Raftel. If you say you didn't get anything, who would believe it? I see, a solid gold ring is one of the treasures you got at Raftel. Rayleigh really wanted to say that they really didn't get any treasures at Raftel, let alone a pure gold ring that they only saw for the first time today. It's just that no one will believe this kind of thing. Just like in front of you. Ah, it's the deputy captain. Mr. Rayleigh, Mr. Jabba, help, woohoo. Everyone looked towards the voice, and saw two little ghosts running towards this side, being chased by several pirates. Stop, you two brats, hand over the pure gold ring. Woo, stop chasing, we really don't have a pure gold ring. Buggy with the red nose ran and cried, with snot and tears all over his face. Advertisement. Vice Captain, save us. Ah, Shanks, don't run so fast, wait for me. Although it looks miserable, Buggy-sama with the lucky color hockey can always save the day. Just like now, Rayleigh sighed helplessly, the plan would never catch up with the changes. Jabba, go help those two little guys. Although Shanks and Buggy are apprentice crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates, they are very optimistic about their future. Of course, they can't be allowed to have an accident here. Okay, be careful here. Jabba's figure flashed and disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already tens of meters away. Don't try to run. Sorry, this way doesn't work. Rayleigh dodged to stop the person who wanted to chase Jabba, with a faint cold light in his eyes. First, Spencer was killed some time ago, Roger was executed today, and then Oden's head appeared here again. Roger's blood was exposed, and their Roger pirates were inexplicably planted. The combination of all kinds of bad things made him have a backlog of anger, and he had nowhere to vent it. Now that these guys still dare to provoke his nerves, do they really think he can't be squeezed by mud? Clang. The long knife came out of its sheath, shining with a cold light, just like his master's mood at the moment. You are very good, I hope your strength is worthy of your ambition. Comma. At the same time, on the beach behind Logue Town, Will, who originally wanted to fly away from Logue Town, stopped here. Not long after, Roger also came to this beach. You didn't continue to escape. The opponent's speed was beyond his expectation. If Will wants to escape, he may not be able to catch up. It's not that Will's strength is stronger than him, but that the opponent's flying speed is too fast. It is simply not comparable to his speed of using skills to walk through the air. Putting his hand lightly on Yanmo's handle, Will smiled faintly. I took such a big risk to come here, of course I can't just leave like this. It was just a side dish before, but now is the main course. It's time to start the table. Advertisement. Roger said with a cold face, you did so much just to annoy me. Enraged, Will laughed and said, if you think so, then so be it. Of course, his purpose was not to anger Roger, as said before, it was just to settle the grievances between the two parties. In his prediction, there is a high probability that some of Sengoku, Garp, Pelusolino, Rayleigh, and Jabba will be chasing him. No matter who comes, he will face the opponent. Although the battles with Hild, Kaido, and Oden were victorious, the disadvantages are also obvious, that is, the serious lack of combat experience. Especially the duel with the strong. So now he is eager to confront the strong. You guys really have no bottom line, just like the rocks back then. Will's indifferent attitude provoked Roger's anger again. Ah, Will sneered, stop making fun of yourself, Roger. Where do you think you are better than rocks? One of the biggest pirates in the world, actually told me the bottom line. The reason why you feel angry is because my behavior has brought an unexpected crisis to your friends and relatives. Crackling. Roger's teeth were chattering, his gums oozing bloodline from too much force. You really are an A***** hole. Hey, all you scolding people who come and go are bastards. You be ******************. D. Will couldn't help it, and said something, but Roger didn't know what evil was. Although Roger didn't understand, he also knew that it was not a good word. But he didn't say any more meaningless words. The whole body of the long knife became pitch black. Clang, clang. The chains of the handcuffs and anklets were cut off by him, and Roger, who was free of restraints, held a knife in one hand. Will was shrouded in a real killing intent. Chapter 46. God's Avoidance vs. Meteor Horn. Clang. Will pulled out Yanmo, but felt a chill in his heart. As this Roger without restraint. It's like a giant beast, it's frightening. But the more so, the more excited he was. The opponent is one of the strongest at the top of the sea, let him see how far he is from them. God's punishment. Boom. A thunderbolt descended from the sky and went straight to Roger's position. Pale lightning enveloped him. Roger's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't expect Will to be able to control thunder and lightning. HMPH, but at this level, it's not interesting. Call out. He stood still on the spot, and the long knife in his hand slashed towards the top of his head. In an instant, a crimson slash met the thunder pillar. Boom. The thick thunder pillar collided with the crimson slash. Immediately afterwards, the crimson slash broke the thunder pillar, splitting it in two from the middle. Boom. The lightning pillar that was split in half fell around Roger's body, but did not hurt him at all. Will looked at Roger, who didn't move a bit. With a sigh. Not only is the strength strong, but the ability to pretend is not weak. The power of this divine punishment directly made Spencer lose his ability to fight. Now it is used to deal with Roger, without even hurting the opponent's hair. This gap is a bit outrageous. Boy, is that all you can do? Roger looked towards Will coldly, the aura on his body was gathering, blending with his killing intent. Of course it's impossible to do this, otherwise how would you kill Oden? Boom. This undoubtedly added fuel to the fire, and Roger's tiger eyes turned blood red. The powerful air machine will roll up the surrounding sand grains. You wanna die. Crackling. Black and red lightning flashed around Roger's body surface, and his aura became deep and violent. God avoids. With the ultra-high-speed swing of the knife, even with Will's eyesight, it is difficult to capture Roger's trajectory of the knife. Advertisement. When the cold light suddenly appeared, a crimson slash wrapped around Conqueror's hockey took shape, crushing Will with devastating power. Wherever it passes, the sand and soil are all annihilated. The space vibrated, showing faint signs of cracking. Will's heart was terrified, the opponent's angry blow was beyond imagination. He didn't dare to underestimate it, violent thunder and lightning surged out, turning the surroundings into a minefield. The power of thunder and lightning quickly condensed, forming a thunder giant like a god. Thunder God / meteor horn. If Dragon God Zon Comet Horn symbolizes the terrifying power to destroy the world, then Thunder God / meteor horn is ultimate's burst and penetration. The former focuses on strength, while the latter focuses on skill. Contains a blazing thunder strike like a shooting star piercing the night sky. Boom. Crimson and ghastly white were intertwined, and the terrifying air waves rolled up the sky full of sand. Under the collision of these two forces, the island of Logue Town trembled and screamed, as if it could not bear it at any time and collapsed. If the two really fight here regardless of the consequences, Logue Town will be over sooner or later. Brilliant light reflects half of the sky in Logue Town. Almost everyone noticed the movement here, and the civilians felt the terrifying power, and they all showed despair. They began to curse Roger, the source of their disaster. Even Marine, resenting why they had to execute publicly in Logue Town. This is the sorrow of the weak. When you have no power to resist, you can only vent your indignation in this way. The shaking subsided, and the beach was a mess. The middle ground between the two was even scraped away. Cough. Roger, who was confronting Will, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The long knife used for execution was stuck on the ground, and he was holding his chest and panting violently, his face distorted by pain. It seems that your body can't hold on anymore. At this point, he also had to admire Roger. Surprisingly, he was able to endure the torment of illness and completed the feat of conquering the Grand Line. There are countless dangers encountered along the way, but it is not like in the original book, in Binks's Wine Ballad, arriving at Raftel happily. Hee. Roger exhales weakly and looks up at Will. Even if I'm going to die soon, it's not a problem to hold you back. He has the confidence to say this. Advertisement. Will just smiled at that. Yeah, then try it out. You will be unable to hold on first, or I will die first. It is true that a lean camel is bigger than a horse, but that depends on the situation. Oh, it's terrible. Will and Roger turned their heads at the same time, and Pelusolino appeared on a coconut tree not far away. He was making a frightened expression at the moment. With his prematurely aging face, how wretched and wretched it is. In fact, it is not right to say that it is wretched, but it gives people a very violating feeling. There is an urge to beat him up. As the famous Mad Dragon Will so powerful. He was really surprised. After only a short while, Roger was beaten so badly by Will that he vomited blood. Neither Will nor Roger explained Pelusolino's misunderstanding. Marine, this is a private matter between me and him, you'd better not interfere. Roger endured the severe pain and stood up straight. Look cold. Besides, I solved him, which is a good thing for you Marines. He knew Pelusolino, a sparkling fruit capable user. This ability is the most annoying. If you fight against him, you may not win. He wants to leave, but you can't keep him. It's really a headache, you make it difficult for me. Pelusolino was also torn. It's not a problem for him to hold one of them, but two of them would be a bit of a bully to him. I pray that Garp will come here soon. Will smiled and said, why bother, we'll just wait until we decide the winner. Crackling. Razor danced around Will's body, his human features slowly fading away. White dragon scales cover the whole body, dragon head, dragon claws, and dragon tail appear one by one. He transformed into a dragon man form. Oh, it's really scary. Is this the ability of the Thunder Dragon fruit? Pelusolino's voice sounded. Will rolled his eyes, honestly, he really wanted to punch Pelusolino. Thunder Dragon Fruit. Chapter 47. I accept your apology, but reject your proposal. Roger frowned deeply. He knew that what Kaido ate was Zone, Phantom Beast, Fish Fruit, and Blue Dragon form. Can transform into a dragon, and can also change into a dragon form. The most important thing is that the fruit made Kaido, who is already perverted, stronger and more resistant to beatings. Will didn't care what Roger was thinking. Yanmo pointed at him. Second round. Start. Dragon God / two swords Shenyu exile. Will swung Yanmo with one hand and Tianyu / with the other, and instantly swung hundreds of knives forward. After the cold light, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. The one with the most direct sense is Roger, who faces the attack directly. Opposite him, Will was no longer there. Not only that. Roger looked around and realized that he was no longer on the beach in Logue Town. At some point, he appeared in a strange space. There was no sound, nothing, just deathly silence. Suddenly, a red light appeared in front of him. If you look closely, you will find that it is a sphere that looks like a moon, but this moon is red. A strong suction came from above the red moon. His body fell rapidly towards the red moon. The strong sense of weightlessness made it difficult for him to struggle. He had only experienced this feeling in dreams. Call. Roger closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Opening his eyes again, a cold light flashed across his eyes. God's refuge second form wind rises. The long knife wrapped in black and red lightning swung forward gently. Like a cool wind blowing. It was as if nothing had happened. The red moon in front of him suddenly looked like a moon in water, distorted by the ripples that appeared. Boom. Roger's eyes blurred, and he reappeared on the beach. Behind him, the coconut grove near the beach was completely destroyed by several attacks. Who? Roger gasped again. When he looked at Will again, he was already a little more apprehensive and dignified. The opponent's swordsmanship is so unpretentious, so clean and simple. However, when faced with it, it is so terrifying, containing endless murderous intent. I almost fell into the opponent's illusion just now. No, it should be called phantom sword technique. If he can't wake up in time, those slashes. It's not falling behind, but falling on yourself. Advertisement. Sharp. Will sighed in admiration. The perfect level of basic swordsmanship made his understanding of kendo reach the level of a great swordsman. There are many sword skills that have been pondered for a long time in Impel Down. But it's just thinking, it's a fantasy that only exists in my mind. After he came out, he practiced those sword skills one by one while he was on his way. Including Thunder God / series, Dragon God / series swordsmanship. At Wanokuni, he defeated Oden with the Horn of Dragon God Zan. Now, Shenyu Exile, who is not inferior to that move, has not been able to take advantage of Roger. Excellent. Roger smiled self-deprecatingly. What kind of skill do you think you are? Will is only in his 20s, and he has been imprisoned in Impel Down for 14 years. But the opponent's strength is a bit terrifying. Not only has the top Phantom Beast Fruit ability, but also has extremely powerful swordsmanship. When he was his age, he was just a stronger pirate. Pelusolino, who was watching the battle, already had beads of sweat on his forehead. The swordsmanship performed by the two of them just now. Not sure what to do. Mr. Garp, come to the rescue quickly. Maybe he heard his call, maybe God answered his request. The belated Garp finally arrived. Roger, Rox D. Will. Garp looked at the two with a complicated expression. One of them was his enemy, who was both an enemy and a friend. Before he died, he entrusted his wife and children to him. I don't want to say those words at the moment of execution. Not only pitted their marine, but also the world government. It also brought unforeseen crises to the world. As for the other, today, he puts his heroic image, his dignity, and the justice he has upheld all his life. He fell to the ground fiercely and trampled on it non-stop. It's like peeling off your own skin alive. Revealed his bloody nature. Does he hate it? He wants to hate. I can't hate it. Will nodded. Mr. Garp. No one is perfect, and neither can Will. After all, Garp is actually a man full of justice. Maybe getting to know Roger was the biggest mistake in his life. Advertisement. Because the two greatest pains and sufferings he experienced in his life were related to the Roger family. Garp. Roger looked at Garp apologetically. Sorry, Garp. What he said, of course, was what Will had said before, that had such an impact on Garp. Garp looked haggard, not physically. It was because of his mental problems. Also because of what happened before. Especially for him who sticks to justice all his life. Fortunately, Crane Vice Admiral made a timely move and pulled him back from a dazed state. Roger, come back with me, the execution cannot be interrupted. Garp's voice was low and hoarse. He looked at Will again. I'm sorry about you. After taking a deep breath, his expression became firm again, the breath on his body recovered, and his face became firm again. But today you must stay. Whether it is what happened before or what you are about to do, it will bring turmoil to this sea. Will nodded. I accept your apology, Mr. Garp. It would be better if there were more people like you in the sea. His tone paused, and he smiled lightly. However, please forgive me for rejecting your subsequent proposal. After all, the air outside is so fresh and free. How could I go back to that dark cell? Garp looked serious. That's up to you. Garp, Roger said now. The tone is undeniable. He is my prey. He must die today. Roger. Garp yelled, his face full of anger. Don't you think there aren't enough dead people? He raised his fist. If you still want to fight, I will be your opponent. In line with his words, a majestic aura emanated from him. This is Garp in the prime of his life. Although there are rumors that he will not decline in strength due to his age. But this moment is definitely the period when he is infinitely close to the peak. That's right, Mr. Garp, clean up the two of them. I'm here to cheer you on. Pelusalino is finally comfortable, the old man is here, what is wrong? You can fish with peace of mind again. Will looked at Roger, who was also looking at him. There was no sign of giving in at all because of Garp's words in his eyes. Chapter 48 Golden Lion. This East Blue seems a little unfriendly to me. Lei Luan Xing collapse. The dense and thick thunder snakes centered on Will, forming a field of thunder that spread out in all directions. Boom, boom. Thunder raged on the beach, leaving potholes. The range quickly reached Roger and Garp's location. Boom. Garp's iron fist shattered a thunderbolt attacking him. This level of attack is not a threat to him. The same goes for Roger on the other side. Will didn't expect to hurt either of them this way. This kind of trick is more effective for cleaning up trash fish with average strength. But his purpose is to create a battlefield environment that is more beneficial to him. Garp frowned slightly. What a troublesome brat. Call out. He stepped on the ground and disappeared instantly. In his hands, the Marine 6 style shave has reached its peak. Will didn't even catch Garp in sight. The observation hockey opened, running straight into ultimate. Suddenly, a picture flashed through his mind. Compared with the time in Wanokuni, it is difficult to capture the picture information. Now that he is fully focused, he can still barely see it. Left. Will's mind trembled, and his body moved accordingly. Turn sideways, raise the knife, block. The whole movement was done in one go, without the slightest sloppiness. It was also when he made the series of actions just now. Garp appeared to his left. The steel-like body, the black iron fist containing his will, slammed into Will's forehead. Clang. A terrifying force was transmitted from Yanmo to his hand. Will was hit by this punch and his body fell back more than 10 meters, drawing 2 deep marks on the sand. So heavy, so thick. He looked gravely at Garp. Even if he had expected it, the strength of the opponent was still beyond his imagination. Worthy of being the pinnacle of physique powerhouse. The corner of Garp's mouth grinned. Boy, you know how powerful you are, so let's grab him obediently. Will's fighting spirit rose. It's still early. Then let you suffer. Garp's momentum was like a rainbow, and he was about to strike again. Advertisement. There was a sudden sound of breaking wind behind him. Garp, I said it, this is between me and him, no one can stop it. At the same time as the voice came, the long knife wrapped in the armed color and Conqueror's double hockey slashed at Garp with terrifying power. There is no intention of holding back at all. Roger. With a low snort, Garp turned and punched. Clang. Gold and iron clashed, sparks splashed everywhere. The two men were as imposing as a rainbow, and they did not back down. Dao thunderbolts ran around them, but they couldn't hurt them in the slightest. Garp, you're in the way. Let me get out. The air-splitting pop came to Garp's ears. His face changed drastically. Armed color, man of steel. Run iron body from Marine 6 styles while maxing out your armed colors. With the blessing of the two kinds of power, his defense was raised to a terrifying level. Boom. The dull bombardment landed on his waist and abdomen. Garp, who was bombarded like a battering ram, couldn't bear the blow. The whole person was blasted out. It hit an extremely far place, splashing countless sand and dust. Hiss. While Pelusalino bared his teeth, he also felt chills in his heart. It seems that Mr. Garp can't stand the siege of Will and Roger, can he? Could it be that he still cannot escape his fate? Without Garp in the way, Will and Roger fight together again. All of a sudden, the field was filled with slashes and thunder raged. The whole island of Logue Town was trembling and screaming. Hole. Garp got up from the pit cursing. I touched the position of the waist and abdomen. Although the defense was not broken, the pain was real. Seeing that the two were already fighting together, I couldn't help but feel a headache. He turned to Pelusalino. You boy, don't watch the show, let's stop them together. However, before Pelusalino agreed, the accident happened again. Even Will and Roger, who were fighting fiercely, stopped fighting for a while. They looked up at the sky at the same time. A huge black shadow appeared above. It was a ship, a pirate ship. Advertisement. Gia ha ha ha, Lousy is here to join in the fun. The familiar arrogant laughter came. Shiki. Garp clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Shiki. Will was slightly surprised. Before the execution, I didn't see the figure of the other party, and I thought the other party would not come. Shiki. Roger frowned. He also knew from Garp about the other party making a fuss about naval headquarters. The deep love of the other party made him very complicated. The pirate ship landed to a certain height, and everyone saw the Golden Lion standing on the bow of the ship. Only, whether it's the Golden Lion, or his pirate ship. It seems that they are all in a mess. It's like suffering from some kind of disaster. Gee ha ha ha, Roger, we meet again. And you, brother Will. Oh, Garp you old B************ D is there. It's just right, let's settle the account last time. Garp glared at each other. Shiki you B********** D, what are you doing here? Golden Lion folded his arms around his chest, drank a cigar, and looked down on the world. HMPH. As I said, I don't believe Roger will be caught by you Marines. He is the man Lousy agrees with. Although they don't like each other. But if he's going to die, it's at the hands of Lousy. Shiki. Roger looked complicated. This former enemy's sense of identity with him really made him sigh. Will rolled his eyes, speechless. Shiki, are you a bit late? What he meant was, since you care about Roger so much, how dare you be late? If it wasn't for him, the execution would have ended long ago. Ah ha ha. Golden Lion's expression froze, and he said embarrassingly, I don't know why, this East Blue seems to be a little unfriendly to Lousy, there was a little accident. Well, a few people understood. It is estimated that there is an unexpected situation such as a storm. Golden Lion looked at Roger. Roger, do you want to accept my invitation? Conquer the world with me. He still didn't give up, he really loved this man who rejected him deeply. Sorry, I have no interest in conquering the world. Roger's answer was still so straightforward. Chapter 49 The Ultimate Collision. Yeah, Golden Lion's complexion also darkened, and his breath changed accordingly. Then let me take you on the road myself. After saying that, he pulled out Sakuraju and Muku from his waist, and jumped off the bow. His eyes widened suddenly, revealing an angry look. He roared angrily, Lousy will send you on your way. Roger's face changed slightly, he was naturally afraid of the Golden Lion. Don't say that my current body is on the verge of collapse, even if it is in good condition, I dare not say that I have absolute certainty. Shiki, you are courting death. Garp let out a loud shout, leapt high, and faced the Golden Lion. The pitch-black armament hockey condenses on a pair of iron fists. Garp, get the hell out of here. Sakura Ten and Muku slashed at Garp while he roared. Clang. The two collided together in the air, and a shock wave rippled. The four eyes met, and there was anger in the eyes of both sides. Ding ding ding. Clang clang clang. Garp and Golden Lion battled together in the sky. Will and Roger looked away and looked at each other at the same time. Fighting spirit rises on him. Without the obstruction of Garp and Golden Lion, they can fight as much as they want. Tien Yu chopped the knife back into its sheath. Holding Yan Mo with one hand. Thunder armor. Will gave a low snort, and countless thunder and lightning surged out, condensing a pair of thunder armor on his Dragon Man form armor. This made the secondary thunder armor not only greatly increase his defense. It also gives a big boost to his speed. This is a move developed with reference to Raikage's lightning-style armor in Hokage. When Wanokuni fought Oden, it was finally relying on this pair of thunder armor to resist the devastating impact. Otherwise, it is likely to be like Oden, whose arm is half useless. Boom. The ground shook, and Will jumped up high. Enveloped in armed colors, Yan Mo with the power of conquerors and thunder, slashed down on Roger below. Now, with his tyrannical body, he wants to oppress Roger with absolute strength. See if the opponent's body can't hold on first. Or his own defense is broken first. Faced with this blow that seemed to tear apart the space, Roger was also awe-inspiring. After these several confrontations, he no longer dared to underestimate the opponent. Advertisement. Whether it is physical strength, hockey's attainments, or the power of swordsmanship, they are all at the top level. Tightening the long knife in his hand, he sighed slightly in his heart. It's a pity that this is not my saber. The aura on his body soared, and he also urged armament hockey to ultimate, and black and red lightning appeared. Divine avoidance 3 types surge. The long knife went from bottom to top, facing Will's slash. Boom. Before Yan Mo and the long knife collided, a terrifying power erupted from between the two. That's the collision of the two conquerors. A crimson light shone from there, followed by a powerful burst of coercion, sweeping away with a violent impact. Boom. The earth is shaking, and the waves are rolling back and forth. Will and Roger bared their teeth, and the strength in their hands increased. No one is willing to back down. Drink, drink. A low voice came from the throats of the two, and the aura on their bodies increased by a few points. Boom. Suddenly, the conquerors between Enma and Nagato exploded. The huge counter-shock force made the two of them take a few steps back at the same time. At the moment of stopping his figure, he rushed towards the opponent again. Ding, clang. Gold and iron clashed endlessly, and the two quickly collided and separated. Will hadn't been able to break Roger, and Roger hadn't been able to break Will's defenses. The anxious battle between the two brought indelible trauma to this beach. Over time, Roger's face gradually turned pale. The strength in his hands was also slowly weakening. A gleam flashed in Will's eyes. He knew that the opponent's body couldn't hold it anymore. This kind of high-intensity explosive battle is a great burden for Roger. After finally swinging away Will's attack, Roger took the opportunity to distance himself. His face was a little distorted, obviously trying to endure. It seems a bit reluctant. He sighed inwardly, both for his poor physical condition and how difficult it was for Will. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, his face returned to calm. Looking at Will, he smiled lightly and said, "Your strength is worthy of your ambition." Advertisement. I don't know what kind of changes you will bring to this sea. If you didn't die under my trick. Will pursed his lips. That's not something you, a dead man, need to think about. Ah, Roger laughed. It seems to be the truth. Immediately afterwards, his eyes burst into a cold light. Maybe, the one who died will be you. Boom. Rows of thick black and red lightning struck around him, forming a conqueror's hockey field. His eyes also turned crimson at this moment. A breath as vast as the sea emanated from him. The long knife covered by armament haki trembled slightly under his power. Will felt a slight chill in his heart, such a terrifying aura made people tremble with fear. It is conceivable that the opponent's plan is so powerful that it is unimaginable. Extreme Thor armor. The violent thunder surged, and then gathered on the thunder armor. Will, who was originally only wrapped in a layer of thunder armor, suddenly melted into the thunder. Now he's like a miniature Thunder Susanoo, but in draconic form. Yanmo also seemed to have turned into a thunder blade. It's not over yet. Armed color winding. Conquerors winding. The two haki powers were condensed without any reservation, covering both arms, Yanmo. After completing a series of preparations, a pair of dragon eyes flashing with blazing thunder stared at Roger opposite. The other party is also watching this side. The two moved at the same time. Quickly rushed towards the opponent, bringing up an afterimage, like two startled ghosts. Two figures, one white and one red. One is like a huge black-red thunder, enough to break through the void. A comet with a long tail, carrying the power to destroy the world. Wherever it passed, the space vibrated, the air exploded, and the airwaves brought up shattered the ground all the way. In an instant, they appeared in front of each other. Looking at each other, there is awe-inspiring murderous intent. All the strength of the whole body is concentrated in the arm holding the weapon. Both feet stepped on the ground at the same time, and the body took root like an old tree. The long sword and Yanmo struggled to cut out. God's Refuge Final Form Thunder. Dragon God / Comet Horn. Chapter 50 Clown. The black and red thunder meets the blazing comet. The space fell into a momentary silence, as if everything lost its color at this moment. Then, the dazzling light shines. There is only one color left in this world. Boom boom boom. The earth is cracking, Logue Town is trembling. Cracks meandered and spread around, and the sea was swept back by the powerful pressure, exposing a large stretch of beach. The billowing waves moved towards the distance, getting bigger and bigger, and finally formed a tsunami. In Logue Town, the fighting here is also fierce. In order to compete for that ring, these powerhouses are going to use their brains. At this point they stopped fighting. At the same time, look in the direction of the coast of Logue Town. His expression was extremely dignified. This level of attack, even they are shocked. Guion, Cake, led a team to rescue the townspeople. Crane Vice Admiral frowned. The impact of this kind of power was no small disaster for Logue Town. In addition, there are mixed forces present today. No one can guarantee that there will be villains taking the opportunity to make trouble. Garp. She looked over there worried. Everyone here has seen the appearance of the Golden Lion just now. She didn't think the other party was just here to see the excitement. There are many people who are also worried. Sengoku, Rayleigh, Jabba, people from Marine, people from Roger Pirates. All worried about their friends. But the two people who were the center of the incident were trying their best to squeeze the power in their bodies. The oozing sweat evaporated in an instant. The sword lights generated by the attacks of the two scurry around. The terrifying power of cutting raged on the two of them. Die to me, Will roared angrily. The thick arms in the original dragon form, with knotted muscles, looked hideous and terrifying. Feel the terrifying force coming from the hand. Roger will not admit defeat easily, he has come to this point. He has nothing left to give up. Let me use this broken body to avenge you. Spencer. Oden. He began to burn the last of his life force. This is a move similar to life return. Through the use of life energy, one can burst out with extremely strong fighting power. But as the name suggests, it comes at the cost of burning lives. Boom. Roger's aura turned red. Advertisement. The breath became stronger and stronger, and the whole person seemed to have regained its vitality, and the body returned to its peak state. This is. Will's expression changed. Is the other party's flashback achieved by burning his life? Broken. Death. The two roared. Crack. The crisp crackling sound came clearly. Although slow, but extremely firm one sound after another. As if the death knell was ringing. Cough. Roger, who had returned to the light, suddenly flushed. Suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood. Crack. The long knife in his hand was shattered inch by inch, just like his body. It has reached the last moment, and he can no longer support him to continue. PFF'd. Yanmo broke through Roger's last defense with an indomitable momentum. Pierced deeply into his chest. It was also at this moment that the light dissipated, the turbulence subsided, and the ground returned to calm. Golden Lion and Garp stopped fighting at the same time and looked this way. Pelusalino, who has been in the state of fishing in the distance, is also looking at this side blankly. Cough. Roger's throat throbbed, and blood gushed from his mouth. He had a wry smile, a little helplessness, a little nostalgia, and a little relief. And, not at all reconciled. In the end, I still haven't been able to give them vent. Will just stared at him coldly. You're not as good as Rocks. Roger raised his eyes with difficulty, looking at Will. You have never really understood Rocks, all your actions are so self-righteous. Do you think that just relying on the so-called blank 100-year historical truth can change the world and move in a better direction? Ah, Will sneered disdainfully. Writing history is the right of the victors. If you want to change this corrupt world, you must solve the root cause. It is undeniable that the Rocks were extremely ambitious, ruthless and reckless. But back then, the Rocks were really moving toward that goal. As long as the myth that celestial dragons are inviolable is broken and they are pulled down from the altar, people all over the world will no longer be afraid of creatures like celestial dragons. And you, just like a clown, playing a self-righteous world-saving drama there, ruining his efforts. Advertisement. Now, what you have done is worse than what Rocks did back then. There is a man who did not seek the illusory historical truth. It's down to earth, go to every corner of the sea, to find people's real desires, and then lead them to change and lead them to the light. That's the real way to change the world. Both the Rocks and the man are changing the world their way. As for you, hey, the person Will is talking about is Drago, the dragon. Rocks and him are taking two different paths. One is a top-down change, which is why Rocks has created a powerful Rocks pirate. One is bottom-up change, that's why the dragon travels across the sea, looking for like-minded people, and bringing the masses together. Roger's eyes widened. Every word Will said made his already disheartened face even more disheartened. Opened his mouth, and no breath. A generation of One Piece. Death. Laugh. Will pulled out Yanmo, and watched Roger's body fall without a trace of emotion. He glanced at Garp and Golden Lion over there. The body turned into a giant dragon and soared into the sky. Oh, it's really scary. Pelusolino scratched his hair in distress, and finally heaved a long sigh. The body turned into a ball of light and shot towards the sky. Wild Dragon will, of course he can't let the opponent go away. Garp also has to step on Moonwalk to chase. Golden Lion stood in front of him. Garp's face darkened. Shiki, get out of the way. Probably because of Roger's death. This time Golden Lion did not laugh arrogantly. His expression was flat, with a little sadness in it. I'm sorry, Garp, Brother Will has a lot of kindness to me, you should stay here. Shiki, you be asterisk 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 D. Garp, you old be asterisk 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 D. The two fought together again, perhaps because Roger was dead. Their battle seemed fierce, but in fact it was more like venting. In the sky, Will sensed the rapidly approaching breath from behind. The huge faucet looked back. He saw Pelusolino turned into a ball of light. Without the slightest hesitation, the dragon's mouth opened, and the thunder light gathered. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. Chapter 51. The Era of Riots. Located in the heart of the Sabayati archipelago, there is a tall building that occupies a very large area. This is the World Economic News Agency, the office in Sabayati. It is also a news agency that has been in the limelight in recent years. A dense crowd of people gathered here today. They are all waiting for the first-hand news of Roger's execution. Hurry up, hurry up, those people outside are starving for food, we are going to become the #1 newspaper in the world. This first-hand news must be sent out by us. Inside the building, Morgans hurriedly directed everyone to be busy. A newspaper was printed out from the printing machine, then packed by the staff, and hung on the news boards. Morgans looked at the papers, his eyes sparkling. As long as you seize the opportunity in today's news battlefield, you will basically be able to secure the title of the world's #1 news agency. Even if it offends Marine for this, it's worth it. President, the first batch of newspapers has been prepared. Good. Morgans cheered up, looking at the hundreds of news birds arranged neatly, like an army formation. Immediately full of pride, he waved his hand. Notify all branches in other sea areas and start reporting. Go, bring news to this sea that will make their souls tremble. Clatter la la la. The news birds flapped their wings and flew outwards. Out, out. The crowd burst into cheers. After waiting for so long, it finally arrived. Newspapers were dropped by news birds. The crowd raised their hands to grab it. When they saw the content above, their eyes widened and their bodies trembled. My dear, is the sky going to collapse? I don't know if it will collapse or not, but this sea is definitely not safe. Did such a big thing happen in Logue Town? Shaki was standing under a tree, and she also had a newspaper in her hand. When he saw the above information, he also trembled slightly. The first is the most eye-catching headline on the home page. The shocking secret treasure is now in the world. Treasure of One Piece. Close black lens bracket. The above described in detail all the behaviors of Roger after he arrived in Logue Town under the escort of Marine. Lifelike, as if being in it. Then Roger revealed that he buried the treasure on the final island, Raftel. Advertisement. When the newspaper read this, she found that the breathing of the surrounding people was already short of breath. Some are eager, and have already started clamoring excitedly to go to sea. However, patient people found that there was no indication of the outcome of Roger's execution. They looked to the second page. The same goes for Shaki. Then, her eyes widened. Astronomical head. The blood of One Piece exists in this world. Close black lens bracket. Just reading the first few words, she thought Roger was finally executed. Roger's head, isn't it just a sky-high price? However, the so-called exorbitant head is actually the head of Kazuki Oden. He actually did it. Shaki remembered what Will said by accident that day, he was going to Wanokuni. How is it possible, that person actually left behind a sinful blood? This is not what Shaki said, but the exclamation from the people around. There was no hiding the horror in his tone. In their cognition, the blood of One Piece means that the other party is very likely to become the second One Piece. In this complex state of mind, they continue to look down. Open black lens bracket shock. The ring of immortality is here. Raftel's big secret. Close black lens bracket. Hiss. There were bursts of gasps in the entire square. The above is the record of how we'll obtain the pure gold ring. The function of the pure gold ring is also indicated. Although it is not explicitly stated that everyone in the Roger Pirates has a pure gold ring, no one does not think so. Someone even made a bold guess. Roger Pirates obtained the pure gold ring on the final island. Shaki exclaimed. How is it possible? She had never heard Rayleigh say anything about the solid gold ring. I have never seen Rayleigh wearing a ring. When the Roger Pirates returned from Raftel, they also stopped in Sabayati and drank at her place. She has never seen a similar ring. However, when she looked up inadvertently, all he saw were pairs of blood-red eyes. Ring of immortality. They long for the ring of eternal life and eternal life. Shaki felt terrified. She remembered the terrible feeling Will had given her that morning, in her bar. Muttered. What a scary man. From now on, members of the Roger Pirates are destined to become public enemies. Shaki swallowed and rolled onto his back with difficulty. Advertisement. The title that caught her eyes made her breathless. The shock this news brought to her was no worse than the previous ones. Execution failed. Crazy Dragon Will fights against One Piece King Roger. Close black lens bracket. Just like the title, because of Will, Roger chased Will in a rage. The two then battled on the shores of Logue Town. During the period, Garp, Golden Lion, and Pelusolino joined the battlefield successively. This battle ended with Roger being defeated and killed by the Mad Dragon Will. As for the follow-up battle between Garp and Golden Lion, Pelusolino pursued Will and was shot down. These are not what everyone cares about. They don't know the specifics of Roger. They only know that a top powerhouse has appeared in the sea again. Rocks D. Will, a man just out of Impel Down. First, Hild, the director of Impel Down, and David, the warden. Then there's Roger Pirates crew member Spencer, Kazuki Oden. Now even the One Piece Roger has died in his hands. This man, horrible, too strong, it's so shocking. Such a strong person, either go and defeat him, use him as a stepping stone, and become famous in the sea. Either follow him, fight the sea with him, and establish hegemony. Go to sea, I want to go to sea. I'm going to find the big secret treasure. I'm going to fight for the ring of eternal life. I'm going to Raftel, the final island. The crowd is restless, their hearts are in turmoil. The same thing happens all over the world. Find out what's going on in Logue Town as the news birds fly across the ocean. While shocked, he also became frantic. Countless people flocked to the sea. What followed was countless bloody storms. Some were excited, others terrified. And some people, like an erupting volcano, were furious to the extreme. Chapter 52 Marshall, drink a cup of tea to moisturize your throat before scolding. Boom. The Berserk Conqueror's hockey swept across the entire Moby DK. Under this impact, the hull suffered varying degrees of damage. Some weak crew members were directly stunned. While resisting, the captains all looked at their father worriedly. A****, how dare he, how dare he. Whitebeard roared furiously, and in a rage, he swung his naginata and smashed everything around him. Sage looked worriedly at Marco beside him. Marco, go and persuade Dad, it won't work if this continues, the Moby DK won't be able to bear it. Yeah, now only your words can be heard by Dad. Joes, Vista and the others also spoke one after another. Marco sighed. Let's wait for Dad to vent. Oden's death is such a blow to him. Everyone was silent for a while. Dad is angry, and sad, so why aren't they? Oden was also an important companion for them. During the time we spent together, the first baby was born on board. This is a unique and unforgettable experience for them. That damn B************, D, I'll kill him. Joes, who usually seemed very quiet, became very irritable at this time. I will go with you. Beasta also stood up. With them taking the lead, other captains also responded one after another. Marco rested his forehead with a headache. I told you to stop making trouble now. Marco. Joes yelled angrily, we are going to avenge Oden, why is this messing up? That's right, if you don't want to go, then stay on the boat and take care of Dad. Wait until we bring that damned mad dragon back, and let Daddy vent his anger. A group of people shouted, and the scene was a bit chaotic. Marco was both helpless and irritable. Let me tell you, the other party is someone who can kill Oden and Roger, what do you use to fight him? Competing with others. Everyone fell silent after hearing the words. They also knew that what Marco said was reasonable, but no one was reconciled. Could it be that with so many of us, we can't beat him alone? Some people still don't believe in evil, and others follow suit. Okay, stop arguing. Everyone shut up one after another, because the person who spoke was Dad. Whitebeard restrained his breath, and sat back on the slightly broken main seat. Sadness and anger were still on his face. Advertisement. Father. Marco and the others called out worriedly. Whitebeard waved his hand and sighed deeply. That guy Oden, he agreed to come back after helping Roger. He ran back to Wanokuni without saying a word. It's all right now, go with Roger's company. This B***********, D. Whitebeard spoke a lot incoherently, and everyone just listened quietly. After a long time, boom, Whitebeard stood up abruptly, and Kong Yunch kicked hard on the deck. His eyes were wide open, and his body was like a rainbow. No matter how you say it, Oden is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, and he is my Whitebeard's brother. He can't just die like this. This matter will not be left alone. Send a message to each team, each captain, to search for the whereabouts of the Mad Dragon with all your strength, and if you find it, notify me immediately. The Whitebeard Pirates and the dragon will go to war. Whitebeard's words revived the spirits of the captains, and they were full of fighting spirit. Yes, Dad, Whitebeard nodded, looking at Marco. Marco, over there at Wanokuni, you take someone there. Let's see if they are still there. Marco looked hesitant and said, Father, will they? Whitebeard sighed softly. Let's go and have a look. No matter what, I have to give Oden an explanation. At the same time, Logue Town. At this time, Logue Town had just experienced a war, and countless buildings were damaged. Surprisingly, the execution platform in the center of the square was lucky enough to survive. The battle between the Golden Lion and Garp didn't last long after Will left. After the two vented, Golden Lion left. Garp didn't stop either. He and Pelusolino then returned to the square with Roger's body. You bastards, if you want to die, go ahead. The old man will personally send you on the road. Now, get the hell out of Logue Town, old man. Go to the sea to fight, even if you play like dogs, I won't bother to care about you. After Garp took Roger's body down on the execution platform and uttered harsh words. The fierce battle for the pure gold ring finally came to an end. Those strong men saw Roger's body, and Garp in a rage. Advertisement. There was no option to continue the fight. Rayleigh and other members of the Roger Pirates evacuated Logue Town first with sad faces when they saw that Roger was dead. Then Doflamingo et al. As for the dragon, he did not participate in the battle from beginning to end. No one found out where he went. The execution of One Piece in Logue Town is over. At this time, the temporary command post of the square camp. Bang! Clap! Sengoku and other marine generals are like elementary school students who have made mistakes, sitting upright. In front of them, a phone bug is trying its best to imitate the real situation on the other side of the call. The little guy's facial features are a little distorted. It can be seen that this call is not very friendly to it. After a long time, the little guy secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and Sengoku and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. The movement on the other side stopped. Sengoku, you are in charge of this execution. You have arranged so many people. Why did things turn out like this? On the opposite side, Kong's angry voice came. Sengoku said bitterly. Marshal Sora, I cannot shirk my responsibility for this matter. Of course you are to blame. Marshal Kong shouted loudly. Why did you let Roger say those words? Do you know what a disaster this will bring to the sea? No. Sengoku's voice was barely audible. No. You know shit. Everyone was silent, and Gion stuck out his tongue. It seemed that Marshal Sora was really going crazy this time. And that mad dragon. Why don't you stop him immediately when he appears? Papa. Marshal Kong patted the table angrily. A ring of pure gold. A ring of eternal life. Now the sea is going crazy. Morgans that be ************ D, the old man will deal with him sooner or later. Marshal Kong was already incoherent with anger. Marshal, drink a cup of tea to moisten your throat before scolding. Another familiar voice came. Hoo. Gulu. Hiss. Sengoku, Garp and others had a toothache. Chapter 53. This time I'm really going to be scolded out of my head. After drinking a cup of tea, Marshal Kong's breath finally calmed down. This execution has such a big mess, it is a huge blow to Marine. Although Roger was not executed by us, he died after all. This can be regarded as an explanation to the whole world. Garp's body trembled, screaming in his heart that he would suffer. The old man finished scolding Sengoku, now it's time to scold him. You be ******************* D. The old man knows you are brave, but I didn't expect you to be so bold. Roger entrusted his wife and children to you, do you dare to promise? Are you going to heaven defying? Garp muttered, isn't this kid innocent? Innocent. Marshal Kong's tone suddenly increased. I think you are a mess. That crazy dragon will scolded you right. Are you really going to let countless innocent mothers and children be buried for Roger's wife and children as he said? Garp shuddered, mumbled and stopped talking. Garp, you have to understand that Marine has no say in this matter. The attitude of the world government is the key. Once such an order is issued from above, as the Mad Dragon said, do you know the consequences? The best way now is to tell what you know. There was silence in the command post, and everyone looked at Garp. Garp shuddered and clenched his fists. After a while, he raised his head again with a bitter smile. Sorry, Marshal, people from the Roger Pirates may have picked up Lujo's mother and son. Silence, after a long silence. Maybe so, for Marine, for Garp. And for those mothers and children, it is the best result. After the meeting, you will record the battle process between Will and Roger in written form, be sure to be detailed. You escort that ring back to Naval Headquarters. You be ********** D, if it weren't for the lack of manpower, Lousy would have asked you to wash the toilet. After a pause, Marshal Kong's voice came again. Xiaohei stays in Logue Town temporarily, waiting for follow-up instructions. Sengoku leads the team to South Blue. Once you find someone from the Roger Pirates, arrest them immediately. Advertisement. Next, we Marine will face a turbulent and chaotic era. Our Marine's burden will become extremely heavy. Everyone, let's encourage each other. Everyone's mood also became heavy. Marshall, where are you going? The voice that asked Marshall Kong to drink tea to moisten his throat came. Where are you going? Lousy, go wipe their asses. Damn it, I'm really going to be scolded out of my head this time. Marshall Kong's cursing voice gradually became smaller. The shape of the phone bug began to change. Zephyr UB asterisk 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 D, what did you mean just now? What do you mean moisten your throat and then scold? Sengoku and Garp just disappeared like quails. Hey, Zephyr sneered, if it wasn't for my cup of tea, you would still be scolded. After chatting with each other for a few words, they returned to the topic. You don't know yet, the new world is already in chaos. Sengoku frowned, isn't that what it should be? Once the news comes out, who can sit still? Zephyr shook his head lightly. The situation is much more complicated than you imagined. The Whitebeard Pirates are searching for the whereabouts of the crazy dragon will in the sea. The beast's pirates seem to have been kicked out of Wanokuni, and now they are scrambling for territory, and they are also searching for the whereabouts of members of the Roger Pirates. The same is true for the Big Mom Pirates, and the next level pirate forces are also in action. Not only that, the alliance countries, non-affiliation countries and other forces are also ready to move. They may not be interested in Roger's big secret treasure, but very keen on immortality. This is just the current situation in New World, and the future will be even more chaotic. Also, the Roger Pirates, who had disappeared before, have shown signs of reappearing, and they seem to be gathering. It is estimated that there is a high probability that they will find trouble with the Mad Dragon will. The world government will take action soon. Their main goals are three. One is to capture the members of the Roger Pirates and get the Ring of Eternal Life in their hands. The second is to deal with Roger's evil blood. However, since they have already picked up Lu Ju's mother and son, the two things can be counted as one. The third is to deal with the crazy dragon will. First, he also has a Ring of Eternal Life, and second, he is afraid that he will become the second Rox. No, judging from the opponent's current growth, it is likely to surpass Rox in the future. Everyone. Advertisement. Zephyr said in a deep voice. No matter which one it is, we Marines can't stay out of it. Sengoku sighed. In this case, our manpower will be seriously short. So Marshal Kong is preparing for a big conscription. Hearing Zephyr's words, Sengoku and the others cheered up. This is one of the few good news. Will the superiors agree? As the successor of Marshal Marine, Sengoku is well aware of the P***** G nature of the world government. Zephyr also smiled wryly. Marshal Kong went to Mariajoy this time. In addition to wiping your butts, he also discussed this matter with them. The sea is rioting. Countless people are rushing to the sea for the great secret treasure and eternal life. And Will, one of the instigators, is drifting in a certain sea area of West Blue. I said, girl, do you really know how to read charts? Will, wearing sunglasses, pulled up the sails as required, and the small sailboat ran happily under the force of the wind. It's just, he's meowing. It was a good day to arrive at the destination. It's already noon the next day. Still floating in the sea. First of all, let me explain a little bit. In the four seas, navigation does not rely on record pointers and permanent pointers. Instead, rely on a compass and a chart. In other words, you have to be able to read charts and master relevant navigation knowledge. The things in it are quite complicated. It doesn't mean that if you have a direction, you will get to your destination. And these, for Will who has been in Impel Down for 14 years. That's really 7 orifices through 6 orifices, but one thing is not clear. The one called the girl was a pink-haired loli who was only 10 years old. Is an orphan, inspired to become a marine. The island that Will passed by, no one and no merchant ships went where he was going. Then the little girl volunteered. After asking Will for a large commission, the two went to sea. Hina is checking. Don't worry. Don't worry. The pink-haired loli who calls herself Hina said that she was not in a hurry, and her little face was about to cry. Holding the compass, lie down on the map spread out on the deck. Searching like a little mouse. Chapter 54 Inches Resurrection from the Dead. Will stared at the sky speechlessly. How could I have been obsessed with ghosts in the first place? West Blue, the same pink hair, the same name, the same catchphrase. This is undoubtedly Hina. Seeing that she is Hina, she is quite pitiful, and the other party swears that she can sail. With the lessons learned from Nami's little genius. I still have a lot of trust in this kind of character with more roles. That's why the deal was agreed to. Unexpectedly, this nautical skill is actually good, but it is just a little superficial, or the kind that I figured out by myself. Okay, I'm not in a hurry, you study slowly, it doesn't matter if it takes longer, just don't go in the wrong direction. Seeing that the little girl's eyes were full of tears, she was about to cry. Will couldn't push her any further. Hina raised her small face. Are you in no hurry? Hina will not refund money. As he spoke, he covered his bulging satchel. I'm afraid that Will get the commission back. Will rolled his eyes and waved at her. It's all yours, okay. Hey. The little girl held her fist and made a gesture of victory. Will. Sure enough, the powder cuts are all black, even the little loli is no exception. Then Hina searched and searched on the map like a little mouse, gesturing and drawing. Will sighed and shook his head. Porp porp. Take the little guy out of your arms. After connecting, the phone bug began to imitate the person on the other side. Ouch, my big boss, where are you having fun now? The only person who can contact Will and talk to him like this is Stussy. What's the matter, my big beauty, are you missing me? That's not true, you are now the famous dragon Will, even the One Piece died in your hands, I can't wait to fly to your side now. I serve you well. Stussy's tone was soft and seductive. Will, who was upright and full of blood, swallowed his saliva. Stussy, you have changed a bit. Is it big? How big is it? Will curled his lips, your place is indeed quite big. Giggle. Here Stussy smiled coquettishly, lying lazily on the big bed, her graceful figure looming. It's a pity that the little guy can't make video calls, otherwise Will can feast his eyes. Advertisement. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, let's get down to business. About what happened back then, there is a little clue. Oh, Will became interested. Tell me, after the Valley of the Gods incident that year, Marine's personnel transfer has not changed much. Instead, it's our CP organization. In CP0, there is a senior agent who performs missions all year round. His information is also kept strictly confidential. Even I am not qualified to check it. But the strange thing is that after the Valley of the Gods incident, that agent became active again in CP0. Will frowned slightly. If there are no other valuable clues, then this doesn't mean anything. Indeed, there are many agents in CP0 who went out on duty, and they happened to return at that time, and it's not uncommon for them to return. But what if that person's size, strength, ability, etc. are quite similar to someone else? Who? Will's tone finally changed. He is the one who betrayed Rox and the information of his mother and child. Have a strong, thank you, heart. If you have the opportunity, you still have to thank the other party. John. Stussy slowly revealed the identity of the possible person. Will's eyebrows almost knit together. But he remembered that the Golden Lion said that John died in the Valley of God incident. The whereabouts of Akoku and Silver Axe are unknown. In Will's view, the latter two are more likely. Unexpectedly, it was John who was rumored to be dead instead. Boom boom boom. Will tapped on the side of the boat, thoughts wandering in his mind. Finally let go of the speculation in my heart. Let's keep paying attention to that person for the time being. As long as the other party takes action, it will definitely show his feet. Okay, by the way, here's something about you. Will smiled and said, it seems that I have received a lot of attention. Stussy rolled her eyes charmingly, and the little guy followed suit. What did you do yourself? Do you have no mental points? Now the Whitebeard Pirates are trying their best to find your whereabouts and want to avenge Oden. Will nodded. I'm not surprised by that. But now I don't have the time to pay attention to them. And the world government is also preparing to attack you. It may send a powerful CP0 to snipe you. You have to be careful. Regarding Stussy's words, Will's expression also became serious. Compared to the Whitebeard Pirates he knows everything about. He didn't dare to underestimate the world government at all. This is a behemoth that has ruled the sea for hundreds of years. No one knows how many cards are in the hand. Advertisement. Even if his current strength is very strong, if he encounters some strange fruit abilities, he will still be confused. And those who can be sent to snipe him will definitely not be weak. After hanging up the phone, Will began to think about the next path. It is necessary to develop power, and currently only Bullet can be used as a combat power on his side. So while digesting the fat of Wanokuni, we also need to subdue some powerful subordinates. Or grow some promising seeds. He looked at Hina who was studying the chart and shook his head. Time waits for no one. The enemy will not give himself peace of mind to develop. Suddenly feel a little pity. When I was in Wanokuni, I wish I could subdue Kaido's beasts pirates. Ah, a sudden exclamation brought him back from his thoughts. Will looked at Hina. Hina was pointing forward, her little face was full of surprise. The little loli began to jump up and down happily. Hina just said no problem, Hina can do it. Hina is a genius. Will looked back, and at some point in front of him, there was an extra island. On the island, a towering tree can be vaguely seen. This is a real towering tree. Hey, did you really fool you little girl? What does it mean to be blinded? Hina is not blinded. This is the right direction that Hina made based on her knowledge of navigation. Hina is very dissatisfied with Will's questioning. Will was speechless. I don't know who said it only takes 1 day to arrive, and now it's been 2 days. Also, we changed directions 3 times on the way. Also, who was so anxious that he was about to cry just now? Ah, Hina screamed covering her ears. Hina won't listen, Hina won't listen. Anyway, it's Hina's credit. Hey, this pink-haired loli. Will really convinced her. Yes, thanks to you, hurry up and take the helm. Hina's big eyes flickered a few times. Seeing that Will had already turned to look at the island in front of him, he stuck out his little tongue. Stow compass and chart in small satchel. Take the helm like a little adult. Lucy, I'm back, are you okay? Chapter 55 Lucy, I'm back. As this Ohara, the closer you get to Ohara, the stronger the impact of the Tree of Omniscience. This is truly a miracle of nature. The entire Tree of Omniscience almost enveloped Ohara, reaching to the sky. Hina was surprised. Hina looked at the Tree of Omniscience in front of her with a small face in shock. Being in West Blue, she must have heard of Ohara and the Tree of Omniscience. But seeing it with my own eyes is still incredible. This is much bigger than what is said in the legend. In her limited cognition, the big tree on the mountain behind the village is already big enough. But how many big trees are added together to be comparable to the tree of omniscience in front of you? Boom. Ouch. Hina clutched her little head and glared at Will angrily. Why are you hitting Hina on the head? You'll be stupid. Will said unhappily. Hurry up and stop the boat. HMPH, you can't hit Hina on the head either. Although angry, Hina obediently complied. As soon as the boat docked, Will got off the boat impatiently. Even the little girl Hina didn't say hello. Oops, you be asterisk 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 D, wait for Hina. Hina was still packing her things when she saw that Will had landed, and stomped her feet angrily. Clean up indiscriminately, and quickly trot to keep up. People who are not familiar with the place here, still feel safer with Will. The Tree of Omniscience. Lucy. Will walked towards the Tree of Omniscience, muttering under his breath. As the Tree of Omniscience got closer, he became more and more uneasy. Finally, he came under the Tree of Omniscience. Standing at the door, he was a little afraid to go in. You, guy, what are you doing? Go, so fast, don't wait, Hina. Little Loli was out of breath, and almost collapsed from exhaustion. After a while, he straightened up and said strangely, why don't you go in? Aren't you in a hurry? Will glanced down at him, but said nothing. How are you? A crisp voice came from behind them. When the two turned their heads, it was a girl who was younger than Hina. The other party is holding a book. Although he is very young, it gives people a sense of sight. This is a cultural person's sense of sight. Hello, Hina's name is Hina, how about you? Hina said hello very familiarly. Nico Robin. Advertisement. Robin was a little confused by Hina's self-introduction. She looked up at Will. Uncle, are you from somewhere else? Ah, after coming out of Impel Down, you will be upgraded to an uncle. Will sighs. With the appearance of Robin, the tense mood eased a lot. Hearing this, he smiled lightly and said, how do you know? Robin pursed his lips slightly. I know everyone from Ohara, but you are not from Ohara. Will nodded. Well, you're right, we did come from somewhere else. Can we go in? Of course, but after entering, don't speak loudly, don't touch the books, and don't destroy the books. Robin explained to the two what to pay attention to. Only then did Will and Hina walk into the Tree of Omniscience. The moment you step inside, they were all shocked when they saw the densely packed books. Even the large libraries Will has seen in previous lives are not as good as this one. Oh my god, Hina is stunned, how did they do it? Robin explained on the side. The Tree of Omniscience began to grow in Ohara thousands of years ago. In the following years, scholars have settled here one after another. Since then, the number of scholars here has gradually increased, and they began to put the books they collected into the Tree of Omniscience. Until it became what it is today, this is the result of the hard work of countless ancestors, and it cannot be established by our generation. Will sighed from the side. It's really great, they have preserved a complete inheritance for mankind. No matter which world you are in, the inheritance of civilization is very important, and these scholars are great. It's a pity that for the sake of true knowledge, the painstaking efforts of countless ancestors were ruined. Robin, are you back? A scholar saw Robin and said hello. Robin returned a broad smile. Well, I went to the beach to read. Is Mother Lucy there? The scholar smiled and said, here, in the basement. Will, why is there a strange feeling? Cough. Will coughed lightly. Well, Robin, your mother's name is Lucy. Robin was a little strange, but still smiled sweetly. Of course, Mother Lucy is very nice, I'll explain it to you later. That Lucy. Will tensed a bit. Look here, I'll go find Mother Lucy. Robin quickly got into the basement. Will's face kept changing. Already cursing bullet in his heart. This be asterisk 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 D, how many things did he not explain to himself? Strange, what's wrong with you? Seeing Will's strange appearance again, Hina tugged on his sleeve. Will took a deep breath. What should come always comes. It's going to rain, and my mother is going to get married, nothing can stop it. Advertisement. Thinking of this, he became nervous again. Oops, Robin, slow down. Mother Lucy, it's time for you to exercise, don't stay below all the time, your physique will become weaker. Two figures, one small and one large, came out of the basement. At the moment when the four eyes met, all the uneasiness in Will's heart disappeared. He smiled brightly. Hi Lucy, I'm back. The woman named Lucy froze and then trembled. The next moment, he covered his mouth with his hands, and tears began to flow. Will walked over and hugged her gently. Lucy, I'm back. 14 years later, he finally reunited with his mother again. When we parted, he was still 10 years old. If it wasn't for his special situation, he might have died in that prison long ago. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. When Will disappeared without a word, she was shocked and confused. Even though he has been smart and precocious since he was a child, it is reassuring. Even if he left a message for Bullet, he would definitely appear in front of him again. She hesitated for a long time before regaining her composure. Robin opened his mouth wide, watching this scene in disbelief. She knew that Mama Lucy had a real son. But never seen it. She always heard Lucy's mother say how his son was. When she was very young, she heard about her stepbrother from the big guy Bullet who had been busy exercising. There was always pride and admiration in Bullet back then. Since then, She has been curious about the person in their mouth. The movement here quickly attracted the attention of other scholars. The two parted, and Lucy stroked Will's face lightly. For 14 years, this face is both familiar and unfamiliar. He looks quite handsome, unlike your dead ghost father. Will also laughed and said, that's not because your genes are good. Puff. Lucy laughed through her tears. You guy, you like to say something funny since you were a child. She wiped away her tears, and said softly, you are already an adult. Will just hums. Lucy looked at the other scholars. See, this is my mother's son. You nerds, take a good look. Is it handsome? Is it handsome? Is it strong? Lucy changed from gentle to aggressive. This is her true face. Will laughed too. Myself. I'm finally home. Chapter 56 Goddess. Am I that kind of person? After the uproar, the scholars dispersed one after another. They also know that Lucy must have a lot to say after being separated from her son for many years. A group of 4 returned to Lucy's home in Ohara. That's my room, that's Bullet's, this is Robin's. Lucy opened the last room. This is for you. The layout inside is exactly the same as my previous room. Maybe in Lucy's eyes, she has never grown up, or maybe, when Lucy misses herself, she will come to this room. Back in the living room, Robin sensibly went to make tea and cut fruit. The little person is like a little adult, doing these things skillfully. Robin is my goddaughter, don't bully her. A reminder to Lucy. Will touched his nose. Lucy, am I that kind of person? Lucy sneered and said, when I picked up Bullet, he started to disobey you. How badly was he bullied by you? You don't have any psychological points. Cough. Will coughed dryly. I was teaching him the principles of being a human being. Didn't he become very good afterward? I don't care. If Robin suffers a little bit of wrong, I want you to look good. Yes, 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 your goddaughter, my godsister. He yelled at Robin. Damn sister. Robin pursed his lips, feeling that something was wrong. Lucy looked at Hina, who had been silent all the time. What's the girl's name? Hina smiled sweetly. Aunt Lucy. Hina's name is Hina. Oh, what a cute little girl. Lucy is full of love and pulls Hina to her side. Rubbing her little face, he took a moment to look up at Will. Such a cute girl, where did you abduct her? Hina was not kidnapped. Before Will could speak, Hina was not happy at first. Hina was hired by him and sent him here. Hina is very capable. Will explained. I don't know how to sail, and it happens that she knows a little bit, so I hired her. Speaking of this, he couldn't help complaining. Almost led me the wrong way. Hina didn't. For this point, Hina insists that she is right. After a while, Will asked, so, you're studying historical texts now? He couldn't help but not care about it. 2 years later, this place will be reduced to scorched earth. Lucy smiled wryly. This is my old line of work, what would you do if you don't do this? I went out from here and went to the sea to find historical texts. Advertisement. I met your father and Rox in the Sabayati archipelago, and they invited me to board the ship after they knew my profession. We ran into the celestial dragons before we even set sail. You know what happened after that. Will sighed and said, Lucy, why don't we stop studying this, and let's change jobs for fun? He really didn't want Lucy to study the so-called 100-year historical truth. It doesn't really make much sense. All in all, in Raftel, the final island. These scholars don't have the ability to collect all 4 road signs. Lucy grabs the pillow and throws it at Will. Unhappily said, my old lady depends on this for a living, if you don't study this, what are you studying? Will hesitated. Your son is preparing to start a business, why don't you go to my place? He was really worried about Lucy staying here. Not to mention the Buster call 2 years later, just those enemies of myself. If you knew Lucy's identity, you would probably pounce like a shark smelling blood. Entrepreneurship. Lucy was a little strange. Forehead. Will asked weakly. During this time, have you never cared about the outside world? Lucy curled her lips. What's there to care about? The news that the previous One Piece Roger was arrested and ready to be executed is worth paying attention to. Other things are not as interesting as ancient texts. Why, that One Piece died. The word, hang up, was still learned by Lucy from Will. Will was really speechless. You scholars, you really don't hear anything out of the window, and you only read the books of sages. At least pay attention to the outside world. Dang clang. The 3 looked towards the kitchen. I saw that the fruit platter Robin was carrying had fallen to the ground. Her eyes widened, her small face was full of shock and fear. The little hand tremblingly pointed at Will. He. She remembered why the man in front of her felt a little familiar to her. My righteous brother is the recently famous Mad Dragon Will. The man who came out of Impel Down. The man who made trouble in Logue Town and killed Roger, the Pirate King. You bullied my little Robin. Lucy glared at Will and hurried over. Will seemed innocent enough. Robin pulled Lucy and muttered. The expression on Lucy's face was first stunned, then shocked, and finally looked at Will in disbelief. You came out of Impel Down. Advertisement. Will nods. You also went to New World. Nod. You killed Roger in Logue Town. Still nodding. What ring of eternal life do you have on your hand? Will rolled his eyes. Yes, it's all done by your son. He complained. I said you were really, I came out of Impel Down and made such a big commotion, you don't even know about it. Lucy was a little embarrassed. Recently, she has been hiding in the basement, studying the historical text. There is no time to care about the outside situation. When he came to Will, he looked at him carefully again. Pat him on the shoulder hard. Good boy, you are worthy of being my mother's cub. Much better than your dead ghost father and uncle. Ha ha ha. Will's mouth twitches. He turned his head and looked towards the door. Girl, where are you going? Hina's small body froze, and she turned her head tremblingly. Squeeze a smile uglier than crying. Hee. Hina. Hina remembered that there is still something to do at home. Hina needs to hurry back. You keep talking, I won't bother you. My mind is almost broken. It's such a long life, and I have been with a big devil for so long. It's over, you won't be killed, will you? Run quickly. When I saw Will's half-smile expression, my heart skipped a beat. With a scream, Hina turned around and ran outside. She ran hard, ran. Gradually, she realized something was wrong. Why did the surrounding scenery not change? She stopped screaming, and so did her short, frantically running legs. Looking down, his body left the ground and was suspended. The body trembled again. Ruined. Chapter 57 Wind Rises West Blue. Within 2 days of staying in Ohara, Lucy was packing. Will asked strangely, is this the decision to go to my place? Before, I persuaded the other party to stay away from Ohara and stay away from the historical text. The other party still does not agree. Now is this a change of mind? Lucy said angrily. Go, I have something to do. Will frowned slightly. Going to see. Well, do you know about West Blue's Gabi Sea area? Seeing Will's unsure look, Lucy explained. The Gabi Sea territory is known as the Sea of Death, the Devil's Sea territory, and few people who enter that sea area can come out alive. Some time ago, someone broke in and was lucky to come out alive. And bring out a message. It is said that the man encountered an island inside, with ancient ruins on it, and said that there are countless treasures inside. We suspect that the ancient ruins may be related to the historical text. So I decided to take a look, maybe there will be great discoveries there. Do you believe this too? Will was very surprised. There are countless rumors in the sea, but few are true. It is said that that person is already forming a team and intends to enter the Gabi Sea again. If it's not true, the other party won't have to risk his life, right? And according to the situation described by that person, it is very close to the ancient ruins. Will sighed softly, and shook his head helplessly. You scholars, for the sake of archaeology, you really don't even want your life. Go away, that's for true knowledge. Sometimes, it is difficult for you to understand the persistence of these people, even regardless of the consequences. But it's also hard to say that what they did was pointless. After all, a true and complete history is very important to any civilization. Porp. At this time, the phone bug rang. Marco went to Wanokuni. Will is a little surprised when he gets Bullet's call. Well, I had a fight with him. Bullet's tone was not very happy. Will raised his eyebrows slightly. It's impossible for you to lose, right? How is that possible? Bullet's tone rose suddenly. That coward ran away in the middle of the battle. That's right. Bullet's qualifications are there. It can be said that there are few people in the same period as his opponent. In the original book, he joined the Roger Pirates as a challenger when he was 15 years old. At that time, the entire Roger Pirates, only Roger could defeat him. Even Rayleigh and others can only be flat. Although there may be some unknown circumstances, this is enough to illustrate the strength of Bullet. The current Bullet has neither the training on the battlefield nor the experience of the Roger Pirates. The strength is indeed worse. But it is still very strong. If it is really a life and death battle, Marco will definitely die. What did he do at Wanokuni? Will can't believe it, Marco went to Wanokuni and did nothing else. Kazuki Oden's son was saved. What about the rest? Advertisement. It was discovered in time, and it was stopped. However, a few of Oden's retainers ran away. After Will left Wanokuni, Bullet gathered the samurai in the shogun's mansion and took the 5 Kanamon into custody. Then follow Will's explanation before leaving. To prevent Oden's old department from making trouble, they went straight to Julie before they could react in Tianyu. Subdue Tianyushi and others, and bring them back to the capital of Flowers for custody. Without the backbone, Wanokuni's resistance is not much. Are the rest going to be killed? Keep it first. Especially that woman in Tianyu, pay close attention, she is of great use to me. New, it's not that he has any thoughts about Tianyu. It's that he has an idea about Tianyushi's fruit ability. After finishing the call, before Will had time to think about his next move, the phone bug rang again. Stussy, don't you bring me bad news. Will said jokingly. He has only been with Lucy for a short time now, and he doesn't want to do other things in a short time. I'm really sorry, my big boss. What I brought you this time is bad news. Do you want to hear it? Will said helplessly, you've already said that, so listen to it. Hopefully it's not too bad news. Stussy restrained his smile and said in a serious tone, Will, you have to leave West Blue immediately. Oh, Will asked in surprise, what happened? The news about you in West Blue has been exposed, and the people on CP0 are already taking action. Will sighed softly, your CP organization really belongs to dogs. My whereabouts can be regarded as concealed, how did I get discovered? Stussy said angrily, you are the dog. Sorry, Will apologized hastily. This is his own intelligence leader, so he has to be coaxed. He has realized the benefits of having a strong intelligence network. Snort. Stussy snorted before continuing. The CP organization disclosed the news about you in West Blue to the Whitebeard Pirates. They're going to put Whitebeard in the lead, and they're going to reap the benefits. Now the Whitebeard Pirates are gathering. I guess it won't be long before I leave New World and go to West Blue. You'd better leave West Blue as soon as possible. Obviously, Stussy doesn't think that will be able to retreat unscathed under the siege of the Whitebeard Pirates and the CP organization. It's really unsustainable. With a deep sigh, Will became a little irritable. It seems that we have to find a way to solve these troubles. At least let them stop making trouble for me in a short time. Stussy said softly. The current troubles are not easy to solve. For your safety, you should go back to New World first. At least here, with Bullet, I can help you too. She really didn't want anything to happen to Will. You make me think. Will didn't immediately agree to Stussy's proposal, and pondered it carefully. After a long time, I saw Lucy who was still packing her luggage. There was a gleam in his eyes. Advertisement. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Then, play big, Stussy, have you heard, there is a big baby in West Blue. What a big baby, I heard it's Logia devil fruit. No, I heard, that's the treasure left by Rocks. Don't know Rocks, then you know the crazy dragon Rocks D. Will. Yes, according to rumors, his uncle Rocks is even more powerful than the One Piece King Roger. Think about it, how big is the treasure left by such a person? Why do I hear that there is a permanent pointer that can reach Raftel, the final island? How did I hear that if you want to go to Raftel, you need to collect all 4 road signs, and in the Treasure of Rocks, there is a translation of the historical text. What is the road sign? What is the historical text? I heard it was. This gust of wind blowing from nowhere quickly swept across the sea. As a powerful pirate force, the Whitebeard Pirates have more detailed information. Father, are these news true? The Treasure of the Rocks, the eternal pointer to Raftel, and the most vicious Logia dark fruit. Marco and others surrounded Whitebeard. When Marshal Teach on the periphery heard dark fruit, his eyes flashed brightly. At this time Whitebeard is also frowning. Rocks did have a batch of incalculable treasures back then, and no one knew where he hid them. I don't care about these, treasures are just possessions. What I care about is there really a permanent pointer to Raftel? Are those translations real? He knew how to get to Raftel, but he didn't know if Rocks knew it too. Also, do you know the previous owner of Dark Fruit? Could it be? Everyone was surprised. Whitebeard nodded. That's right, Rocks himself. This fruit is really vicious. It can not only invalidate the ability of the ability user, but also deprive the ability user of the ability. Hiss. Whitebeard ignored everyone's surprise, but looked at the information in his hand strangely. The Gabby Sea area in West Blue is called the Devil's Sea area, where there is no exit. It is really suitable for treasure hunting. But, will the Rocks really hide the treasure there? In the end he still didn't come up with an answer. He looked at Marco and the others, and said in a deep voice, don't worry about this for now. Our goal is the Mad Dragon. It's not too late to go and have a look after we get rid of the Mad Dragon. Of course, the Whitebeard Pirates were not the only ones who received the news. Beasts Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, Flying Pirates, Marine, World Government and other forces are also known. Whether it's the Rocks treasure, still a permanent pointer to Raftel, or the most vicious Logia dark fruit, they are very excited. At this moment, the sea boiled again. West Blue. Go West Blue. Chapter 58. The collision of the Crazy Dragon and the Whitebeard Pirates. The Gabby Sea area is the famous Dead Sea area of West Blue. The climate here is weird, no less than the situation in New World. The magnetic field inside is chaotic, and the compass is basically useless inside. Almost all ships avoid this area. However, things are different these days. There are many large and small ships wandering around this sea area without saying anything, and some of them broke into it directly. The purpose of these people is all for the treasure of Rocks. As the closest to the Gabby Sea area, it is the Kingdom of Flowers. At this time, the Kingdom of Flowers also became very lively as the news of the Rocks treasure spread. All kinds of people stop here. When there are too many people, accidents are easy to happen. The country of flowers is also a headache for this. Not only dispatched the army, but also dispatched the second treasure of the Babao Water Army, and the 2 water troops of the Babao Water Army were stationed at the port. It also shocked many people. But for powerful people, it is still not enough to see. For example, the Beasts Pirates who have arrived in the country of flowers. Big Mom Pirates. A few years ago, Green Pepper, whose head cone was dented by Garp in one fell swoop, lost a lot of strength. Lao Huo of the Erbao Navy is not inferior to Qingzhou at his peak. They led their subordinates and watched covetously from the sidelines. Also just watching. HMPH, a group of guys who dare not even set foot in the New World. Kaido glanced over there with disdain, and then took Jin, Quinn and others off the boat. After coming out of Wanokuni, his power has become stronger. It is said that he has planned an army of zone ability users, so that he can bear the name of Beasts Pirates. Mommy. A group of people approached, led by Charlotte Linlin of the official Big Mom Pirates. Linlin. Kaido's face suddenly became gloomy. Kaido. Charlotte Linlin stopped a few meters away, also looking at Kaido. The momentum of the two was tit for tat, as if they were about to fight in the next moment. I heard you were kicked out of Wanokuni, Kaido. Charlotte Linlin seemed to be asking, but also mocking. The thorn in Kaido's heart was teased, and anger rose from his body. Linlin, do you want to die? Mom, Charlotte Linlin laughed. His attitude has not changed at all because of Kaido's words. You are really embarrassed, like a monk all the way. She looked at Jin behind Kaido. Jin, I like you very much, why don't you come to my place? Following Kaido, a loser, has no future. Linlin, Kaido shouted loudly, his momentum soaring. Kaido, I'm not afraid of you. Charlotte Linlin didn't back down. Mr. Kaido, mother. Jin and Perospero took a step forward at the same time. Jin whispered, Mr. Kaido, our goal is the rock's treasure, and it is not appropriate to start a war with the Big Mom pirates now. Perospero also looked at Kaido, reminding Charlotte Linlin of the purpose of her trip. Sorry, Jean. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded. The atmosphere of the audience suddenly froze. The two pirates parted ways, and looked at the person coming in unison. It was a young man, followed by a very unhappy pink-haired little loli. Hina even said not to come, Hina doesn't want to wade into this muddy water. I'm sorry, isn't there no suitable candidate for this? Don't worry, the commission will be doubled this time, and I will teach you how to practice when I go back, how about it? The young man apologized and said good things. Hina's face suddenly turned cloudy, and a smile appeared on her little face again. After coaxing the little girl, Will looked forward to the two tall figures who were still blocking the road. Immediately happy, it is really a narrow road to the enemy. Yo, Kaido, Wanokuni said goodbye in a hurry, but I didn't expect to meet here again. Will waved his hand at him. I heard that you went overseas to start a business, and you made it so popular. Really, when I left Wanokuni and didn't tell me, it made me regret for a long time. Crackling. Kaido clenched his fists, he didn't expect that the two sides would meet again under such circumstances. Will be so fast. What should I do? The ruthless words I put down before leaving seemed to be impossible to finish. He thought it would be amazing enough for the other side to kill Oden. Unexpectedly, in a blink of an eye, he ran from Wanokuni to East Blue Log Town and killed Roger. I feel a little flustered. He wasn't the only one flustered, so were the rest of the beast's pirates. Isn't it because of this man in front of me that why I and others are wandering in the sea? Also a little flustered, there is also the Big Mom pirates. They recognize the identity of the person in front of them. Crazy Dragon rocks D. Will. Once, Roger called on the door and asked Charlotte Linlin for rubbings of road signs. At that time, they had no history of resistance. At that time, Roger and Kazuki Oden left a lot of psychological shadow on them. But now, those two guys are dead. Advertisement. Died at the hands of this man in front of him. How does this make them fearless? You're the one who kicked us out of Wanokuni. At this time, a little boy poked his head out from behind Kaido. There are a pair of demonic red horns growing on the small head. Kaido, my own silly daughter. No, silly son. Do you want me to lose face? Yamato came out from behind Kaido, walked up to Will, and looked at him curiously. Yamato, raised by Kaido as his son, does not look like a little girl at all. On the contrary, he is like a little boy, with a tiger head and a tiger brain. A little silly. Will looked at Kaido's rugged appearance, then at Yamato. He slandered in his heart. This Kaido's wife has such powerful genes that she can suppress Kaido's genes. Seeing Will's expression, Kaido immediately became unhappy. Hey, what is that look in your eyes? This is the kind of lousy. Hina wants to touch. Seeing Yamato's cute little appearance, Hina couldn't help reaching out to touch the corner of Yamato's head. The little guy didn't object. After satisfying curiosity, Hina opened her satchel and took out two strange lavender fruits from it. Pass one of them to Yamato. There are only two left. Hina invites you to eat. I don't know why, but I looked at the purple fruit that the two little girls were eating. The status of the two pirates has a strange feeling. As for where the strangeness is, I can't tell. Mommy. Charlotte Linlin was silent for a while, then suddenly laughed. I didn't expect to meet you here. Rocks D. Will also looked at Charlotte Linlin, chuckled and said, nice meeting, Charlotte Linlin. At this time, Charlotte Linlin's elegance is gone. It is developing in the direction of steel balloon. The atmosphere of the three is a little delicate. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's former captain, Rocks, is Will's uncle. Today, Will's growth potential is more terrifying than Rocks himself. As long as everyone is still living in New World, there is no guarantee that there will be no fighting. Judging from the current situation, there is a high probability that they will be the ones who suffer. Kaido said in a deep voice, you still dare to appear here? Will laughed. Why not? This is neither naval headquarters nor Mariajoy. Even I can walk out of Impel Down, the mere country of flowers, I can't stop it. HMPH, just be complacent, and I think you'll still be able to laugh. Kaido restrained his anger at this time, looking like he was watching a good show. Mommy. Charlotte Linlin also laughed. Mad Dragon, it is said that the Whitebeard Pirates have entered West Blue. It won't be long before we come to the Kingdom of Flowers. What are you going to do? The grievances between the Whitebeard Pirates and will have long been known. No matter which side it is, they are happy to see the war between the two sides break out. Best to lose both, but everyone knows that Will has no chance of winning against the Whitebeard Pirates alone. Whitebeard alone was enough to overwhelm Will. Will shrugged. Hit if you can beat it, and run if you can't beat it. Facing the strongest man in the world, don't be ashamed. Now Whitebeard has not yet been called the strongest man in the world. But his strength lies there, that is, no one can deny it. Will said so, neither Charlotte Linlin nor Kaido felt anything. She, it's really a big party. DBDF. Doflamingo is the only one who can have this peculiar laugh. Will, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido squinted their eyes at the same time, looking at Doflamingo. The two pirates also looked over in unison. Immediately, Doflamingo's smile froze, and he felt shuddering. The four cadres behind him, Torrebel, Pika, Diamante and Virgo, were also sweating profusely. Where did the clown come from? Kaido frowned. At this time, Doflamingo and his Don Quixote family were not very famous. It is also famous for the 1 acre and 3-point land in North Blue. For the forces of the New World, they haven't heard much about it yet. It is even less likely that the current Kaido will know his future partner. Mom, are all the newcomers so ignorant? Doflamingo's heart boiled with anger, but he couldn't burst out. Everyone present is not something he can afford. Will waved his hand. Don't scare people. Doflamingo, right, I'm very optimistic about you. If you have a chance, let's have a cup of tea together. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido took a deep look at Doflamingo when they heard Will's words. Nodding at him, doing Will a favor. The attitudes of the two pirate groups also changed accordingly. Advertisement. Come on, let's find a place to sit. Seeing the three lead away, Doflamingo and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Dover, I was really scared to death just now. Torrebel wiped the sweat from his forehead. The others were also in shock. Diamante looked at Will's back and exclaimed, is that the prestige of a strong man? Just one glance, one word, makes people unable to resist the idea. Yes, this is the world of the strong. Doflamingo's eyes flickered. The weak enter the world of the strong at will, but they will be eaten to pieces. Torrebel said strangely. By the way, Dover, you know. The Mad Dragon. Doflamingo shook his head. I'm curious too. Torrebel whispered. Dover, this may be an opportunity. Not to mention the petty thoughts of the Don Quixote family. At this time, one after another, many forces entered the Kingdom of Flowers. Everyone is planning to put the finishing touches on in the Land of Flowers. Pirate forces, underworld forces, kingdom forces, some lone rangers, and bounty hunters all gathered here at once. At the same time, in a certain sea area of West Blue, more than a dozen warships braved the wind and waves. Report the latest situation. At the bow of the command ship, Sengoku, who was supposed to hunt down the Roger pirates in South Blue, appeared here. Behind him is Crane Vice Admiral, who should have presided over the overall situation in Logue Town. There are Pelusolino, Cake, and Gion in the back. Even Sakazuki, Kuzan, who was supposed to be patrolling the Grand Line, showed up here. Yes, Sengoku Admiral. The accompanying intelligence personnel opened the file. The forces mentioned before are all repairing in the Kingdom of Flowers, except for some small forces, none of them went to the Gabi Sea immediately. The Whitebeard Pirates are now less than a day away from the Land of Flowers. The people from CP0 have arrived in the Kingdom of Flowers and are currently lurking. The other party asked us to cooperate with them in encircling and suppressing the Wild Dragon while in the Gabi Sea area. The report is over. Sengoku waved his hand, and waited for the intelligence officer to go down afterward. Look at Crane Vice Admiral. Xiaohei, do you have a strange feeling? After thinking for a while, Crane Vice Admiral slowly opened his mouth and said, violation. This happened inexplicably. Without any buffer time, it seems like overnight, everyone has spoken. That's right. Sengoku nodded. His face became gloomy. It seems that someone is manipulating all this. Crane Vice Admiral pondered. Then shall we wait and see what happens? Sengoku sighed softly. Marine can't stay out of it. Whether this is true or not, Treasure of the Rocks, Eternal Pointer of the Raftel ahead, Dark Fruit, translation of the historical text. These things must not fall into the hands of the pirates. The five elders are very concerned about this matter. Crane Vice Admiral also sighed. I hope this operation will go well. Today's Gabi Sea area is extremely lively. The famous Beasts Pirates Big Mom Pirate Group. The 2 Treasure Water Army and the 8 Treasure Water Army of the Kingdom of Flowers. West Blue's famous gangster families, the Capone family, the Oro family, and the Phillips family also came. The Don Quixote family from North Blue. Gecko Moria's terrifying 3-sail pirate group and other forces have come. And there are many strong people who walk alone. For example, the recently famous Sir Crocodile. Mox, who is infinitely close to the great swordsman. Bounty Hunter Guy, as well as, everyone looked at the figure suspended in midair. That is an existence that all forces cannot ignore. Crazy Dragon Rocks D. Will. Stories about him have already been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Counting from the moment the opponent came out of Impel Down, he had been active at sea for less than a month. But what he has done is beyond the reach of most forces. This is definitely one of their biggest competitors. It's really a tacit understanding, they all chose to enter Gabi Sea today. We'll look down at the large and small pirate ships below. I feel a little weird. These people actually didn't go in and explore before this. Suddenly, Will turned and looked in the direction of the Kingdom of Flowers. There, a huge pirate ship is coming with the wind and waves. Not only Will, but other forces below have also discovered it. That is, it's the Whitebeard Pirates, many people exclaimed. This used to be with the Roger Pirates, the Flying Pirates, and the three pirate groups that dominated the New World. Today, the Roger Pirates have been disbanded, even if they come back because of the Ring of Eternal Life, their strength is not as good as before. After all, the strongest Roger is dead. After the Flying Pirates made a big fuss in naval headquarters in Golden Lion, although they completed the legend of Impel Down day trip. But also because of this day's effort, the power of his subordinates has dropped sharply. Only the Whitebeard Pirates are still strong, even stronger than before. We'll watch the Moby DK coming through the waves. At the bow of the ship, stood a tall and stalwart figure. Behind that figure are the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. Is it finally here? Chapter 59 Spiral Vientiane. When the Moby DK was about to approach this side, its speed slowed down. Finally, they stopped at a distance of 100 meters from Will. The atmosphere on the field also became quiet with the arrival of the Whitebeard Pirates. No one spoke, but the air has gradually filled with the smell of gunpowder. Everyone knows that today the Whitebeard Pirates and the Crazy Dragon will definitely have to do one. Will is watching the Whitebeard Pirates. It was the first time he met Whitebeard himself, and his sons. At this time, Whitebeard looked indifferent and flat. However, everyone can see that Whitebeard at this time is a human-shaped mountain. His heart was suppressed with magma-like anger, ready to erupt at any time. The surrounding forces or the Lone Ranger retreated a certain distance in a tacit understanding. But the captains behind him were not so reserved. Marco, Jose, Sack, Beasta and the others were either glaring at each other, or their faces were cold. Everyone wants to kill Will and make it fast. That's the cohesiveness of the Whitebeard Pirates. It is also their most attractive place. They can do anything for their family. Regardless of personal grievances, this is one of the reasons why Will admired them the most in his previous life. Whitebeard stood against Kong Yunchi, staring coldly at Will in midair. You are the dragon, Will. You killed Oden. Just two simple questions, two simple sentences. But it made the atmosphere of the audience tense. Everyone looked at Will, wanting to see how he would respond. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Will said Whitebeard's name flatly. Stay well in New World, isn't it good to be your uncrowned king? Why take your sons into the abyss? Hiss. When the people around heard Will's words, they couldn't help but gasped. Although everyone knows Will is very strong. But this is too disrespectful to the Whitebeard Pirates, right? He is so confident that in this contest, he can defeat the Whitebeard Pirates. I ask you, did you kill Oden? Whitebeard repeated it again, but the coldness in his eyes was even greater. Will smiled and nodded. That's right, I killed him. Boom. Kong Yunch was heavily clubbed on the deck, and Whitebeard was full of murderous intent. He said coldly. Not long ago, the Golden Lion found me. Before leaving, you gave me a word. He said, let me not come to trouble you, otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable. Whitebeard's words not only shocked the audience. Even Will himself was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the Golden Lion actually met Whitebeard. And also said such things. No matter what kind of meaning is contained in Golden Lion's words. But one thing is for sure. Golden Lion is not optimistic about this action of the Whitebeard Pirates. This is also where everyone in the audience was surprised. They all looked at Will. I want to see what is special about the other party. Whitebeard ignored those people's thoughts. The killing intent in the eyes became stronger. But, in this sea, no one can touch my Whitebeard Pirates without paying a price. How dare you hurt my family? Are you ready to die? At this moment, Whitebeard's eyes met Will's. The eyes of each other are intertwined, as if sparks are sparked by touching each other. Will said loudly. In this sea, there is no one who cannot die. Oden is dead, and Roger is dead. If you're determined to avenge Oden, then your family will die more. And you, Whitebeard, are no exception. Boom. Will's words, like a thunderbolt, exploded in the minds of everyone in the audience. They looked at Will in horror. This guy, really? It's crazy. The name of the Mad Dragon is nothing more than that. Boom. Whitebeard burst out with a powerful force, and his eyes were radiant. Then see if you have the ability. Father, I'm coming. Marco stood up, whether it was to test Will's reality, or because of the anger in his heart. Or to reflect the prestige of the Whitebeard Pirates. Dad is not suitable to take the lead. Whitebeard frowned slightly. No matter how confident he is in his sons, he doesn't think Marco can win each other. But it still didn't stop Marco. Anyway, with myself here, even if Marco loses, he is not afraid that something will happen to him. Tang. Blue flames rose from Marco's body. The arms instantly turned into a pair of wings burning with blue flames. With the flapping of the wings, Marco flew away from the Moby DK and met Will in midair. It's UB****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************�e over as he approached Will. Wrapped around Hockey's right leg like a battle axe. Slashed at Will. Will raised his eyebrows slightly, with a little curiosity in his eyes. It was curiosity about the abilities of the Phantom Beast and Phoenix. In the face of Marco's powerful blow, he didn't mean to back down. The other party is not worth his concession. Advertisement. The right hand turns into a dragon claw form. Lift it up and block the opponent's attack. Boom. Marco's expression changed slightly. This blow full of anger, as if kicked on a thick wall, it is difficult to penetrate an inch. The strength of the opponent is really strong. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly felt a tightness in his ankle. Looked down. The opponent's dragon claws tightly pinched his ankle. And Will, looking at himself with a half smile. Marco was a little annoyed. The attitude of the other party is too casual and too reckless. This is simply a provocation to myself and the Whitebeard Pirates. Think about it. Use the grasped right leg as the fulcrum, exert force on the waist and abdomen, and twist the body. The left leg swept towards Will's head with the sound of breaking wind. Seeing this, Will just chuckled slightly. With a flick of the arm, Marco was thrown out, and the opponent's attack also fell through. Call. Marco fluttered his wings and stabilized his figure. The two sides only had a brief confrontation, and they didn't take advantage of it at all. However, the opponent dismissed his attack lightly. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, while experts watch the way. Many people thought that the confrontation between Will and Marco was evenly matched. However, in the eyes of those strong, they can see who is strong and who is weak. Whitebeard, as the strongest player in the field, naturally saw it. It is indeed qualified to kill Oden. He had a rough judgment in his mind. As for whether Will has the strength to kill Roger, it is unclear at present. But as one of the few people who knew the real situation of Roger, Whitebeard thinks another possibility is more likely. After all, Will is too young. Even the current opponent is very strong. But if you don't have enough time to accumulate background, it is very difficult to beat people of their level. Tang. In the air, on the wings of Marco's phoenix, blue flames erupted. At this moment, he seems to have turned into a huge blue fireball, reflecting this sea area blue. Phoenix seal. Marco flapped his wings hard. Two groups of blue phoenix flames gathered in front of him. Under his control, it blasted towards Will opposite him like a shock wave. Many of the people watching the battle below turned pale. Even if the temperature of the phoenix flame is not very high. But the sky is full of blue, and the terrifying shock wave. But it made them feel deeply helpless. If this falls on them, perhaps there will be no scum left. And as the one who faced the attack directly, will also put away his relaxed posture. In any case, Marco's strength is also the number 2 figure in the Whitebeard Pirates, second only to Whitebeard. Especially at a time like this, don't be careless. Otherwise, whether it is the Whitebeard Pirates, or Kaido who has had conflicts with himself, or people who want to step on their superiors, when there is an opportunity to take advantage of, they will attack themselves. Watching Marco's powerful shock wave, his eyes reflected the flames of the blue phoenix. Marco's trick is in the original book. Not only overturned the ship of the Big Mom pirates down the waterfall, but also interrupted Quinn's laser cannon attack, beating Quinn to vomit blood. He put his palm on the handle of Yan Mo's knife and held it. Sword intent permeates around him. Clang. Even though the shock wave carried a powerful force, it created quite a commotion. But at this moment, the soft groan of rubbing against the scabbard resounded in everyone's heart. Immediately, a cold light took everyone's sight. It seems that in front of this cold light, there is no other color. Phantom sword art spiraled Yantian. 1, 2, 3. Countless slashes appeared instantly, heading straight for the shock wave ahead. Just when everyone thought that the attacks from both sides would meet like this, the countless slashes merged instantly. No, it's not accurate to say it's fusion. They were surprised to find out. These slashes are spinning. It twists and turns like countless silk threads, but it doesn't look messy. It's like a fast twisting Uzumaki again. Breathe your heart and soul into it. Boom. When the shock wave and the slash collide, the resulting power is like two huge cannonballs colliding and then exploding. Violent air waves also followed. The waves that were originally calm continued to rise and fall, and the ship shook violently. Many people looked for objects to stabilize their stature. However, those strong men remained unmoved, still staring at the top with all their attention. Boom. Another roar sounded, under the shocked eyes of countless people, under Marco's horrified expression. Will's slash broke through the shock wave, first slowly, and then with a destructive posture, smashing the shock wave all the way. Not good. Marco's heart was awe-inspiring, and his wings flapped quickly. The next moment, Will's slash flew past him, and exploded far behind him. When Marco saw this, cold sweat oozes from his forehead. If I had been one step slower just now, I would have been seriously injured. Everyone looked at Will in unison. The other party still seemed so relaxed and casual. That indifferent attitude, as if what happened just now had nothing to do with him. Gulu. Many people have. He swallowed. Before this, everyone knew that Will was very good. Asking for flowers. Kill director Impel Down, kill Spencer, kill Oden, even kill Roger. Advertisement. But apart from the Beast's pirates who saw him shoot, no one else has seen it with their own eyes. So there is no exact knowledge. At this moment, there is Marco, the second in command of the Whitebeard Pirates, for comparison. Only then did they clearly realize the strength of the crazy dragon Will. At the edge of the audience, a man with a long knife on his waist looked at Will with burning eyes. After seeing Will's sword, his heart was beating and his blood was boiling. The soul is trembling. He longed to have a confrontation with Will, even if it cost him his life. Marco moved again. The wings vibrated, and the body rushed towards Will at the same time. The feet turned into beast forms, and both claws shone with cold light. With the inertia of high-speed flight, when Will is approaching, the claws wrapped around Hockey clawed at Will's chest. This appears to be an ordinary grab. It is a powerful kick that contains Marco's understanding of physical skills. Will sneered, "You're so confident, Marco. There is a gap in the strength of the two sides. And he is also a Thunder Dragon fruit capable person. The physical enhancement of the Brontosaurus fruit is not comparable to that of Marco's Phoenix fruit. The opponent is not a special race like Kaido. How could it be so easy to get close and cause harm to yourself?" Clang. Yanmo held Marco's sharp claws. Marco smiled lightly. "Of course I don't think it's easy to take you down. But, I'm a Phoenix. Yes, I am a Phoenix-capable user, possessing a powerful self-healing ability. Since one's own long-range attack cannot threaten the other party. Then close combat. 0. Even if it's an injury for an injury, it doesn't matter." Will frowned. "The abacus is good." He paused, looking directly into Marco's eyes. A playful look appeared in his eyes. "Why do you think that I will give you this chance?" "What?" Marco was surprised. He didn't understand the meaning of Will's words. "Did you forget that I am a Thunder Dragon fruit-capable user?" Marco's heart skipped a beat at Will's words. When the wings are flapping, it is necessary to retreat. However, how could Will give him the chance? Crazy thunder. The blazing white light was accompanied by thunder and lightning. Countless thunder snakes emerged from Will's body, shooting at the retreating Marco like tarsal maggots. Seeing the densely packed thunder snakes that are as thick as thighs, Marco's scalp tingled. If this is entangled, it will definitely be very troublesome. Tang. The flames of the phoenix surged, enveloping his whole body. And he himself turned into a complete phoenix at this moment. Countless thunder snakes invaded his body. But it couldn't cause effective damage to him, because part of it was absorbed by the phoenix flame. Even if damage is done, it will be healed. It's really a good ability. Therefore, the saying that there are no rubbish devil fruits, but only rubbish ability users is problematic in itself. However, I won't let you get away easily. Shua. Will disappeared in his original position in an instant. When it appeared again, it had reached the top of Marco's head. The shadow that suddenly appeared above, and the sense of crisis that followed. Marco's face suddenly changed. The dense thunder and lightning wrapped Yanmo, and Will's eyes seemed to have thunder jumping. Thunder god / meteor horn. Marco's eyes widened, as if he saw a meteor falling towards him from a distant altitude. Flame of the Phoenix. Armed color override. Boom. He had just completed his defensive posture, and the terrifying force bombarded his body. The severe pain almost made him faint. Call out. The blue phoenix flew across the air and fell towards the Moby DK. Marco. Team leader. The Whitebeard Pirates exclaimed. The situation changed so fast that they didn't react for a while. By the time he reacted, Marco had been shot down. Boom. Marco fell at a high speed, smashed through the deck of the Moby DK, and fell into the cabin. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates ran over to check. After a while, Marco flew out of the big hole that was broken. When they saw Marco's appearance, their pupils couldn't help shrinking. There was a deep knife wound under Marco's chest, and bloodline flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Marco. Hurt. It doesn't look light. So strong. Almost everyone looked back at Will. This man actually hit Marco hard after a few encounters. Among the people present, many strong people think that they can't do it. Marco, are you okay? Whitebeard looked back at Marco. Daddy, I'm fine. Tang. The flame of the phoenix appeared on Marco's hand and covered the wound. That wound is slowly healing. It's fine. Whitebeard nodded. Then looked back at Will. In the cold eyes, there is more weight. Boy, are you ready to bear my anger? Chapter 60 The Kirin comes to the world. With Whitebeard's words, the scene became silent. The previous battle between Marco and Will has refreshed many people's perception of the strong. Now this Whitebeard, who is known as the three legendary pirates together with Roger and Golden Lion, is finally going to make a move. And his opponent is a man who has just made his debut and left behind countless legends. The battle between the two must be extremely exciting. And the result of the battle is very important to this sea. Boom. The end of the handle of Kong Yunchi was inserted into the deck of the Moby DK. Whitebeard let go, and took a step forward. Just one step, as if stepping on the hearts of everyone in the audience. Their breaths all stopped. His eyes were fixed on every move of Whitebeard, not daring to miss anything. The hockey figure of the top powerhouse is fully displayed. Will also pulled himself together. My family knows my own affairs. Don't look at him killing Roger, but his strength is not at its peak. He knew that there was still a gap between him and someone as strong as Whitebeard. However, is this a reason to back down? I even dared to kill Oden and Roger, and provoke the wrath of the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates one after another. Naturally, I won't be afraid of Whitebeard at this time. Whitebeard raised his eyes and spoke lightly. Boy, I don't like looking up at others, you should come down for me. No one would take Whitebeard's words for what they seem. Of course Will doesn't think so either. There was light in his eyes, and the box was quickly covered on his body. And Whitebeard below has a move. Like a little giant, Whitebeard raised his right fist, which was shrouded in a glimmer of light. That is, many people's faces changed slightly, especially those who had dealt with Whitebeard. Shock fruit ability. No one is afraid of shock fruit ability. Nor can Will. So, he's at the moment Whitebeard is ready to cast his shock fruit ability. Run observation hockey to ultimate. The branching ability of observation hockey, the top level observation hockey of 803, is revealed. In an instant, a picture flashed through his mind. Even after practicing for a while, Will still almost failed to capture the content. However, it's just barely there. Next moment, Whitebeard slammed his right fist into the air. Some people who haven't seen it, some don't know why, just think that Whitebeard is just simply hitting the air. However, those who had seen it all looked at Will in midair. Danger. A terrible sense of crisis hit my heart. Will's hair stood on end, and his figure retreated in an instant. Even with the predictive ability of observation hockey, there is still such a danger. Bored. Addicted. In his original position, the space was shattered inch by inch like a mirror. Will felt a slight chill in his heart. The cutting force brought about by the shattering of space was definitely not something ordinary people could bear. Even if you are yourself, you will be hurt. The power of shock fruit can be seen from Madara. Huh, Whitebeard raised his eyebrows, he didn't expect his blow to miss. Have some skills. But, you'd better get out of here. After speaking, he lowered his body, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and the same glowing light shrouded the two fists. Drink. With a low shout, Whitebeard, who had fully charged, punched the air on the left and right sides with both fists. Space fragmentation. A strong sense of crisis struck again. Will's figure exploded back again. The large space in front of him showed signs of fragmentation. It's not over yet. The sense of crisis did not disappear, and those pictures flashed quickly in his mind. His figure retreated again and again. And the shattered space is also spreading with him. No more retreats. Will's thoughts flashed. Passively being beaten is not his style, even if the opponent is Whitebeard in his peak period. A blazing white glow flashed in his eyes, and violent and dense lightning spewed out. Will seemed to be Thor in the moment. Extreme lightning gun. A long spear condensed by thunder took shape instantly, and quickly grew to a thickness of half a meter. While backing away quickly, Will was also solidifying the thunder gun. The lines on it are fully visible, just like real guns. Under his control, the thunder gun spun rapidly, getting faster and faster. Buzz. Finally, Will stopped. Ignoring the approaching space crack, he raised his palms and pointed the high-speed rotating thunder gun in the direction of Whitebeard. Slowly spit out a word. Go. Buzz. The thunder gun trembled, and then burst out like an off-string arrow. Wherever it passed, there were explosions that tore through the air. Even the approaching cracks in space stopped spreading under this force. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed slightly, he felt the threat of death on the thunder gun condensed from the thunder. Before the thunder gun arrived, the terrifying power had already made the souls of the crowd below tremble. Many people frantically drove the boat back and forth. I'm afraid that this thick thunder gun will affect me. Daddy. Marco and others called out, but no one stepped forward. They have absolute confidence in their father's strength. Snort. Whitebeard snorted coldly, stretching out his hand to grab Kong Yunchi at the back, his eyes flashed. Advertisement. It's just a broken gun, watch the old man smash it. He ran 2 steps forward, stepped on the ship's side of the Moby DK, jumped up high, and met the thunderbolt that was approaching in an instant. Kong Yunchi was raised high by him, and the shock fruit ability was activated. The blade glows with fluorescence. The muscles in the originally thick arms were knotted. The lightning gun is here. Whitebeard's robes rattled with terror. It hurt his skin a little bit. Broken. With a burst of shouting, the arm that was accumulating strength fell down, and the raised Zongshin also chopped down along with it. Boom. The thunder exploded, the space shook, and the turbulence swept the audience. Only a few strong men could look directly at the collision in the air, and the rest of them hid their bodies one after another. Zzz. The tip of the lightning gun rotating at high speed touched Kong Yunchi's blade. There was a piercing friction sound, and sparks splashed everywhere. Feeling the terrifying power coming from Kong Yunchi, Whitebeard's face changed slightly. But, broken. As he spit out the words, from the cloud to the fluorescent Tiansheng. Crack, click. The space was shattered inch by inch, and even the lightning gun was affected. The gun body twisted, and the speed of rotation showed a downward trend. Seeing this scene, Will sighed softly. The strongest man in the world is so terrifying. Looks like I still have a long way to go. To restrain the new god, now is not the time to think about anything else. He stretched out his palm to the lightning gun. Burst. With his hands clenched into fists. The lightning spear that was about to be shattered by Whitebeard suddenly burst into a blazing white on. Whitebeard's face changed drastically. With a sudden force in both arms, Kong Yunchi pressed hard. He jumped back with the force of the shock. Boom. Blazing white light enveloped him. Daddy. The Whitebeard Pirates were a little worried. But soon the worries disappeared. In the dazzling white light, the figure of the first day is gradually enlarged. Whitebeard landed hard on the Moby DK. Will and Whitebeard's first round encounter. Finish. All eyes flicked back and forth between Whitebeard and Will. Although Will's previous evasion seemed a bit embarrassing, it was unscathed. Although Whitebeard looked a little embarrassed, he was not hurt. This round of confrontation, evenly matched. Such a result, while shocking, seems natural at the same time. After all, everyone thinks that Will is someone who can kill even Roger, the Pirate King. And Whitebeard is as famous as Roger. Even if there is something tricky in it. The strength of the two sides should not be much different. Boom. On the Beast's pirate's ship watching the battle, Kaido hit the side of the ship with a fist. Among the people present, he most hoped that Will would lose. That way he doesn't look incompetent. It might even be possible to take Wanokuni back. Mommy. Charlotte Linlin's eyes sparkled. Mad Dragon will return. His growth potential is no less than the previous Rox. Even better. It was a pity that Rox did not agree to have a baby with her back then. Now, is there a chance? Thinking of this, she licked her lips. Maybe there will be a seed with great potential in my own kingdom. Will who didn't even know that he was missed. At this time, the eyes of Whitebeard are confronted, and the smell of gunpowder between the two sides is full. Will chuckled suddenly. If you can't let me go down, then you can only look up to me. The voice is very soft, but it is transmitted to everyone's ears very clearly. The anger of everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates immediately rose. Their father is on par with Roger and Golden Lion. Even if you are a strong dragon, you can't be so arrogant, right? It literally stomped Whitebeard's face on the ground. You be asterisk 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 D, how dare you talk to dad like that? Mad Dragon, come down if you want. Father, just shoot him to death. The voices of cursing and cursing were endless, and some even pointed their cannons at Will. Whitebeard waved his hand, and the scene fell silent. He looked at Will. Speaking provocative words will only make me want to kill you even more. Will laughed. Is there a difference? You're going to kill me anyway. Whitebeard laughed too. That's right, you're going to die no matter what. Will shrugged. So, since I am the enemy, if I make the enemy unhappy, I am very happy. Come and don't reciprocate. I received your gift just now, and now, I will also give you a big gift. Will's words made everyone's heart skip a beat. Just as Whitebeard asked Will to come down earlier. Now this so-called big gift will definitely not be simple. In full view, Will slowly raised his right hand. His movements were very slow, but they touched everyone's nerves. Despair. The sound is crisp and sweet. Advertisement. This is a ring. Refer to. Everyone was a little confused. This so-called big gift is just a snap of the fingers. But nothing happened. No. Whitebeard looked up suddenly. Above the sky, I do not know when, it has already been covered with dark clouds, and the thunder light appears and disappears in it. The rest also looked up because of Whitebeard's actions. They discovered that the dark clouds that originally shrouded the Gabi Sea had spread here. But, what does this have to do with Will's big gift? Boom. Thunder flickered in the dark clouds, and the frequency of the lightning flashes became faster and faster, finally reflecting the dark clouds brightly. Roar. This time it was no longer thunder. Rather, it seemed as if a giant beast from ancient times was roaring. Inside, it seems that something is about to come out. As if to respond to their thoughts, a ferocious animal head poked out from the dark clouds. This scene made many people tremble and their legs went limp all of a sudden. Looking at the ferocious animal head, a satisfied smile appeared on Will's face. Thunder Beast Keelin comes to the world. The unicorn made of thunder and lightning leapt down from the black clouds, like an ancient monster descending from the sky, and rushed towards the Moby DK where Whitebeard was located. Roar. Keelin opened his mouth wide, and the sharp teeth condensed by thunder and lightning were clearly visible. The ferocious appearance scared many people present. Run away. Stay here and die. The size of this Thunder Beast unicorn is too big, it will definitely be affected if it stays here. Sail the boat. Sail the boat. Full left rudder. Sail at full speed. There were chaotic and terrified voices one after another. At this moment, no one was in the mood to watch the battle between Whitebeard and Will. Even the big forces such as the Beast's Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates retreated one after another. Whitebeard, are you satisfied with this gift? High above the sky, came Will's voice. Whitebeard looked dignified, but said, it's still so-so. Roar. The unicorn roared again, and soon reached the top of the Moby DK. Lifting his head, he opened his jaw full of teeth and bit Whitebeard down. Whitebeard yelled loudly, and when the Keelin bit him, Kong Yunchi, who had accumulated enough strength, punched out. The world fell into a momentary silence. Even the fleeing people stopped their movements and looked towards the Moby DK. The dazzling light enveloped the entire area, and the world was so white that nothing could be seen. Boom. Then a hurricane swept in, and many people were blown away before they could grab the things around them. The lighter boat was directly overturned. This strong air current raged for a while before it gradually subsided. When they opened their eyes again, the scene had returned to calm. Look to the Whitebeard Pirates. Hiss. At this moment, the Moby DK was in a mess. Whitebeard himself was fine. Those captains, those with the highest strength, don't have any regiments. However, those with lower strength all seemed a little embarrassed, and many of them turned into explosive heads. Not to mention the ordinary crew below. Almost all passed out. As for whether there is death, it is estimated that only the Whitebeard Pirates themselves know. On the surface of the sea, fish rolled their eyes and floated one after another, including several sea kings. Along with the sea breeze, there is a faint smell of fish. Will falls from midair onto Kaido's pirate ship. Let's go, into Gabi Sea. B asterisk 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 D. Kaido gritted his teeth. This is Lousy's boat. Will waved his hand and said indifferently, we're already so friendly, so don't worry about 1.0. Who has friendship with you? Kaido is about to explode. Don't forget what you did to me at Wanokuni. Will smacked his lips. Aren't we acquainted with each other? Look, your daughter and my sister are about to become sisters, let's be more generous, let's forget about the past. Kaido looked at Yamato, the little guy was having fun with Hina. Hoo. 2 heavy breaths were blown out from the nostrils. Sail, he almost yelled. The pirate ship raised its sails, turned the rudder, and sailed to the unknown sea area. Will looked back in the direction of the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard, if you're not afraid of death, go after him. Boom. Whitebeard pinned Kong Yunchi on the deck, his expression a bit ugly. Will did some serious damage to the Whitebeard Pirates. But they did not cause the slightest harm to each other. He also left in a dignified manner. Before leaving, he also left a word. This is the challenge to the Whitebeard Pirates. Chigogo. Father, shall we go in? Marco knew that chasing must be pursued, but it was Dad who made the decision. Sail, Whitebeard said in a deep voice. We didn't come here to go back in despair. That kid must die. His eyes fell on the depths of the Gabi Sea area, his brows were tightly furrowed. Just to see if the treasure of the rocks is real. The Moby DK set sail again and sailed into the stormy Gabe Sea. Come on, little ones, let's go treasure hunting. The treasure of the rocks belongs to us. For a while, the forces that were almost able to move followed the Beast's pirates and the Whitebeard pirate group and sailed into the Gabi Sea area. Inside, is there any treasure of rocks? What unknown dangers will there be in the Gabi Sea area? Or, is there any unknown secret? Chapter 61. I'm afraid it will blow your cute little brain. The sea area of Gabi is shrouded in cloud all the year round, and the climate is extremely harsh. Coupled with the chaotic magnetic field, it is almost impossible for anyone who broke in to get out alive. Beast's pirates took the lead and rode the wind and waves ahead. Close behind is the Whitebeard Pirates. Then there are some big forces. After that, there are small forces, or lone rangers. This situation did not last long. Ships soon fell behind. In this environment, it is extremely difficult to keep up with the large troops ahead. Wait for me, take us, we can do anything. Let me join you, I don't need treasure, just don't leave me. Similar voices came one after another. They know that if they are left behind by the large forces, they will end up miserable. There is a high probability that he will die in this sea area. Hey, the weak should have the awareness of the weak, and if you don't have the strength to forcibly enter the domain of the strong, you will only be smashed to pieces. Doflamingo laughed wantonly. Looking at the struggling appearance of those people behind him, he remembered his previous experience in the Kingdom of Flowers. The strong men in front just looked back and ignored it. They have no interest in these weaklings. Hurry up, there is a huge wave ahead, China is ready. The lookout on the mast suddenly shouted. Everyone looked in the direction, only to see a wave tens of meters high rolling towards them. The big boat was okay, but the small boat behind was in despair. If you are unlucky, you will definitely be overturned by this huge wave. Sailing on the Beast's pirates at the forefront, everyone is also a little worried. They have been in Gabi Sea for several hours, sailing all the way, but have encountered nothing. On the contrary, the climate here is even worse than that of New World. At least there will always be a rainy day in the New World. But here, the bad things never stopped. Looking at the huge waves as high as a city wall in front of them, they were rolling towards them in black. Will just said something lightly. Rush over, it's just a huge wave, so don't take it to heart. The Beast's pirates look at Will, and look at Kaido. Look at what Lousy is doing. Rush over, do you want to wait to die? Kaido growled violently. Ever since Will got on his ship, his prestige has been declining bit by bit. When did we, 31 Beast's pirates, ever dread such a storm? That's right, Jin also said. Let me move, full sail, full speed forward. Everyone got busy, and the big boat under their feet moved forward bravely, facing the upstream, and quickly climbed the huge waves. He rushed to the top of the wave before the huge wave slapped him. The mouths of the Beast's pirates fell open the moment the big boat burst out of the huge waves. The sight that appeared in front of their eyes was really shocking. Islands. A huge island. There are many high mountains and jungles on the island, and countless birds are hovering over the island. That's not what shocked them. After they entered the Gabi Sea area, there were always dark clouds. As for that island, the sky over it was actually clear. It seems that the dark cloud deliberately opened a hole for the island, allowing the golden sun to shine on the island. Compare the two. It gives people a sense of sight that God has sprinkled grace on purpose. That's what the so-called miracle is, and their attention quickly shifted to the center of the island. The terrain there is very high, and there are vague outlines of buildings. What's there? Such thoughts appeared in their hearts at the same time. Quinn looked at Kaido and swallowed. Nervously said, Boss Kaido, the rumors in the sea, shouldn't it be true? Is there really a treasure of the rocks there? Over the past period of time, the deeds of rocks have been unearthed again. People from the Beast's pirates also learned that their boss, Kaido, was once a member of the Rocks Pirates. So it's also clearer what the rocks represent. Kaido looks to Will, to say who is most likely to know the whereabouts of the rock's treasure. That could only be Will in front of him, but the other party didn't want to say it, and he couldn't help it. After all, I really can't beat it. Kaido waved his hand. You will know if you go and have a look. The big ship sailed towards the island. Behind, other people who rushed out of the huge waves one after another also saw the scene in front of them. After the shock, there is excitement and excitement. Sailing for several hours in the storm, losing countless hands, and doubting life in my heart. Hope suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. Let them be a little bit wrong. Many people's eyes are full of enthusiasm. It is said that the wealth accumulated by rocks back then is unimaginable. Even if it is only a small part, it is enough to make yourself worry-free for a lifetime. Dad, is there really rocks treasure on it? The same question was also asked by Marco. Ever since they knew what rocks represented from Papa, they were all in awe of the former overlord. That's the captain of Papa, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, Captain John, Silver Axe, Ochaku and others. Advertisement. How strong would it be to overwhelm these people? I am not sure as well. Whitebeard looked at the island ahead, feeling a little confused. In his opinion, it should be impossible for the rocks to hide the treasure in West Blue. No reason, and inconvenient. Let's go, just go and see. Same question, same answer. Soon, the beast's pirates sailing at the forefront landed on the mysterious island first. What's your plan? Kaido looked at Will, who had been silent all this time. He was unwilling to get too entangled with Will before. But it's different now. With a keen mind, he knows that if there is really a treasure of rocks here, following Will undoubtedly have the greatest chance. Will looked at him with a half smile. Are you sure you want to know? Gulu, stronger than Kaido, under Will's gaze, he couldn't help swallowing. He said in a deep voice, is there any treasure of rocks here? You guess, I guess your sister, Kaido roared in his heart, and almost couldn't help but strike. This guy is simply sent by the heavens to fight against him. Let's go, this place is big, but the most valuable things must be in the most central position. Will didn't tease Kaido anymore. Kaido is very dissatisfied with Will not sharing information with him. Hina, Will yelled. What do you call Hina? Hina pulled Yamato over. Let's go, we still have things to do. Did you lose the camera phone bug? Hina patted her satchel. Hina is not that stupid. Will nodded. That's good, if you don't bring anything back, you will definitely be scolded by Lucy. Kaido frowned. I said, you want to take this little guy to the island? He wasn't going to take Yamato with him, but Will took Hina? Will sighed. Hey, I don't feel relieved if I don't take you with me. What's more, this little girl has a bit of self-inflicted experience. Originally, he didn't have to take Hina under his command, because it would take a lot of time for the other party to grow up. Anyway, with a dispensable mentality, unexpectedly, this dead girl actually ate her own barrier fruit by mistake. That's awesome, this should have been Marine Rear Admiral's cage fruit ability user. In the future, he is destined to follow himself. Under such a premise, Will simply decided on Hina's future plans. Train as your own navigator. When I came out this time, I simply brought it with me to increase my knowledge. It's time to go, they're going to catch up. Looking back at the sea, the follow-up troops have already arrived. If they stay here again, they will probably fight with Ribbert again. Now is not the time. As pedestrians got into the jungle, a group of birds and beasts were suddenly startled to scurry around. Mr. Kaido, these creatures are a bit strange. Jin observed carefully, then suddenly spoke. Strange. Kaido frowned. Jin nodded. Yes, these species are somewhat different from those outside. Kaido thought it was something, and waved his hands after listening. Don't care about these, as long as they don't cause us trouble, it doesn't matter what species they are. Seeing this, Jin didn't say any more, just as Kaido said. They are not biologists, and it is no good to study this. Will was also watching the creatures. It is similar to the common beasts outside, but there are some differences. More like ancient creatures. However, in a place like Gabi Sea area, the ecosphere here is almost isolated from the outside world. It is not surprising that these creatures retain ancient forms. Boss Kaido, there is a situation here, ahead. Kaido's younger brother discovered the situation. Everyone hurriedly followed. Drilling out of this jungle, the vision suddenly opened up. What appeared in front of them was a complex of buildings covering an extremely large area. These buildings have been eroded by the years and are already somewhat dilapidated. But it can be vaguely seen that this place was once very brilliant. Kaido waved his hand. Go in and have a look. The beast's pirates filed in. Will also walked in with Hina. Walking through the dilapidated streets and alleys, there is no longer any trace of human habitation here. Crack, click. Hina took a camera phone and patted left and right. I had a great time playing and my excited little face was a little flushed. For her, this is a novelty and fun thing. Boom. Suddenly, there was a roar in the distance and a slight tremor came from the ground. What happened? Jin shouted loudly. Boss Kaido, there are beasts attacking us. A horse rider is just a ferocious beast, can you still beat it? Kaido was a little annoyed. Advertisement after all, he is the subordinate of his own Kaido of the beasts, but he can't even handle beasts? No, there are so many Kaidos, this beast seems a bit special. Boom. There was another roar, and there was a faint scream in it. Let's go and see. Will, Kaido and others rushed over there. Boom, boom. The frequency of the movement was getting faster and faster, and when they arrived at the scene, they were immediately frightened. What kind of beast is this meow? It is obviously a rabbit half the height of a person. It's just that this rabbit is really fierce. Dozens of beasts pirates besieged it, but they were beaten to pieces. This is it. Kaido was surprised. Will also raised his eyebrows. If I'm not mistaken, it should be armament hockey. Looking at the rabbit standing upright on the field, its limbs turned black. It is obviously a rabbit, but it fights like a human. Quinn, go up and try. The opponent is a rabbit, even if it can be armed, Quinn is not afraid. The sturdy body is like a tank rushing towards a rabbit. Sensing the threat coming, the rabbit's red eyes flashed with a blood-red light. Squeak. Call out. With a flick of its hind legs, the rabbit hit Quinn like a cannonball. Quinn was about to raise his hand to resist, but the speed of the rabbit was too fast, and he was lonely. The rabbit's black forelegs rested on his big belly. Deep into it. Oh, Quinn's mouth opened into an zero shape with bulging eyes. Dang dang dang. After taking several steps back, he stabilized his figure. Hiss. He rubbed his abdomen. Although the rabbit didn't cause him much damage, the moment he was hit just now, it really hurt. Looking at the grinning rabbit opposite, Quinn was furious. I am the third in command of the beast's pirates, and even a rabbit wants to bully me? Even if the uncle can bear it, the ant can't bear it either. Outside the arena, Will and others watched Quinn fight against Tutu and began to comment. Hina. Tutu is so cute, why does he still want to be Tutu? She looked at Will. Hina wants to raise a bunny. Will twitched his mouth and rubbed her head. He persuaded in a low voice. Forget about this one, I'm afraid that if you make it angry, it will blow your brains out. Hina is not happy, Hina pouted, a little sullen. Don't be happy if you are not happy, you will get used to it over time. Hina stared at Will dumbfounded, can't believe this is what someone said. Kaido was a little annoyed, this guy Quinn, it takes so much effort to take care of a rabbit, I have to practice him when I have time. Jin. Yes, Mr. Kaido. Will groped his chin. You said, even a rabbit is so powerful, is there any other more powerful creature on the island? Kaido and Jin stared at each other when they heard the words. A rabbit is a rabbit, no matter how powerful it cannot change that it is the third bottom of the food chain. If this is a special case fine, if not, so, what about the other creatures on this mysterious island? How strong is the guy at the top of the food chain? As if responding to Will and the others, battles broke out around their area. Accompanied by the roar of the beast, countless birds flew out of the woods and hovered over the mysterious island. It seems that this mysterious island is not as safe as imagined. At this time, Quinn also decided the outcome with the rabbit. He walked back with the unconscious rabbit in his hands, proud of himself, as if he had won a battle. Kaido rolled his eyes, suddenly wanting to punch him. This outsider is still there, isn't it just for others to laugh at? Have you found anything else? Will asked. Master Will, I didn't find it, they're all deserted buildings? For such a result, he is not surprised. Turn around and look towards the center of the island. The outline of a palace can be vaguely seen there. It is estimated that there will be no gains in other places. Let's go there directly, there may be what we want there. The news that the lucky guy who broke into here back then has been confirmed. This is indeed an ancient ruin, but so far, there are countless treasures that have not been seen. How did the other party avoid these dangerous beasts and find those treasures? As for the lucky one, maybe now there isn't even a scum left. The more you go inside, the fewer beasts you encounter, but the strength is also getting stronger. Now Quinn is no longer an opponent. Will waved his hand, and all the beast's pirates stopped. Although Kaido didn't say anything, he felt uncomfortable watching it. Maid, this is my own pirate group. A rustle came from the side, and after a while, a burly man came out from the grass. The man managed to get out of the bushes, and his eyes suddenly opened up. Not wanting to raise his eyes, he saw a group of people staring at him in unison. This scene caught him a little off guard. Instinctively, he grasped the long knife at his waist. Vigilant precautions will them. Jin whispered. West Blue is a famous swordsman recently, Mox. It is said that he is infinitely close to the great swordsman. Chapter 62 Hockey Side Leak. The man named Mox's eyes suddenly lit up. It was as if he had discovered something that caught his attention. The vigilance on his face disappeared, and his tense nerves relaxed. Then, he smiled happily. Kaido, Will. Everyone. Everyone looked at Jin in unison, the meaning in their eyes was obvious. Is this the famous swordsman you mentioned? A strong man whose strength is infinitely close to that of a great swordsman? They couldn't help but doubt it. Mox, with a sullen face, is indeed a bit unfathomable. However, Mox with a smile. It gives people a silly and simple sense of sight, and the image of a strong man disappears instantly. Hey, big master, can you play a game with me? Well, their ideas are solid. Jin spread his hands helplessly. That's what the collected information says. It means this pot, I will never carry it. Kaido waved his hand impatiently. Go, what should we do, don't you see that we are busy? Now everyone is busy winning treasures, who has the time to spend here? Can't you? Mox's face immediately turned down when he heard this. But he immediately looked at Will expectantly. Then when are you free? Kaido was about to yell, but Will stopped him, looking into Mox's eyes with interest. Why do you want to compete with me? Because you're amazing. Mox took it for granted. If I'm good, just ask me to compete. Will points to Kaido. He's also very good, why don't you look for him? Because I am a swordsman, you are a swordsman too. As soon as these words came out, Mox's stupidity disappeared, and his whole temperament became more advanced. Will became more interested in him. Okay, I promise you. Mox was stunned for a moment, not daring to answer. You agreed? Yep, it's back again, or it should be said that this is the essence of Mox. He has always been like this. It's just that he is too pious for the way of swordsmanship. At this time, if he is serious, he will not look so naive. Overall, this is a simple person, similar to Edward Wabel, but different. I agreed, but I only made one move. Mox nodded seriously. Kaido and the others tactfully retreated a certain distance. Now that things are like this, they also want to see if this guy named Mox can take Will's move. Please advise, West Blue Swordsman Mox. Will just nodded without returning the courtesy. You'd better go all out, otherwise, don't blame me if you die. Mox looked indifferent. It is my honorable minister to die on the way of the sword. Then, accept the move. Dragon God / 2 swords flow Shenyue exile. With Yan Mo in one hand and Tian Yu / in the other, Will swung hundreds of knives forward in an instant. After the cold light, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. The Beast's Pirates crew watching the battle couldn't help shivering. As for Mox, who faced Will's move directly, he felt that his soul was about to freeze. Immediately afterwards, there was a flower in front of my eyes. Opposite him, Will was no longer there. Not only that, Mox was horrified to find that the environment around him had changed. At some point, he appeared in a strange space king. There was no sound, nothing, just deathly silence. Suddenly, in front of him, a red light appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was found to be a sphere like the moon, except that the moon was red. A strong suction came from above the red moon. His body fell rapidly towards the red moon. The strong sense of weightlessness made it difficult for him to struggle. He wanted to shout, but couldn't make a sound, wanted to resist, but found that he couldn't move his hands and feet. Powerless and helpless. In the outside world, Kaido and the others also changed expressions after Will made the knife. They saw a red moon as red as blood. At the moment when the red moon appeared, my mind seemed to be sucked into it. He already felt this way, and those ordinary crew members were even more unbearable. The whole person became muddled. The eyes are empty, as if there is no soul. Wake up! Kaido let out a loud shout, sweeping over all the crew members with a strong momentum. The next moment, his subordinates woke up like a dream and looked around blankly. Seeing Kaido's ugly face was a little dignified. Boom. The mountain shook for a while, and all of Will's slashes passed Mox and fell into the forest behind. Pieces of big trees fell down, the jungle was completely destroyed, and the land rolled over. Those birds and beasts that had no time to escape were all turned into blood mist. Mox's face turned pale all of a sudden. The whole person knelt on the ground limply, his eyes were empty and blank. Lost, totally defeated, there is no resistance at all. This is still the case when the opponent's attack has not locked itself. Otherwise, he would have been smashed to pieces at this moment. Gulu. Countless voices of swallowing saliva sounded. Advertisement. I didn't feel it when I watched the battle at sea before. Now that they have experienced it at close range, the talents of Beast's Pirates deeply feel the power of Will's swordsmanship. This sword technique is so strong. Kaido looked at Will's back with fear in his eyes. When he was at Wanokuni, he also watched the sword fight between the opponent and Oden. At that time, it simply gave him a very powerful feeling. When he was at sea before, the sword technique used against Marco did not exceed his expectations. But now, the opponent can still use such unfathomable swordsmanship. He even felt the threat of death on this move. This guy. How many cards are still hidden? I lost. Mox looked lonely. Since he learned swordsmanship, although he has been ridiculed by countless people. But almost never lost. The rare times of defeat were to challenge those swordsmen who were much stronger than him. But even so, those people did not give him the feeling that he was invincible. At least, he is invincible in the same realm. The teacher said, if one day, when I meet such an opponent, a person who gives himself a feeling that he will never be able to overcome in his whole life, you will understand where your apex is. Now, he understands. It's just that this feeling is so uncomfortable. He finally knew why the teacher had that expression when he said that sentence. Mingming has a dream in his heart, looking forward to the highest state of kendo. But now he predicted his end in advance. Despair. Despair for kendo. That is also my own sorrow. Follow me from now on. What? Mox raised his head blankly. Clang, clang. Cut Yan Mo and Tian Yu into the scabbard. My swordsmanship has no end. Follow me, and your swordsmanship will never end either. Mox's eyes widened suddenly. Will said to Kaido and the others. Let's go, or we will be driven ahead of us. He didn't greet Mox, but continued to walk forward while holding Hina. Hina looked back at Mox, raised her small fist and made a cheering gesture. Mox watches Will's back. There was a light in his eyes that had never been seen before. Teacher, maybe you were wrong. When the person who gave me the feeling of being invincible throughout my life is so strong that he surpasses everything. The end I can see is not the end I think, it's the end that that person gave me. Mox got up from the ground, collected his mood, and quickly followed Will. The expression on his face also changed back to a serious look. The teacher said, no matter where you go, you must maintain this expression. On a high ground of the island, a woman with a graceful figure but dressed wildly was lying on the grass with a lollipop in her mouth. Hip-length hot pants, a dagger hanging from the waist, similar to swimsuit underwear. Well, the knotted front kind, a denim wide-brimmed hat. She was scanning the island with a sniper rifle. Hey, my mother is such a genius, choose this place just enough to carry the audience. Boom. The sudden loud noise startled her too. Vibration can be clearly felt from here. Let me see which cutie made the noise. She turned the gun and moved to the direction of the loud noise. Quickly detect through the magnification lens on the sniper rifle. That's not it. Not this. So it's here. Hey, why is that stupid Mox? Hiss. The woman gasped. She saw the scene after the smoke and dust cleared, as if it had been ravaged by a super typhoon. No, super typhoons are not that scary. The crisscrossing ravines, the big trees that were split in two, at least the super typhoon couldn't do it. It's him. The woman's eyes widened suddenly, and a lollipop fell out of her mouth. But soon, the shock subsided, and a fiery light radiated from his eyes, which were replaced by Bailey's symbol. 2 billion walking. This guy is too valuable. Marine offered him a reward twice, once with a 1 billion reward. Will it be 300 billion next time? How to do. I really want to hunt him down and exchange his head for a bounty. The woman was very tangled and scratched her head frantically. As if a decision has been made, all expressions are restrained, indifferent. She refocused there. Concentrated, completely motionless, completely different from the appearance just now. Wind speed 2.5, temperature 28, humidity 40%, 50%. A series of data gushed out of her mouth. Visual distance is 2,100 meters. The target is moving westward at a speed of 1.2 meters per second. Her finger was on the trigger. The heart began to beat violently. This is the person she has hunted and killed with the most bounty and the most powerful person. Although it may not be successful, she really wants to try. The trigger has been pulled 1/5, and her forehead is covered with sweat. Just at the moment when the trigger was about to be pulled hard. Advertisement, she turned over and rolled to the back of the top of the slope. Hoo-hoo. Her full chest heaved violently, and her eyes were full of fear. Just when she was about to pull the trigger, the man glanced this way. Very flat, take a look, to make her feel the threat of death. There has never been a moment when death is so close to me. This man, really? Hockey side leak. The last few words were almost spoken through gritted teeth. What's wrong? Hina looked up at Will suspiciously. Others also looked over. Will looked away. A smile curled up on his lips. Nothing, little mouse. Kaido and the others also looked in that direction, but found nothing. The group set off again. After an hour, they came to the center of the island. In front of them was a big mountain, and on the top of the mountain stood an incomparably magnificent palace. Even after countless years of baptism, it still stands here. A stone step paved with stone slabs leads from here to the top of the mountain. Is it on the top? Everyone thought in their hearts. This mysterious island, this ancient ruins, the most valuable thing must be in the palace above. Mountain climbing. Kaido didn't hesitate anymore after glancing at the sound from far to near. As the saying goes, there are quick hands and slow hands. Those who stay here and wait for the people behind are fools. A group of people climbed along the broken stone steps. There were no emergencies along the way. Arriving at the top of the mountain, the eyes suddenly opened up. In front of them is a huge square. There are many stone pillars standing on the square. Each stone pillar is about 2 meters in diameter and nearly 10 meters high. There are many patterns carved on it, and at the end of the square is the giant palace. It occupies almost 2/3 of the entire mountain top. Crack. Hina did not forget her mission. Excitedly ran to the stone pillars to take pictures. It's the beast's pirates, and the dragon will. At this moment, the shouts of the crowd came from the foot of the mountain below. Looking back, the follow-up troops had already arrived. The Whitebeard Pirates, the 8 Treasures Navy and other forces appeared in all directions at the foot of the mountain. At this time, he was rushing up the mountain. Kaido's face was very ugly, and he cursed. Maid, these grandsons are really dogs, chasing so fast. Will said with a smile, it took a lot of hard work to come here, and I can't let people go back empty-handed. Cross the square and enter the palace. As far as the eye can see, be amazed. Maid, isn't this too extravagant? Duo opened his mouth. Inside the palace, even though it was already full of dust, things were dilapidated. But whether it is decoration or layout, it gives people an extremely luxurious feeling. The utensils scattered everywhere can also be seen to be made of gold and inlaid with precious stones. On the walls of the palace, carved colored paintings are also inlaid with many precious, Wangqian Jiao, stone pearls. Especially the throne facing the palace gate. Even if it has accumulated dust, it is not difficult to see that it is all made of gold. It is not only exquisitely carved, but also inlaid with countless gems. At both ends of the throne, there are 2 pearls about the size of a human head in the mouth of the armrest carved into the head of a beast. Kaido looked at the throne with fiery eyes. Go, remove that throne for lousy, it will be the old seat from now on. Haha, Boss Kaido has vision. Go, get it down for Kaido. Will shook his head with a smile. This is only one throne, which almost made Kaido forget the purpose of this trip. He patted Hina's tiny head. Hurry up and take pictures of the surrounding murals. If there is a battle later, it will be damaged. Ah. Hina finally came to her senses. She was also shocked by the luxury in front of her just now. She has never seen such a big and luxurious palace since she was a child. Hearing Will's words, he hurried to the mural and got busy. Will said to Jin. Let some people look behind the palace. If this is a relic of a country, there should be a treasure house or something. Jin heard the words, and ordered the subordinates around him to go on. Soon dozens of people headed to the back of the palace. Seeing this, Will can't help sighing. It's good to have someone under his command, and he doesn't have to personally experience everything. While waiting for the news, he also observed the surrounding murals. You can understand? Kaido brought Jin and the others over, looking at the murals in a decent way. Will nodded, and shook his head again. I can only understand part of it. The above roughly says that this country is a branch of a huge kingdom, and it should have been established by a prince who has no right to inherit the throne. It's similar to enfeoffment. Then the huge kingdom rebelled and was finally destroyed. This country was also attacked by the rebels. What's wrong? Kaido wondered when he saw Will stop. Will stared at one of the murals and swallowed hard. Chapter 63 Am I your boss? Will didn't answer Kaido's words right away, but skipped the paragraph. Then there was an ability user who used his ability to create boundless dark clouds. Under the chain reaction, the climate in the sea area around this country became extremely bad. That ability user should have changed the climate of this sea area, and it took a long time. This also makes sense, why the surrounding climate is harsh, but the reason why the mysterious island has sunlight shining in. Kaido frowned and said, but this is also very strange. It stands to reason that the ability user has been dead for so long, so the environment here should have recovered, right? Will is also very puzzled by this. Perhaps, the ability development of that ability user has reached an unimaginable height. A powerful awakener has the ability to change the climate and environment. However, such a result made them even more shocked. How powerful is a person who can permanently change the climate of a sea area? But bigger problems arose. This country, which is just a branch of a huge kingdom, can possess such a powerful ability. What about the giant kingdom? What about the rebels who brought down the great kingdom? Perhaps, the water in this world is deeper than I imagined. Rumble. At this time, there was a strange sound from the throne. Will followed the sound and saw the beast's pirates dodging in a panic. And the throne that was being dismantled by them moved parallel to the back at this time. Boom. The throne stopped, and a dark hole was exposed at its original position. These people looked at me and at you, and then looked at Will in unison. Will laughed. Looks like the entrance has appeared. Coming to the entrance of the cave is not small. With the light from the outside, one can see a step leading down. Walk down the winding stairs. After walking for a few minutes, the surrounding space gradually became wider, and even a giant could move freely here. In front of them, a stone gate blocked the way. The stone gate has no mechanism and no lock. It's just that this stone gate is more than 20 meters high, and it looks very thick. On the left and right sides of the stone gate, there are two statues as tall as the stone gate. Everyone's breathing became slightly rapid. Perhaps, the treasure they were looking for was behind this stone gate. There is only one door away from them. Hey, several people from the beast's pirates went to push the stone door, but they didn't move. Kaido, you go. They can't push. Kaido looked at Will with an unkind expression. The tone of ordering his subordinates made him very unhappy. HMPH, get out of the way for lousy. The treasure was right in front of him, so he didn't bother to care about it. Standing in front of the 737 stone gate, the 7-meter high Kaido is not half as tall as the stone gate. Pressing both palms on the stone gate, exerted a slight force. Shimon didn't move at all. I said you should work harder, haven't you eaten? Kaido couldn't hold back his face, and turned around and shouted. Shut up, B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* bulging. This time he didn't hold back his hands. The strength of the whole body poured into the stone gate. Rumble. The stone door was slowly pushed open. At the same time as a crack in the door appeared, a golden light also came out from the crack, piercing into Kaido's eyes. As the gap in the door grew wider, his eyes gradually widened. Finally, the stone door was fully opened. Everyone also saw the scene inside. Gulu. The sound of swallowing saliva came and went. What is Jinshan Yinshan? That's it. What unfolded in front of their eyes was a huge treasure house. The treasury is full of golden coins, gems of various colors, pearls, and antique utensils. Ornate swords, shining jewels. Will thought of the movies he had seen in his previous life. The Hobbit, the desolation of Smaug, the treasure trove of the dwarves. It's almost the same as the one in front of me, but I don't know if there is also a giant dragon sleeping inside? Ha ha ha, Boss Kaido, we got rich. My god, I'm not dreaming, am I? Oh, why are you pinching me? See if it's a dream. Why don't you fit yourself? Afraid of pain, Boss Kaido, woo woo woo. At this moment, everyone in the Beast's Pirates fell into ecstasy. They cheered and rushed into the treasure house, swimming in the ocean of gold coins. Guy, Kaido, sir, did we really find the treasure? Even the calm Jin is like a dream at this time, and his senses are extremely unreal. Kaido was silent. He was also shocked by the wealth in front of him. How many gold coins do you have here? Billion, tens of billions, hundreds of billions. You know, the gold coin is not Bailey, but this one is more valuable. Hasn't Hina dreamed? Hina stared blankly at the golden ocean in front of her. Wouldn't it be nice to just feel the feeling? Will rubbed her little head. Ah. Hina started to run with her short legs, screamed loudly and spread his hands. Then, with a leap, his small body drew an arc and smashed into the pile of gold coins. Advertisement, crash. Hina knelt in the pile of gold coins, feeling a slight pain. The originally dazed little face turned into surprise, DBAF, joy. Heck, get rich, I'm rich. The little girl picked up the gold coins and sprinkled them like flowers, like a crazy girl. Will also walked in front of these treasures. To be honest, he was also shocked. In 2 lifetimes, it was the first time he had seen so many gold coins and so many treasures. He hadn't seen the treasure left by the rocks with his own eyes. But it shouldn't be much more than that, right? Pick up a treasure chest from the pile of gold coins. Inside are golden bars. Will sighed and shook his head. It's really, after Kaido got excited, he started to get tangled up again. Mada, there are so many treasures, it is also a trouble. Now he doesn't know how to get rid of it, there are still a lot of people coming outside. It's up ahead, hurry up, I hear their voices. Kaido's heart sank, really thinking about something. What? Gather. As soon as the order came out, the beast's pirates reluctantly dropped the treasure in their hands and walked behind Kaido. With one move, will suck the already half-mad Hina over. Ah, Hina's baby, she barks her teeth and claws to grab the treasure. Will rewarded her with a brainstorm. It's really about money or life. Kaido led the people to Will. He knows that the best way now is to unite with Will to obtain greater benefits. What are you holding in your hand? Seeing Will with a treasure chest in his arms, it was a bit strange. It's all this time, what are you doing with this treasure chest? The corners of Will's mouth curled up slightly. This one, baby. Baby? Kaido chewed the word, and suddenly his pupils shrank. Looking at the treasure chest in shock, could this be it? You guess. Will gave him a meaningful look. Nima, guess again? Kaido is going crazy, but now is not the time to talk about it. He whispered. Let's form an alliance. Will glanced at him and said with a half smile. Aren't you afraid that the Whitebeard Pirates will trouble you? Joke. Kaido will be afraid of him. Kaido's mouth is tough, but his heart is troubled. I'm afraid it won't happen, but it's a fact that it can't be beaten. But it's a different story with Will holding Whitebeard down. Mad Dragon. The first to appear was the Whitebeard Pirates, and they saw Will standing with Kaido at first sight. When they saw the huge treasure behind Will and the others, they couldn't help being slightly distracted. Most of them, the Whitebeard Pirates, have little interest in treasure. But at this moment, he was also shocked. Mother. Charlotte Linlin's laughter stopped abruptly. She also stared blankly at the golden ocean in the treasure house. Even if she has accumulated wealth for several years, it can't compare to the tip of the iceberg of this treasure, right? The same goes for the rest of the Big Mom pirates who came in one after another. Immediately afterwards, Babao Saijun, Don Quixote family, Crocodile, Gecko Moria and others also came in one after another. After a while, this treasure house was packed to the brim. All forces occupy a position. However, what is surprising is that West Blue's most famous underworld alliance did not show up. Da da da. The sound of dense and hurried footsteps came. Bang bang bang. Immediately afterwards, gunshots rang out continuously. Get rid of that woman, don't let her run away. An exasperated voice came at the same time, and everyone in the treasury could feel the anger hidden in it. Soon, a woman carrying a sniper rifle rushed into the treasure house. When she found out the fighting power here, she couldn't help being stunned. What's happening here? Immediately afterwards, a group of men in suits also appeared at the door, with guns hanging inside. He was about to shoot inside, but when he saw the situation in the treasure house, he also froze. The next stop is because of the treasure, but also because of the big shots present. What's the matter? Did you kill that woman? A sturdy one-eyed dragon followed in, then a man dressed as a gentleman, and finally a pair of father and son who were 70% similar in appearance. This is the long-overdue underworld alliance. The one-eyed dragon is Oro Lake, the head of the Oro family. The gentleman is Phillips Chrome, head of the Phillips family. And the last pair of father and son are Capone Jean of the Capone family, and the future supernova Capone Beeg. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were shocked. Especially when all eyes are on them. The sense of oppression brought to them almost made them breathless. When everyone looked away, they breathed a long sigh of relief. Soon he regained his composure. Guy Lee. Oro Lake saw the woman in the center of the field, and his anger reappeared. Advertisement: this damn bounty hunter caused them a lot of trouble, and even killed a lot of their people. If it was just like this, he wouldn't be so angry. What made him angry was that one of the people killed was his son. Guy Lee, you son of a B****ch, let me see where you can go. He is vicious cursed at him, the revenge of killing his son, wishing to cut the other party into pieces. Guy Lee's heart also sank to the bottom. I was really stupid, why did my brain twitch and ran into this place? Now that I am fine, I am directly stuck here. He quickly scanned the surrounding situation, and when he saw someone, his eyeballs rolled, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He ran in that direction, waved his hands and shouted, "Boss, so you were here." Fr. Guy rushed to Will's side in a flash, and by the time the Underworld Alliance reacted, it was already too late. All eyes turned to Will. Especially people from West Blue, Guy Lee they know. A famous bounty hunter, a very powerful sniper, many famous pirates died in her hands. It's just, why don't they know when Guy Lee took refuge in Kwanlong? Wouldn't it be using the Mad Dragon as a cover? If so, isn't this woman crazy? Is the Mad Dragon also something she can use? Oro Lake also doesn't believe the guy will know Will. Boss Dragon, this woman should have nothing to do with you, right? He was quite polite, after all, after seeing the previous battle, no one dared to be rude. She killed many of us, and my son too. Lake continued to speak. Please also hand her over to me, and we, the Oro family, owe you a favor. Boss, are you willing to hand him over? He's yours? Guy Lee swayed while holding Will's arm. That pitiful look really made me feel pity. But Will looked at her with a smile. I'm your boss? Guy Lee nodded like a chick pecking rice. Yes, you are my boss. At this time, Will must be her god. Whoever opposes her is in a hurry, no one will come. Will nodded. Okay, then I'll accept you, not because of the beauty of the other party. But he saw that this guy is the previous, little mouse. Knowing his identity and strength, he dared to point the gun at himself. Either mentally handicapped or extremely courageous. Boss Dragon. Lake hurriedly dissuaded. Boss Dragon, you can't do this, she killed many people in our underworld alliance. Hastily rushing to Philip's chrome beside him, Capone Jean winked. At this time, the benefits of the alliance are revealed. For the entire West Blue three major underworld families, he didn't believe that Quanlong didn't give this face. Crom and Jean looked at each other and stood up. The alliance cannot be disbanded now, otherwise, the next battle for the treasure will not be able to compete with other people. Boss Crazy Dragon, please give us a face, there will be rewards in the future. That's right, Boss Dragon, this woman Guiley is just using you, there's no need to hurt the peace between us for her. Capone Beeg behind frowned, he just wanted to stop his father. When the attitude of the Mad Dragon is unclear, it is the best choice to wait and see. The heads of the three major families of the West Blue Underworld Alliance came forward. In the eyes of others, Quanlong should give them this face. Guy looked at Will nervously, afraid that the other party would really agree. Will glanced at her and then looked at the three of Lake on the opposite side. He spit out a word lightly. Roll. The faces of the three of Lake changed, none of them expected Will to have such an attitude. Boss Dragon, Lake wanted to persuade again, Will glanced coldly. The next moment, Lake retreated again and again, his face pale, and his whole body trembling slightly. And the same is true for Chrome and Jean beside him. One look. The other party is just a look. The trembling that penetrated deep into the soul made them unable to resist. Godfather. Boss. People from the three major families hurried forward to support the three of them. Capone Beeg took a deep look at Will, and whispered something in his father Jean's ear. Jean took a deep breath and looked in Will's direction. Sorry, Mad Dragon Boss, we were the ones who were rude. What happened this time is our fault, and the Capone family will never trouble Guy in the future. Crom glanced at Jean in surprise, but quickly realized. My Phillips family won't bother Guy anymore, you, Lake's eyes widened. Jean persuaded in a low voice. Lake, if the sun is gone, he can be born again. If his life is gone, then he is really gone. You still don't understand, we have no choice, crackling. Lake gritted his teeth, how could he bear this kind of thing? Lake. Crom shouted, if they didn't need this alliance, they wouldn't bother to care about Lake. They hope that Lake will go to fight against the Mad Dragon, so that the three major families of West Blue may become two major families. Sorry, Mad Dragon Boss, in the end, Lake suppressed the hatred in his heart. Tisk tisk. The people around were secretly stunned. The power of the Mad Dragon is so terrifying, one word, one look. Just keep the West Blue Mafia out of the way. Guy Lee on the side also saw her heart beating wildly. Chapter 64 What kind of suffocating operation is this? Hockey side leak. The word came to Guy's mind again. This man is really too strong, horrible, now she only feels the golden thigh in her arms. #FX. So rough, the little accident brought by Guy Lee is solved. Then, the next thing is about the ownership of these treasures. Boom. There was a dull impact sound. Everyone followed the prestige, and couldn't help but tremble slightly. It's Whitebeard. Whitebeard held onto Kong Yunki, staring at Will sharply. Will, it's time to settle our accounts. The purpose of his trip has never changed, even if the countless treasures are in front of him, it can't make him change his mind. Before at sea, it was indeed difficult for him to make a full shot. It's different here now. Hiss, the others couldn't help having a toothache when they heard this. If this Whitebeard fights with Will here, this treasure is going to have to be stepped on, right? You fight, go outside and fight, it's just that they dare not say this, and no one dares to stroke Whitebeard's beard at this time. They set their sights on Charlotte Linlin. Among the people present, it is estimated that only the ant can stop it. Charlotte Linlin didn't disappoint either. Mom, Newgate, I don't care about your grievances. If you want to fight, go outside and fight as you like. This place can't stand your attack. Whitebeard's cold gaze flicked to Charlotte Linlin. Linlin, if you want to stop it, then try it. Everyone couldn't help their hearts jumping wildly when they heard the words. This Whitebeard dared to invite Zan Quanlong and Big Mom at the same time? Charlotte Linlin's eyes flashed, and her face gradually sank. She stared deeply at Whitebeard. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and said, I hope you don't regret it. As she said this, she took her children back a distance. Get out of the field. This. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Unexpectedly Charlotte Linlin could not stop Whitebeard. Mox, Guy, protect Hina, Will confessed, and handed Kaido the treasure chest in his arms. Take it. Kaido took it in a daze, looked at the treasure box in his hand, and suddenly his heart beat wildly. That's it. Got it. Will took a few steps forward, looking at Whitebeard with burning eyes. If you want to fight, then fight. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere of the audience was in a state of excitement. Really, going to war? Many people still tend to sit in rows and separate the dirty ones. After all, there are so many treasures here, even if all their ships are added together, they cannot be filled. Gee la la la. Whitebeard burst out laughing. After a while, he restrained his smile, and stared at Will with a cold expression. Boy, let's make a break today. Boom. Accompanied by his words, Kong Yunki kicked heavily on the floor. A sharp breath emanated from his body, and his aura also changed accordingly. The mighty aura swept across the audience, causing the expressions of all the people present to change. They didn't feel it at sea before, but at this moment Whitebeard's eruption, the abyss-like aura made them feel a burst of despair. They can't help wondering, is this Whitebeard really human? Maybe it's not a monster in human skin? Advertisement? Clang. A long and crisp sound came into everyone's ears, and Will slowly pulled out Yan Mo from his waist. Originally, he had a gentle temperament, but his aura also became fierce, and his whole body was like a sharp knife. An aura not inferior to that of Whitebeard rose from his body. Boom. The two powerful auras collided in the air, shaking the treasury. The people around retreated again and again, for fear of being affected. The gazes of Will and Whitebeard collided, as if thunder and lightning were intertwined, sparks sparked. In the rear, Mox and Guy hurriedly stood in front of Hina. I'm afraid that the little girl will be blown away by this wave of air. Beside Hina, Kaido withdrew his gaze, and his eyes fell on the treasure chest in his hand. The other big hand was rubbing against it, hesitating whether to open it or not. Suddenly, I felt someone kick my foot, like being bitten by a mosquito. Looking down, it was the little girl of Will's family. Hina raised her small face to look at Kaido, and then glanced at the treasure chest in his hand. Big man, Hina is telling you. Nervously, she looked left and right, half covered her mouth with her small hands, as if she was afraid that others would hear. Will wants Hina to tell you that when the battle starts, you will be attacked by the Whitebeard Pirates, and they will steal the treasure chest. Kaido. What kind of operation is this? It is simply suffocating. Etc. Kaido looked at the treasure chest in his hand in astonishment. Suddenly the corner of his mouth twitched. Mada, this kid is so strong and so insidious, how can Laozi beat him in the future? His face changed like a chameleon. While he was struggling, the two people on the field who were ready to go moved at the same time. Call out. Will turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Whitebeard, his eyes were full of coldness. Whitebeard's eyes flashed, and he rushed towards Will with Kong Yunki in one hand. Dang dang dang. This little giant Whitebeard, his every step makes the ground slightly shake. The two met instantly, and both saw the coldness in each other's eyes. Whitebeard's other hand grasped the end of Kong Yunki, his feet slammed on the ground, and he leapt into the air. Kong Yunki swung a semicircle and struck down at Will with all his strength. Will's eyes flashed, and the dragon scales instantly covered his whole body. Yan Mo confronted Kong Yunki from bottom to top. Clang. Yan Mo firmly supported Kong Yunki, but when the two sides collide together, the power they bring is not small. Whitebeard wasn't surprised by this, although when they were at sea before, the two of them fought against each other in the air, and they had never had close contact. But the other party, as the top-level phantom beast species with the ability of the Thunder Dragon fruit, must increase his physique a lot, and his strength is naturally great. With the help of the counter-shock from the collision, Whitebeard jumped back to the ground and rushed Will again. In this regard, Will is not afraid. Ding dang. Both of them agreed tacitly not to use extremely powerful moves that affected a wide range. But the confrontation between them is also frightening to watch. This is not only a confrontation between forces, but also a physical confrontation, and even a spiritual confrontation. Every move, every knife is extremely dangerous. A master's move, a slight deviation will lead to catastrophe, and sometimes a difference of thought can determine victory or defeat. The minds of both of them were concentrated to the extreme. Mom, do you want to wait for them to decide the winner? In the direction of the Big Mom Pirates, Parasparrow and others watched the battle on the field, feeling awe-inspiring. This level of duel, I am afraid only their mother can participate in it. Not even Katakuri, the strongest of their brothers and sisters. Charlotte Linlin withdrew her gaze and glanced at these children. Looking at the Whitebeard Pirates on the other side, an inexplicable meaning flashed in his eyes. With a big grin. Mom, wait a minute, it's not time for us to play yet. Asking for flowers. Among the people present, which one is not a human being? Advertisement. Now the two monsters have only just started fighting. It is the time when the energy is the most vigorous, and when the two of them are almost fighting, then there is an opportunity to take advantage of. It's just that she thinks so, but some people don't think so. As an ambitious and ideal, Sand Crocodile died after the execution of One Piece. He wants to rush into the new world, challenge Whitebeard, and make his name known to the sea. However, this sudden incident happened one after another. Not long after he entered the Grand Line, news came out that West Blue had the Rock's treasure. He only mentioned a few things when Will was there at Roger's execution. But also understand that Rox is an awesome character. Then came the news that Whitebeard was going to West Blue to kill Will the Dragon. He simply did these two things together. Now is the time to sing. No matter who he defeats, these two monsters who are famous in the sea, he can prove his strength. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Rox D will just be my stepping stone. 0. Wow. His body entered an elemental state, turning into countless grains of sand. Attack Whitebeard, who is fighting Will with Schwenner. Although Crocodile's behavior is a bit arrogant, he is not weak. In the original book, he fought against Bullet, who had just quit the Roger Pirates not long ago. Although the victory or defeat is unknown, his fame has soared, and he was finally invited by the world government to become a Shichibukai. But now, he has not experienced the beating of society. He is very confident in himself and believes that his strength is enough to compete with Whitebeard and the others. As everyone knows, the strength that Will and Whitebeard are displaying now is just the tip of the iceberg. That's all. Crocodile was in the astonished gaze of the crowd. Forced into the battle between Wool and Whitebeard. Desert Sword, Daddy, Marco and the others exclaimed. Feeling the sound of breaking wind behind him, Whitebeard, who was fighting against Wool, frowned. He didn't expect it either. At this time, someone dared to intervene in their battle. Clang. While Kong Yun cut away Wool's attack, his body twisted half a circle. The left hand that was just vacated was wrapped in yin-yang shimmer, which was a punch. Thinking about it, Whitebeard is also a little angry. Use the shock fruit ability as soon as you shoot. Boom. The knife made of grains of sand was shattered by a punch. Crocodile's face changed slightly. My desert treasure knife is extremely sharp, even steel can cut through it. Now it was smashed by a punch. However, Whitebeard's attack is not so simple. A shocking force followed. Crocodile couldn't keep elemental any longer and took shape. His complexion was slightly pale. Where did the little devil come to meddle in the old man's battle? There was a flash of light in Whitebeard's eyes. Kong Yunki made a whistling sound, sweeping across Crocodile's waist. Boom. Crocodile was blown up into a ball of sand and scattered all over the place. The sand on the ground flowed quickly, and then recondensed into Crocodile's body. Crocodile was in a lingering fear, almost being chopped down just now. Fortunately, I have developed a good ability to fruit. Whitebeard was also a little surprised. Hey, Whitebeard, how dare you be distracted from fighting me? How much do you despise me? Chapter 65. Treasure Hunting. Will's voice came from next to his ear. Whitebeard's face changed, and then a knife flashed into the corner of his eye. Kong Yunki withdrew, with the crossbar in front of him. Clang. Peyron's great strength came from above Kong Yunki. Whitebeard's face changed again. He couldn't hold back hastily, and flew backwards, smashing straight into the wall of the treasure house. Boom. Gravel splashed, and the treasure house shook for a while. Daddy. Marco and the others looked over there worriedly, out of trust in their father, but no one stepped forward. Joes looked at Crocodile angrily. You despicable guy, how dare you sneak up on Dad? I can't spare you. With a growl, Crocodile charged like a raging rhino. During the sprint, Josie's body was covered in sparkling diamonds. Diamond Joes, who lives up to his name, Arclanet Dunes. Crocodile's right arm swelled rapidly, turning into a crescent-shaped sandblade and slashing towards Joes. Snort. Crocodile couldn't help snorting. 173. When he saw that Joes didn't dodge. This move of mine is not aimed at beheading the enemy. But everything that is touched will be sucked dry of the water in the body. Stupid guy, just wait until you become a human. Boom. The crescent sandblade exploded into a ball, covering Josie's entire body. Just when Crocodile was smug, a flash of light pierced his eyes from the sand. Sparkling collision. With a roar, Joes, who was completely wrapped in diamonds, rushed out and bumped into Crocodile. Crocodile's eyes widened, however, his strong combat quality made him react quickly. Guardian of the Sand. In front of him, two tall and thick gates quickly formed, very similar to Rashomon. Boom. Boom. The entire underground space trembled slightly. The two defenses condensed by Crocodile were successively destroyed by Joes. Looking at the menacing Joes, Crocodile looked ugly. I didn't expect that just being the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates would be so difficult. But this only aroused his anger. A mere captain, dare to show off his might in front of me? Did you think you were Whitebeard? Desert Vajra Sword? His hands instantly turned into 4 large sand blades, and he slashed at Joes's head. Boom. Advertisement. The collision of the two made a loud noise. Josie's diamond body failed to break through Crocodile's large sand blade. Crocodile's big sand blade also failed to break through Josie's diamond defense. The people who saw this scene were quite surprised. Joes and the others know that the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' third team has already made a big name in the sea. Strength is also recognized by everyone. But this Crocodile, who has not debuted for a long time, can actually compete with Joes, which is indeed beyond their expectations. Seeing this scene, Kaido's thoughts turned. First look at the direction of Wool and Whitebeard. Look again at the Whitebeard Pirates. Finally, he gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Let's go with Lousy, let's leave the Whitebeard Pirates here today. Kill. Kaido let out a loud cry, holding a mace in one hand and a treasure chest in the other. Attack the Whitebeard Pirates with fury. Jin and Quinn looked at each other, and led the Beast's Pirates towards that side. Kill. F*K the Whitebeard Pirates. The rest of the forces looked at the Beast's Pirates strangely. I don't understand why Kaido chose to make a move at this time. Kaido. Charlotte Linlin also frowned and looked over there. What the hell are you trying to do? She doesn't know Kaido's plan, but... Look at Whitebeard and Will, who have fought together again. Eyes fell on Will. Did you come to any agreement with him? On the other hand, the Whitebeard Pirates are both puzzled and angry about Kaido's behavior. Kaido, this guy, actually shot them at this time. Marco's face was gloomy. Kaido, do you think that Dad can take us down if he can't spare his hand? HMPH, then let him see, even if Daddy doesn't make a move, our Whitebeard Pirates can't handle everyone. The captains were also angered. Under the leadership of Marco, the Whitebeard Pirates also went up. The two pirate groups are at war here. Marco, today you Whitebeard Pirates will stay here forever. Kaido yelled, and swung the mace behind him vigorously, hitting Marco, who had already rushed forward. Although this idea is a bit unrealistic, it does not prevent him from having such expectations. What if it comes true? Kaido, who do you think you are? With your beasts pirates alone, you can't eat us. The flame of the blue phoenix rose from Marco's body, and his hands turned into wings of the phoenix. The wings fluttered and the flame of the phoenix turned into a shockwave and shot towards Kaido. Boom! The mace slammed heavily on the shockwave, blowing up countless small blue flames, which sprinkled on the surrounding ground. Hey, maybe, Kaido said something meaningful and swung his stick again. Advertisement Marco did not back down, and the two fought together. At the same time, Jin and Quinn also faced Vista, Saki and others. It's now treasure hunting. Such thoughts surfaced in many people's minds, especially for those with small powers. Don't take advantage of these powerhouses to start the battle at this time, and get some treasures. Don't you have to wait for them to decide the result? At that time, they may not necessarily have their share. For a time, many people took action. Seeing this, those powerful people frowned. When they saw the fiery eyes of the people below, they were already ready to move. The leaders of several major forces exchanged glances with each other, and then waved their hands. Immediately, the Underworld Alliance, 8 Treasures Navy, Scattered People Alliance, Kingdom Forces, and all major pirate groups took action. These people avoided the battlefield and rushed towards the endless treasure. Dover, shall we not go? On the Don Quixote family's side, Torbol and the others also had fiery eyes. For the Don Quixote family, even if they only get a small part of these treasures, it is enough to raise their power to a higher level. She, a group of idiots blinded by greed. Doflamingo looked at the scene over there jokingly, showing a mocking smile. The ownership of these treasures is not in their own hands, let alone in our hands. It's in the hands of those people. He pointed at Will, Whitebeard, Kaido, who were fighting fiercely, and Junluo Linlin, who had not moved. Only if they agree, we can take it. The hearts of Torbol and the others trembled, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Looking at a group of people scrambling for treasure, who seemed to be crazy, I felt lingering fear. If it wasn't for the young master, they would also be dominated by greed at this time, so let's join in. In case the time comes, touch the strong for a few days. They can't get enough of them. Thinking of this, I couldn't help feeling rejoicing that the young master I was waiting for was really the right choice. As Doflamingo said, the ownership of these treasures is in the hands of a limited number of people. And Charlotte Linlin is one of them. Mom, Parasparrow, someone is trying to covet my treasure, what do you think should I do? Charlotte Linlin's smile was cold, and a chill emanated from her body. The members of the Charlotte family standing beside her couldn't help shivering. Parasparrow hurriedly said, Mom, no one can take away your treasure. He looked at the group of people and said in a sinister tone, whoever dares to reach out will chop them off. The person who was busy packing the treasure suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Then I saw Charlotte Linlin staring at him coldly. The members of the Charlotte family also stared at this side. Then, another battle broke out. In the face of this huge benefit, no one is willing to back down. Even if the opponent is a member of the Big Mom Pirates. Crazy. The members of the Charlotte family felt awe-inspiring, and thought that defeating these people would be an easy task. I didn't expect these people to be so crazy, they simply risked their lives for the treasure. Seeing that Parasparrow and others were actually blocked, Charlotte Linlin was a little annoyed. The huge body moved. 3 Chapter 66 Actor Kaido. I can show off the audience. Chaos. The situation in the treasure house can only be described with this word. Everyone is fighting and blood is flowing like rivers. Dye the ground of the treasure house red, many people were killed crazy. In the beginning, it was Will fighting Whitebeard. Then, it's time for the Beasts Pirates to battle the Whitebeard Pirates. Then the Big Mom Pirates and the forces that took the opportunity to seize the treasure went to war. It didn't take long, as the scope of the battle expanded. In the limited space of the underground treasure house, the two battlefields affect each other. Finally, the whole world is together. They don't even know who the enemy is, they kill anyone they catch. In this chaotic situation, a huge roar shook everyone's ears. The battle in the whole field has stopped for a while. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound. I saw that Kaido was smashed into the wall. Opposite him is Joe's, who is covered in diamonds, but no one cares about that at the moment. Their eyes were all attracted by one thing. It was the treasure box that Kaido had been holding all the time. At this time, because it was bombarded against the wall, the treasure box flew out of his hands. In midair, the lid of the treasure chest opened. 4 things flew out of it, 2 booklets, 1 purple fruit. And, a permanent pointer. That is, seeing a few things falling out in midair, everyone's eyes widened. Dark fruit? Those booklets, are they the translations used to translate the main text of history? Is that the permanent pointer to Raftel? Thinking of 31 here, everyone's breathing stagnates and their hearts beat wildly. Of these 3 things, one is the most vicious Logia dark fruit. It can invalidate the ability of the capable person, and can also deprive others of their abilities. The other 2 are key items to get to Raftel, and Raftel not only has the treasure of One Piece Roger, but also may have the ring of eternal life. Gulu. The sound of swallowing saliva came and went. Click. Click. In the quiet treasure house, 4 soft sounds sounded one after another. Sage of the Whitebeard Pirates stared blankly at the purple fruit in his hand. While a little confused, there was a burst of ecstasy in my heart. This is a dark fruit, I didn't expect it to fall into my hand so lightly. And the other 2 translations in the permanent pointer. The eternal pointer fell on an ordinary crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Translation. One copy landed in front of Qingzhou, the leader of the 8 Treasures Navy. The last one fell on the floor with no one around. Crash! Kaido struggled out of the wall, and the rubble fell to the ground. When he saw the scene in front of him, his eyes were like copper bells. Mad, that is Laozi's dark fruit, Raftel's permanent pointer, and the translation of the historical text, all belong to Laozi. At this moment, actor Kaido is online. His anxious and angry appearance further confirmed the guesses in everyone's minds. Advertisement, Sage, give me back the dark fruit. Kaido rushed towards Saki with the mace in hand, as if Laozi will kill you if you don't return it to me. Will, who was in the distance, was speechless. This guy Kaido has a rough appearance and looks like a reckless man. But in fact, this guy is a ghost. Anyone who thinks he's muscular and brainless will suffer. He calmed down and took a deep breath. Next, the big show begins. I have to do my best to hold Whitebeard, and Whitebeard, who was opposite him, always felt uneasy when he saw those things. Especially when Thatch gets the dark fruit. His heart hurt inexplicably. Everyone assemble, retreat. Whitebeard made a decisive decision and issued the captain's order. He couldn't care less about settling accounts with Will now. His intuition told him that if he stayed here again, something very bad would happen. I want to go. Have you asked my opinion? Will's voice was cold, and Yan Mo held a saber in his hand. Whitebeard returned a cold look. This old man is Whitebeard. If you want to leave, no one can stop you. Really? Then I have to give it a try. Will raised the corners of his mouth. As soon as the voice fell, his breath changed. The vast aura caused the surrounding space to vibrate, and those who were closer to him were directly blown away. Buzz. With a soft groan, Yan Mo instantly covered armament hockey. Crackling. Black and red lightning suddenly appeared around him, and then wrapped around Yan Mo. The eyes staring at Whitebeard turned silvery white. Extreme Kanglongpo. Yan Mo streaked across the air, bringing up a cold blow. Suddenly, a powerful sword pressure filled the entire space. Roar. A dark dragon condensed with the intent of a sword roared and charged at Whitebeard. The dragon chants burst out, making the souls of those who snatched dark fruit, permanent pointers and translations in the treasury tremble. Whitebeard felt it most directly. The powerful coercion made his robe rattle, and the power carried by the blue dragon made his skin ache. Excellent swordsmanship. This sword technique that contained Conqueror's power made him feel quite threatened. Even as an enemy, he still couldn't help feeling emotional. After traveling across the sea for many years, he has encountered countless great swordsmen. But I have never met someone as young and powerful as Will. Roar. The blue dragon roared again. Its ferocious dragon head opened its mouth wide, baring its sharp fangs, and came to bite Whitebeard. Whitebeard snorted coldly, his whole body soaring. Even if it's a dragon, I will slaughter it for you today. He took a sharp step forward, leaning down, holding Kong Yunch tightly with both hands. The muscles in his arms were swollen, and the veins were like earthworms. The shock fruit ability was activated. Kong Yunch's blade was shrouded in fluorescence. Facing the biting blue dragon, he slashed out with all his strength. Roar. Kanglong roared, and bit Kong Yunki's knife with his ferocious dragon mouth. Boom. A huge roar resounded through the entire underground treasure house. Whitebeard's face changed slightly, and the huge force from Kong Yunch made his arms tremble slightly. Boom. Advertisement. Because the floor under his feet couldn't bear this force, it directly collapsed and spread towards the surroundings like a spider web. Immediately afterwards, a majestic coercion swept across the audience, and a terrifying airflow began to wreak havoc. The entire space is shaking, and the underground treasure house is shaking. Pieces of gravel fell from above, and many unlucky people were hit. Drink. Whitebeard let out a low cry, and exerted strength with his arm again, lifting the blue dragon upwards forcefully. Kong Yunki's handle is bent into a big arc, which makes people worry that it will break at any time because it can't bear it. Rise. Accompanied by the word Whitebeard uttered, Kong Yunki lifted the dragon's head. Roar. The blue dragon, whose direction was changed, roared and rushed to the top of the treasure house. Boom. A huge roar sounded, then there was a violent shaking. The abnormal noise coming from above is getting louder and louder. Everyone watched this scene in horror, and a bad feeling came to mind. When they saw a huge falling rock falling from the sky, they trembled all over. It's over, run. Someone reacted, spread their legs and ran out. Before leaving, he didn't forget to grab a handful of gold coins and stuff them into his pocket. Hey, let's run too. Hina is a little scared. While weeping, Hina stuffed jewelry into her arms, and her satchel was already full. Guy was amused 130 by her little appearance. He picked up Hina and ran outside immediately. Mox, you cover from behind. Mox nodded, and here he followed behind with a long knife in his hand. The shaking of the treasure house became bigger and bigger, and the stones falling from above became denser and denser. Daddy. Marco and the others were also evacuating, but Whitebeard was being held back by Will at the moment, unable to get away at all. Clang. Whitebeard holds Will again. You go first. Marco and the others wanted to come up to help, but Kaido rushed over with someone. Saki, return the dark fruit and the perpetual pointer to Laozi. Otherwise I'll never end with you Whitebeard pirates. Will rolled his eyes when he heard this. This guy, is he really acting? Go. Whitebeard shouted again. This old man is Whitebeard. This little collapse can't hurt me. Marco still led people to evacuate. As the old man said, don't when the old man is fine, his group of people will not be able to bear it. Kaido chased out with his men. Before leaving, he took a deep look at Will. Will gave him a look back. The opportunity is here for you. If you don't grasp it, why not just fool around with me? Kaido naturally couldn't understand the meaning in Will's eyes. But with his shrewdness, I also know that now is the best time to weaken the Whitebeard Pirates. In the entire underground treasure house, only Will and Whitebeard and a few people who want money or life are left. Will looked at Whitebeard. Son, this is your final resting place. Whitebeard grinned. The old man is not interested in treasures. This is still your grave. Clang. Tien Yu cut off the sheath. Then, let's see who can have the last laugh. Chapter 67 Can Soccer a Dance? Boom. On the top of the treasure house, chunks of mud boulders fell down without stopping. It can be seen that Will's slash just now caused serious damage to the structure of this treasure house. I believe it won't be long before this place will completely collapse. RR. Will and Whitebeard, who were in it, exchanged glances. There is infinite fighting intent in each other's eyes. They have no intention of retreating. It is impossible to return. Crackling. There are lightning flashes around Will, and his appearance is changing. The traits that belong to humans are fading. Instead, it's the character of a dragon. Is this the dragon form? Whitebeard stared at Will's face opposite him, slightly taken aback. He has seen Kaido's Dragonman form before. It doesn't look too different from Will's. But why does it give me a strange feeling? It was as if Kaido's form was inferior to Will's. But Whitebeard quickly dismissed the idea. Now is not the time to think about these things. Will on the opposite side, after completing the dragon form, did not stop. Dense and violent thunder and lightning surged crazily, converging outside his body surface. Soon an armor of thunder and lightning was formed. He held Tien Yu Zan and Yan Mo, which were entangled in lightning, with both hands, and pointed at the ground obliquely. A pair of bright dragon eyes glowing with lightning, staring closely at Whitebeard opposite. Whitebeard, long wait, said it was a long wait, but these series of actions by Will are just familiar and completed. The corner of Whitebeard's mouth grinned, and the Kong Yunki in his hand flipped around a few times, and finally the blade pointed directly at Will. Let me see if the top-level Phantom Beast Brontosaurus fruit can withstand my attack. It will not let you down. After a chuckle, Will took a sharp step forward with his left foot. Boom. The ground directly collapsed into a small crater, and the lightning on Will's body jumped even more joyfully. Crackling. Thunder unlimited slash. A pair of dragon eyes flashed a blazing white light, and then, his hand moved. Yan Mo and Tien Yu Zan also followed his actions. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, he swung countless knives, and every time he swung a knife, a slash appeared, and he went straight to Whitebeard's position. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed slightly, and the strikes were like lightning strikes, extremely fast. It was in front of him in the blink of an eye. He snorted coldly. This level of attack is not enough to pose a threat to himself. It's all broken, he shouted sharply. Tien Zong's Kong Yunki slashed down at the attacking blow. There is a glint of light on the blade. That's Shockfruit's ability. Boom. Thunder Slash was shattered with a single blow. That didn't go beyond Whitebeard's expectations. HMPH, are these children's things for you? Saying so, he slashed out again, shattering the next thunderbolt. But, soon he frowned. The shattered thunder slashed, and the thunder and lightning engulfed in it spread along his cluster of clouds, reaching his arm. Give him a slight numbness. This didn't have much impact on him. It shattered several thunder slashes one after another. Whitebeard's heart sank suddenly. This guy is so calculating. The numbness on his body has become more and more serious, which has affected his movements to a certain extent. Did you find it? No, it should be said that you have discovered it a long time ago, but with your temper, you don't care about it at all. Backquote. And this is likely to put you in crisis. We'll stop slashing, but he didn't intend to stay in place and wait. Boom. A cloud of dust and gravel exploded from the ground beneath his feet. He disappeared directly in place. So fast. Whitebeard's pupils shrank. This guy's speed was too fast for his naked eyes to catch. Observation hockey is working hard. Soon he found Will's figure, but Will also disappeared in the next instant. There was mockery in Whitebeard's eyes. Speed is not worth mentioning in front of me. Boom. He inserted Kong Yunki into the ground, raised his arms, and his fists were shrouded in a cluster of fluorescent light. Drink. Accompanied by his low drink, his fists hit the air beside him heavily. Advertisement, crack. The space shattered like a mirror. And Will, who was advancing at a high speed, felt a chill in his heart. A strong crisis enveloped his whole body, making his hair stand on end. Danger. His intuition told him that if he continued to move forward, he would be attacked by Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. And the images that flashed through my mind also confirmed this guess. Do you want to avoid it? No, he dismissed the idea in an instant. Thunder flashes in the eyes. Boom. In the next moment, the lightning armor on his body shone brightly and the ground trembled. Will's figure accelerated again, breaking through the sound barrier in an instant. Boom. There was a boom in the air, but at his position just now, the space shattered and spread rapidly. If this is slowed down, the consequences may not be very good. This guy is really ruthless and decisive. Whitebeard was also taken aback by Will's move. Call out, but Will didn't give him a chance to react. The moment he appeared in front of the other party, Yan Mo and Tien Yu Zan in his hands slashed down mercilessly. So fast, the thought popped into Whitebeard's mind again. The movement of the hands did not stop. Grabbing Kong Yunki beside him, he swept it away vigorously and went straight to Will's waist. This is going to trade injuries for injuries. Will's eyes narrowed slightly. Whitebeard is also very bold. Clang. Yan Mo and Tian Yu Zan changed direction and hit Kong Yunki's knife. The corners of Whitebeard's mouth twitched, a smile appeared on his face. Just the next moment, before the splashing sparks dissipated, Will had disappeared again. His eyes widened. This guy, so fast. Where? Suddenly, there was a whistling sound of breaking wind behind him. Whitebeard's heart awed. It was too late to draw the knife, so he simply gave up Kong Yunki temporarily. The thick arms instantly became pitch black. Sideways, cross your arms. Clang. Yan Mo and Tian Yu chopped on Whitebeard's arm, just like cutting on steel. Amazing armament hockey. Will felt the counter shock from his hand, and his attack didn't break the defense. And Whitebeard is not having a good time. Although it was blocked, it was also a moment of fear. If the opponent's attack is stronger, it is likely to break through his defense and cut off his arm. Call out. Will disappeared again. Again? Whitebeard's heart skipped a beat. Dang. Ding. Will quickly flashed around Whitebeard. Attack. Whitebeard was stuck in place the whole time. Although he was a little embarrassed, Whitebeard blocked the attack just right every time he attacked. So strong. Whitebeard is really too strong. It is not comparable to the Summit War period more than 20 years later. It is true that Whitebeard's speed is indeed not as good as his own. But his combat experience, consciousness, instinct. These have long been integrated with his body. Powerful physique, terrifying strange strength, highly developed shock fruit ability, super high hockey level. These created the terrible monster Whitebeard. This is not comparable to the terminally ill Roger. But the more so, the more excited Will was. Only by fighting against such a strong person can we better promote our own growth. Boom. More and more earth and rocks fell, burying most of the treasures. But the battle between the two did not stop, but escalated again. Boom. With a slash from Will, Whitebeard fell backwards, and his feet plowed 2 tracks on the ground. Call. Will let out a long breath. The long and fierce offensive made his breath a little disordered. Advertisement, but the rewards are huge too. Fighting against someone as strong as Whitebeard, his progress is also visible to the naked eye. Whether it is the control of strength or the use of moves, there has been a great improvement. The important thing is that I have gradually adapted to the rhythm of fighting against the strong. Boom. Will took half a step forward with his left foot, stomped heavily on the ground, and crouched slightly. Close your eyes, and at the same time when your mind is empty, your momentum is also condensed. Crackling. Black and red lightning jumped around him. After a few breaths, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the dragon's eyes were full of thunder. He yelled, Whitebeard, I'll send you to see Roger right now. Dragon God / 2 sword style can soccer a dance. Wang. Swinging both arms quickly, Yan Mo and Tian Yu Zan left trails of cold light in the air. Swish, swish, swish. The cold light is almost connected into one piece, reflecting the entire underground treasure house like daytime. Will's momentum became stronger and stronger, and the frequency of waving his arms became faster and faster, and finally turned into an afterimage. Whitebeard's brows almost knit together. Make such a big noise. He thought it would be some grandiose swordsmanship move. Unexpectedly, there was a lot of thunder and rain, and there was no movement except to create a little light. Why is there a vague uneasiness? He also didn't believe that Will would do something meaningless. Suddenly, Will on the opposite side stopped moving. He stood with a knife and looked towards himself. He smiled lightly. Whitebeard, you admire the sakura flowers. As Will's words fell, Whitebeard felt the wind blowing. Immediately, countless pink sakura and flowers fluttered in the wind, blown across his face. The touch felt slightly cool and real. Things around change. He is no longer in the underground treasury with endless treasures. The sun is warm, the breeze is blowing, and a sakura flower is falling from the tree with the wind. Newgate, come drink. Under the sakura tree, Roger sat cross-legged, holding a big bowl to invite himself to drink. Then a second person appears. It's Oden, little Beiji, come and drink. Then Marco, Joes, Sage, Vista, Rayleigh. Watching a group of people laughing, drinking and chatting happily. There was a softness in Whitebeard's eyes, finally turned into a sigh. Such powerful swordsmanship, such a real illusion. Boom. Obviously he didn't have anything in his hand, but when he held the air and punched it on the ground, there was a dull sound. Then, Whitebeard takes a step sideways with his left foot. A sharp, cold light flashed in his eyes. Mad Dragon, don't use these illusory things to fool the old man. This old man is Whitebeard. Following his burst of shouting, his glowing fists hit the air beside him heavily. Crack. The space is broken like a mirror, and the cracks spread. The scene in front of them is also distorted, and the smiles and figures of Roger, Oden, Marco and others are also distorted. The fluttering sakura flowers freeze. Dad. When all illusions disappeared, Whitebeard returned to the underground vault. In other words, he never left from the beginning to the end. Call. He took a long breath, but then realized something was wrong. Reach out and touch your cheek. Pain came, and I put it in front of my eyes. It was bloodline. Are you hurt? Look down again. There are many small cut marks on his body, arms and other places, and bloodline is oozing out. The robe was also cut with many holes. He felt a chill in his heart. Didn't I feel any pain just now? And the injured place should be where in the phantom just now, when the sakura flower was falling, it touched my position. Whitebeard thought of a possibility. If I didn't break free from the phantom just now, but had a drink and chat with Roger, Oden, and Marco under the sakura and flower trees. Then, will I be silent in my heart? Thinking of this, even he felt a chill in his heart. Horrible, terrible, this mad dragon will, swordsmanship heaven defying. Chapter 68. Movie King Kaido continues online. If this person is not eliminated, he will become a serious disaster. It was a thought Whitebeard had never had in his life. It happened to a young man today. Before that, he felt that even if Will couldn't be solved this trip, he could always find another chance. But now, Will gave him the feeling that he was even scarier than the rocks back then. If you continue to grow up for the other party, whether you can take revenge is another matter. Maybe, the future Whitebeard Pirates will have a lot of trouble because of this person. With this in mind, Whitebeard's mindset changed. As a strong man who has been in the sea for many years, he is definitely not the kind of person who will hesitate. There was a strong killing intent in his eyes. Boom. The majestic momentum is like a volcanic eruption, sweeping the surrounding falling rocks and dust around. Will stares. The Whitebeard at this time gave him a kind of intuition for Roger when he was in Logue Town and faced the rage. This is, are you going to do your best, call? I took a deep breath. He didn't know how terrifying Whitebeard, who burst out with all his strength and full of killing intent, was. But he knows that with his present self alone, he is still not an opponent. But, a cold light flashed in Will's eyes, crackling. Dense lightning surged out and condensed into lightning armor, covering the rest of the body. Even Yan Mo and Tianyu Yuzan didn't reveal it. Now is not the time for you to go out, Whitebeard 563. Kaido, if you don't play hard, I'll beat the shit out of you. Boy, die for me, Whitebeard's roar came, accompanied by the crushing power of terror. Will looked up to see Whitebeard rushing towards him. The fluorescent range of the package on the cluster cloud is larger. Yan Mo and Tianyu cut each other, and his expression became firm. Come on, let's fight to the end with you today. Will went forward without fear. Kong Yunki slashed down with a sharp whistling sound. Call out. This time he didn't choose a hard catch, and he dodged Whitebeard's poised blow with a dodge. Boom. Kong Yunki slashed fiercely on the ground, and the ground exploded immediately. Countless gravels splashed, and a crack extended from Kong Yunki's blade to the distance, until it reached the wall of the treasure house. The shock in the entire underground space intensified a bit. Buzz. A soft moan sounded from behind Whitebeard. Advertisement will appeared above his back, and Yan Mo and Tianyu Yuzan slashed down with fierce power. Whitebeard didn't have time to draw the knife, and let go of the handle. Armament hockey covered his arms. A faint halo emanates from the fist. Clang. He held Yan Mo and Tianyu Yuzan with his fists. Boom. Will's blow was powerful, but Whitebeard's body could hold it. But the ground under his feet couldn't hold it up. The ground crumbled, and his feet were deeply embedded in it. Ziz. The sudden noise made Whitebeard's heart skip a beat. Looking up, I found Will in the form of a dragon man. At this time, the dragon's mouth was wide open, and a thunderball was rapidly condensing. His eyes widened suddenly. Maid, this kid has so many tricks. Cursing inwardly, there was no time to think about it, because the thunderballs in Will's dragon's mouth had already been accumulated. The powerful force from that thunderball made his hair stand on end. If you are hit, even if you are yourself, you will not be able to hold it. Boom. Will doesn't care what Whitebeard is thinking. The moment it aimed at his head, the accumulated thunder power poured out. At the very moment, Whitebeard tilted his head and rolled on the ground under the pressure of Yan Mo and Tianyu Yuzan, barely avoiding the thunder. Boom. The terrifying power of thunder poured directly on the ground. The entire underground treasure house swayed violently again, screaming uncontrollably. Seeing that the attack was in vain, Will scattered the thunder, and took the opportunity to jump back a certain distance. In this confrontation, no one took advantage. Whitebeard held Kong Yunchi in his hand again, but felt a little melancholy in his heart. This crazy dragon is really too difficult to deal with. Thunderslash. The thunder armor on Will's body was full of light, and most of the lightning gathered on Yan Mo and Tianyu Yuzan. With a vigorous leap, with the help of the inertia of the fall, Yan Mo and Tianyu slashed to the ground in front of them. Boom. At the same time as the ground exploded, two thunder dragons made of thunder leapt upstream on the ground, quickly approaching Whitebeard. Meanwhile, as Whitebeard and Will battle, the people who had already retreated to the square on the ground felt that the ground was shaking more and more violently. The faint roar from the ground told them that the battle between the two monsters below had not stopped. Everyone you, DBCA, looked at me and I looked at you, and they all felt lingering fear. Sage, hand over the dark fruit and the eternal pointer. At this time, Kaido's voice came, immediately attracted everyone's attention. All eyes focused on Saki. His eyes lit up when he saw Sage's bulging pockets. Yes. The following treasures are temporarily out of reach, but there are even more precious treasures in front of us. Advertisement. This is the dark fruit that can restrain all ability users, and can also deprive other ability users of their abilities. It is simply a sharp weapon for building a powerful army of capable users. And the eternal pointer held by the Whitebeard Pirates. Thatch felt uncomfortable with so many eyes on him. But can dark fruit make it? He looked at Marco. His father was not there, only he could make the decision. Although Marco was worried about his father's situation, he couldn't help being distracted by the current situation. Since we snatched Kaido, Dark Fruit and Permanent Pointer, they are ours and have nothing to do with you. These two things must not be allowed. It's not just about the face of the Whitebeard Pirates. More because of the special features of Dark Fruit. If it falls into the hands of hostile forces, it will not be a good thing for the Whitebeard Pirates. Fart, that's lousies. Kaido laughed back angrily, pointed at Marco and said sharply, if you don't hand over the Dark Fruit and the Permanent Pointer today, you don't even think about leaving. Actor Kaido continues to be online. Then come here, we Whitebeard Pirates are not afraid of anyone. Some people were also irritated, talking a bit out of their heads. It was too late for Marco to stop, and he sighed in his heart. Mom. Charlotte Linlin also laughed. Marco, you should hand over the Dark Fruit and the Permanent Pointer. Sure enough, the development of things went in a direction that was not good for the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco said with a sullen face, Auntie, do you want to get involved too? Can't you? Charlotte Linlin looked at him with a smile. Everyone is a pirate. Whoever has the greatest ability is entitled to own treasures. Marco, do you still want me to teach you the rules of survival? Are you sure you can bear Dad's anger? Marco asked back. As soon as this remark came out, many people retreated. After all, no one can bear Whitebeard's anger. Mama, Charlotte Linlin sneered, Whitebeard is not with you now. When I get the Dark Fruit and the Permanent Pointer, he will start a war with me if he has the ability. Others are afraid of him, but I am not. As for whether Charlotte Linlin is afraid of Whitebeard, no one knows. But it won't do much good if Whitebeard goes to war with her over it. She can't believe that Whitebeard can afford to go to war. Boom. Kaido smashed the mace to the ground. When everyone looked over, he opened his mouth and said, then follow the rules, whoever grabs it will count. He looked at Charlotte Linlin, sullen. You should understand that these two things cannot fall into the hands of the Whitebeard Pirates, otherwise we will have no living space in New World. Mom, Kaido. Charlotte Linlin laughed, are you going to cooperate with me? Kaido's face was a bit ugly, but he didn't open his mouth to refute. The mace points to everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates. Kill. Chapter 69 Hold a funeral for your sons. The Beast's Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates besieged the Whitebeard Pirates. Let the people present feel terrified. As the saying goes, when gods fight, mortals suffer. It's the current situation. These powerhouses from the New World have various abilities, not to mention their amazing power. Even if they hide far away, they are likely to be affected by long-range attacks. Many people have already started to evacuate and do not intend to wade into this muddy water. But there are also many people who choose to wait and see. Hee. Gecko Moria watched the battle on the field, wisely not getting involved. Instead, he set his sights on the Underworld Alliance and the Eight Treasures Navy. The remaining two translations are in the hands of two forces. Also from West Blue, he certainly knows how powerful these two forces are. The Underworld Alliance has a large number of people, but there are no top masters. But the Eight Treasures Navy has Lao Huo and Qingjiao. Although the strength of Green Pepper has dropped a lot, it should not be underestimated. What's more, there is an old Huo who is stronger than Green Peppers. But is that his reason to give up? The translation is the key item to go to Raftel. Without it, what big secret treasure is there? Little ones, kill me and grab the translation. He waved his hand, Dark Ancient Underworld Alliance. In his opinion, it is better to pinch this one. Hole, Moria, do you want to die? Lake cursed angrily. He's already frustrated enough today. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he was face swept several times not to mention, and he couldn't even avenge the murder of his son. Now Moria dares to attack them? Are they really made of mud? He, you are the one who killed Shadow Bat. Moria didn't talk nonsense, and used the fruit ability as soon as she came up. She, it's really lively, Doflamingo chuckled, fingers twitching. Ah. Among the Eight Treasures Navy, several people suddenly lost control of their bodies and chopped their weapons at their companions. After several screams, there were several corpses on the ground. Get out of here, I'm out of control. Those held by Doflamingo cried and cried, terrified by the situation. Hole. Lao Huo and Qingjiao shot at the same time, subduing the uncontrolled man. But soon someone was controlled again. They know that someone has gone abroad for them. Looking around, he landed on Doflamingo. Only, how seemingly endless rain. Guhahaha. A blast of wind and sand appeared in front of Lao Huo and the others, condensing the body of Crocodile. Hand over the translations on your body obediently. Lao Huo and Qingjiao are almost scolding. Advertisement. However, it is impossible to hand in, the value of this thing is huge. The Eight Treasures Navy can soar into the sky with this. Seeing that Lao Huo and Qingjiao refused to hand over the translation, Crocodile said no nonsense and put his palm on the ground. Desert Sunflower. Shushasha. The ground under the feet of the Eight Treasures Navy was deserting, and then quickly formed a quicksand Uzumaki. Come out. Lao Huo roared. His reminder was still timely, but there were still a few unlucky ones who were swallowed up by quicksand and buried alive. Hole. Seeing this, Qingjiao was furious, rushed to Crocodile, and fought with him. Lao Huo also faced Doflamingo. In the corner of the square, 3 heads protruded from behind a stone pillar to observe the battle over there. Mox, wait for the right time, let's work together to get the dark fruit back. Guy's eyes never left Saki. She is very greedy for dark fruit. If you get it, whether you eat it yourself or take it to auction, it will be a huge benefit. Mox didn't speak, but looked at Hina with a sad face. Hina is still grieving for those treasures. A small face full of bitterness and hatred. See Mox and Guy lie watching her. After thinking about it, I straightened up, and suddenly there was a clattering movement on my body. A lot of gold coins and jewels fell from her body, and the little girl's body was stuffed too much, and her originally thin body became fatter. Hina squatted down to pick it up in distress. At the same time, he said, "We are leaving here, return to the boat and throw it away." Guy Lee was surprised. "Then no more dark fruit?" Hina didn't look up, and said casually, "Well, if you want it, I'll get you some when you go back." Guy Lee. "Take a few. Eat. Is my new boss a devil fruit wholesaler?" Beyond the mysterious island, more than a dozen warships are displayed on the sea. Report Sengoku Admiral. Say, Sengoku and others stared at the mysterious island ahead. When they first saw it, they were also shocked by the sight. Those pirate groups landed in the southwest, and now their main force is in the center of the island. According to the known clues, there is no doubt that this place is an ancient ruin. Porp. Sengoku waved his hand and took out the phone bug from his bosom. Sengoku, how is the situation now? Sengoku frowned slightly. Is it 5 elders? Are they that concerned about it? He briefly talked about the situation, and after a while, there was a voice. Sengoku, I order you now, launch the order immediately. Sengoku's heart skipped a beat. Is it so ruthless? He has not yet become the Marine Marshal, and he does not know many secrets. Although I also know that the world government prohibits the study of history 800 years ago. But I don't know why. Is there a question? Seeing that Sengoku didn't respond, he asked over there. Sengoku restrained his thoughts. There is no problem here, start Buster call immediately. Advertisement ask for flowers. That's good, those are vicious pirates, death is not a pity. Hanging up the phone, Sengoku looked at the island in the distance, a little lost in thought. After a while, he sighed lightly, the order. Before his order was issued, a blazing white light beam shot into the air in the center of the island in the distance. Boom. There was a roar like a sky crash. The huge bang made the battleships under their feet tremble. That is, looking at the huge beam of light, many marine soldiers felt their scalps go numb. If this hits them, will they lose all their people and boats? It's Will the Dragon, Garp said in a deep voice. That's not a pillar of light, but a pillar of wealth. Central land. A huge pillar of thunder pierced through the entire palace, and countless wall fragments were thrown into the air and flew around, just like the scene of a volcanic eruption. Among them, a throne reflecting golden light drew a perfect arc in midair and fell to the distant forest. Zero. Daddy. With sharp eyes, Marco saw Whitebeard rushing out following the thunder column. At this time, he looked a little embarrassed, with many scars on his body. Under everyone's gaze, Whitebeard forcibly twisted his body in midair and then slammed heavily on the square. Boom. A large hole was smashed directly into the ground, and Whitebeard's legs were deeply embedded in the ground. Before everyone could check Whitebeard's situation, Lei Zhu disappeared. Boom. The palace over there is collapsing, and the ground is shaking violently. Roar. A loud dragon chant came from the big hole that was broken. Then a mighty hawky silver-white dragon roared and flew out of the big hole, rushing into the sky. Boom. The entire palace collapsed, splashing a large cloud of smoke and dust. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. Such a huge and luxurious palace just disappeared before their eyes. However, that's not what hurt them the most. What makes them heartbroken is the endless wealth buried below. Do they really have a chance to dig out those treasures? Roar. The deafening dragon roar woke them up. Above the sky, the silver-white dragon swooped down, scaring many people into screaming. However, the moment the giant dragon landed on the ground, its body stopped suddenly, then quickly became smaller, and finally turned into a person. Mad Dragon Will. Although they all know that the Mad Dragon Will is a person with the ability of the Brontosaurus fruit. But it was the first time seeing it with my own eyes. It is indeed a very powerful fruit ability, it is simply suffocating. Will landed next to Kaido, his eyes scanning the entire square. When I saw that most of the Whitebeard pirates were seriously injured and suffered heavy losses. Only then showed a satisfied smile. Whitebeard, it looks like you're going to be giving your sons a funeral today. Chapter 70 Marine Entry, Chew. Countless people swallowed their saliva. Will's words were definitely on Whitebeard's nerves. As the saying goes, beat the dog in the water. Just now, the two major forces besieged the Whitebeard pirates. Some of them fished in troubled waters and killed several members of the Whitebeard pirates. Now that Whitebeard is out, I don't know if he can get away. Boom. Whitebeard exploded with a powerful aura, and his cold and angry eyes scanned the audience. The tone was low and hoarse. Marco, what's going on? Marco also suffered a lot of injuries. With both Kaido and Charlotte Linlin shooting at the same time, he was lucky to be alive. Hearing Whitebeard's words, anger surfaced in his heart, but he temporarily suppressed it. With a sad look on his face, he said, Dad, they're going to snatch the dark fruit and the permanent pointer. Kaido and Big Mom have united and attacked us. Fosa, Atmos, Blenheim, Karma. Fosa, Captain of Team 15, Atmos. Captain of Team 13, Blenheim. Captain of Team 9, Karma. The octopus pirate defeated by Oden, 440, when he saved Tianue. Every time Marco said a name, his heart became heavy and his voice became hoarse. They are all dead. When Marco said those last words, Whitebeard's anger was at its peak. The terrifying momentum made people almost unable to breathe. Looking at Whitebeard, who looked like a volcano about to erupt, even Kaido and Charlotte Linlin felt their scalps tingling. Whitebeard in a rage, no one can stop him, B. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin looked at Will at the same time. Perhaps only Will, the mad dragon who has been fighting Whitebeard for so long without losing the wind, can do it. Look at what I do, it's not me who moves people. Will threw the blame back very simply and neatly. The purpose of this trip has been achieved, and the strength of the Whitebeard Pirates has been greatly damaged. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin also have a feud with Whitebeard, so they can share a lot of pressure on themselves. The most important thing is, Will sighed inwardly. The landlord's house has no more food left, although Whitebeard is injured, he seems to be fine. But my family knows my own affairs. The intense confrontation with Whitebeard was too much for him. Even if he has the bonus of the Thunder Dragon fruit, it can't change the fact that he is still in the growth stage. The opponent was Whitebeard at his peak, and the battle just now was just normal for him. He was a real man who fought fiercely with Roger for 3 days and 3 nights. The most important thing is that he has to guard against the CPO hidden in the dark. These guys, since they came to the island, haven't seen each other make a move. Kaido's eyes widened at Will's words. How dare you say it's none of your business? I worked so hard in acting, isn't it because of you? You were the one who planned this matter from the beginning to the end. Now that something goes wrong, you want to run away. I just knew it. Advertisement, this guy who is obviously powerful, but also so insidious. How could you feel at ease? It's just that he can't tell the truth yet. Aggrieved, Whitebeard didn't know what was going on in Kaido's mind. His eyes were red, and the killing intent pervading his body was as real as it was, and his 2 eyes were like 2 sharp knives. Kaido, Linlin. His tone was extremely cold. Obviously there is sunlight shining down from above, but everyone can't feel a trace of warmth. Do you want to die? Kaido and Charlotte Linlin tensed up, staring gravely at Whitebeard. But, since they dared to attack, they will not be afraid. The two looked at each other, with a strong fighting spirit exuding from their bodies, and their aura also increased dramatically. Mommy, Newgate, if you want your Whitebeard Pirates to be wiped out here, let them come. Charlotte Linlin held Napoleon, pointing straight at Whitebeard. Call. Kaido swung the mace in a circle, making the sound of whistling wind. Whitebeard, I think you and your sons should stay here forever. Just because you can't do it, Whitebeard's eyes were cold, and the cloud in his hand cut the ground, and the aura on his body only increased a little bit. Kaido sneered disdainfully. You can't even take down Quanlong alone, the 3 of us shot together, enough to bury you here. This time, all eyes turned to Will. Will shook his head slightly and smiled. Clang. Clang. Yan Mo and Tien Yu were out of their sheaths again. This proposal is very good. I also want to see if the sea will be more exciting without Whitebeard and the Whitebeard Pirates. Will really hoped that Whitebeard chose to go ahead with the fight. For him, there is no loss. Father, Marco's face was extremely serious. He knew that what the other party said was not aimless. That's really capable of keeping the Whitebeard Pirates here in full. However, the other party will definitely pay a heavy price. Whitebeard's killing intent subsided a bit, and his expression was equally dignified. Reason told him that temporarily giving up revenge and evacuating the island immediately was the correct choice. Otherwise, once the war starts, the entire Whitebeard pirate group may really be buried here. But the hatred and anger in his heart made him unable to make up his mind. Whitebeard stood there without speaking. The atmosphere on the field became more and more oppressive. The string that everyone is tensing will break at any time. They all stared at Whitebeard, waiting for Whitebeard's answer. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a deep roar came from a distance. Immediately afterwards, bursts of whistling sounded. Everyone followed the prestige and was startled. Advertisement. The sky in the distance is full of dense black spots. That's a cannonball. They saw the appearance of those things clearly, and also saw a dozen warships on the coast. It's marine. Is the guy here a dog? Can this be chased? F*K. Are these guys trying to destroy this island? Don't be in a daze. It's important to escape. There was chaos in the square, and it would not be long before the black shells would fall. Seeing this, Will sighed softly. Hey, this marine came at a really bad time. Just now he was going to take the initiative to provoke the battle between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates. Unexpectedly, Marine suddenly entered the scene to disrupt the situation. Now that Marine comes, it is definitely impossible to fight. After all, the Battle of Marine is not small. If they are taken over because they continue to fight, then they will be really happy. Crackling. Intensive lightning bolts were released from Will's hands and shot upwards into the sky. There, it quickly condensed into a thundernet. The next moment, dozens of shells fell on the thundernet. Boom. A cloud of fireworks exploded in the air, and then a wave of heat hit. Mommy. Charlotte Linlin stood up with a smile, and swung Napoleon violently into the sky. Wigwo. A huge sword energy rushed towards the group of shells, destroying those shells. Boom. Others also shot one after another, blocking the incoming shells. But everyone knows that the next round of shelling will not be too long. Whitebeard looked deeply at Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. His eyes finally fell on Will. Let's go. This time, the Whitebeard Pirates have recorded it. Whitebeard finally suppressed the anger and killing intent in his heart, leading the Whitebeard Pirates to evacuate. Where's Thatch 4.7? After walking a few steps, Whitebeard didn't see Sage. Marco explained. Before Papa came out, I asked Sarge to withdraw with dark fruit first. Whitebeard nodded and said nothing more. Boom boom boom. Marine's second round of shelling is coming. Above the sea, the bow of one of the warships. A burly man in a dark red suit with a rose corsage on his chest and a resolute face looked indifferently at the other side of the island. The first round of shelling just now was of no avail. This second round of shelling, like the first round, was stopped before it fell. With a heavy snort, he took 2 steps forward and his 2 arms turned into high-temperature lava. A group of sinful fellows, just sleep on that island forever. Meteor volcano. The levised arms aimed at the sky above the island. Shish. Groups of huge lava fists sprayed high into the sky, and then the lava fists fell towards the island like a meteor shower. Chapter 71 The Unspoken Truth. Boom boom boom. Countless lava fists fell on the island. At the same time as the deep pits were blasted, the splashed magma also ignited the island. Immediately, birds and beasts screamed and fled, among the forest. 2 figures fled quickly carrying a golden object. Many shells fell on their surroundings. Suddenly, a small head popped out of the golden thing, looking towards the sky. Seeing the fist of lava all over the sky, he swallowed, with some horror in his eyes. Ah, run! Hina saw a lava fist hit their side, and Yishi screamed in fright. Mox and Guy Li also played smart, carrying the golden throne and running wildly. This throne was suddenly dropped in front of their eyes on their way back. Boom! The lava fist hit their sides, and the huge impact sent them flying. The throne flew out of his hands, and Hina also fell down. The gold coins and jewels stuffed all over his body fell all over the floor. Boom! Before they got up again, the ground under their feet began to shake. The range is getting bigger and bigger, and they have to hug the trees to stabilize their figures. What's going on? Guy was still in shock, she felt the whole world was shaking. Hina doesn't know either. Then, they were shocked to find that they were getting closer and closer to the sky. An anomaly for this island. The marine on the warship, and those who stay on the ship, have the most direct senses. The island is moving. The water level on the coast is falling. No, it should be said, the whole island seems to come out of the sea. Then they saw that the height of this huge island was rising, and more areas were exposed to the sea. Roar! A muffled low hum came into everyone's ears. Then a shocking scene appeared before their eyes. The waves are rolling. A huge head protruded from the sea, and its one eye alone was more powerful than a warship. With the appearance of the head, the height of the island is also rising rapidly. When the things in front of them were completely presented in front of their eyes, everyone was shocked. They were too shocked to speak. They really don't know how to describe it. Oh, it's really scary. Paluzolino swallowed his saliva and said his mantra with difficulty. What kind of island is this? This is clearly the back of a giant monster. That's right, what was displayed in front of their eyes was a giant beast. A giant beast as big as the Lord, but in front of him is a giant turtle. It is also the truth that Will did not tell when he saw the murals in the palace before. Advertisement, roar. The giant tortoise roared up to the sky, and it lasted for several minutes before it stopped. Then it looked back at its own shell. The huge head turned towards the warship on the sea. Even Sengoku, Garp and others are looked down upon. The giant tortoise did not attack them, but lowered its head and plunged into the sea. After Chong Shin lifted it, he turned to his back. Puff! A huge water column sprayed into the sky, and the falling seawater extinguished the flames on the island. The people on the island also discovered the huge animal head. In addition to being shocked, I was terrified. They never thought that the island they were on would be the back of a giant tortoise. Run! Get out of here now, that's all they have left now. Before long, those who survived were evacuated to the fringes. This is no longer the coast when they landed, they are now hundreds of meters above the sea. The 3 of Hina are also on the periphery, it's just the tangled look on their faces at this moment. If this jumps, there is nothing to say, but, they looked at the throne behind them. The key is how to do this, they can't swim with this on their backs. Fortunately, Will took Kaido and they also evacuated here. Will, Hina is here, Hina waved her little hand vigorously. The appearance of Will reassures her, who has a backbone. Hey, Lousy's throne is here. Kaido let out a laugh, and was about to go forward and touch the throne. Hina's small body stood in front of him. Looking at Hina who was not as high as his own knee, he blinked more. This is Hina's. Hina said the fact with a serious face and righteous words. Huh? Kaido scratched his head. It seems that the ownership of this throne is really not in his hands. He looked at the throne, and then at the little girl, this little guy who could be crushed to death with one finger. Well, he really didn't dare to pinch, who made a big boss stand behind them. Will also smiled helplessly. It is estimated that the most rewarding of this trip is the little girl Hina. When the people on the island returned to the boat one after another. The giant tortoise moved again, its massive head turned towards Marine. Beads of sweat dripped from the foreheads of Sengoku and the others. They have crossed the sea for many years, and they have never dealt with this kind of giant beast. No one knows how terrible it is. If this big guy is offended, they may be fine. But it is difficult to say how many of the dozens of warships and soldiers brought back can go back alive. Fortunately, the giant tortoise did not attack them. Clatter. In the eyes of everyone, the giant tortoise fell down again and then moved slowly. Advertisement will saw the giant tortoise swimming slowly into the distance and sighed. I don't know, how long has this big guy been around? Kaido sighed all over his face. It's a pity for those treasures. Pity? Kaido looked at Will, and saw that he didn't feel sorry for him at all, and he was holding Jiju. His heart beat wildly. Yes, this is an extremely insidious fellow. How could he let go of those treasures? Mad Dragon. Kaido considered his words carefully. Are we in alliance? Are we in alliance? Will asked back with a smile. Of course it is. Kaido affirmed Kaido. A gesture of who dares to say no, lousy kills whoever. You see how happy we are working together this time, don't you? Seeing Will act like you say, I listen. Kaido whispered. Honestly, is there a way for you to find this big guy again? Will was still looking at him with a smile on his face. You guess? Guess again? Kaido's temples were throbbing wildly, resisting the urge to strike. Mad Dragon, half of the meaning. I don't want half of it either, just 1/3. As far as the countless treasures are concerned, even 1/3 is still a huge fortune. Enough for him to break through Beast's pirates. Will didn't make any promises to Kaido, but looked towards Marine. Now that the giant tortoise is gone, they have no scruples. Aim the cannon 167 at the pirate ships. He looked at the Whitebeard Pirates, Bogmom Pirates and other major forces not far from here. Everyone tacitly kept a certain distance. Even if you don't report to the regiment to keep warm, you can't let the Marines defeat each other. However, the situation will soon be different. Go shout. He gave instructions to Kaido beside him. What are you shouting for? Kaido reflexively replied. Suddenly awakened, he said angrily, Quanlong, lousy is not your subordinate, don't try to instruct me to do things for you. Will pouted. Kaido got used to it. In the future, where can I find this kind of younger brother who can fight, act, and handle affairs well? We have to let Marine know that the Whitebeard Pirates are the big winners in this treasure hunt. Hey, there are not many people like me who are happy to help others. His eyes lit up, and then his face went dark. Kaido slandered in his heart. Maid, the Whitebeard Pirates are the biggest winners? I think it's due to Grandma's house. Today's forces, one counts as one, and none of them are earned. All the benefits will be given by you. Hurry up, Will urged. Kaido glared at him, but stood up anyway. He took a long breath and sank to his dantian. Whitebeard, hand over dark fruit and Raftel's permanent pointer. That's lousy's stuff, otherwise, Beast's Pirates, will never die with you. The sound was like a bell, even the sound of artillery fire could not cover it up. After Marine's attack stalled for dozens of breaths, several warships turned around and their guns began to move. Whitebeard Pirates, Emergency, Chapter 72 let the world tremble for me. The Whitebeard Pirates, at this time, is another scene. On the deck of the Moby D*K, there are more than a dozen corpses on display. Fossa, Atmos, Blenheim, Karma. These people are either captains or elite fighters, and many of them are qualified to become captains. However, all eyes are on one of the corpses. It was a man dressed as a chef. His heart was pierced, but the wound was not the front but the back. One kill. This man is none other than Sage, the captain of the 4th Division and the chef of the Whitebeard Pirates. The fruit on his body, which is considered to be dark fruit, has also disappeared. Teach, Teach, Teach. Whitebeard called Teach's name over and over again, like a wounded beast, with a low growl in his throat. The more Whitebeard is like this, the more terrifying it is. His eyes were already blood red. Marco and others wanted to persuade them, but they didn't know how to speak. No one expected that Marshal D. Teach, who had joined the Whitebeard Pirates for many years, actually killed his companion for dark fruit. Maybe that's what Will didn't expect, too. Sack, this guy, after changing so many plots by himself. Still because of dark fruit, died in the hands of Teach. No, he is more wronged and aggrieved than in the original book. Because, in a certain direction in Gabi Sea area, a pirate ship is drifting in the wind and rain along with the waves. Teach, who was missed by Whitebeard, is standing on the deck, looking at the direction of the island that has long been invisible. Thief ha ha ha. Teach, who was 16 or 17, smiled wantonly. On his palm was the dark fruit, coveted by everyone. I didn't expect it, I didn't expect it. Teach looked excitedly at the purple fruit in his hand. When I first saw the introduction of dark fruit, I made an oath. Unless it is it, I would rather not be a power user. For this reason, I gave up everything and joined the Whitebeard Pirates, the pirate group most likely to come into contact with dark fruit. I thought that I would lurk for decades or even a lifetime. Thief ha ha ha. He laughed heartily again, unable to hide the joy on his face. He looked at the fruit in his hand affectionately. For you, even if I am against Dad and the Whitebeard Pirates, I will not hesitate. Without further hesitation, Teach took a bite of the fruit. Oh 5. He froze for a moment. Why is it a bit sweet? Didn't it mean that devil fruit is hard to eat? Could it be that the rumors in the sea are deceiving? Or, dark fruit is different. That's right, this is a dark fruit that can nullify other abilities, and it's also a powerful existence that can deprive others of their abilities. It should be different. Teach comforted himself in this way, and swallowed all the dark fruit in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. Thief ha ha ha. Lousy is now a dark fruit capable user. In the future, this sea will be ruled by me. Tremble, tremble. Get ready for my arrival. Advertisement, Dark Cave Road. The waves are surging, and the storm remains the same. However, nothing happened to Teach. Teach looked around strangely. Why is there nothing? No, this ability is recorded in the illustration book, and I have imagined it for many years. It doesn't make sense, can't it? Is it the wrong way to open it? Or is the posture wrong? Thinking of this, he changed his posture. Dark cave road. Still nothing happened. Dark cave, dark water. Even if the wind was blowing, even if the rain was pouring, Teach's forehead was still covered with cold sweat, mixed with the rain. His body began to tremble, and his eyes were full of panic. Thump. He knelt on the deck. Ah, Daddy. When Kaido's words resounded in this sea area. When Marine began mobilizing battleships, he was ready to focus on the Moby D*K. Marco groaned softly. Whitebeard raised his head again, his bloodshot eyes startled Marco and the others. Evacuate at full speed, let's go back to New World. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, and his body was trembling slightly. The captains were silent for a while. They knew how painful it was for their father, and how difficult it was to make this decision. The other side. While the Whitebeard Pirates attracted most of Marine's firepower, there were still 2 warships blocking Will's ship. Will looked at the few people in the lead, his eyes flickering slightly. Marine Vice Admiral Sakazuki, Marine Rear Admiral Gion, plus Count. Sakazuki naturally needless to say. The future Marine Admiral, and even the Marine Admiral. Gion, whom I met once, is a candidate for Admiral, and so is Kakashi. This is enough to explain the weight of those who intercepted them. But, a smile curled up Will's mouth. Just relying on the 3 of them, they can't stop themselves and others, even if he spent a lot of money fighting Whitebeard. For a person with a heinous crime, death is not a pity. Sakazuki's indifferent voice sounded, just like his upright character, there is no room for evil in his eyes. Crazy Dragon will kill Impel Down Director Hild, Warden David, and wreak havoc on Logue Town. Give it up, or else. Gurgling. His arm melted into lava, and the gurgling lava dripped onto the deck, sizzling. HMPH, it's up to you, don't overestimate yourself. Kaido took 2 steps forward with disdain, and sneered, Red Dog, be careful Lousy will beat you into a dead dog. Jin and Quinn looked at each other in blank dismay. Why is there a strange feeling? Will also has it, he thinks, Kaido is getting better and better. At this time, Kaido is like someone coming to provoke his boss. As a younger brother, he can't help but come out with a few words of sarcasm. Advertisement I want Kaido to be my younger brother more and more, how can I break it? Kaido of the Beasts, of course Sakazuki knew Kaido. It is not once or twice that they deal with Marine and Kaido. HMPH, this time I don't even give you a chance to enter Impel Down. Kaido sneered, how old are you? Watch Lousy bombard you directly. After all, Kaido crouched, and then jumped violently. The water level of the pirate ship was pushed down a lot. He catapulted into the air and fell towards Sakazuki's warship. Watch out, Kaido is coming, attention alert. There was a panic over there, after all, Kaido's name is quite scary. Court death, Sakazuki was irritated by Kaido's provocation. Dark Hound. The huge lava-formed arms stretched out rapidly, rushing towards the fallen lot. It really is a red dog, Kaido mocked, but he didn't dare to be careless. Thunder 8 trigrams. The mace wrapped around Haki fell hard, smashing the lava arm apart. The blasted lava splashed and fell on the seawater, causing a lot of mist. Boom. Kaido's huge body hit the warship heavily, causing the warship to sink a lot. Fire. Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire was continuous. Hey, little miscellaneous fish, Duo sneered. Boom. The violent conqueror's Haki swept out, and Marine soldiers fell down wherever they passed. Hole. Sakazuki's mood was like, of his ability, almost bursting with anger. This guy Kaido, he simply didn't pay attention to him. Dark Hound. It's you Red Dog again. Hearing the movement behind him, Kaido held up the mace and gave another blow. Here Kaido and Sakazuki are fighting together. Will on the other side was not idle either. Jin, you lead everyone to evacuate first, and Kaido and I will catch up later. Okay, Boss Dragon. Jin also thought this name was weird, but everyone called it that way, so he followed suit. Will soared into the air and flew towards another warship. Be careful, the raptors are coming. Jaji saw sweat on his forehead. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. The mad dragon came out from Impel Down to now, and the record on this body is more scary than 0. On this warship of his own, no one is his opponent. Gion waved his hand. Don't shoot without my order. Everything on Sakazuki's side is still vivid. They don't want this warship to follow in its footsteps. Sakazuki can ignore the lives of soldiers, they can't. Despair, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Will gently landed on the deck of the warship. Chapter 73 Gambling for Life. Will looked up at the sky, and there were dark clouds, and even the original island had no sunlight shining down on it. But it should be afternoon, right? Nodded. Good afternoon. Mad Dragon. Gion stepped forward with a complicated expression. Meet you again, Miss Gion. Will laughed. Thinking of the scene when I pulled Will and invited him to join the Marine in Logue Town, I couldn't help but feel my cheeks burn. Cake on the side saw Gion's cheeks flushed a little, and his heart skipped a beat. It's tricky. He took a step forward and said with a serious expression, Mad Dragon, you. Kwanlong, what is your mother doing? Gion took his words. Will chuckled. What I do, it depends on your attitude. Gion and Cage's hearts sank. Will's words are undoubtedly saying, as long as you are obedient and don't make trouble, I will not do anything to you. This seems like a reasonable suggestion, but for Marine, it's definitely a couple of slaps in the face. Everyone blocked the door, but they kept silent and did nothing. What do the soldiers below think? Their faith will be shaken and they will be confused about Marine's justice. Clang. Guillaume's complexion became firm, and he pulled out the gold pira from his waist. Without my order, the rest are not allowed to act. Will looked at Guillaume in surprise. This Marine Rear Admiral gave him a different feeling. Her whole temperament is completely different from before. This future Admiral candidate has great potential. 957. Thinking of this, Will's mind changed. Mad Dragon, although I am not your opponent, but as a Marine, I will not let you leave easily. Hearing Guillaume's words, Will couldn't help laughing and said, Miss Guillaume, why are you doing this? Responsibility lies. The simple 4 words express Guillaume's attitude. Her words also made Jaji, and the soldiers behind her were shocked, and their figures became firmer. Even if you pay for it with your life, Guillaume's expression didn't change, nor did he hesitate, of course. Will murmured. Is it possible to not even die? He looked back at Guillaume, with an inexplicable smile on his face. Miss Guillaume, I've changed my mind now. What? Guillaume Dai frowned slightly. Since you can even take your life, then I will take your life. Will's words made the eyes of every Marine who heard it widen. Jaji also had a trembling heart. He knew that the opponent had this strength. Hey, it's all the fault of that B*** D Sakazuki. Why did you attack Kwanlong and Kaido? Obviously Sengoku Admiral's order is to intercept the pirates who have the translation of the historical text. Others can ignore it. After all, even if there are a lot of Marines coming this time, it's impossible to eat all these forces. Otherwise, with Sakazuki, Guillaume and myself, there would be no danger at all. It's all right now, not to mention the countless casualties on his own side, DBCF, and we will suffer as well. Advertisement will naturally doesn't know the little juju in Jiaji's heart. He looked at Guillaume. Let's make a gamble, just bet on the lives of all the soldiers on your warship. As soon as these words came out, everyone's breathing couldn't help but stagnate. Looking at Will's gentle smile, he felt a chill, just because of an extremely cruel fact. Their fate. Not in my hands. At this moment, it seems that there is a knife hanging over everyone's head that will fall at any time. What do you want to do? While Guillaume's face was pale, it was also full of anger. The scene of Will standing in front of the old woman was deeply imprinted in her mind. After hearing the other party's story, I feel sorry for him even more. She has always believed in her heart that Will is not completely a bad guy. But now, what the other party said made her suspicious. Take me a trick, as long as you can take one of my tricks, I'll let them go. How is it possible? This bet is impossible to win. Before Guillaume could speak, Cake objected, because no matter whether he takes it or not, the consequences are not what he wants to see. Take it, the soldier can live, but will Guillaume be better off? He didn't think Guillaume would be able to take Will's move unscathed. This is the crazy Dragon Will, who killed several strong men, including the Pirate King Roger. If you can't take it, let alone. Let's change the game. Guillaume bit his red lip. Will nodded. Say it, I'll take your move. If you win, let them go. If you lose, let them go. My life, you take it. No, Jiaji objected again. Do you have an opinion? Will looked at Jiaji with a smile. Jiaji felt cold when he saw it, but he still said, let me do it, I'll pick it up. No. Guillaume firmly objected. Will stroked his chin. Then you two go together. What? Guillaume and Cake looked at Will in surprise. You two can shoot together, but, Will looked at Jiaji with a smile. If you lose, your life is mine. Okay. Jiaji didn't hesitate. Guillaume thought about it, but didn't object. After all, 2 people are better than 1. Okay, then it's a deal. Will's face was full of joy. Tisk tisk, this deal is worth it. Everyone back off. Seeing that the soldiers wanted to come up to help but hesitated, Guillaume gave the order. No matter what happens next, you are not allowed to take action. Guillaume Rear Admiral, this is an order, advertisement. Yes. The soldiers started to back away, but still looked at Will warily. Guillaume and Cake stood across from Will in a fighting stance. Mad Dragon, I hope you can abide by the agreement. Will laughed and said, that's natural, I'm a young man who claims to be honest and trustworthy. Guillaume. Plus. God so honest and trustworthy little man? Clang. Clang. Will pulled out Yan Mo and Tianyu Zan from his waist. And Guillaume finally saw their true colors. Good knife. As a swordsman, she naturally has a deep understanding of knives. This Yan Mo and Tianyu Zan are top-quality famous knives at first glance, and they are already showing a tendency to become black. It means that these 2 knives will become black knives soon. This is what all swordsmen dream of. Will restrained his smile, his expression became indifferent. He also began to exude a vague aura, obviously not very powerful, but it brought a lot of pressure to Guillaume and Cake. Call. Will took a deep breath and let it out slowly, his eyes slowly closing. The breath on the body is getting stronger and stronger. After a few breaths, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a fiery Reba flashed in his eyes. Dragon God / 2 sword style can Sakura dance. Swinging both arms quickly, Yan Mo and Tianyu Zan left trails of cold light in the air. Swish, swish, swish. 1, 2, 3. The cold light is almost connected into one piece. Will's momentum became stronger and stronger, and the speed of waving his arms became faster and faster, and finally turned into an afterimage. Gion and Cake stared at Will nervously, guarding against the other party's attack at any time. Why didn't the slash appear? The two frowned tightly, becoming more and more tense, and the atmosphere became more and more depressing. They didn't believe that the other party made such a momentum. Could it be that there is nothing, or that the attack has already been sent out, but they have not discovered it yet? But where? Why can't I feel it? Suddenly, Will on the opposite side stopped moving. From when the other party draws the saber to when it stops, it is only an instant. Why does it feel so long to me? Will stood up straight, holding a knife, looking at Gion and Cake. He smiled lightly. Gion, Cake, please enjoy the sakura flowers together. As his words fell, Gion and Cake felt a gentle wind blowing. Gently blowing the ends of her hair, blowing on her face, warm and gentle. It also blows my heart. Immediately, countless pink sakura flowers fluttered in the wind, caressing my face. The touch was soft and real. A cluster of sakura flowers floated in front of my eyes, blocking my view. When the vision returns to clarity, things around have transformed. Chapter 74 Devil Fruit appears unexpectedly. The scene was a little quiet. The marine soldier watched Will draw out the knife, put it away, and said a word. Just smiling and looking at their two rear admirals. But nothing happened. But, why did their two rear admirals also stand there? In the end, what happened? Because of the unknown, these soldiers became restless. They don't know what their next fate will be. Oh. Suddenly, a small sound came into their ears, then they discovered to their horror. Minor scars appeared on the bodies of Gion and the criminal. Although the scars were thin, they were very dense. Traces of bloodline seeped out from the wound and gathered together, dyeing the two of them into one bloody person in a short while. It looked terrible. A group of marine soldiers felt their scalps go numb and their bodies shiver. Obviously there is nothing, and no strange phenomena appear, so why does this suddenly appear in their rear admiral? Some soldiers wanted to come forward to help. However, after walking into a certain range, he also began to stand still. Then, the same thing happened, numerous cuts, oozing bloodline. A few more soldiers wanted to step forward. Will smiled and said, it's best not to try. People will die. Wow, the marine soldiers were in an uproar and backed away in horror. Mad Dragon, let Rear Admiral and them go. Some soldiers still mustered up their courage. They don't know whether they're hindered by the order or dare not. Neither did anything to Will, but dared to say it. Thump, 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 there were 3 consecutive sounds of heavy objects falling to the ground. Gion, Cake and the marine soldier collapsed on the deck. Gion Rear Admiral, plus Rear Admiral. The soldiers exclaimed one after another, ignoring Will's existence any longer, and rushed up one after another. Ah, Will chuckled lightly, looks like I won the bet. You. He looked at the marine soldiers rushing forward, don't stop me from fulfilling my bet. Swish, swish, swish. Many soldiers raised their guns and stared at Will warily. It seems that you are really going to stop me. Will shook his head helplessly, and then, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Boom. A terrifying aura emanated from him, rolling towards the marine soldiers. Like harvesting wheat, marine soldiers fell one after another wherever Conqueror's hockey passed. After a few breaths, Will retracted the Conquerors, and there was no one standing on the entire warship except him. Advertisement Will walked over to Gion and Cake. He sighed again. Ah, buy one get one free, yes. Holding Gion in one hand and Cake in the other, Will took the two of them and flew away from the warship. As for Kaido, he will come back when he has had enough fun. If you are accidentally caught, that's even better, I happen to receive the beast's pirates. At the same time, Kuzan is after the Mafia, who has a translation. Naturally, there are also Marines encircling and suppressing the Babao Navy. When they were on the island before, the two forces almost couldn't keep the translation. But the appearance of Marine happened to help them. Now is the time for them to repay their debts, and Sengoku, Garp, Paluzolino and others took several warships to chase the Whitebeard Pirates. But at sea, it's better not to mess with Whitebeard. Because if he is unhappy, he will send you a tsunami. Just like now, Whitebeard, who was kicked out for a while, already had a backlog of anger. Sengoku and others were biting them, which made him even more angry. Directly facing the sea is a shockwave, it's still full strength. Worry, careless. Didn't bring Kuzan. Sengoku watched the huge tsunami that covered the sky and rolled in from afar. A huge rumbling sound can be heard endlessly. Here, Will felt his scalp tingle when he saw the terrifying tsunami. Not that he couldn't handle it, it was really that kind of scene, too spectacular and too shocking. This is the instinctive reaction of human beings to natural disasters. Whitebeard. Will looked at the direction in which the Whitebeard Pirates left, with a complicated look on his face. This man is really too strong, but a confident smile crept across Will's face. My growth has no end. See you next time, I will be stronger. I will take my power and compete with you in New World. Gion slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a strange room. The decor is lovely and cozy. Immediately afterwards there was unbearable pain all over my body. You're awake. A soft and immature voice came. Turning his head with difficulty, he found that it was a child with red horns. Wait a minute, I'll call the Mad Dragon boss. Before Gion could speak, Yamato rushed out. Mad Dragon? Only then did Gion remember the bet between himself and Kwanlong. This is me, pickled? Bitterness appeared on Gion's face. She knew that the mad dragon was very strong. But she thinks she's not bad. Unexpectedly, she and Jiaji together could not stop Will's move. Advertisement, there is absolutely no resistance. It's just, why didn't I die? And why are I here? What happened to those soldiers? What happened to Jiaji? Asking for flowers. When Gion's mind was buzzing. Yamato had arrived at the top lobby of the ship. Little girl, it's useless if you want this throne. Can you give it to me? I'll give you something in exchange. Kaido really loves this throne. Luxurious hockey, exquisitely decorated, and the carved patterns are also very delicate and beautiful. This is the throne worthy of its own identity. No, Hina won't change. Hina stood on the throne with her arms crossed, with a proud face. Hina is not that stupid. Also, big guy, you don't have as much money as Hina, so what can you exchange for Hina? The soul torture from Hina made Kaido feel bad. Seeing that Kaido stopped talking, Hina sat cross-legged on the throne. Clatter. Little by little, she took out the treasures on her body. After a while, a pile was piled up on the throne. I could see Will's face twitching. Zero Hina girl, was she greedy for money like little thieving cat when she was young? However, when he saw Hina pouring out the contents of the satchel, he was in a bad mood. Kaido, who kept staring at Hina, was also dumbfounded. I saw that in Hina's satchel, besides jewelry, there was also a piece of fruit poured out. A fruit with strange texture. The whole body of the fruit is white, and the appearance is like a cloud-like pattern. It's devil fruit, and, reminiscent of the content on the mural, this is likely to be the ability possessed by that strong man. Hina picked up the devil fruit. Tilting his little head, his little face was a little confused. Then he licked the corner of his mouth and opened his mouth to bite. Don't. Will hurriedly uttered a sound to stop it, and came to Hina in a flash, and grabbed the devil fruit. Hina took a bite and was lonely, blinking her eyes. Looking at Will suspiciously. Will, that's Hina's. Boom. Will flicked her forehead with his hand, and said angrily, is this food safe to eat? Then he popularized the common sense of devil fruit to Hina. Where did you find it? Hina said with a bitter face. I don't remember, it was too urgent. Will rolled his eyes. I think you are in a hurry to pretend to be a baby. But, Will looked at Hina amusedly, and shook his head. This girl is really the person who gained the most from this trip. Kaido's eyes were on fire with jealousy. Thinking about my hard work and busy schedule, I didn't get anything, let alone offended the Whitebeard Pirates. This little girl took pictures along the way and did nothing else. Not to mention installing a bunch of jewelry, I got a throne, and even picked up a devil fruit. Maid. No reason. Boss Dragon, that person has woken up. Chapter 75 Encounter by Chance. I said, you don't want to renege on your debt, do you? In the room, Will looked at Gion's ugly expression of eating something he shouldn't have. Hearing this, Gion glared at Will with an unfriendly expression. I lost, and you can take my life away, but it is absolutely impossible for me to be a pirate with you. Will waved his hand. What should I do with your life? I want someone from you, Gion. Well, you mad dragon, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. This is of course Gion's heartfelt words. Seeing her expression, Will also understood what the other party was thinking at this moment. Quickly explained. No, what I said is that the one I fell in love with is you. Gion. Is there a difference? Will also felt that what he said was a bit ambiguous. I'm optimistic about your future, and I want you to hang out with me. Anyway, I won our bet. According to the agreement, your life is mine. Oh, so is the plan? Additional plan? Only then did Gion remember the 160 stubble. And what about the soldiers? They're all fine, plus they're recuperating in another room. Only then did Gion breathe a sigh of relief. Although he was in the wolf's den, at least everyone was fine. I'll go see him. Gion struggled to get up, although I don't have a cold about Jiaji, but it is a colleague anyway, so I still need to confirm the other party's situation. Seeing that she was persistent, Will help her to visit Jiaji. Binks toast. Facing the wind and rain and the big waves. Under the clear sky my favorite flag is flying. Looking into the distance together, before reaching Jiaji's room, he heard cheerful singing. Gion glanced at Will with a strange look. Will is also wondering, what's the situation? The door was not closed, and the two of them appeared at the door, and they were stunned for a while when they saw the situation inside. Gaji, covered in bandages, is drinking and singing with Quinn and a few beasts pirates. Ha ha ha, brother Jiaji, I didn't expect you to be a person in the way. Quinn put his arms around Jiaji's shoulders, looking like two good brothers. After taking a sip of the drink, his face was also full of smiles. I understand a little, I understand a little. We live in the sea, we must not suffer ourselves, let life be full of joy and hope. Additional. Gion gritted his teeth and shouted, making Cake, who was talking and laughing happily with Quinn, froze. Turning to the door with a stiff head, I saw Gion's angry face. Ah ha ha, it's Gion. How about the first cup? Plus G's awkward look also amused Will. Advertisement. But this is in line with Jiaji's personality. His behavior style is a bit similar to Chaplin, and he can chat and laugh with everyone, so he has a lot of fame among the people. It's just that Will didn't expect this guy to be able to chat with pirates. Snort. Gion snorted coldly, turned around and left, but was very annoyed in his heart. Forget it. You be asterisk 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 D. My old lady dragged her wounds to see you, but you were drinking and singing with pirates. Seeing this, Jiaji also knew that Gion was really angry, so he hurriedly got up and chased him out. Hey, brother Jiaji, it's just a woman, ignore her, let's continue drinking. Quinn pulled him back. Hiss. The wound on his body was touched, and Jiaji grinned in pain. After a few days, a large ship rushes out of the cloudy Gabby Sea. Ah! The joy of seeing the sun again made the people on the boat jump for joy. When the excitement was over, they looked back at the Gabby Sea area behind them, feeling only a moment of fear. Gabby Sea is indeed the Sea of Death, Devil Sea. When I went in, it seemed like nothing, but when they came out, they walked around for several days before they came out. During the period, I encountered more than one storm, tsunami and other severe weather, and almost died in the sea several times. Thinking of this, they all looked at the figure on the top floor of the big ship. Without him, it would be very difficult for them to get out of the Gabby Sea alive. Boss Dragon! Boss Dragon! Someone started to shout Will's name, and more people responded. Kaido's face is a little hey, Mada, you are Lousie's soldiers, Lousie doesn't want to lose face? What's next? Will looked at Kaido. Kaido sighed. Stay in the first half of the Grand Line for a while. Whitebeard is now a wounded beast, and it would not be wise to go back to New World if he catches anyone who bites him. Will smacked his lips, regretting. Kaido is still the same Kaido, seemingly rough, but actually very shrewd and full of tricks. Hey, Kaido said a little dissatisfied, what's your expression? We are allies anyway, and you want me to go back to the New World and fight Whitebeard? Will firmly refused to admit it. How come? You are my favorite person. Well, the most promising little brother, he added silently in his heart. Then he shouted to the people below. Go, little ones, let's find a place to celebrate. Oh, the mad dragon boss is mighty. Hey, I'm so short-tempered. Kaido was about to explode. I'm afraid you have forgotten your identity and me as the captain? No, I have to get this guy off my boat. Kaido began to calculate in his mind. He thinks if this continues, the beast's pirates will change their surname to Rocks. Advertisement half a day later. At the port of Farron Island, the big ship slowly docked. A group of people disembarked one after another. Will turn to look at Cake and Gion. Mr. Jiaji, really don't think about it anymore? Jiaji looked complicated, and smiled wryly. Will, I'm Marine, I can't accept your kindness. He looked at Gion again. Gion, have you really decided? Gion's pretty face was uncertain, but she finally nodded. Maybe it's a difficult road, but I'll keep going. Jiaji sighed deeply, feeling helpless and regretful. Finally, he took a deep look at her. Gion, I hope you will not forget your original intention. Take care of yourself. The same to you. Gage walked towards the marine branch on Farron Island. Will and Gion looked at his lonely back. Gion suddenly said, is it too late to change your mind now? Will thought for a while, then sighed softly. As a beauty, you naturally have privileges. After all, even though twisted melons are sweet, my heart does not allow me to do so. Bah! Gion Mei rolled his eyes at him. You are the melon. Then she looked seriously into Will's eyes. Will, I'll watch over you. Will also smiled. I don't care, you can see it whenever you want. Alabasta in the first half of the Grand Line. The Whitebeard Pirates, who were decimated in West Blue not long ago, appeared here. I ran into Rayleigh and others from the Roger Pirates who were being hunted down by Marine, the world's ZF personnel, and the CP organization. The world is so wonderful. Once, the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates were one of the three most powerful pirates, and their 5.0 captains were also legendary sky pirates. Now, Roger is dead, and the members of the Roger Pirates take Lu Judong to hide in Tibet. As for the Whitebeard Pirates, they suffered heavy losses in West Blue, not to mention the death of several captains including Sachi, and many elite crew members also died. When two wounded beasts meet, no one knows what will happen. But if it's human, Roger's pirates, including Rayleigh and Jabba, boarded the Moby D*K. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were also taken aback. Newgate, you. Almost all of the Whitebeard Pirates were wounded. They really can't think of anyone who has the ability to do it. You were surrounded by Marine? Whitebeard shook his head. These days, he has been in a bad mood. His eyes fell on the woman surrounded by Rayleigh and others. The woman's belly is not small, and she will give birth soon. Is she Roger's wife? Chapter 76 Increased difficulty? No, as expected? Rayleigh nodded. She is Luju. Luju didn't show timidity. Roger also mentioned the matter of Whitebeard to her. Swan stepped forward and watched Whitebeard. Edward Newgate, I hear Roger mentioning you often. Whitebeard nodded, his face softening a lot. How did you come to Alabasta? Upon hearing this, Rayleigh smiled wryly and said, after the incident in Logue Town, there is no room for the Roger Pirates in the entire sea. Now we are being chased by a group of mad dogs, and we can't get rid of it at all. Whether it's the Ring of Eternal Life or Roger's blood, they will never give up. Whitebeard frowned. Do you really have the Ring of Eternity? He hadn't really heard Roger mention it. Hearing this, Rayleigh's smile became even more bitter. If there is, then Roger will not die. Whitebeard nodded. Indeed. It is said that the Ring of Eternal Life can even delay terminal illness. If there is one, Roger would not make that choice. So where are you going next? Rayleigh pointed to the sky. We originally planned to go to Sky Island, although the hunt cannot be completely eliminated there, but if there are fewer people on the other side, we can handle it. Well, it's a good choice. 31 Whitebeard also agreed with this proposal. Only, his gaze swept over everyone in the Roger Pirates. Why, original, Rayleigh nodded his chin at the group behind Whitebeard. Let's talk about your situation, what's going on? Whitebeard was silent for a while, and finally Marco stood up and said what happened to West Blue. Rayleigh's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "It's that mad dragon again?" Whitebeard exclaimed, "Yeah, that guy is terrible. His future potential is not inferior to that of Lux back then." As soon as these words came out, the faces of those who experienced the Rox era all change. They understand how scary Rox is. If the dragon will is stronger than Rox, will they keep hiding from now on? Whitebeard said in a deep voice, "This trip to West Blue, in retrospect, there are always many unreasonable things. The treasure of the Rox is too weird to appear. I've been thinking about this question since I came out of the Gabi Sea area, and finally." Whitebeard looked into Rayleigh's eyes. "I found out that all of this is inseparable from the Mad Dragon. That guy is plotting against me, plotting against the Whitebeard Pirates." Speaking of this, Whitebeard looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh of unknown meaning. I don't know if it was because of his own recklessness, which cost the lives of several sons, or because of Will's conspiracy. After half an hour, "Cooperate, Newgate," Rayleigh's low, serious voice came. Whitebeard looked at Rayleigh. "What are you trying to say?" "Advertisement, your strength is greatly weakened now. Even if you were here, it will take a long time to recover. But I think that Mad Dragon may not necessarily give you a chance to breathe. Although our Roger Pirates lost Roger, the overall strength is still there. Roger Pirates will be your support, and you will provide protection for us and Lugia's mother and son." That's what came to his mind when he met Whitebeard. They can't hide forever, but with them, self-protection cannot be achieved. And Whitebeard's strength is strong enough, even if it is marine, the world's ZF dare not provoke him. If the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates are combined, even the world government will have to weigh the consequences of attacking them. The most important thing is that they know the people of the Whitebeard Pirates, they have fought and drank together, and Oden and Roger are the hubs. They don't have to worry that Whitebeard will betray them, and they don't have to worry that the Whitebeard Pirates are against them. The entire Whitebeard Pirates looked at Rayleigh and the rest of the Roger Pirates in surprise. Whitebeard frowned. "Rayleigh, do you know what you're talking about?" Rayleigh looked serious. "Of course." Whitebeard looked at the rest of the Roger Pirates. "You think so too?" Jabba smiled and said, "Isn't that good? I think Roger will have no objections." "That's right, everyone can sit down and drink together again in the future." "I'm sure I have no objection. Let's see if those mad dogs dare to chase us in the future." Everyone in the Roger Pirates laughed. As Rayleigh thought, everyone is so familiar and there is nothing to reject. But, everyone looked at Rayleigh, wanting to hear what he had to say again. Rayleigh looked at Luju, then at Whitebeard. Slowly said, "I hope that the Roger Pirates will keep their number and be incorporated into the second team. In the future, Roger's children will inherit the captaincy of Oden." When Oden was mentioned, everyone was silent for a while. Whitebeard laughed suddenly. "So be it." He looked at Luju in a round belly. "From now on, this child will be my adopted son." At this time, Will didn't know that because of himself, the Whitebeard Pirates and Roger Pirates were combined. Even if you know it, you won't care too much. After all, this was within his expectations. Moreover, the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates were mixed together. Although the difficulty increased, it also saved him the effort of searching. "Guy is gone." Will frowned and looked at Hina. Hina nodded her head. Hina and Guile went shopping, and they disappeared as soon as they walked. "Are you sure it wasn't because you were playful and ran around by yourself and lost Guile? She's not still looking for you outside, is she?" Crack. Hina slapped the table angrily. "Hina is not playful. Hina is not a child anymore. Tisk." Will looked at the little girl's furious look. Advertisement. She curled her lips. "You're not a child, isn't Guile a child?" "Ah, it's really not Hina's problem. Guy is really lost," Hina said angrily. "Really lost? Well, what a loss." Tisk. Will shook his head and sighed. "It wouldn't be a big deal if Guy slipped away by herself. At most, the next time you meet her, let her try to deceive herself. But if there is trouble, then it is really trouble. Guile is not a weak person, she can make the other party disappear without a sound, and she doesn't know what kind of force it is." He took out the phone bug from his pocket. Porp. "What's the matter?" Kaido's voice came from the opposite side. "You haven't left Farron Island yet? 863, hurry up, leave when the supplies are ready." "Then don't rush to leave." Kaido over there was taken aback. "What trick do you want to play?" "It's really because we'll cast a big psychological shadow on him. If the other party talks about something, it will definitely not be a good thing. My guy is missing, ask your subordinates to help find her." Kaido. "Maid, lousy is not your subordinate, new. The mind says negative words, but the mouth is very honest." Will hung up the phone directly, and Kaido stared blankly at the phone bug in his hand. Suddenly, he raised his hand high and was about to smash the phone bug. "Mr. Kaido." Jin reminded at the right time. It seems to be saying, "Anyway, this is the case, and everyone is used to it, so there is no need to get angry with the phone bug. HMPH, lousy, bear with him one more time, scatter everyone, find that guy Lee. Really, I can't even look down on a person." Kaido got off the boat cursing. A search operation begins on Farron with the Beast's pirates. The whole Isle of Farron was in a panic because of Guy's disappearance. And as the culprit who caused the riot, Guy Lee. At this time in the cellar of an abandoned yard. Her face was very ugly. On the opposite side of her is Oro Lake of the Oro family who has a grudge against her. Hey hey. Ha ha ha. Seeing Guy's arrival, Lake first smiled lowly, then laughed loudly, laughing heartily. Guy Lee's complexion is getting uglier. Lake, I'm here. Where is it? Chapter 77 I bet the bullet's in your gun. Lake's laughter stopped, and his smile also subsided. His face became ferocious, and his eyes were full of fierceness. Guy Lee, you ***ch, didn't expect it, you ended up in my hands. HMPH, my son's revenge can finally be avenged. Guy Lee looked at Lake who was about to go crazy, and her heart sank to the bottom. She knew that today was really doomed, but he still resisted the urge to run away, and asked again, Lake, what did you do to those children? Hey, how's it going? Lake's smile was a bit piercing, which made Guy, who was used to seeing life and death, feel terrified. Crack. He clapped his palms, and suddenly someone brought in a child from outside. Millie. When Guy saw the child, she immediately exclaimed. I was about to move forward, but had to stop. The little girl named Millie was pressed against the back of her head by a black hole. Don't. Guy Lee raised her hands and took 2 steps back. Don't kill her, she is innocent, come to me if something happens. Woo. Woo. Sister Guy. Millie was so frightened that she wanted to cry, but she tried her best to endure it. Her small body was shaking constantly, and her tears couldn't stop flowing down. Innocent? Lake's voice became sharper. He pointed at Guy Lee and said sharply, Isn't my son innocent? Why did you kill him? Why did you kill him? Lake was already a little hysterical. Guy Lee said in a deep voice. What did your son do? Don't you yourself not count? He shot and killed at least 5 civilians and *****D more than a dozen innocent girls. This is on the surface. Bah, Lake spat. He said with a grim expression. Those untouchables die as soon as they die. What is there to be pitiful about? My son's life is 10,000 times more precious than theirs? Guy didn't provoke Lake anymore, watching him vent his anger. After a long time, Lake, who was tired of scolding, stopped, took out a pistol from his waist and pointed it at Guy's head. Now, I will avenge my son. Wait a minute, Guy Lee shouted hastily. Do you have any last words? Lake didn't care what Guy had to say, but he didn't care to listen. Where are the other kids? What do you think? Lake sneered. Guy Lee hurriedly begged. I can kill your son, you let Millie go, let those children go. Impossible. Lake's expression became ferocious again. Not only do I want you to bury my son, I will also sell those children to be slaves. As he spoke, he was about to pull the trigger, etc. What do you want to do again? Being interrupted again and again, Lake's expression was extremely unfriendly. Lake, I'm a man of the Mad Dragon, you'd better think clearly. You can't afford the consequences of shooting me, and your Oro family will be buried with us. Advertisement. Guy Lee moved out her last hole card, which is also her backer. TCH. Lake sneered upon hearing this. I thought what were you going to say, so it's that Mad Dragon. I admit that Kwanlong is indeed very powerful. In front of him, I, the Oro family, and even our West Blue Underworld forces must avoid him by 3 points. But, Lake laughed extremely sinisterly. Do you know whose territory Farron Isle belongs to? Yes. Guy suddenly opened his eyes wide. Think about it, Lake said with a smile. Farron Island is the territory of the Capone family. If you have an accident here, it will only be the Capone family. It has nothing to do with my Oro family. This time I came to Farron Island, and I also sneaked in. Apart from you, no one else will know that I have been to Farron District. But, soon you will die, ha ha ha, when the time comes, the Capone family will be charged with this crime. I will take this opportunity to swallow up their territory, and even the Phillips family will be wiped out. At that time, the entire West Blue will be my Oro family's final say. Ha ha ha, Lousy is such a genius, Lake laughed wantonly. Now, go to hell for me. Cold sweat broke out on Guy Lee's forehead all of a sudden. Now she is really in a dilemma. Not to mention that she was pointed at by a gun, and Millie was also pointed at by a gun. It didn't matter if she moved, but Millie would definitely not be able to save her. How to do? Yeah, she are really talented. Just when Lake was about to pull the trigger and Guy felt desperate, a voice came from the cellar entrance. Who? But Guy Lee's face flashed with joy, and she recognized the voice of the person coming. Boom. Will jumped down from the cellar, looked at the scene in front of him, and looked at Lake again. I haven't seen you for a few days, so you forgot me so quickly? Mad Dragon. Lake's eyes widened. He never expected that Will would appear here. Why are you here? Will asked back. Why can't I be here? However, it took a lot of work to find this place. Don't move. Seeing Will walking towards him, Lake hurriedly shouted to stop. Come here again, and I'll shoot you. He trembled and pointed at Guy Lee's muzzle. You are very powerful, but I don't believe she is as powerful as you. If you move again, Guy and that child will die immediately. Will looked at Guy, and then at Millie, who was trembling under the gun. Sighing lightly. Lake, why are you doing this? It was agreed at the beginning not to trouble Guy Lee, so why go back and forth? Lake laughed angrily when he heard the words. Oh, Mad Dragon, it was my son who died. My only son. Will nodded. If that's the case, then shoot. What? Lake's eyes widened. Didn't expect Will to be so ruthless that he doesn't even care about Guy's life. Advertisement Guy Lee also trembled, her face turned pale, and she looked at Will in disbelief. Boss, I think, I can do it, let's save it. Do you think I dare not shoot? Lake thought Will was tricking him, and made a stern gesture about to shoot. I don't know if you dare to shoot, but I bet your bullets. Will raised his right hand and stretched out his fingers. ZZZ. There is a slight arc of caper on it, can't hurt anyone. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Over there, the man in black standing behind Millie also pulled the trigger. Boom. Oh, don't, Guy screamed looking at Millie. Ha ha ha, die, die, die for me, bang bang bang. Lake didn't stop, and fired several shots in a row. The man in black aimed his gun at Will and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. After the gunshots, the cellar was filled with the smell of gunpowder smoke. Gulu. Gulu, Gulu. There were 3 voices of swallowing saliva. They stared wide-eyed, staring blankly at the bullets floating and standing still. So, when you have no strength, you should endure or endure. Will's faint voice sounded. Otherwise, it will be like this, winners, bada. Will snapped his fingers lightly, which was exceptionally loud in this quiet cellar. Peefed. The suspended bullets shot back and sank into the bodies of Lake and the man in black. Their eyes widened and they collapsed, not even having a chance to speak. Ah! Guy Lee screamed, not from fright, but from excitement. She jumped up to Will in 2 or 3 steps and jumped up. Jumping onto Will, he hugged Will tightly, wrapping his slender legs tightly around him. Bahibaji. She kissed Will hard on the face. Hey hey hey. Will pulled the crazy woman off her body to admit it. He. This is a thank you gift for the boss. This woman is really not shy at all. Guy ran to Millie again and untied her. Woo. The little girl threw herself into Guy Lee's arms and finally cried loudly. Hey, don't cry, it's okay. Guy comforted Millie softly. As soon as he came out of the cellar, a group of men in black surrounded him. Chapter 78 West Blue Overlord. What are you doing? Back off. The person in the lead hurriedly shouted. Then he led a person, wiped the cold sweat on his brow, and walked towards Will. You are the... Will didn't remember the man's name, but he did know who it was. It was the Cobra of Farron, the patriarch of the family and his son Capone Bede. Exit Capone Jean. This is my son Capone hyphenation point Bede. In front of Will, Jean didn't dare to straighten up and smiled cautiously. On the other hand, Bede on the side, although he was also very respectful, did not have the awe of the strong in his eyes. Boss Dragon, I really don't know about Ms. Guy. This matter is not done by our Capone family. Of course, this incident happened in my territory after all. I will definitely give the Mad Dragon boss a satisfactory explanation. Jean knows how to behave, and knows that calming Will's anger is the key. I didn't dare to separate the relationship blindly. At this moment, Guy stepped forward and whispered something in Will's ear. Will nodded and looked at Jean. I know this has nothing to do with your Capone family. Jean breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words. He was afraid that Will would force this matter on them. Boss Dragon, here we come. Will was about to speak when Kaido brought the beast's pirates over. Mox, Gion and Hina are also among them. Seeing Guy Lee, her eyes lit up, and she ran over with short legs. Hina just said, it must be Guy who got lost by herself. She gave Guy Lee a disdainful look. Guy Lee, you are so big, you can still get lost, are you ashamed? 250? Hey, my old lady just came back from the gate of death, you little girl is mocking my old lady? Guy Lee stretched out her hand and ravaged Hina's little face fiercely. Don't bother me with this kind of thing next time, Kaido said softly. It could be seen that he was not in a very good mood. Will just smiled, as the saying goes, once there is the first time, there will be countless times. As long as you, Kaido, walk with me, you should be a tool person honestly. Anyway, you're not in a hurry to go back to New World, why don't you stay and play a game with me? Hearing Will's words, Kaido showed no interest. Instead, he took a deep breath, turned around and left. Mada, Lousy only played games with you if he had a brain hole. With you, I did all the work and effort, and you took all the benefits, and I didn't get any benefits. Seeing Kaido turn around and leave, Will didn't hold back, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Oh, where does that giant tortoise seem to be going? Where are you going? Kaido stopped angrily in his heart. He really wanted to leave without hesitation, but when he thought of the endless wealth in the treasury, his heart was very tangled. Rubbed his face. Lousy is Kaido, smart Kaido, scheming Kaido. Lousy has ambitions, isn't it just to play a game with the Mad Dragon? Advertisement, brave Kaido, I'm not afraid of difficulties. Kaido turned around again, a smile already on his face. Ooh, do you want to play games? Kaido likes playing games the most. Jin and Quinn on the side looked at each other and sighed softly. It feels like the Kaido boss is getting weirder and weirder. Will looked at Jean, who said nervously, and patted him on the shoulder. Relax, Mr. Jean, there are no man-eating beasts here. Jean's heart skipped a beat. Is this irony? It must be irony, isn't it? He forced a smile. To him, Will was much more terrifying than a man-eating beast. Boss Dragon, please tell me if you have something to do, I will definitely make it beautiful for you. Not bad, Will praised Jean very much, this person on the road. Is Mr. Jean interested in being West Blue's underground overlord? A simple sentence made the atmosphere of the audience quiet down. Jean's eyes widened, his heart beat violently, and his breathing gradually became short of breath. Being the master of West Blue's underground world? If someone else said this, he would just take it as fart. But if this person is a mad dragon, it will be different. Gulu. What does the mad dragon boss mean? Seeing Jean's cautious look, Will chuckled lightly and said, "Why, didn't I speak clearly enough?" No. Jean shook his head hastily. He was afraid Will would change his mind. Beeg on the side wanted to remind his father aloud, but they couldn't control the situation now. I just wanted to make sure. Don't be nervous, Mr. Jean. Will pointed to Guy Lee. Just now Lake wanted to do something to my people, and now he has gone to be with his son. This incident makes me very dissatisfied with the law and order environment in West Blue. Why did this happen? Seeing Will looking at him, Jean saw cold sweat on his forehead, but he didn't dare to make a sound. That's because the West Blue underground has too many voices. I think that in the underground world of West Blue in the future, only one voice is enough, am I right? Mr. Jean? How dare Jean say it's wrong? DBCI, nod like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, you were right. Will pointed at the Beast's Pirates crowd. Manpower, I will lend it to you. I don't care what method you use, you can't do it yourself. I want West Blue to have only one voice. You won't let me down, will you? Mr. Jean? No problem, Jean immediately assured. With the help of the Beast's Pirates, it's only a matter of time before the West Blue underground is unified. Half a month is enough for him to solve the two biggest competitors. For the rest, the general trend is going down, and they can't jump up. Advertisement, Jin, Quinn, did you all hear that? Will looked at Jin and Quinn. The two nodded. Yes, Mad Dragon God. At the same time, I sighed in my heart. I can't compare. Boss Kaido was pretty good at first, but now compared with the boss of Kwanlong, the gap is highlighted. Will looked at Guy Lee again. You can deal with those children's affairs by the way, don't follow me to sea in the future, your heart is still here. Guy immediately smiled and said, my heart is on the boss, and I belong to you too. Will shook his head. Mox, you follow along to help. He waved to everyone. Okay, let's go. A group of people withdrew like a tide. After a while, only Will, Kaido, Gion and Hina were left here. Kaido frowned and said, even if you win a place like West Blue, it won't do much, isn't it a waste of effort? Will looked at him in surprise, not understanding how he would say such a thing. Oh yes. Will realized that the pirates are a bunch of villains with nothing to do. I don't know how to run a power at all. Those powerful pirate groups in New World are also very rough in the management of the islands within their forces. Most of them are the model that you pay the protection fee and I will keep you safe. With such a large sea area, even if you go to New World in the future, it is a good choice to use this place as a logistics base. Weapons, commodities, specialty products, talents, etc. can be continuously added to New World. He patted Kaido's arm. Kaido, this person has ideals, ambition, and a long-term vision. Oh, by the way, you have to read more if you have nothing to do. Will shook his head and sighed and left with Hina and Gion. Kaido was left with a dazed face. Is lousy not ideal? Aren't you ambitious? Isn't a vision long enough? Also, is reading useful? To make yourself more sinister? That's right, the Mad Dragon may be so insidious because he has read a lot of books. On the way, Gion hesitated to speak several times. Seeing her tangled look, Will also finds it funny. If you have anything to say, just say it. Gion Dai frowned slightly. Why are you doing this? This will kill a lot of people. Will sighed softly. Gion, everything has two sides. I just said, take a long-term view. Right now, the entire West Blue underground forces are mixed with fish and dragons. Big and small forces are vying for each other, fighting constantly, fighting endlessly. Their actions, to those ordinary people, are like disasters, and they are still permanent. But what if the entire underground world had only one voice? He looked at Gion's pretty face with a little confusion. I rule over them, make rules for them, and put them in chains. Let them live under my order, and they will no longer be chaotic and disorderly. Maybe the life of ordinary people will be different. Will naturally not tell Gion how much benefit he will get from it. However, as long as Gion is still by his side, he will know sooner or later. But what does that matter? He did not harm the civilians of West Blue. Chapter 79 Golden Lion, a real man. Boom. Naval headquarters, inside the marshal's office. Kong smashed the desk with one punch. This is no longer known how many cards he smashed. It seems that this kind of situation has become more and more common since that crazy dragon will came out of Impel Down. ***. Sengoku deeply agrees, the Mad Dragon is really a jerk. The old man scolded you. Kong picked up an object and threw it at Sengoku. Huh? Sengoku was confused. Shouldn't we scold Kwanlong together? You say you. Roger's punishment is not good. The pursuit of the Roger Pirates did not go well. I don't want to talk about the matter of the Gabi Sea area until it is done well, and I lost Gion. Sengoku wanted to say that he would not take the blame. He looked at the silent Sakazuki with resentful eyes. Crane Vice Admiral's complexion is also very ugly. Gion was brought out by her alone. She is like a sister, and now it is in the hands of the Mad Dragon. How can this make her feel at ease? She looked at Jia Ji who had just returned, and said in a deep voice, Jia Ji, please explain it in detail again. Gage smiled wryly. We spent a few days in the Beast's Pirates. Later, I don't know what agreement Gion and Kwanlong made. Kwanlong let me go, but she chose to stay. Then you came back like this? Kong angrily asked. Jia is also helpless. If Gion gets stubborn, you will know it. And, we all know how strong Kwanlong is. The most worrying thing is that he is still so young, and no one knows how far he will grow in the future. The most important thing is that the other party also has a ring of eternal life. There was a silence in the office. He has great potential, is young, and has the ring of immortality. If Marine can't solve the hidden danger of the Mad Dragon, how far will the other party grow in the future? Gion thinks that Kwanlong is not that kind of extreme person. She wanted to stay by Kwanlong's side, to dissuade or guide him when he did something that would do great harm. Gion, this is feeding a tiger with your body. She is practicing her own justice in her own way. Kong sat back in his chair with a lonely expression. He felt that he had failed as a parent, porp. In this quiet atmosphere, the voice of the phone bug rang. Hey, here is. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. The person over there directly interrupted, but Kong didn't get angry, instead his expression became dignified. Is this something big going to happen, Lord Five Elders? The Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates met in Alabasta, and the Roger Pirates officially merged into the Whitebeard Pirates. That evil blood is now on board the Whitebeard Pirates. Kong, you understand, once they're back in the New World, it's going to be very difficult for us to take a shot at them. Now, I want all of you Marines to dispatch. Make sure to snipe them in the first half of the Grand Line, and I will dispatch the CP people. Advertisement. There was no chance for Kong to speak, so he hung up the phone. The whole office fell into silence again. Kong rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. It's really not worrying. Crane Vice Admiral frowned and said, the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates got mixed up. This is not good news. The Whitebeard Pirates are already strong enough, even though they were seriously injured during this trip to West Blue, they are still the strongest pirates at the moment. Now that Roger Pirates has joined, there is really no rival. Only Rayleigh and Jabba are two strong players next to Whitebeard. What's more, the rest of the Roger Pirates are comparable to the leader of the Whitebeard Pirates. Get ready for battle. Kong calmed down and gave instructions to the messenger on the side. Marine is busy fighting with Whitebeard Pirates and Roger Pirates. Here, we'll also received a call from something nothing. Dear boss, do you miss me? Ruan Nong's whispering voice came from the opposite side, as if exhaling gently in Will's ear, which made his heart itch. I miss you so much, Stussy. Will has gradually gotten used to the rhythm of communicating with Stussy, and he no longer dared to answer after being molested by the other party. Giggle. Stussy laughed coquettishly over there. The boss's mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter. Well, when I go back to New World, I'll let you taste how sweet it is. Okay. The family is waiting for you. Stussy is not a shy little girl. Don't worry, I won't keep you waiting. Will was almost defeated and quickly changed the subject. So, what news did you bring me this time? As the head of intelligence, I have never let myself down. It can be said that Stussy was the most correct move after he came out of Impel Down. Don't be surprised by what I said, Stussy reminded him kindly. Will frowned, and even Stussy said so, which meant that the news was indeed shocking. Let's talk. As long as the sky doesn't fall, I can sit still. The Roger Pirates merged into the Whitebeard Pirates as the second team. Stussy smiled and said, Boss, is this news shocking enough? Is that so? Stussy noticed Will's tone, and raised her eyebrows slightly. You don't seem surprised at all? Will joked. Didn't I say that, as long as the sky doesn't fall, I can sit still? F***KU. How could the sky fall down? Stussy said angrily. But, honestly, you're not surprised at all? Will shook his head lightly. Not really, there's still a little bit. Surprised, but not too surprised, because it was within his prediction. After all, when he decided to plant the existence of the pure gold ring on the Roger Pirates, he had already deduced the future direction countless times. Among them is the prediction of the alliance between the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. It's just that what he guessed was the alliance, but the fact is that it was merged. So I was a little bit surprised, but the nature of the two is not much different. After all, the relationship between the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates is there. Advertisement, giggle. Stussy laughed again, asking for flowers. Will was a little strange. What are you laughing at? Stussy caressed his chest, and there was a gleam in his eyes. Although I had made the decision to seek refuge with Will, I was still worried. After all, what she has to face is not only the behemoth of the world's EF, but also Will's enemy. But during this time, this man brought her surprises one after another. It seems that there is no limit to the powerful strength, and it is a strategy that makes people feel scalp numb after hearing it. And take control of the situation. This all shows that this man really has the ability and confidence to resist all threats for himself. Myself, now even the last remaining sense of crisis is gone. How can such a man not fascinate her? It's nothing. Stussy touched his hot cheek. One more thing. Marine dispatched almost all of its high-level combat power, preparing to block the Whitebeard Pirates and Roger Pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. Oh, Will was rather surprised by this. Is Marine so decisive? After all, with the joining of the Roger Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates at this time can be said to be extremely prosperous. Even if the scale is not as good as 20 years later. But in terms of advanced combat power, it is far beyond. If Marine wants to go to war, it is estimated that 100,000 elites are not enough to fight. After all, Whitebeard in this period cannot be leveled by the number of people. Stussy asked strangely, "You don't have any ideas?" Will thought for a while, and finally shook his head. "I have no choice but to participate in their war. However, I need to hurry back to New World as soon as possible." "Why? The New World is still calm for the time being." Stussy was puzzled. Will smiled wryly. "It's calm now. When Whitebeard and the others return to New World, my lair Wanokuni will be lost." "Can they come back?" Stussy was still in disbelief. Naval headquarters can be said to be mobilized, and the world government has also dispatched CP0 masters. No matter how powerful Whitebeard and the others are, they can't break through Marine's interception, right? You underestimate Whitebeard's them. By the way, speaking of CP0, why didn't you see them make a move during the trip to the Gabi Sea area a while ago? Speaking of CPO, Will was also puzzled. Last time Stussy said that the world government also sent CP0 to deal with him. It made him dare not to attack with all his strength. Even in the fierce battle with Whitebeard, he tried his best to preserve his strength, in order to guard against CP0's backstab. But he came out of the Gabi Sea area, and he didn't meet CP0. Giggle. Stussy couldn't help laughing again. They were originally following you, but then they encountered an accident, Liaoyuan. It's not over yet. They ran into the Golden Lion who was in a storm, and the two sides fought for no reason. Cackling. Will, he said, CP0 was gone, and the Golden Lion, who loves to join in the fun, was not there either. Thought the Golden Lion wasn't interested in the rock's treasure. Emotionally, he and the storm are at odds again. Golden Lion, real man. I have been fighting against storms and tsunamis all my life. Chapter 80 Invisible Empire. Fingless Island. Here is one of the three major families of the West Blue Underground Forces, the seat of the Phillips family. They mainly operate casinos and human trafficking. Phillips Chrome, who had just escaped from Gabi Sea not long ago, was in his study. He carefully took out a book from his pocket. This is the translation of the historical text that their Mafia alliance got. When I was in the Gabi Sea area, they were besieged by Marine Vice Admiral Kuzan, whose goal was this translation. Facing the monster like Vice Admiral, they had no power to resist at all. Then he burned the translation in front of everyone. Only then did he escape. However, what Kuzan, Jean, and Lake didn't know was that the one that was burned was a fake. The real translation is still in my hand. Ha ha ha. Looking at the translation in his hand, Crom laughed loudly. I didn't expect it. Finally I got the translation. With it, find the signpost, Raftel's treasure, it's mine. Papa. The hasty knock on the door, 687, made Chrome stop smiling. He quickly put the translation into his arms. Opening the door, it was his son Sig. Seeing his anxious and frightened face, Crom frowned and asked, what happened? He knew that his son had always been stable and rarely had such a posture, so something serious must have happened. Seeger trembled. Father, hit, be clear, what is calling? Who is calling? Crom snarled, feeling uneasy. Could it be that the burning of false translations has been exposed? Ha ha ha, brother Chrome, we meet again. Before Sig could speak, a loud laugh came from outside. Crom frowned, the voice was familiar to him. It's Capone Jean. What is he doing at this time? Wait, is it him who called? Just thinking about it, Jean led people into the yard. When Crom saw the people accompanying Jean, his expression changed drastically. That's Jin of the Beast's Pirates, a very powerful man. Crom suppressed the fear in his heart. Jin, what are you doing? Jean laughed, isn't that obvious? Why? This is what he wants to know most. Why? Jean sighed in his heart. How could there be so many reasons? The jungle is prey to the strong, brother Chrome. Forget it, being friends for many years won't make you die in an unclear way. The boss of Crazy Dragon is not very satisfied with the situation of West Blue, so he decided to rectify it. From now on, the whole West Blue will only have one voice. That's the voice of the Mad Dragon boss. Boom, Chrome's mind exploded like thunder. He never imagined that the real situation was actually like this. Just because of a thought, a word of that Mad Dragon will. The pattern that the entire West Blue has maintained for many years has been broken. These underworld families will be destroyed, advertisement. He looked at Jean and said hoarsely, just because of this? Jean nodded slightly. That's it, what about you, Jean? Crom was stunned and said, what can you get? Jean smiled. The boss of the Mad Dragon is a person who does great things. He's not destined to stop at West Blue, and I will be his face in West Blue. Is this answer satisfactory, brother? Crom was silent. What about Lake? He is the cause of this incident. He sneaked into Farron Island, trying to kill Miss Guy, but was finally killed by the dragon boss. Now Beeg has taken people to clean up the Oro family. He. Ha ha ha. Crom laughed softly, and the laughter grew louder. It's really good luck tricking people. He never expected that the cause of the incident was actually that trash of Lake. With a long sigh, he looked at Jean. Does the Phillips family still have a chance? Jean looked at him with a half smile. What do you think? He is not a soft-hearted person. Keeping Chrome is like planting a time bomb for himself. Who knows if the other party will want to replace him in the future? A sad look appeared on Chrome's face. Jin, because of the many years of friendship, let my son go, leave me a seed. Jean didn't answer, just looked at him coldly. Crom gritted his teeth and took out the book from his pocket. Do you recognize this? Jean's eyes widened. How could he not recognize it? For this thing, they can be said to have narrowly escaped death. Oh, it's really interesting. Chrome didn't care about Jin's mocking gaze. Jin, let Sig go. This thing is yours. Jean looked at Jin beside him, but the other party didn't speak. Good. Give me something. I'll let Sig go. Father, Seeger said sadly. Crom looked at his son. Sig, live to have a future. With that said, he threw the translation to Jean. Jean caught the translation, opened it and flipped through it, and it was indeed true. He waved to the men behind him. Send them on their way. Jean, you. Bang bang bang. Intensive gunshots sounded, and Crom and his son Sig fell down with unwillingness and resentment. Jean looked at Chrome and his son on the ground. Chrome, it's your end, and you've become naive instead? The entire West Blue is in turmoil. With the destruction of the Oro family and the Phillips family, the rest of the forces have become frightened birds. They either disbanded or hid themselves. Those with a little discernment directly joined the Capone family. After a few days, West Blue gradually returned to calm. On the Isle of Ferrand, advertisement Jen returned here with his men. Looking at the booklet in front of him, Will was also speechless. The translation, which had been thrown around with great difficulty, returned to him. He looks at Kaido. Do you want to send it to you? Kaido. This is a pit. This must be a pit. This insidious guy will definitely not be so kind. He reminded himself in this way, and he took the translation involuntarily and started to read it slowly. Seemingly thinking of something, he hesitated and said, is it true? Will nodded affirmatively. It's true. Kaido didn't hesitate and immediately stuffed the translation into his arms. No matter what conspiracy he has, as long as it is true, then hold it in your hand first. We'll look back at Jean. You did a good job this time. It's all taught by the Mad Dragon boss. Jin dared not take credit in front of Will. I said, don't be so stiff in front of me, be more casual. Seeing Jean's unmoved look, Will didn't bother to say anything. Jean, from now on, you are the talker of West Blue's underground world. Some things, I don't want to say more, but the sea area of West Blue is very important to me, and I still have to explain some things. Yes, the Mad Dragon boss, just give orders. Will took a pamphlet and tossed it to Jean. Everything I want to say is here. In the future, the general direction of West Blue will follow the above. As for other small matters, you can decide by yourself. Jean took the booklet and opened it. When I saw the above content, I was stunned for a moment. He quickly flipped through the following content, and the more he read, the more frightened he became. Mad Dragon this is. Want to turn the West Blue underworld into an invisible empire? Trade 5.4, arms, commerce, agriculture, manufacturing, population, etc. are all involved. Even taking in orphans, opening schools, and cultivating talents are all mentioned. And this idea of the mercenary union opened his eyes. If all of the above come true, Jean's breathing became rapid. Number 2. Will be the king of the whole West Blue. Even those kingdom forces, marine, etc., all have to look at their own face. And myself, the only person I have to obey is this man in front of me. Crazy Dragon rocks D. Will. Any questions? Seeing Jean in a daze, Will also knew that the other party was frightened. No problem. Jean came back to his senses and said hastily. That's good. I will let Quinn stay here to help you. If there is any trouble that cannot be solved, you can let him out. After explaining some things, Jean was allowed to leave. Mad Dragon, Quinn is my subordinate. Kaido is very dissatisfied with Will's private decision. Will waved his hand at him. Don't rush to get angry. Come and see this. Chapter 81 rocks reappear. Taking the newspaper from Will, Kaido flipped through it with doubts. It doesn't matter if it doesn't matter, just take a look. Cold sweat came out suddenly. Open black lens bracket shock. Roger Pirates merged into Whitebeard Pirates, close black lens bracket. Is this true? Kaido's words were a little awkward. The news is really shocking. Will laughed, isn't it clear enough? Plus, Kaido only wanted to scold his mother in his heart. How to play this? The Whitebeard Pirates are already strong enough, and now they add a Roger Pirates who are not far behind. Is this still playing with a hammer? He has a grudge against the Whitebeard Pirates. Do you want to go back to New World to find a lottery? Or is it that you won't be returning to New World in the future? Is it possible? Snort. Kaido sat on the ground angrily, picked up the wine gourd on his waist and drank it vigorously. Boom. He dropped a wine gourd on the ground and said in a muffled voice, Whitebeard is a shameless guy with such a big appetite, so I'm not afraid to overwhelm him. Will grinned and watched Kaido complain. Are you scared? Kaido's face darkened, his eyes widened, and he said in a disdainful tone, Is Lousy afraid of him? HMPH. Lousy is Kaido. Kaido of the Beasts. I was not afraid before, but now I am a little afraid. The key is that you can't really do it. Even if I run Beasts Pirates for another 20 years, I still can't beat the other party. Unless, he can find a few subordinates who are not inferior to Rayleigh and Jabba. Thinking of this, he looked at Will. Then he shook his head again. This is unrealistic. If you can't beat the opponent yourself, why should you be your subordinate? Seeing Kaido struggling there, Will couldn't help but smile. Isn't he planning the incident in the Gabi Sea area and the long-awaited situation for the present situation? Kaido, I have an immature suggestion here. Do you want to think about it? Kaido suddenly became interested. Tell me. He felt that with the insidiousness of the Mad Dragon, there must be a way to solve his predicament. Let's start a business together? Kaido. Boom. He hit the ground with a fist, his chest heaving violently, and he glared at Will angrily. Well, you Mad Dragon, I knew you were uneasy and kind. So it's here waiting for me. In vain I regard you as an ally, as a brother. Hey, Will interrupted, this is a bit too much. How the hell do you think I'm a brother? Kaido choked for a moment, then snorted angrily. In short, we have experienced so many things together. You actually want to annex my power and make me your younger brother? You said, are you not authentic? Advertisement Will rolled his eyes, he hated Kaido for that. Too shrewd, it's not easy to fool around at any time. He had already guessed his intention at the very beginning of these words. Simply, Will didn't bother to pretend. Kaido, you don't need me to tell you about the current situation. Even if you were given another 10 or 20 years, you will not be the opponent of the Whitebeard Pirates. On this sea, there are not many who can compete with Whitebeard. And capable of defeating Whitebeard, to speak arrogantly, look at the whole sea. Only I, the Mad Dragon. Kaido fell silent. Will's words were not without purpose. Over the past few days, the other party has proved everything with actions. Of course he could refuse Will, it's just that, as I said before. It is very difficult for him to return to New World. This made him very uncomfortable. HMPH, Lousy won't give in so easily. Kaido stood up and left with a grunt. Will, on the other hand, smiled. He knew that Kaido already had intentions in this regard. As long as he still wants to return to that place of New World, there is only one way in front of him in the end. That is to seek a strong partner, strong enough to rival Whitebeard. Charlotte Linlin and her Big Mom pirate group met his requirements. It's a pity that there is a gap between the two, and they can't get together. In this way, only myself, who has the potential to defeat Whitebeard, can be selected. Boss, I'm back. Guy Lee happily came in from outside, accompanied by Gion, Hina and Mox. Before Will could speak, she rushed forward directly. Kissed him hard on the face. Pay attention to the image, it's still there. Will is not disgusted with Guy's intimacy, and even enjoys it a little. After all, Guy Lee is a hot and sexy beauty. It's okay, little girl, what do you know? HMPH, Hina is not young anymore. Hina expressed dissatisfaction with this. She hates others to say that she is a child, not small. Guy's eyeballs rolled around. She held her papaya in front of Hina, and put Will's arm around her. Can you be like me? Hina's eyes widened in an instant, her small hand rested on her chest, and her small mouth shrunk. The corner of Will's mouth twitched, and a black line appeared on his forehead. Glaring at her. Hey, Guy, don't go too far. Clang. Guy Lee wanted to say something more, but seeing Gion's face was cold, Jinpiro was already half out of its sheath. Immediately shut up. Is it done? We'll change the subject. Guy Lee's complexion changed again immediately, her pretty face was excited. The boss has already spoken, how dare they be negligent. I have settled those children, and Jean will follow up personally in the future. Advertisement Will nodded. That's good, he looked at everyone. Since everyone is here today, then I will set up the pirate group by the way. Hey, boss, haven't you established a pirate group yet? Guy was a little surprised, after all Will is so famous. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that I have never heard of it. Will shook his head. After I came out of Impel Down, I was in a hurry and didn't have time to do this. Then what's the name of our pirate group? Will laughed. Rock's Pirate. Rock's Pirate. Gion froze for a moment when he heard the name. She is the one who knows best what the Rock's Pirate stands for. This is the overlord of the era before One Piece Roger. She looked at Will with a complicated expression. Are you really going to reproduce the Rock's era? Will glanced over the faces of several people, their expressions were different. Guy Lee is excited, Hina is a little confused. Mox just smiled faintly. When this silly man was silent, he was forceful. Gion's expression was inexplicable, and he couldn't see the other party's mood at this time. Then let me introduce you. I, Rox D. Will be the captain of the Rock's Pirate and your captain from now on. Seeing Will looking at her, Guy raised her hand with a smile. Guy Lee, sniper. In the past, 290 often hunted and killed pirates in exchange for rewards. Currently, the highest reward for hunting pirates is 80 million. Having said that, Shaolian was a little frustrated. Hey, I won't be able to exchange bounties in the future. After seeing Guy's introduction, Mox also stood up. He patted the back of his head foolishly. Mox, sword. Well, in terms of strength, a half-step great swordsman, right? Will's eyes lit up. You broke through. Mox grimaced. After competing with the boss last time, I realized something. Gion, who is a swordsman, looked at Mox curiously. Unexpectedly, this famous swordsman in West Blue was the peak swordsman not long ago. After a trip in the GLBC area, half of his foot actually stepped into the realm of the great swordsman. Don't look at the difference between the two, but only a real swordsman understands how difficult it is to take this half step. Once out, it means that it is only a matter of time before becoming a great swordsman. And some people stop at the peak of swordsman for decades and cannot make any progress, how sad. As a great swordsman, Will naturally knows more about the way. In this way, Rock's Pirate is about to usher in the second great swordsman. He looked at Gion again. This talent he had spent a lot of time poaching from Marine. He is destined to be a great swordsman in the future. Seeing Will looking at him, Gion hesitated a little, but stood up anyway. Gion is also a swordsman, currently the pinnacle of swordsmen, also Grandmaster Taijutsu. Pursing his lips, he looked directly into Will's eyes. Once a Marine Rear Admiral, now a Rocks pirate fighter. I will trouble everyone in the future. She bowed to everyone, and after exhaling lightly, a smile appeared on her face. Immediately, bright and charming, Chapter 82 Kaido. Life and Death Battle, I control my own life. Do you want Hina too? Seeing everyone looking at her, Hina was a little nervous. Before she walked out of the small island where she grew up, she never thought that she would become a pirate one day. Obviously my dream is to be a Marine, but I still work hard for it. Although she had learned more during this period than she had combined before, she was still a little apprehensive at this point. What if I get caught by Marine later? Hina ate the barrier fruit. Will said let me be his navigator, everyone already knows about these. But today Rock's pirate is officially established, and it is necessary for everyone to make a formal self-introduction. Boss, now that our pirate group has been established. Then, should the position of the deputy captain be finalized? Guy hugged Will's arm again and began to shake. Boss, look, I was the first to introduce you, how about letting me be the deputy captain? She was still sticking to Will's ear and blowing softly. Feeling the touch on his arm, Will wanted to agree. Cough. He coughed dryly. Well, your first officer is now at Wanokuni in New World, so don't even think about that position. What, someone actually took a step ahead of my wife. Guy immediately let go of Will's hand. Will. He took out the devil fruit that Hina got. This is a Logia devil fruit, it may be related to the cloud, and it is most likely a Yunyan fruit. Which one of you eats? Will's gaze swept over the crowd. Hina made a motion to vomit. With disgust on his face, he said, it's unpalatable. I don't need it. Mox refused directly, his only way is the way of swordsmanship. I don't want it either. Gion has no such plan for the time being. Her attitude towards Kendo is not as absolute as that of Mox. But I don't want to eat devil fruit so early, it will be considered only when the strength is no longer difficult to grow in the future. Guy took the devil fruit from Will's hand. Looks like it's a cheap place. Originally, she didn't want to fight, but now she doesn't have to. He opened his mouth and was about to yow down. Eat quickly, Hina encouraged from the side. You have to eat it all to have an effect. Looking at her excited little eyes, Guy Lee didn't dare to speak anymore. Will looked speechless. Well, Guy Lee still yelled, and in an instant, her face twisted. How? What ability? When Guy Lee recovered, everyone looked at her. Guy closed her eyes, and soon, her arm turned into the same object. She opened her eyes again, her face full of joy. It is indeed such a fruit. Then, under the watchful eyes of several people, she completely turned into a cloud. Hina jumped up in surprise, but went straight through. Little girl, you can't catch me. Guy Lee's smug laughter came from within the clouds. HMPH. Hina suddenly became unhappy. Don't underestimate Hina. The little girl made a gesture unique to the barrier fruit ability. Immediately, a barrier ball surrounded Guy in the cloud state. Hina is smothering you. In the barrier ball, Guy Lee's smug laughter stopped abruptly. Advertisement no matter how she bumped, she couldn't get out of it. In desperation, the elementalization can only be lifted. Let me out. Don't let go. Okay. Seeing that the two were talking endlessly, Will still asked him to let Guy out. Then, after finishing the business, I will confirm your specific strength and what power you have mastered. I will make corresponding training arrangements according to your situation. Will's expression turned serious. There is one thing I want to explain in advance, so that you don't have to pay attention to training, and I will be distracted to save you when you encounter enemies in the future. Gion knew something about Will and knew what he was going to say. His expression also became serious. Our enemies are the Whitebeard Pirates, the Roger Pirates, and the Marines. Each of them is powerful, so, you have to become stronger quickly in order to be my support. Guy Lee restrained her laughing expression upon hearing this. Hina looked left and right nervously. Are you going to suffer yourself? Will's training arrangements for the crew were proceeding in an orderly manner. On Kaido's side, he returned to his big ship with a heavy heart. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his son, Yamato, practicing with a small wooden stick. Seeing this, Kaido grinned. I feel much better too. Jin, what do you think we should do next? He looked back at Jin and Quinn behind him. He didn't expect any good ideas from Quinn's brain. The other party is good at scientific research, but not so good at other things. Jin didn't have any good suggestions for this problem. But he still said, Mr. Kaido, if you look at it from the perspective of profit, the most beneficial choice for us is to follow the Mad Dragon boss. Mr. Duo must have discovered the contact during this period of time, right? The Mad Dragon boss is unmatched in terms of strength and growth potential. To put it bluntly, neither you nor Whitebeard will be able to match him in the future. That is to say, even if we don't rely on the boss of the Mad Dragon. Now, the Whitebeard Pirates can overwhelm us. In the future, even if Whitebeard can't do it, the Dragon Boss will overwhelm us. Kaido was taken aback. He really didn't stop at this point. It seems that I am really a fan of the authorities. Jin went on to say, strength, potential, and the boss of the Mad Dragon are all lacking. In terms of mentality, I believe that Mr. Kaido has more experience than me. Kaido nodded dejectedly. As shrewd as he is, he really can't beat that insidious guy. Just a West blue that I don't like, in other people's hands, can play flowers. In the future in New World, I will definitely not be able to play against the other party. Jin also sighed inwardly when he saw Kaido's face. Mr. Kaido, I know why you are hesitating. Kaido looked at Jin, waiting for his next words. Mr. Kaido has strength and potential, and he won't be much worse than Whitebeard in the future. You also have ambitions and desire to become the overlord of the New World. If we were given time to develop, we, the Beast's pirates, might not be able to do it. Kaido sighed deeply. Yes, Roger can do it, Whitebeard can do it, I may not be able to do it. Actually, Mr. Kaido couldn't make up his mind because of your pride. Jin looked at Kaido very seriously. The man who rescued him from the laboratory, the powerful man he swore allegiance to. Mr. Kaido's pride does not allow you to make such a decision. We didn't have an outright fight with Whitebeard before the Beast's pirates had a real loss. Mr. Kaido can't make this kind of decision. Kaido fell silent. Jin has followed him for many years and knows him best. His words also hit his heart directly. Advertisement. I really don't want to be someone else's vassal like this. He, Kaido, doesn't want to be someone else's subordinate. At this time, Yinhe really came over. He tilted his head and looked at his father. Yamato, what if there is someone who is stronger than Daddy and wants Daddy to follow him? After Kaido said this sentence, he regretted it. How could he ask Yamato such a question? Yamato blinked his eyes and said in a childlike voice, didn't you say that following the strong can make you stronger? The little guy bit his finger and thought about it, before adding another sentence. If that person can't make you stronger, surpass him. Kaido, Jin and Quinn looked at each other. He meow. This is what Kaido used to fool those subordinates, especially when recruiting younger players with good strength. Could this be? The way of heaven is good for reincarnation, who will the sky spare? Today, this sentence will be fulfilled in yourself? Kaido was a little depressed. Kaido sighed. Rough words are not rough, Tang. Kaido stood up, his body filled with a strong fighting spirit, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. The next day, a small uninhabited island in the waters around Farron Island. A large ship broke through the waves from afar and stopped 100 meters away from the coast. At the bow of the boat, Will looked at Jin next to him. Kaido is on it? Yes, Mad Dragon Boss. Jin's tone was very solemn. If. He opened his mouth, but didn't say anything after that. Will knew what he meant and nodded at him. Don't worry, he is the crew member I ordered. Jin heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Will untied Yanmo and Tien Yu and handed them over to Gion next to him. Gion was surprised. You didn't take them? The rest also looked at Will in surprise. You know, most of Will's current strength is in swordsmanship. Is this going to give up using swordsmanship today? Will just smiled. You guys wait here. After speaking, he flew directly to the island. At the center of the island, a tall figure stood there. It was Kaido himself. He watched Will fall on the opposite side with a serious face. You came. Will nodded. I didn't expect you to make such a choice. However, it also suits your character. Boom. Kaido suddenly slammed the mace on the ground. He pointed at Will, his face gradually becoming angry. Where's your knife? Why didn't you bring it? Will chuckled and said, why, are you afraid I won't be able to beat you? Here. Kaido snorted coldly. I'm afraid you will be killed by me. Don't forget, we are fighting to the death. I won't hold back. Will raised his eyebrows and joked, are you the boss who cares about the future? Boom. The berserk momentum radiated, and Kaido's eyes showed fighting intent. Want to be my boss? Let's talk about it when you survive. Chapter 83 Unused cards. Will also suppressed his smile. Since you are unwilling, I will convince you today. Boom. As his words fell, Will's momentum also rose. Dragonoid form. Dragonman form. Kaido and Will transform into Jackie at the same time. It's not the first time Kaido has seen Will's dragon form. But every time I saw it, it gave him a strange feeling. Obviously, except for the color, other places are almost the same. But I always feel that I am a bit limited in front of the other party. As if born short, this discovery made Kaido even more furious. He, Kaido, is no weaker than anyone. Crackling. There were thunder and lightning flashes around Kaido's body, and there were continuous explosions. Armed color. With the sound of humming, pitch black covered his body and spread to his arms. The originally dark mace became even darker, glowing faintly. He stared across at Will. He said in a low voice, Mad Dragon, you are too arrogant. You without a knife are like a tiger without teeth. Oh, hearing Kaido's words, Will couldn't help but laugh. Kaido, you are so full of words, have you forgotten the experience of Wanokuni being abused by me? Speaking of Wanokuni, Kaido felt depressed for a while. At the beginning, Will didn't use swordsmanship and defeated him. The opponent didn't even fully use the fruit ability. But, Kaido grinned at the corner of his mouth, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The me now is different from Wanokuni back then. See Kaido's expression. Will's eyes flashed. This Kaido is tricky, but... Boom. Exuding a more majestic momentum than Kaido, 030 rustled the surrounding jungle. The birds and beasts on the island fled in all directions. Boom. On the opposite side, Kaido held a mace, stepped on the ground, and burst out. The original body size of more than 7 meters has grown to more than 10 meters after the blessing of the Dragonman form. This kind of physique like a beast is enough to make the giants feel ashamed. Bang bang bang. He rushed towards Will, and where he passed, the ground was trampled out of small pits. Drink. Yang raised the mace behind him high, and his arm muscles swelled in a circle. Crackling. This time, it was no longer silver-white lightning. 2. Will's bright eyes stared at the streaks of black and red lightning. Conqueror's Twine. Kaido, who also mastered Conqueror's Winding. This is something that Conqueror's Haki can only do after reaching a certain level. At Wanokuni, the opponent did not have this ability. It seems that during this period of time, Kaido has also grown a lot. Advertisement, leak leak. Seeing Will's expression, Kaido couldn't help but feel a little proud. The strength in the hand has increased a bit. Die, Mad Dragon. Thunder 8 trigrams. Boom. As Kaido swung his arm vigorously, the mace roared first. Then it tore through the air and smashed Will's face with a bang. If this blow hits hard, even with Will's physique, it is estimated that his head will be bleeding and his body will be seriously injured. DBDF. Nice. Will gasps in admiration. This move of thundering 8 trigrams, both in terms of power and strength, is already very close to the level of beating up the Straw Hat Boy 20 years later. But, if you want to use it against me, it's still far away. Facing the mace that smashed down on the head, it contained incomparably terrifying power. Buzz. Will's silver-white arms instantly turned pitch black, and a thunder flashed in his eyes. Boom. After the originally violent aura soared, it gathered in an instant and gathered on him. Under Kaido's astonished gaze, the condensed aura gradually turned into a silver-white giant dragon, wrapping Will in it. Kaido, when a person's use of power reaches a certain level, his own aura can also be used as a means of attack. Dragon Fist. Break out. Roar. The silver-white dragon roared up to the sky, and the bursts of dragon chants were like Hong Zhang Da Lu. Kaido was also briefly distracted by the sound of the dragon's roar, and his attack was also stagnant for a moment. And the surrounding creatures who hadn't had time to escape, in the sound of the dragon's roar, their eardrums ruptured, and their 7 orifices bled and fainted. If it is heavy, it will explode into a cloud of blood mist. Roar. After the silver-white dragon roared for the second time, its ferocious dragon head rushed forward. The sharp fangs gleamed coldly, and then bit the mace with terrifying power. At this moment, the space fell into a brief dead silence. Boom. A shockwave erupted from the place where the two attacks met. The entire space was shaken, and then the island shook violently. Boom. The ground beneath their feet cracked. One way, two ways, day way. There are more than a dozen cracks formed, with the two of them as the center, winding and spreading around. Wave after wave of billowing air. The surrounding jungle trees were pressed to the ground, and many of them were blown uprooted. Roar. The silver-white dragon roared, too many maces. He stares. Just like this, he watched the roaring dragon bite his face. There was no way to hide, no way to avoid it. Roar. Kaido only felt that his spirit was being impacted by a powerful force. Let him be like a leaf in a violent storm, constantly being washed away, and may fall off the tree at any time. He knew that this was his own illusion, but why? Even the impact of Conqueror's Haki didn't bring him such a shock. Plus the momentum that I condensed, under this impact. Crumble, and advertisement Kaido feels, own mace. Stopped. He stared blankly in front of him. Under his mace, a pitch-black fist blocked there. The blow that he had accumulated terrifying power was actually so easily blocked by the opponent? Why? Obviously I have mastered the Conqueror's Winding. His own strength is also much stronger than when he was in Wanokuni. But now, why is he still the same as before, unable to even break through the opponent's defense? Hey, now is not the time to be in a daze. Boom. Accompanied by Will's words, Kaido's abdominal pain hit, and a huge force sent him flying. Boom. He hit the ground heavily, and his feet sank deeply into the ground. Frowning, he looked at Will on the opposite side, and said in a deep voice, "What was that just now?" It's not like he hasn't seen this kind of trick that can break away the enemy's momentum. Most of them are the confrontation between momentum and momentum. There is not much difference in strength, or it has no effect on people with firm will. Generally, the strong are too lazy to do it, and use it to coerce people who are much weaker than themselves. But I am definitely not in this list. However, not only was his condensed momentum washed away just now, but even his own spirit was greatly affected. If Will had killed himself just now, even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. Will said with a smile, "Didn't I say it? It's just the use of momentum. It's just that mine is more subtle." Kaido was silent for a while, then nodded. "It's really exquisite." But, the fighting spirit reappeared on his body, and there was an aura that was completely different from the aura around him, but very similar to it. Gazing at Will with a smile, "I'm not that easy to beat. My strong physique, even Marine can't do anything to me. Since this period of time, my development of fruit ability has deepened a lot, matching my racial talent." He paused, and his smile grew stronger. "Mad Dragon, even you, don't want to easily break through my defense. So much confidence in this. I have already touched the edge of fruit awakening, and my physique has been greatly improved. Even if the Mad Dragon is also a dragon-type fruit ability user, the development speed is stronger than himself. But he doesn't have the same special physique as himself." I said, "What are you proud of?" "What?" Kaido was taken aback. Will said helplessly, "I said you have nothing to be proud of, but it's just a sandbag that can withstand a beating." Kaido. "Although it is true for Kwanlong, but..." "So angry, ***hole. He said angrily, don't think it's great that you have a higher fruit development rate than me now. After my fruit ability is also awakened, it is not certain who will win. Both sides are top-level dragon fruits, you have sword skills, and I have special physique. At that time, it is not certain who is strong and who is weak. Tisk tisk. For Kaido's words, Will wanted to laugh a little. Those who don't know are really fearless. Can I be the same as ordinary people? He looked at Kaido with a smile. Alright, today I will let you experience the trump card that I have never used. Chapter 84. The Captain, Kaido, I will let you experience again, what is despair. What? Kaido's eyes were like copper bells, and he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. I saw Will on the opposite side getting bigger. His dragon form was originally only 5 or 6 meters, which is much smaller than Kaido's dragon form. But now, what did he see? Will's body size is growing, and his height is constantly rising. 7 meters, 8 meters, 9 meters. Kaido widened his eyes and opened his mouth wide. His head is slowly tilting up, this. When he saw Will's final form, Kaido's face was almost distorted. At this time, Will was 50 or 60 meters tall, not to mention his huge body, and the pieces of silver-white armor covering his body were like thick shields. The sharp claws glowing with cold light, Kaido felt that if they were pierced on his body, it would probably make his heart feel cold. The dragon's tail, which was more than 20 meters long, whipped himself, but he didn't know if he would vomit blood. And that ferocious dragon head, sharp fangs. You won't bite your own head off in one bite, will you? He couldn't help but think otherwise. If the one standing in front of him was a ferocious beast, even if it was twice its size, he wouldn't be afraid. But this guy in front of him is a mad dragon. He would not think that the opponent's huge dragon form is a show. Gulu, Kaido swallowed. Is it too late for him to withdraw from this duel now? Will lowered his head, looking down at Kaido who was almost up to his thigh. A playful light emerged from the huge dragon's eyes. The big dragon's mouth opened and closed, and Will's voice came. Just now, I wanted to play with you for a longer time. But since you're so confident, I'll do what you want. Is it too late to regret now? Second round, start. Kaido, you have to persevere, a little longer. Cold sweat broke out on Kaido's forehead. Will didn't give him a chance to think, stretched out his fist that was already bigger than Kaido's head and smashed it down. Hammered on his head like a stake. Boom, boom. Kaido was hit hard on the top of his head retracted, and then his body was directly smashed into the ground. At this time, he finally reacted. Seeing that Will's second punch was about to land, he struggled to break free from the ground. Towards the side came a donkey rolling, blooming the blow. Huh? Will snorted slightly. Xiaomian, the reaction is quite fast? Then he saw that Kaido, who had stood up again, quickly passed behind him holding a mace. Before he turned around, crackling, armed color winding. Conqueror's winding, advertisement, Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido completed the addition of several powers in an instant. Boom. A big hole was stepped on the ground by him, and his figure rushed towards Will. Fall down, he roared angrily, as if he wanted to vent his anger, but also as if he was trying to cover up his powerlessness. The mace slammed into Will's hind leg with violent force. It's done. Seeing that Will didn't dodge, Kaido's eyes lit up. If my own blow is carried out, the Kwanlong guy will definitely not be able to stand up, right? I just said, what's the use? Not a flower shelf yet. Just wipe it and pour it. Boom. A white dragon tail like a giant snake was directly printed on his face. The happy expression on Kaido's face gradually became distorted and deformed. A look of horror appeared in his eyes. Why would this, like? These words became long because of the heavy blow on the cheek. Boom. Kaido was sent flying out, hitting several big trees one after another before stopping. Will couldn't help laughing. Why is that so? Kaido rubbed his nearly dislocated jaw, spat out a few teeth. Are you stupid? Everyone is in the same dragon form. Why do you think my dragon tail is just a decoration? Even if there is no dragon tail, do you think I will be unprepared for you to attack? Kaido. Seeing Kaido's resentful little eyes made Will even happier. Come on, let's continue. He hooked his palms at Kaido. You said, life and death fight, life and death each have their own destiny. Kaido. This is a fart, the one who died is destined to be me. On the big ship, the people waiting here were quite worried at first. After all, Kaido said it all, this is a battle of life and death. They were really afraid that when the two sides fought to a fever pitch, if they couldn't hold back, one of them would die on the spot. Especially not long after Will went to the island, there was a strong aftermath of the battle. The whole island seemed to be sinking. Then, they saw Will in the form of a dragon man soar, and he didn't stop until he was tens of meters high. And then, from their perspective, Kaido cannot be seen. However, they can see Will's movements. His movements seem to be teasing a small animal. Jin swallowed his saliva. Well, Dr. Kaido should be fine, right? Quinn also wiped off his cold sweat. I shouldn't be able to die. Asking for flowers. Seeing the intense interest of Will on the island, the two heaved a long sigh. Yes, it is impossible to die, things are sure to happen. Advertisement, but why is this picture so familiar? Such thoughts arose in the hearts of the two of them. This seems to be the scene when Mr. Kaido teased Yamato, right? It's just that Kaido is worse. After a long time, the island returned to calm. After a while, Will came back with Kaido, who was covered in bruises and had a bruised nose and face. Mr. Kaido. Boss Kaido, Daddy, everyone from the Beast's Pirates gathered around. When they saw Kaido's horrible appearance, they all gasped. When had they ever seen their boss look like this? It is not that Kaido has not been seriously injured before, but even the injured Kaido still gives them a hockey feeling. Zero and now. Okay, let's go, Will waved the crowd back. When everyone was almost gone, he kicked Kaido, who was lying unconscious on the deck. Okay, everyone is gone, get up quickly, seeing that Kaido still didn't move. Will kicked him again. If you don't get up again, I will call them back to watch you. Well, as his threatening words came out, Kaido, who was still in a coma, rubbed his eyes, as if he had just woken up. He was complaining in his heart. When I was on the island just now, I just didn't want to continue to be abused, and I didn't want to admit defeat, so I pretended to be dizzy and escaped. Unexpectedly, Will took him back to the boat directly. This is a good time. His image of being wise and mighty is completely ruined. Will looked at Kaido with a smile. Kaido, are you convinced now? Kaido didn't speak with a sullen face. Not convinced? Then fight again? Still coming. Kaido's heart skipped a beat. If it comes again, how can I stand it? Impressed. The voice is inaudible, louder, I didn't hear you, Will kicked him. This guy, still want to renege on his debt. Convinced. Kaido stared, almost coming out. Let everyone on board look at each other. However, after saying this sentence, he felt a lot more relaxed. Isn't it just to be a little brother? Anyway, it's not like I haven't been a kid before. It's just that fate is playing tricks on me. Turn around and return to the starting point. I used to hang out with rocks, now I still hang out with rocks. Will didn't speak, just looked at Kaido quietly. Kaido also knew what the other party was waiting for. The lips pursed a few times. Captain Van, Chapter 85 changes occur frequently. The first half of the Grand Line. A wild, crimson ship cuts through the waves. The densely packed muzzles on both sides discourage the rest of the ships on the channel. But knowledgeable people can tell whose car it is. Beast's Pirates. Only, when they saw the flag on the mast. He was also stunned for a while. They do remember that the pirates of the Beast's Pirates are not like this. It turned out to be a skull with a pair of horns. But now, on the pirate flag, a silver-white giant dragon is painted. The giant dragon is winding and circling, its ferocious dragon head is facing the front, the dragon's mouth is wide open, biting a skull. The sharp fangs pierce the skull's skull. This pirate flag not only looks hockey, but also makes people feel cold all over. It was as if what the silver-white giant dragon bit was not the skull, but its own head. A newsbird hovered in the sky, saw the big ship below, croaked twice, and flew down. When Will saw the contents of the newspaper sent by the newsbird, he also confirmed, 173. Open black lens bracket Marine versus Whitebeard Pirates, come back in defeat, close black lens bracket. His brow furrowed. Marine and the Whitebeard Pirates battled near the Sabadi archipelago, and dozens of advanced fighters were dispatched from both sides. On the Marine side, Marine Marshal Kong leads the team personally, Sengoku, Garp, Suru Vice Admiral. The next three Admiral went to 2, 1 Pelusalino, 1 Sakazuki. As for Kuzan, it seems to be chasing the 8 Treasure Navy in West Blue. Other Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral is not a minority. Even Zephyr, who was an instructor in the recruit training camp, participated in it. This is not counting the manpower on the ZF side of the world. It can be said that this time the lineup is unprecedentedly strong. Moreover, Marine is determined to fight the Whitebeard Pirates this time. The Whitebeard Pirates will never be let go easily. Therefore, this war must be very tragic. The same is true. Both sides were going to play dog brains at that time. But I don't want to, rushing back from West Blue to Golden Lion in New World, just passing by Sabadi Archipelago. While trimming, I received this message. I don't know what kind of psychology he has. I also went to join in the fun. The two sides that were originally evenly matched, because of the random entry of the Golden Lion, the battle was biased towards the Whitebeard Pirates. Eventually, Kong had to retreat with Marine. Will sees his temples throbbing. This Golden Lion, ever since he came out of Impel Down, he has been everywhere. It's just what you can't do. Advertisement, it's a good hand to make trouble. Tisk. Will blinked his lips, a little regretful. Sometimes fate is like this, it can't go your way in everything. However, although the Whitebeard Pirates successfully withdrew to New World, they also lost a lot in this battle with Marine. Looks like I need to inform Bullet to prepare. When the Whitebeard Pirates recover, they will probably go to Wanokuni. This battle is inevitable. No matter what the result is, even if both sides are hurt, both sides will have to fight once before giving up. That's why Will was in such a hurry to get back to New World. Open black lens bracket World Conscription, Marine breakthrough Omen Pickle joins, close black lens bracket. Huh? This was a bit beyond Will's expectations. Although it is the beginning of a big era and the Marine is short of manpower, it does not have to be expanded. Because the new generation of Marine has grown up. Needless to say about the next 3 admirals. There are also many people with admiral potential like Cake and Gion. Although Gion was abducted by himself. If he remembers correctly, Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider, Doberman, Hua Shaoshan, Stallo Berry and others are about to come out of the recruit camp. These are not ordinary soldiers. After 2 years, they will basically be Vice Admiral level figures. Is this because of my own reasons? After thinking for a while, Will finally came up with this answer. No way, after I came out of Impel Down, I did a lot of things. It can be said that the plot has been greatly changed by him. For example, Golden Lion came out of Impel Down unscathed. Oden died in his hands, and Kaido and his pirate group became his subordinates. The Roger Pirates merged into the Whitebeard Pirates. Lu Ju no longer gave birth to Ace after more than 20 months of pregnancy as in the original book, and Ace will not become brothers with Luffy as before. Coupled with other things, it can be said that how the future will develop is basically beyond Will's certainty. Just like Marine's current big conscription operation. Isn't that the plan Marine will adopt after the Summit War in the future? Open black lens bracket surprise. The Shichibukai project is born. Close black lens bracket. Oh, is the Shichibukai plan implemented so soon? Another piece of news that surprised Will. According to his inference, the Shichibukai plan should not be introduced now, at least it will take another few years. Another variable occurred. Open black lens bracket surprise, Rock's pirate reappears in the sea, Beast's pirates become attached, close black lens bracket. This time, it has a direct relationship with Will. The newspaper not only announced the specific information of Rock's pirate, but also released a new reward list. Crazy Dragon Rock's D. Will, captain of Rock's pirate, a person with the ability of Thunder Dragon Fruit, good at physical skills and swordsmanship. This person is extremely dangerous. A reward of 2.5 billion Baileys is offered. Live or die. Open black lens bracket Devil Descendant Bullet, deputy captain of Rock's pirate, a person with combined fruit ability, extremely dangerous. Reward 800 million berries. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement open black lens bracket Kaido of the Beasts, Rock's pirate, zone phantom beast hyphenation point UU fruit Shinglong form abilities, extremely dangerous. A reward of 1.5 billion Baileys is offered. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Momoshagi Gion, Rock's pirate, ex-marine rear admiral, good at gymnastics, swordsmanship, extremely dangerous, offer a reward of 100 million berries, close black lens bracket. I don't know what kind of psychology marine has given her the name Momoshagi, and even released the face-slapping information of the former marine rear admiral. Are you trying to remind Gion of something? Will just smiled at this, it's just a title, he naturally wouldn't take it to heart. Gion is already in his bowl, so is it possible to let her escape? Behind Gion, there are other people's reward lists. Mox. Offer a reward of 110 million Baileys, Guy Lee, offering a reward of 85 million Baileys. Hina only offered a reward of 100,000 Baileys. After all, he is still a child. This is because the other party is the main member of Rock's pirate. As for the people who originally belonged to the Beast's pirates, the bounty has not changed, but their faction information has been updated. Looks like it's going to change. This is not what Will said, but Kaido said. He also held a newspaper in his hand, and had just finished reading the contents of the newspaper. As shrewd as he is, he also knows that the contest between the major forces will go one step further. I won't talk about the grievances between the Whitebeard Pirates and their Rock's pirate. After the conscription, the strength of Marine must be even stronger. At that time, they may not have thoughts about them pirates. And, that so-called Shichibukai plan, recruiting pirates. Although there are various restrictions in it, there are also many benefits obtained. Legal right to plunder, no longer hunted by Marines. Just these two items are enough to make many pirates excited. We don't need to care about these for the time being. Next, we have to deal with the Whitebeard Pirates with all our strength. Kaido nodded. Do you have any good ideas? 0.1 inches Wanokuni definitely can't be used as a battlefield. Otherwise, after the war, Wanokuni wouldn't need to exist. Will thought for a while, then suddenly smiled and said, this is easy to handle. By the time, Kaido's eyes widened when he heard that, and he looked at Will very complicatedly. My own captain is still quite dark-hearted. Boss Will, Gaia Island is ahead. At this time, the crew below shouted. Will looked up, and an island appeared in front of him. Reached? He looked up again at the sky above him. A piece of blue, white clouds fluttering. Few people would have thought that there would be a sky island above these 10,000 meters. Thinking of Sky Island, his heart moved. Said to Kaido beside him, Kaido, you take everyone back to New World, I'm going to do something. Kaido wondered. Where are you going? At a time like this, you, as the highest combat power, can't run around. Will pointed to the sky. Go up there, Chapter 86 Air Command. The silver-white dragon soared into the sky. After a while, it disappeared from everyone's sight. Between the dragon's horns, Hina's small body lay there. Ah! The little girl turned her head and looked behind her. The big boat below could no longer be seen here, and even Gaia Island had turned into a small black spot. She was a little scared, but also a little excited. This experience is rare. Soon, Will led her into the clouds, and there was nothing else to be seen except a vast expanse of whiteness. Through the thick clouds, it is the White Sea under the Sky Island. Gululu. The little girl spit out a series of bubbles in the sea of clouds. The expression also changed from surprise at the beginning to horror. Because she can't breathe anymore, and her body is still a little ruan. In the next second, Will took her out of the White Sea and came to the interlayer between the White Sea and the White Sea. Cough cough. Scared Hina to death, woohoo, almost died. She patted her small chest with lingering fear. However, before she could calm down, Will led her into the White Sea above. Woo. The little girl patted Will angrily. Wow. Before she was ready to be depressed, Will had already rushed out of the bye-bye high. The scenery in front of me suddenly became brighter. Under the sunlight, the surrounding light is a bit dazzling. 8. It is pure white as far as the eye can see. Those clouds are like balls of cotton. Will returned to human form, carrying her like a kitten. Is this here? Hina blinked her eyes, a little dazed. Will smiled and said, here, this is Sky Island. Let's go, let's take care of Lucis affairs, and then go to Card Island. He rubbed Hina's hair. I hope your luck is still as good this time. The reason why I brought Hina was not only because of her navigation skills, but also because Hina had the best luck in her trip to the Gabi Sea last time, and she even got the devil fruit. This time I went to Sky Island, and the first thing was to print the historical text. The second is to see if you have the luck to find thunder fruit. The first is business, the second is incidental. He also cannot guarantee when the thunder fruit will appear. After flying some distance with Hina, I finally saw an island. A Peado. This is the other half of Gaia Island that was washed up, and it is also the location of the golden town of Shandora. Tisk. Will stroked his chin. It seems that I never worry about money. The treasures of the rocks, the treasures of the ancient ruins in Gabi Sea, and the golden town in front of you. It's all within your reach. Hey, Will, Sky Island is over there, not over there. Will's sudden turn made Hina startled for a moment, and hastily sounded a reminder. Boom. Will gave Hina a brain break. Ouch, Hina covered her little head, feeling aggrieved. Why hit Hina on the head? Hina is going to be stupid. I'm not blind, let's go over there and do something. Advertisement, Hina complained. That can't hit Hina's head. Naturally, Will was embarrassed to say that it was easy for him. Sometimes he just can't help but want to tap. Soon, a village appeared in front of him. This is Cloud Shinobi Village next to a Peado, where the Sandia people live. Their ancestors were Qinghai people who rushed up with Gaia Island. The Sandians also noticed Will's arrival. They took out their weapons and stood on guard. Not bad. Appreciation appeared in Will's eyes. These Sandias are all excellent fighters, but unfortunately their numbers are a bit small. This is also caused by the long-term war with the Sky Island people. Stop. Maybe it was because Will was able to fly in the air, or maybe it was because he was carrying Hina, but the Sandians didn't act immediately. Will held up his hands, signaling that he meant no harm. I'm from Qinghai. I have something to discuss with your chief. Can I call him? The Sandias looked at each other, but their guard was not lifted. After a while, the crowd parted, and a man wearing a fur mask came over. He looked up and down at Will, and at Hina, who was staring at them curiously. People from Qinghai, what do you want to do? Will laughed. Interested in negotiating a deal? The chief frowned slightly. We have nothing here that you need. No. Will stretched out his index finger and shook it. You guys said. The chief raised his palm, and all the Sandians aimed their weapons at Will. I repeat, we don't have what you need. With so many weapons pointed at, Will didn't panic at all. Even Hina watched with interest. This time, the chief's heart sank. The visitor was a bit too confident. This kind of person is not a fool, but has great confidence in his own strength. Intuition told him that the person in front of him was the latter. For future partners, Will is still very tolerant. Can you hear me out? The chief gave Will a deep look, but nodded in agreement. I know something about your origins and what happened afterwards. What? The chief and others looked at Will in surprise. 400 years ago, Will began to tell everything he knew, including the agreement between the Great Warrior and Nolondo, what happened to Nolondo later, and his ending. It made the Sandia people cry when they heard it. Unexpectedly, their ancestor's friend Nolondo would end up like that in the end. So, your long-cherished wish is to return to a Peado and Shandora. But for 400 years, you have not succeeded, and you have not been able to fulfill the last wish of the Great Warrior. The chief sighed deeply. Thank you very much for the news you brought us. So, what do you want to trade with us? I will help you regain a Peado, and help you return to Shandora, so that you can ring the golden bell again and realize the promise of the year. At this moment, all the Sandia people looked at him in unison. There was hope in his eyes. Is it really possible? The chief was also very excited, but he calmed down soon. Do you have that strength? Also, what do we need to pay? These two issues are also concerns in everyone's mind. If the price of regaining a Peado is too high, then they need to consider it. Will didn't answer the chief right away. Instead, he turned around and looked in the direction of Bye High, where there was a Peado and Tiansheng. Advertisement, this is a treasure land, he said. Will said not only here, but also other Sky Islands. The shellfish here can be used for life or for fighting. For example, as long as the ship is equipped with a blast shell, it can sail even in the calm belt. Paijin Bay, Chopping Bay, Hot Bay, etc., if the quantity is enough. Can arm an extremely powerful army. Also, the clouds here are very special and have many uses. Cloud iron can make special weapons and ships. Some of the techniques of the Sky Island folks are also nice. Of course, there is the most important point, that is, he wants to build an empty house. No matter which world you are in, air supremacy is crucial. Even in One Piece, a world where the strong come first, it also plays an extremely important role. The reason why the Sky Island man's wings are an ornament is because it cannot move or fly. But it actually grew out of the body. Will knew at least a few ways to make their wings work as they should. I need you to rule all of Sky Island for me. The Sandians were taken aback by Will's words. Dominate the entire Sky Island? I'm afraid this person is making fun of them, isn't he? The chief also frowned and stared at Will. You want my 797s to serve you? Will laughed. That's true. The chief shook his head. I don't think we have the ability to rule the entire Sky Island. His other words did not come out. That is, he doesn't believe Will has that strength. Will just smiled at the chief's apparent mistrust. First of all, you are my spokesperson in Sky Island. As long as the people of Sky Island don't have the strength to defeat me, then their resistance is meaningless. Secondly, your strength is not a problem. You are all born fighters. I will leave some cultivation experience behind and practice according to the above. When the time comes, you will be able to suppress those Sky Island people without me. Finally, about my history, a smile curled up Will's mouth. His eyes fell on the white sea in the distance. Clang. There was a soft moan in the Sandian's ear. They just felt a bright light flashing in front of their eyes. Then, they saw Will slowly put Yan Mo back into the scabbard. A series of question marks appeared on the Sandian's mind. What is this doing? Suddenly, the chief was startled and raised his eyes to look forward. Then he was dumbfounded. A huge silver-white slash with a height of 100 meters flew towards Bai. Wherever it goes, everything is divided into two. After the silver-white slash flew to an extremely far place, it suddenly exploded. A shock wave shattered the clouds over there, and the Bai that was divided into two cannot be closed for a long time. We'll look back at the Sandians. I'm going to kill you casually, I'm laughing at you. Sandian. There were swallowing sounds one after another. The slash that split Bai into two was actually just a random move? If it is serious, can a Payado be divided into two parts? Chapter 67 How happy is the pain? There was a lot of commotion here. On the coast of Angel Island, dense crowds gathered. They are all looking at Cloud Shinobi Village, and above a Payado, the current god of Sky Island also flew to this side on his bird Pierre that ate the fruit of Mama. Gonfall, this is a god who loves his people. Will didn't pick him to be his voice on Sky Island. Its character is also one of the reasons. Who are you? Gonfall has also seen a lot of strong people, and he drank with the Roger Pirates back then. Me? Will's mouth curled up slightly. I am your god? People from Shanghai. Hearing Will's words, Gonfall also knew that the visitor was not good. What you up to? I don't like people standing over my head and talking to me. Following Will's words, Gonfall and Pierre suddenly fell down uncontrollably. The complexion of each person in bird changed. The other party just said a word and did nothing else. I fell down without any resistance. Boom, boom. Gonfall and Pierre hit the clouds, but they didn't suffer much damage. It's just that this didn't make them rejoice. There is only fear in my heart. The Sandian standing behind Will felt the same way as Gonfall. The unknown is scary. After seeing Will's slash, they already understood how terrifying the strength of the person before them is. But now, just a word, in a word, Gonfall fell without warning. Horrible. Fortunately, Gonfall is also a man who has seen the world. Quickly recovered, he looked at Will, then at the Sandians. What exactly are you trying to do? Will didn't answer him, but looked at the Sandian. What's your choice? Seeing that the chief was still hesitant, Will said, let me make a statement first, even if you disagree, it doesn't matter. I'd choose someone else to be my spokesperson for Sky Island. You are not my only choice. The chief's face changed. If this is the case, he missed this opportunity, and he doesn't know when he will be able to return to Payado and Shandora in the future. Most importantly, they learned about the existence of Nolando's descendants from Will. The man wanted to prove that his ancestor Nolando was not a big liar. In the future, we will definitely come to the sea area under Sky Island. The chief took a deep breath and said solemnly, we agreed. A bad premonition rose in Gonfall's heart. Will turned around to look at him and said with a light smile, then, you god can go down. From now on, god of Sky Island, it's me, advertisement. Rocks D. Will, chief murmurs, Rocks D. Will? Gonfall was silent. He wanted to resist, but just a look from the other side made him feel cold all over. I can't even step out. No matter how the heart encourages itself, the body instinctively refuses. The next thing is easy. Will brings the Sandia back to their hometown. This Arpajado is within walking distance of them. Dang dang. When the golden bell rang, even Will couldn't help being intoxicated by the wonderful bell. It seems to cleanse one's heart and soul. Hina stared at the huge golden clock in a daze. Will rubbed her little head. He smiled and said, do you think the bell sounds nice too? Hina shook her head lightly. No, she bit her finger, with a troubled look on her face. Hina is thinking, how to move it back. Will froze, then his face darkened. Boom, woo. Hina clutched her little head. Will sighed lightly. Did he misrepresent Hina's provision? It's clearly not the case in the original. Afterwards, Will called the chief and fall together. Briefly talk about the future development direction of Sky Island. He looked at the chief and said, the follow-up matters will be handled by you, and Gonfall will assist you. It's the phone bug. This is some of my cultivation experience. It contains knowledge about physique, swordsmanship, and vigor emperor. If you don't understand anything, you can contact me through this phone bug. After finishing the explanation, Will didn't stop. He doesn't have much time, and after a trip to Burka, he has to rush back to Wanokuni. Waiting for Will and Hina to disappear into the sky. The chief and Gonfall exchanged glances. As leaders, the two can maintain their sanity. But the people below are not necessarily. The grievances between the two parties for hundreds of years are not so easy to resolve. In the original book, it was because of Enel's intervention that the relationship between the two parties was not so rigid. Will leaves the matter to them, pats his asterisk and walks away. The two of them are going to be distressed, but it said that Will took Hina all the way to fly south. After half a day, we arrived at Burka. Burka's system and model are the same as Sky Island, and the supreme ruler is also called the god. But Burka doesn't have the same islands as a Pyardo. There is no existence like the giant bean vine. The place where the god lives is the shrine at the center of Burka. Hina wants to eat this. The two were walking on the streets of Burka, and Hina kept eating along the way. The Burka people just took a second look at the two Qinghai people, and they didn't find it strange. After all, Qinghai people often come here. Advertisement after landing on Burka Island, will let her do what Hina wants to do. Some exorbitant demands were also agreed, only, hum. Looking at Hina who was humming cheerfully in front of her. Will began to calculate in his mind, if only Hina hadn't taken herself to find thunder fruit. How happy she is now. How sad to be back. Before they knew it, Will and Hina had approached the central area of Burka. They also saw the so-called shrine, really brilliant. It is still under expansion, and many workers and slaves are busy. It is worth mentioning that the system on Burka is much stricter than that on Angel Island. God, priest, guard, noble, commoner, Kong, structured. Boom. Will and Hina are observing the situation on the other side of the temple. At this time, a group of slaves happened to pass in front of them, and one of the teenagers, who was around 14 or 15 years old, fell to the ground because of lack of energy. The stone bar he was carrying also fell off and almost hit Hina, causing her to shrink back quickly in fright. Snapped. Before Will and Hina could talk, a guy who looked like a supervisor came over. Without saying a word, he gave the boy a whip. Then he scolded. Quickly stand up for me, you bastards will find excuses to be lazy. Snapped. As he spoke, another whip hit the young man's back. Hina, who has seen the big scene of countless people fighting, was not overwhelmed, but was so frightened by the scene before her that she covered her eyes. Then he couldn't help but check the boy's situation. She tugged at the corner of Will's clothes and whispered, Will, he is so pitiful. This boy is really miserable. There were many whip marks on his back, which showed that he had been beaten more than once or twice. The most noticeable thing is the position of the shoulder blades on his back, where there are two bloody, blurred wounds. Will's eyes narrowed slightly, the wings on his back were torn off by someone. The boy was beaten continuously, but he didn't say a word, his eyes were full of stubbornness and unyielding. Gritting his teeth, he climbed up from the ground, struggling to put the heavy stone on his shoulders again. Seeing this, the supervisor left cursing. Will became interested in the boy. In this group of slaves, almost all of them looked haggard, their eyes were lost and out of focus, like a walking corpse. It was just this young man with unyielding eyes and suffocated breath in his heart. But, Will could clearly see a ray of hatred from the depths of the opponent's eyes. He is so familiar. The boy continued to move forward with the stone on his shoulders, every step was extremely difficult and slow. Hina saw that the supervisor didn't look this way. In a flash, he ran to the boy, he stuffed the meatloaf in his hand to him, and then ran back quickly. The boy turned his head to look this way with difficulty, his eyes were full of surprise, and he was still a little dazed. The next moment, he swallowed the food in his hand in a daze. After taking a deep look at Will and Hina, they continued to walk forward with the stone on their shoulders. Chapter 88 Thunderfruit. What do you need from me? The overseer just now was brought over by Hina, his face was very arrogant. Will took a few gold coins from his pocket. Hold it in your hand and play with it. Looking at the supervisor with a smile. Ask you about some things, if I am satisfied, these will be yours. Greed flashed in the overseer's eyes, he licked his lower lip, and slowly reached for the leather whip hanging on his waist. It seems that he intends to snatch it directly, only the next moment, his body froze, and the hand reaching for the whip also stopped. There was cold sweat on his forehead, and his face was trembling. I was afraid for a while. What a scary look. This person in front of him is definitely not something he can provoke. Sure enough, those who can come to Sky Island from Qinghai are either the lucky ones or the powerful ones. If I had done it myself just now, I would have died. You say, I can answer you, I will tell you all. The overseer's attitude changed 180 degrees, and he bowed slightly to Will humbly. Has anything weird happened to you Burka lately? Strange thing? The supervisor frowned and pondered. After a long time, he shook his head. No, Burka has been very peaceful recently, and nothing strange has happened. Will reminded. For example, is there anyone who can release lightning out of thin air? Release lightning out of thin air? Supervisor 340 looked at Will with some surprise. No, how could there be such a person? No. Will rubbed his chin, it seemed that Enel hadn't become a thunderfruit user yet. Is there any strange fruit? Strange fruit? The supervisor continued to look through the memories in his mind. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he slammed his fist on his palm, looking stunned. The strange fruit you mentioned, I remembered something. Oh, Will suddenly regained his spirits, a gleam flashed in his eyes. Tell me, what kind of strange fruit is it, and who owns it now? Will's words, on the contrary, made the overseer vigilant. He looked at Will warily. Why do you want to inquire about the whereabouts of the strange fruit? What do you want to do? Will smiled and shook his head. I don't want to do anything, I'm just interested in some strange fruits. The overseer looked at Will suspiciously, clatter. It's just that when he saw Will throwing the gold coin in his hand up and down, the suspicion in his eyes disappeared. Gulu. He swallowed, the greed in his eyes reappeared. The strange fruit you mentioned did not appear recently. That was a year ago. Advertisement Will frowned when he heard this. A year ago? If this was a thunderfruit, it would have been eaten long ago, right? But if there is anyone in Burka who can release lightning, it should not be thunderfruit. Will couldn't help but lose interest in that strange fruit. He was about to signal the overseer to stop talking. The supervisor pointed to the construction site. See that guy? Following the direction he was pointing, he found that the person he was pointing at was exactly that boy. The supervisor laughed and said, a year ago, he was the one who picked up a strange fruit. Now, Will has no hope for the fruit at all. However, he was very curious about the boy. Tell me. The supervisor looked around, and then whispered. At that time, he just picked up that strange fruit, and our god happened to pass by there. For some reason, the god was very concerned about that fruit, and asked the priest to snatch it from that guy. It is said that the fruit was given by the heavens, and mortals are not qualified to enjoy it, only gods can. And him. The overseer pointed at the boy again. Because I touched the sacred object privately, I was reduced to a slave and thrown to my side. A fetish? A mocking look appeared in Will's eyes. It seems that the so-called god is also a man of insight. And the so-called fetish, that is, the fruit, is undoubtedly devil fruit. I just don't know what ability devil fruit is. What's the guy's name? Him, the supervisor said indifferently, it seems to be called. Enel. Hearing this name, Will was very surprised. He carefully looked at the boy over there, but he didn't see a trace of Enel on him. Oh, there are still, that is, there are no wings. If it is like this, then, the devil fruit, DBDJ. Even with his mind and concentration, his heart couldn't help beating wildly at this moment. Thunderfruit? It's just that this development is a bit confusing. No matter how awesome I am, my frenzied flapping of wings won't affect Burka, right? Call. He exhaled softly to calm himself down. Then what happened later? Was the fruit that was called a fetish object eaten by the god? The supervisor shook his head when he heard the words. We can't know this. I am afraid that only those priests can know about the things of God. Will was a little disappointed that he didn't get the answer he wanted. I don't know if the devil fruit, which may be thunderfruit, has been eaten now. Advertisement suppressed the thought for a moment. He pointed to Enel over there and said, that guy, I want to buy him, please make an offer. This? The supervisor hesitated. Enel was demoted to slavery for touching a fetish. If one day God asks, I can't explain it. Wow, Will tossed him a small bag of gold coins. It's just a slave, what's there to think about? Just pretend that this person doesn't exist anymore. The overseer's eyes lit up. Yes, if the higher-ups ask, just say that Enel is dead. The supervisor quickly put the bag of gold coins into his pocket. Then wait a minute, I'll bring you over right now. After speaking, he walked over there quickly, and after a while, he brought Enel over, who was a little dazed. The supervisor pointed at Will. Boy, remember, he will be your master from now on. Enel looked at Will in surprise. Of course, he didn't forget these two people. They were the ones who gave him food before. Are you now your own master? What else do you want? The supervisor said flatteringly. Will waved his hand at him. Go, you have nothing to do here. He didn't care much about Will's attitude either. Anyway, I can't afford to offend him, and I get the benefits. After the overseer left, Will looked Enel up and down. Your name is Enel? Enel was also looking at Will, and nodded upon hearing this. I am. Thank you just now for the food. Will asked with interest. The man said just now, I will be your master from now on. Is this the attitude you should have towards your master? Hearing this, Enel's face darkened, he clenched his fists, and tried his best to endure. His eyes on Will were no longer friendly either. I am not a slave, there is no master. Seeing the stubbornness and unwillingness on Enel's face, Will didn't provoke him anymore. I don't care if you are a slave or not, but I bought you from him, that is to say, you will be mine from now on. Understand? Why? Enel stared into Will's eyes. Why me? Will pointed to the slaves on the other side of the construction site. What did you see from them? Enel also looked at the slaves, muttered a few times, but didn't say anything. He didn't know how to describe it. Will said for him, although these people are still alive, they are no different from dead. And you? Will stretched out his index finger and touched Enel's heart. Your heart is alive. Chapter 89 Kill God. Enel was silent for a moment. Looking at Will again, his eyes are persistent and firm. I won't bow to anyone. Will couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. The corners of the mouth are slightly raised. That's because you didn't meet me. Boom! Enel's mind was like a thunderclap, and his spirit seemed to have been greatly impacted at this moment. Why? The man in front of me, just a word, made me so shocked. Confidence. He felt strong confidence in this man. That kind of strong self-confidence as if everything in this world is in his hands. This is definitely a strong man. Perhaps, even the god of Burka is not worth mentioning in front of this person. A small hand shook in front of him, bringing him back to his senses. Are you also Haine's partner from now on? Haine's little face was a little happy, but also a little curious. Seeing the girl giving herself food, Enel softened his expression. Really? Enel had this question in his mind. Immediately, His expression became firm, as if he had made up his mind. He looked back at Will, serious. If you want me to follow you wholeheartedly, then prove it to me. Otherwise, I won't admit you. Hey, there was a little self-mockery on Will's face. Didn't expect to be interviewed negatively. Why is he not like those protagonists in the novel? The tiger's body trembled, the domineering aura leaped out, and the younger brothers all surrendered. However, Enel is worth the extra time. Tell me, what do you want? The hatred in Enel's eyes was finally no longer concealed, and his face even became a little ferocious. I want that god to die. He will never forget what happened that day. What fetish? It's just that God took a fancy to his own thing and wanted to find an excuse to snatch it. It's not enough to rob him of his own things, but he actually turned himself into a slave. This more than a year of slave life has caused him to suffer more than the previous 10 years. His own wings were even torn off alive. He hates. I can't wait to cut that god into pieces. That's it? Will's words interrupted Enel's thoughts. His face was full of astonishment. What is this? Isn't this a spooky thing? This is killing gods. Those guards and priests are not vegetarians. And that god, it is said that he is also very powerful. Even if all the priests add up, they are not the opponent of God. Will doesn't care what's on Enel's mind. For him, killing a Sky Island god is nothing more than a piece of cake. Not Whitebeard, Garp or those guys. Advertisement. Let's go. Where is that god now? Seeing that Will didn't seem to be joking, Enel hesitated a little. But soon, he became firm again, pointing to the temple. That god should still be in the temple. Then let's go, Will said as he walked slowly towards the temple. Hina also smiled and followed behind. He didn't forget to turn his head and wave to Enel. Hurry up. Enel followed with a complicated expression. Stop. When he reached the gate of the temple, the guard at the gate blocked Will's way. They said coldly, this is the inner temple, no one else is allowed to enter. Seeing this, Enel's body tensed up. Even if he had made up his mind, he still felt uneasy at this moment. Bump. Just as he started to think wildly, the guard who blocked them flew upside down and smashed heavily on the far floor. This. Enel stared blankly at this scene and rubbed his eyes. He clearly didn't see Will do anything just now. The opponent didn't even pause in his steps, nor did he move the two knives on his waist. The guard just flew out without warning. Why are you in a daze? Hurry up and catch up. Seeing that Enel stopped again, Hina trotted back and pulled him up to follow Will. The movement here quickly attracted the attention of other guards. They also found Will, the three interlopers. Come on, someone forcibly broke into the temple. Many guards rushed over with weapons. Will glanced lightly and kept walking. The next moment, a terrifying aura swept towards the guards. Wherever the conqueror's hockey passed, the guards who rushed forward stopped one after another. In an instant, their eyes turned white, their bodies staggered and fell to the ground. How is it possible? Enel's eyes are bulging behind him. This phenomenon beyond common sense made it difficult for him to accept it for a while, and he even doubted life a little bit. Is the man walking in front of me really a human being? Even a god can't do this, right? At this time, the handle of the temple. The current god of Burka is enjoying the song of wine. He didn't pay attention to the matter of the intruder who came from the front. This is his territory, and there are many priests and guards under him. It's just one or two intruders, and the subordinates can solve it. Only, in the next second, the god trembled all over, and the terrifying power suddenly erupted in front of him made his soul tremble. Here comes the tricky guy. He didn't care much, and rushed out with the priest. Then, the scene in front of him startled him, as well as the priests behind him. Asking for flowers. Gulu, advertisement he swallowed hard, and hundreds of his subordinates actually fell to the ground. How long has it been they didn't even hear anything? This is definitely a powerhouse, an existence stronger than himself and others. Because even if it is him, it is impossible to solve so many people so easily. With a solemn expression, he looked at the three of Will vigilantly. A youth, a little girl, and a boy. All three are people he doesn't know. As for Enel, how could he remember this humble ant? Are you from Shanghai? In fact, this sentence is superfluous. Will and Hina's outfits are not like Sky Island people at all, and they don't even have wings. Are you a god? Will's eyes scanned the other person, but he didn't find anything special. -0. I am. This god was cautious and didn't attack Will immediately. Excuse me, is there anything you want to do in my temple? Is there some misunderstanding? Misunderstand? Will shook his head. No, there is no misunderstanding, I'm here to kill you. So arrogant. God was also offended by Will's attitude of seeing himself as a piece of cake. When was the god of Burka subjected to such provocation? Kill him for me. Hearing this, the priests behind him pulled out their weapons and rushed towards Will. A mocking look appeared on Will's face. How dare ants call themselves gods? I really don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. Crackling, Will stretched out his palm, and countless thunderbolts flashed and jumped. Lei Luan Xing collapse. The thunder and lightning quickly converged into dozens of thick thunder snakes. With him as the starting point, a thunderfield was formed, raging towards the priests. Boom boom. Under the terrified eyes of those people, thunder snakes struck them and exploded. These priests fell down one after another. You are capable. The god looked at Will in shock. Oh, that's a little insightful, Will laughed. But this is not surprising, after all, Sky Island is not an absolutely closed place. Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, he stared at Will coldly. So what if you were a capable person? Me too. As his words fell, his body was swelling, while growing in size. Thick white hair is also growing rapidly. Features that belong to animals emerge. The moment he completed his transformation, what appeared in front of Will was a white werewolf with a height of 4 meters. HMPH, Imanugo Fruit Direwolf Capability Maru. Chapter 90. The willows are dark and the flowers are bright. Oh, Will looked at the god who had turned into a werewolf with great interest. In fact, speaking of it, the direwolf is already very close to the ancient species, and it is a fairly strong existence in the dog fruit. Call out. The werewolf rushed towards Will at an extremely fast speed, with bloodthirst in his eyes. The sharp claws gleaming with coldness raised high, and grabbed Will Wolf. He's going to tear this man apart. Be careful, Enel exclaimed. At this time, God gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, and he was really afraid that Will would get hurt if he was careless. Hole, want to kill me? I'll kill you first, the god roared furiously, and his sharp claws slammed down. He is very confident in his attack, you know, in this form, he can easily break through even walls. AB. The next moment, he widened his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. What? Under his full blow, the opponent didn't make any extra moves. He just stretched out 2 fingers and put them together into sword fingers. His fingertips rested on his sharp claws. 190. The demeanor is relaxed and casual. The footsteps did not move an inch. How is it possible? He exclaimed again. Not to mention him, even Enel was taken aback, since the man I want to follow is so powerful? I do not believe. Frightened and furious, the god swept his other claw towards Will's stomach. Will looked normal, shaking his head slightly. Incompetent rage does not give you victory over your enemies. Laugh. The next moment, God felt a pain in his palm. He found that there was a blood hole in his palm inexplicably. Then he saw Will's sword pointed at his chest. Laugh. Without any warning, a cloud of blood exploded on his body. Ah! God howled miserably, and fear spread in his heart. Will shook his head lightly. Ants dare to call themselves gods? Boom. Following Will's words, a powerful aura enveloped God, stopping his attack. His face also changed drastically in an instant. The next moment, under the influence of that invisible but terrifying position, his body hit the floor heavily. Boom. The floor was cracked, and God lay dead on the ground, unable to move. To his horror, Will didn't move at all, and there was nothing pressing on him. But it seemed that there was an invisible big hand pressing him firmly to the ground. Ah! God roared and struggled in anger, but to no avail. Gradually, he began to panic. The body kept trembling. Advertisement. This sense of powerlessness made him feel like he had lost control of his own destiny. My lord, let me go. I can give you whatever you want. You want to be the god of Burka, and I will give you that place too. Please let me go. Will didn't answer him, but looked back at Enel. Enel finally understood one thing at this moment. That's the man in front of him, really amazing, so powerful that even the god of Burka fears it. There is no resistance. His heart was beating wildly and his breathing became short of breath. Walking forward to Will, he looked at God with hatred in his eyes. Do you remember me? How could God remember? He looked through countless memories, but he couldn't remember who Enel was. Snort. Enel sneered, crouched in front of God, and looked at him bitterly. At this moment, the god was also taken aback by Enel's eyes. Cannot remember? Then I'll help you think about it. Peeved. Enel did not know where to take out a small knife, and ruthlessly stuck it in his arm. Ah! The severe pain made him couldn't help but let out a scream. A year ago, that strange fruit, Enel's words finally gave God a clue. Peeved. The knife was pulled out and stabbed again. Ah! God screamed again. You're that kid? That's right, it's me. With a cruel smile, Enel stabbed down one after another. Don't kill me, let me go, I was wrong at the beginning. I'll give you back that devil fruit. Wait, Will suddenly stopped Enel. There was a gleam in his eyes. You said, that devil fruit is still there? He thought that the devil fruit had already been dropped by the opponent. It is the ability that the opponent has obtained now, the form of dog fruit direwolf. He thought that thunder fruit might not have appeared yet. Now, the other party actually tells Zizu that the devil fruit is still there. This is simply ecstasy. No, God said quickly. I ate devil fruit a long time ago, and that's why I recognized that fruit as devil fruit. I originally wanted to leave that devil fruit to my child. Tisk tisk. Will smacked his lips. This is really an arrangement of fate. Now, everything makes sense. That devil fruit must have been taken back by Enel later. As for what method to use, there is no need to study it in detail. Enel also planted the seeds of hatred because of this incident, which led to the destruction of Burka later. Take me to get that devil fruit. Will let go of the force field enveloping the god. Yes. God dared not hesitate. Advertisement. He took Will into the temple and soon found the devil fruit. It's indeed thunder fruit. Looking at the Logia devil fruit in his hand, even if he hasn't read the illustrated book, he is quite sure. Although he ate the thunder dragon fruit, his heart is still full of enthusiasm for this thunder fruit. This is enough to create a top combat power at the admiral level or above. Well, can I go now? Seeing Will's joyful expression, God asked cautiously. Go. Will gave him a meaningful look. Boom. A thunder column enveloped it. Ah! God screamed. When the thunder light dissipated, the god of Burka was lying there dying. Will said to Enel. He's yours. After speaking, he took Hina out of the temple. Will. Hina spoke crisply, eyes flickering at him. Okay. Will smiled and rubbed Hina's little head. This time you have contributed the most, you can do whatever you want. This little girl is simply her own treasure-hunting mouse. After a long time, Enel, covered in bloodline, walked out of the temple and came to Will's side. Owner. He got down on one knee in front of Will. His expression was calm, and there was no hatred in his eyes, just like when Will was in Logue Town, his state of mind became different. Will raised his eyebrows. Why the master, instead of other titles? Enel pursed his lips. I have decided to follow you as a servant for the rest of my life. Will thought for a while and said, I am the captain of the pirate group, you can follow me as my crew. Enel shook his head resolutely, that's different. Even the crew will have a day to leave, I will serve you all my life and give everything for you. Will still 0.5 can't understand Enel, why there is such a change. This is very different from the Enel I know. Why? He asked why again. Enel raised his head and looked straight at Will, with a gleam in his eyes. Even Will was taken aback by the light in Enel's eyes. That is, worship. No, this fiery look is more like faith. Enel, regard himself as his belief. He is the god he believes in. Will frowned slightly, was his previous performance too shocking? Not, from the moment I met Enel for the first time, I saw the emotions in each other's eyes. He knew that this young man would not undergo such a transformation because of the strength he displayed. It's not power, that's, Will suddenly laughed. He stretched out his palm, covering the top of Enel's head. Okay, I'll accept your team, allow you to follow behind me forever. Chapter 91 Eat, Stussy come to the island of Dominica again. Will has a feeling that things are different from people. The last time I came here by myself, I just came out of Impel Down and rushed to Wanokuni. Now, he has become famous, become a hot figure in this sea. Occupied Wanokuni, Incorporated Beasts Pirates, and several recruited crew members are all characters with great potential. Even this Dominican island, one of its owners, is also its own intelligence chief. When Will took Hina and Enel into the most luxurious high-rise building on Happy Street. Ouch, guessed. The several gorgeous women who came up to meet them were also stunned when they saw Hina, who was looking around curiously. It's really interesting, she suppressed her surprise and returned to her enthusiastic smile. Scatter them all. Before Will could speak, a majestic voice came, which made the girls shrink back in fright. Scattered like quail. Before leaving, he did not forget to throw a flirtatious yan at Will. The owner of that voice walked slowly in front of Will, bowing slightly. 31. Master Will. Master Stussy has orders, let me invite you upstairs. Will's eyes froze a little. This woman in front of me is really too married. I really envy Stussy, who is accompanied by so many beauties every day. He sighed, somewhat envious in his heart. I am running around, but I am not as relaxed as Stussy. Follow the woman all the way to the top floor and come to a door. Master Stussy, Master Will is here, come in. Stussy's voice came from inside, and the woman slowly opened the door. Please. The woman gestured to come in. Will nodded at her and walked into the room. Hina and Enel behind also wanted to go in, but were stopped by the woman. The two adults have something to say, and the room has been prepared for the two of you. Ah, why can't Hina go in? Hina wants to go in too. Hina's face was full of displeasure, and she was about to break in, yelling. You go with her, I'll look for you later. Will waved to Hina and Enel. The woman also took advantage of this and closed the door. In the room, Will saw the door closed, and then began to look at the layout of the room. The decoration in the room is dominated by red, and the decoration is luxurious and exquisite. Advertisement. There is also a faint atmosphere of a daughter's home. There was a refreshing aroma in the air. Always makes people can't help but take a few more sips. There is no wall separating the living room from the bedroom, but there is a layer of gauze curtains. From Will's perspective, he could just see a blurry figure on the big bed in the bedroom. Stussy. Will called softly. He didn't get a response to his call, but he saw the figure move. What kind of tricks is this little goblin doing? With a mutter, Will lifted the curtain and entered the bedroom. When he walked slowly to the big bed, his breathing couldn't help but stagnate. The person inside is undoubtedly Stussy, and there is no way to block his sight through a thin layer of gauze. It's just the appearance of the other party at this time. Gulu. Throat rolled involuntarily. Will's heart was suddenly aroused. Through the gauze curtain, Stussy hooked his fingers to Will with a smile. Will couldn't bear it any longer, and suddenly turned into a wolf. Tens of thousands of words are omitted here. When everything was calm again, Stussy gently lit an afterthought cigarette for Will. He was considered a half-smoker in his previous life, but after coming to this world, he never smoked again. But also this top cigar. This taste is really. Will slowly exhaled smoke, looked at Stussy with a smile. How long have you missed me? Pooh. Stussy rolled his eyes at him charmingly. Dogs bark. Will cheerfully said, my mouth just gnawed on you. The two talked about love for a while before getting to the point. That may be John's agent, ready to come to New World. Will stopped smoking, a cold light flashed in his eyes. When? What are you doing in New World? For this guy who may be a traitor, he hates him even more than the Roger Pirates. If the other party really came to New World this time, he would definitely not let it go. Will wants to see if the other party is John from the Rocks Pirate. Stussy shook his head lightly. This is a high-level secret in CP0, I can only hear this news, and this is because I am the head of New World Intelligence. Will pondered for a while. It seems that his actions this time should have a great impact on the situation in New World. Stussy also agrees with this. That's right, I just don't know what his purpose is. Advertisement will chuckled and said, as long as he comes to New World, he will always do something. At that time, he will have to rely on your information, and we will naturally know what he is doing. Speaking of which, Will asked, how is our own intelligence network going? Hearing this, Stussy stretched out the green onion and pointed at his forehead and said angrily, still talking. Throw everything to me, and just be a hands-off shopkeeper. Will is also a little embarrassed. I really squeezed Stussy a little too much. But the intelligence network is indeed very important, because of Stussy's timely news, he can always make arrangements in advance. Isn't there no way to do it? Look, I just came back to New World and rushed over to see you right away. For our future, you have to work harder, and I'm in New World now, and I'll help you in the future. That's about it. Stussy was pleased with Will's attitude. Our intelligence network has just taken shape, and the grassroots intelligence personnel are easy to deal with, as long as there are people. But those backbones take time to train. No one is more than 2 years old, and the 767 is simply useless. Will sighed. There is a long way to go. Is there enough money? There is no shortage of funds. I have asked for a lot of resources from the CP organization, which is enough for now. The treasure of the rocks is only being used a little bit now. Speaking of the rock's treasure, Stussy's eyes lit up. Your uncle, the accumulated wealth is really huge. When I saw those treasures, I was shocked. Seeing her appearance, Will pinched her nose. Is that a shock? I'll take you there later. The treasures on that giant turtle's back, don't they scare you to death? Stussy blinked his big charming eyes. The expression gradually changed to one of shock. You mean, the giant tortoise in Ruby Sea area? Isn't a giant tortoise gone somewhere? Will has an inscrutable attitude. Don't you see who your man is? Stussy's eyes sparkled. Ever since he followed Will, the other party has never ceased to surprise him. Just when you think this is his limit, he can always surprise you. I heard that there are countless treasures in that treasure house, is it true? Is that giant tortoise as big as the elephant in New World? Stussy is like a curious baby. Will, give her the answer. That's right, Stussy suddenly remembered something. About the recent movements of the Whitebeard Pirates, it's a bit strange. Chapter 92 to Stussy's, Double Happiness, Strangeness? Will was a little surprised. How strange, Stussy thought for a while. It seems that I got something when I came back from the first half of the Grand Line. Now the Moby D*K of the Whitebeard Pirates is mysterious, even my intelligence network can't find out where they are now. Get something? Will ponders the key points of Stussy's words. After a long time, he frowned and asked, could that be related to the Roger Pirates? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. You send someone to go to the Fishmen Island. There are 2 historical texts in the sea forest of the Fishmen Island. One of them is red. Let people see if the red one is still there. Stussy's eyes flashed, and he asked in surprise, you mean? Will nodded. I've done so many things recently, but it's always centered around Raftel. That Raftel's permanent pointer is fake, we know that, and the Whitebeard Pirates will know it too. But the translation is true. People in the Roger Pirates know that there is one of the 4 road signs in the sea forest of the Fishmen Island. I don't know what they saw at Raftel, but know they went to Raftel about 20 years earlier. If they don't want others to arrive at Raftel early, they must hold one of the signposts in their hands and wait for the right time to release it. Will doesn't know who took the signpost from the Fishmen Island in the original book. But the high probability is not in Whitebeard's hands. But now, the whereabouts of the 4 road signs are very clear. He has one in his hand, it's in Wanokuni. Charlotte Linlin has one. There is a piece in Zoe's whale forest. Now this piece is most likely in the hands of the Whitebeard Pirates. Will suddenly looked at Stussy, and said strangely, it stands to reason, the world should also know the whereabouts of many historical texts. Why didn't they arrange for someone to take it? Stussy shook his head. I don't know. Although the world's government prohibits the study of history 800 years ago, it has not actively searched for the stone tablet of the historical text. Will thoughtfully, then shook his head. It's really interesting. What secrets does this world hide? Are the roles played by those 20 royal families 800 years ago really as recorded in the historical text? However, these are not really important. The important thing is now. The world now ruled by the celestial dragons is rotten and needs change. Otherwise, no matter how unbearable the truth of history is, it will not have much impact. Times change and dynasties change is a normal phenomenon. What about the Big Mom Pirates and the Air Pirates? As one of the top forces in New World, Will has to care. The Big Mom Pirates are shrinking their forces to prevent the Whitebeard Pirates from attacking. They are also afraid of the current Whitebeard Pirates, and they are said to be in a hurry to find allies. Tisk. Will was also happy. It seems that Charlotte Linlin can't help it now. She is not like herself, with 2 top combat powers, Kaido and Bullet. Advertisement below is Jin, who is not inferior to Marco. Quinn, Mox, Gion, Guy and others are not weak either. Even if it is not as good as the Whitebeard Pirates, it is not impossible to fight back. As long as the operation is good, Will is confident that the Whitebeard Pirates will suffer another wave of losses. Looks like it's time to send a wave of warmth. Seeing Will's appearance, Stussy asked curiously, what bad idea did you have? Will squeezed her smooth chin. What bad thoughts can I have? Where's the air pirates? Stussy shook his head. Golden Lion's whereabouts are uncertain. He is floating in the sky. No one knows where he will appear in the next moment. Speaking of Golden Lion, Will's heart skipped a beat and he thought of his Air Force plan. Among things related to Golden Lion, there is exactly what I need. You ask the people below to help me find an island called Vermejo. On that island, there is a plant that contains a special ingredient that makes animals violent after eating it. After finding that island, control it in your hands. Is it important? Stussy couldn't help but see that Will was so concerned about this matter. Will looked serious. It's very important. That plant is very special and of great value. The people on that island have wings growing on their arms, which can fly, but they don't know it. Will didn't know if it was something they were born with, or if it was something they grew up with. It was also because after the Golden Lion took that island into the sky, it was upgraded due to the special environment and the plants. But in any case, that island has great value. Tell Stussy about the general situation. Okay, the chores are over, let's get on with the business. Business? Stussy froze for a moment, isn't what they said right now? It's just that when she saw Will's eyes, her pretty face flushed. Fen Fist lightly hammered his chest. Peeved, it's not serious. Haha, this kind of thing is not serious, what else is serious? Will was about to make his next move when Stussy held his hand down. Wait a minute, I have a present for you. Stussy had a smile in his eyes, but this smile was a bit inexplicable. Made Will's heart skip a beat. At this time, Stussy wants to give herself a gift? What kind of gift must be given now? Crack, she tapped her palms twice. Crunch. The door opened and a figure entered the room and then slowly closed the door. Through the gauze curtain, Will could see a graceful figure approaching slowly. In the process of walking, something fell from the opponent's body, and Will naturally knew what it was. Gulu. Death. Stussy slapped him reproachfully. When the man lifted the veil and revealed his true face, Will was stunned. How is it? Are you satisfied with my gift? Advertisement. Stussy blew softly into his ear. Why is she here? Will was really surprised. This woman is none other than the orphan girl that Stussy bought in the auction house when he came last time. It's just that she is a completely different person now than she was then. The woman who led Will up the stairs before was charming enough. But compared with the current fox girl, she is even worse. This reminded him of Sudaji. The fur tribe is such a precious species, it would be a pity to kill it directly. Will couldn't help laughing and said, that's not a reason for you to keep your hand. He couldn't believe that Stussy was a soft-hearted person. For this kind of outsider who knows that she has a pure gold ring in her hand, she will not keep it. I'm afraid that even the fate of those people in the auction house will not be very good. Stussy rolled his eyes at him, and then told the fox girl, Helen, show off your power. The fox girl named Helen doesn't have much on her body. At this moment, being stared at by Will and Stussy like this, although he was ashamed, he did not escape. Yes, master. Hearing this, Will gave Stussy a meaningful look. Stussy, can you play like this? Then, under Will's gaze, Helen's figure changed. When she stopped, what appeared in front of Will was no longer Helen. Instead, Stussy, okay. Stussy smiled and said, how is it? Are you satisfied with this gift, boss? Gulu? Will swallowed, it was so satisfying. Double happiness, isn't it? No, it's simply infinite joy. Suppress the restlessness in your heart. What kind of ability is this? He didn't remember the fur tribe having this ability. She ate devil fruit. Will raised his eyebrows when he heard that, devil fruit? That's right. Stussy nodded. Zone Phantom Beast hyphenation point fruit dog Nine-Tails Fox form. Nine-Tails Fox? Will exclaimed. He was indeed surprised. Isn't this the ability of the mysterious moon hunter Katarina Deepon in the Blackbeard Pirates in the original book? How could it appear on Helen? But he reacted quickly. Helen may be the previous Inubu fruit Nine-Tails Fox form ability user. Because of his own appearance, the fate of the other party has been changed. There is also today's scene. Stussy hooked his fingers at Stussy by the bed. Stussy pawed up shyly. Will danger, chapter 93-1. Hair, entry, soul. When Will comes out of Stussy's room feeling refreshed. I met Hina's resentful little eyes. Forehead, why does it feel like being caught? What's wrong? Will stepped forward and squeezed her little cheek. Snapped. Hina slapped Will's hand away. God, she stretched out an index finger, her little face angry. Hina and Enel have visited Dominique, and they are still waiting for you here for a long time. I want to tell Sister Guillaume, and Guy Lee. Will's face suddenly became embarrassing. Isn't this setting your backyard on fire? Yo, whose girl is this, so cute? Stussy led Helen out of the room, and praised Hina as soon as they met. Then he praised her, and the unhappiness on Hina's face turned into smoke, and her nose was about to turn up with pride. Tisk. Will smacks his lips. The little girl was being manipulated to death. Hina reluctantly forgives you this time. Hina put her arms around her chest, with the attitude of a little adult. Stussy looked at Enel who was silent at the side. Who is this? He's Enel. Stussy nodded at him. Hi, I'm Stussy. Enel just nodded in response and didn't speak. Stussy looked at Will strangely. Will touched his nose, and whispered in her ear. Young people have never seen the world, so pretend to be cold and cover up yourself. Stussy suddenly understood at 160. Then he said, let's go see your new partner. Will was a little dazed, and then looked at Stussy in surprise. Alright. Stussy had a little complacency on his face. You will like it. Follow Stussy out of Happy Street, all the way to the other side of Dominica near the coast. It's a shipyard. It is also a well-known ship supply base in New World. Although it is slightly inferior to the capital of Seven Waters, it is not much worse. Walking into the shipyard, you can see many people are busy, and a brand new ship is quickly built in their hands. Miss Stussy. At this time, a man came up and greeted Stussy. When he saw Will, he froze for a moment, then showed shock. Mad Dragon Will? Advertisement Will smiled and nodded. It's me. Stussy introduced Will. This is Oliver Ted. He is the younger brother of Tom the Murloc, the capital of Seven Waters, and they both studied under the same master. His shipbuilding skills are no worse than Murloc Tom. Haha, Miss Stussy, stop praising me. Compared with Tom, I'm still far behind. Ted was a little embarrassed, but when he talked about Tom, there was still envy in his eyes. See, DB. Stussy laughed and said, you must have guessed the purpose of our visit this time. The smile on Ted's face grew stronger. Let's go, I'll take you there. It's been waiting for its mate. He looked at Will again, and sighed a little. It's just that I didn't expect that its partner would be the famous Mad Dragon Mr. Will. Follow Ted through the processing workshops and into the deepest and largest dock. Will's eyes light up as he sees the ship unfold before his eyes. This is a three-masted sailing ship more than 50 meters long and 20 meters wide. It is nearly twice as big as the Sunny of the Straw Hat Pirates. The whole body of the ship is silvery white, which looks a bit dazzling. Facing Will in their direction is the bow of the ship. That is a ferocious animal head dragon head. It's what Will looks like when he's transformed into a dragon. Dragon horns, dragon whiskers, dragon eyes, dragon scales, fangs and other parts are all detailed and lifelike. Ted pointed to the bow. The keel of this ship is all made of the branches of the precious tree Adam. This dragon head is not a decoration. He pointed to the open dragon's mouth again. That's a launch port. What fires is not a cannonball, but an energy cannon. Energy cannon? Seeing Will and the others' expressions, Ted couldn't hide his complacency. Yes, energy cannon. Look at this first. This is the outer wheel. Thad pointed to the side ends of the hull. It was built at Miss Stussy's request, and the electric system drive will allow the boat to sail even when there is no wind. At that time, I wondered that this request made by Miss Stussy was very unreasonable. After all, we do have electric drive technology, but basically no one does it because the power supply cannot be met. But when I saw Captain Will, it dawned on me. It was also based on the design of this power system that I changed the original cannon on the bow of the ship to the most powerful cannon. Speaking of this, Ted frowned at Will. 1. Hair, entry, soul. Will understands in seconds, artillery, the romance of men. The energy cannon is the romance of romance. Ted continued to introduce. A powerful propulsion system is also added to the stern of the ship, which can make the ship accelerate instantly. If it explodes at full strength, it will not be a problem to fly for a short time. Then under his leadership, everyone boarded the boat to visit. The whole ship is divided into 4 floors. There are 2 floors above the deck and 2 floors below the deck. Advertisement on the top floor, there is only the captain's cabin, which has a huge space. The console is just a few steps away from the door of the captain's cabin. Behind the captain's cabin, there is another area that has been transformed into a little garden. Planted a sakura flower tree that blooms all year round. Stussy got it from somewhere else. On the lower 3 floors, there is a kitchen, a library, a training room, etc., everything you need. After the visit, Ted was very happy to see the joy on the faces of Will and others. Then, there is one last important thing. He looked at Will. As the captain of this ship, you have to give it a famous name. Name? Will thought for a while, and when he saw Hockey's dragon head on the bow, his heart moved. Just call the Thunder Dragon. This ship was built by Will and Stussy on his way to Wanokuni. Neither he nor Oroja liked being in the catapult much at the time. Before building, Will made some comments of his own. And now there is the Thunder Dragon. Brontosaurus? Ted's eyes showed hope. He stroked the side of the boat with his palm, with a gentle expression on his face. This is the boat that I have spent the most time on, and it is also the one that I am most satisfied with. From the beginning of the construction to the completion, a total of more than 1 billion Baileys was spent, and the wood used is also the most precious. Every craftsman who builds a ship hopes that the ship he builds can sail all over the world and be famous in the sea. Me too. Back then, the Golden Jackson built by Tom for the One Piece King Roger conquered the Grand Line. Speaking of which, Ted looked expectantly at Will. This man who can kill even Roger the Pirate King. Captain Will, I look forward to the day when the Thunder Dragon will become famous in the sea. Will laughed. Not for long. When I took it out to sea, it was the most beautiful place in the sea. Ha ha ha. Hearing Will's words, Ted smiled brightly. At this moment, Enel walked up to Ted. Can you teach me how to maintain it? Ted froze for a moment, looked at Enel in surprise, then turned to look at Will. And Hina also needs to know Thunder Dragon Goose. Navigator Hina also raised her little hand. Will apologized to Ted. Trouble Mr. Ted. No, it should be. Ted shook his head. After staying in Dominica for 3 days, Kaido and the others also came here. Immediately after the 2 sides meet, proceed to Wanokuni. The Whitebeard Pirates are already gathering. The battle between the 2 sides will not last long. Chapter 94 Bullet's mysterious operation. Lousy is back. When Will and the others arrived at Wanokuni, Kaido's expression was very complicated. At the beginning, he was defeated by Will and left Wanokuni in despair. After more than 2 months, he returned to this place again. It's just that things have changed. He is no longer the captain of the Beast's pirates, but a member of the Rock's pirates. Wanokuni also lost Oden, Kurozumi Orochi and others. Dad, don't worry, we don't have to run away anymore. Big filial son Yamato, comfort Kaido softly. Kaido. You are really old father's good, son. He was about to slap Yamato when he was glared back by Lucy. Don't keep hitting Yamato. She hugged Yamato, really, such a cute girl. You actually raised her like a son? Go. Yamato will follow Aunt Lucy from now on. Don't mess with your B************** D father. Girls should act like girls. She didn't look at Kaido's ugly face, hugged Yamato, and took several women and girls off the boat. Kaido looked at Will with an unkind expression. That's my son. Will waved his hand indifferently. It's okay. When Lucy gets tired of playing, I will return Yamato to you. That's my son. Kaido reiterated again, but the meaning is that my Yamato is not for your old lady to play. Will looked at him in surprise. Is raising Yamato any different from playing? Kaido choked. Let's go. After Wanokuna's affairs are arranged, we should take the initiative. When it comes to business, Kaido also gets serious. Wanokuni, what are you going to do? If we can't solve the Wanokuni problem, we won't have enough manpower if we start a war with the Whitebeard Pirates. Will thought about it, and finally shook his head. Let's look at the situation of Wanokuni first. I don't know what Wanokuni has become under Bullet's rule now. Also, Wanokuna's side is not the point. The result of our battle with the Whitebeard Pirates is the result. Only this time we defeat the Whitebeard Pirates. Some jumping-dyed clowns in Wanokuni will naturally not be able to jump. When Will and the others headed to the flower capital, Bullet also received the news. By the time they entered the flower city, Bullet had already waited at the street corner with his people. Boss Will. Oroja, who hadn't seen him for more than 2 months, rushed up excitedly when he saw Will. She looked at Will with eyes full of admiration. Boss Will, you are amazing. Tell me, how did you kill One Piece? Also, is that Whitebeard a monster? I heard that you found countless treasures in Gabi Sea. Also, is that big turtle really as big as an island? Compared with Lord Lantern, who is bigger? As soon as Oroja opened his mouth, he asked a series of questions, with a curious gleam in his eyes. Will said helplessly, you're asking so many questions all at once, which one should I answer? Oroji's small face was excited. Tell me one by one. Advertisement on the other hand, Bullet came to Lucy like a big kid. With apprehension, with excitement and joy, he patted the back of his head with a foolish smile and called softly. Lucy. Lucy said with a cold face, squat down. Bullet squatted obediently. Lucy grabbed his ear. Bullet's expression became contorted, but he didn't dare to break free. HMPH, you've got a lot of patience. My old lady raised you up with shit and urine, but you were lucky to sneak out by yourself. Leave without saying goodbye. Do you know how worried I am? Will looks at Bullet in surprise. Dude, he really doesn't know that Bullet sneaked out. For such a long time, he didn't say a word to himself? Bullet begged Will for help pitifully. Will rolled his eyes and ignored it. At the beginning, if he told himself to ask himself to beg for mercy, would there be such a thing? Deserve it. Do you know what's wrong? Wrong, Bullet said quickly. Do you dare to do it next time? Dare not next time? Do you still want to have a next time? Lucy's tone suddenly rose. Bullet really wanted to cry at this moment. Well, Lucy, he knows he's wrong, so let him go. Seeing how pitiful Bullet was, Will pulled Lucy away. HMPH, next time, Neon will break your eyes. Bullet could only accompany him cautiously. Peeved, ha ha ha. Oroja suddenly covered his stomach, pointed at Bullet and laughed almost out of breath. Big guy, you have today too, haha. Bullet's face darkened. Guy Lee walked up to Bullet and looked him up and down. Are you our deputy captain? Bang bang. After hammering Bullet twice with his fist, he nodded. It's quite strong. Are you really a descendant of the devil? Also from West Blue, Guy has naturally heard of Bullet's name. No, it should be said that it is a bad name. Bullet looked at Will. Will introduced. She is Guy, our sniper. This is Gion, swordsman, Mox, Bashi sword. This is Enel, my follower and boatman, Capone Bead, acting temporarily as artilleryman in mobile warehouse, and Helen, lookout. And Hina. Hina raised her little hand. Hina is a navigator. Advertisement. She raised her small head and looked at the big guy in front of her, feeling that looking at him was no different from looking at Kaido. Asking for flowers. Hello, I'm Douglas Bullet. For future partners, Bullet also restrained his usual arrogance. Meet you again. Kaido also walked over. Both of them are tall people with almost the same strength. When Bullet saw Kaido, he immediately grinned, exuding a vague fighting spirit. Kaido. Obviously, Bullet's interest in Kaido is much greater than those of Gion's new companions. Seeing Bullet's expression, Kaido muttered in his heart, battle mad. Then everyone returned to the general's mansion. Bullet asked Lucy to take them to the Fuji Mountain behind. Here are the big men like Will, Bullet, Kaido and Jin. Quinn stayed with West Blue. Will looked at Bullet. How is Wanokuni doing now? Is there anyone else making trouble? Bullet scratched his head and said, is it okay? No one is making trouble, right? Should. Will's eyebrows skipped a beat. Should, is a good word? So, Bullet, what the hell are you doing? When he left, he had already told Bullet to maintain Wanokuna's status quo for the time being, and to call him if there was any problem. Bullet seldom called, he thought Wanokuni was fine. Bullet said awkwardly, I'm usually practicing, have to. Will sighed in his heart, but judging from the current situation, Wanokuni didn't seem to have any rebellion. Bullet shouted outside, let Leopard Guro come over. And Shimotsuki Yasui. Will looked at Bullet in surprise, what kind of mysterious operation is this? After you left, there were indeed a lot of riots in Kazuki Oden's old department. After I suppressed them, I issued an announcement. Will was a little curious. What announcement? Just recruit people. Bullet took it for granted. I made an announcement to recruit capable people to assist me in managing Wanokuni, and these two showed up. Don't say it, they are really good. Wanokuni is well managed by them. Since then, I have never heard of anyone making trouble. Will. He finally understood Bullet's mentality. That is to maintain the status quo at Wanokuni. It doesn't matter who you are, as long as you can help him do it. This kind of thinking is very pirate. It's like Kaido can't figure out why Will is so interested in the waters of West Blue. They don't care at all how they rule their power. As long as it can achieve the goal. Just like Wanokuni ruled by Kaido in the original book. If you let Will come, 20 years, in 3 to 5 years, he will be able to make Wanokuni forget what the last owner's last name was. Chapter 95. Choice of Destiny. After a while, the two walked into the general's mansion. Both of them are relatively short in stature and their age is about 50. When they saw Will on the main seat, they were startled. Kazuki Oden died at the hands of Will. How could they not remember Will? And since this period of time, they have seen news about Will in the newspapers one after another. Each one is soul-stirring. One Piece Roger died in his hands. Whitebeard traveled thousands of miles to get to West Blue, and finally returned home without a feather, leaving himself in a mess. With Oden leaving Wanokuni, until now, a series of events happened. They began to pay attention to the outside world, and they also knew what kind of characters Roger and Whitebeard were. That is why. They will try their best to prevent the people below from causing trouble. So there is what Bullet said, there are no 537 troubles. Until some time ago, the news that the Roger Pirates merged into the Whitebeard Pirates came, which surprised them for several days. Because now the young master of the Kazuki family is with the Whitebeard Pirates. If they call back, they might be able to take back Wanokuni. But now, the two looked at Kaido and Jin who were sitting on the side, and their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. Boom boom boom. Will knocked on the table, causing the two of them to shudder. Shimotsuki Yasui, Flower Soldiers Guro. Yes, it's next. The two responded hastily. Scanned by Will's eyes, both of them trembled. There seems to be a feeling of being seen through all the secrets. Tell me, what's the situation in Wanokuni now? The two looked at each other, and the daimyo Shimotsuki Yasui stood up. At present, I am managing the people's livelihood of Wanokuni. According to Master Bullet's instructions, there is not much change, and everything is still operating normally. Leopard Guro is in charge of law and order, maintaining order in Wanokuni. The factory is also operating normally. Shimotsuki Yasui introduced Wanokuni in an orderly manner. Will listens carefully. Even if the two are tricky, he has to admire that the two are indeed good at management. Unlike Bullet and Kaido, they only care about profits, and they do not know what sustainable development is. When Shimotsuki Yasui finished his report, Bullet looked at Will proudly. Well, Will, I'm running Wanokuni well, right? Will gave him a meaningful look. Advertisement. Bullet looked uncomfortable and scratched his head. What's wrong? Will just shook his head and didn't speak. The more so, the more uneasy Bullet became. Will ignored him. This madman who only knows how to fight, what can he expect? Win, do. Will tap the table slowly and rhythmically. Every time it hits, it seems to hit people's hearts. Shimotsuki Yasui and Leopard Guro gradually began to sweat coldly, and their faces gradually turned pale with the passage of time. Kaido's eyes flashed. What a powerful method, didn't say a word, and didn't overwhelm people with arrogance, making people fear like this? It's a pity that Kaido doesn't know what a B-grid is. Otherwise, you should say something. Damn it, let him install it. Seeing that the two of them were almost slumped on the ground, Will stopped the knocking. Tell me, what did you do in private? If it satisfies me, I will consider not pursuing it. Gulu. Shimotsuki Yasui and Leopard Guro throat rolling. The backs of the two were almost soaked. Sir, what do you mean by this? Shimotsuki Yasui asked cautiously, keeping his eyes on Will's expression. You only get one chance, I won't say it a second time. The fate of those people is in your thoughts. Will's words, which seemed threatening but also seemed to deceive them, made the two of them even more uneasy. They don't know. Does this man who just returned to Wanokuni really know? If you guess wrong, the consequences are really unimaginable. Will suddenly pointed towards Kaido. If you can't make up your mind before he finishes that cup of tea, I'll help you. Shua. The two looked at Kaido fiercely. On the table in front of the other party, there was a cup of hot tea. For Kaido, drinking this cup of tea is a matter of thought. The more this happened, the more terrified Lei Yasui and Leopard Guro were. Because you don't know if Kaido will drink that cup of tea in one gulp the next moment. Horrible. Advertisement. This man is terrible. Not only is his strength so powerful that it makes people desperate, but his scheming is also extraordinary. Kaido looked at Will. then at the frightened two people in the middle of the living room. Suddenly a playful smile appeared. He stretched out his hand and slowly reached for the cup of tea. I said, "My lord, I will explain everything." Shimotsuki Yasui suddenly fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. He begged. "Everything is my idea, sunny people, let those people go. My lord, please forgive those people." Leopard Guro opened his mouth wide and stared blankly at Shimotsuki Yasui. Finally, with a sad look on his face, he sighed deeply. Also slowly knelt down on the ground. Is Shimotsuki Yasui not determined enough? No, even if it is myself, it is not as good as the other party. It's all because the person they're facing is too powerful. Perhaps, the Kazuki family, it really is going to be a thing of the past. Will wasn't surprised by this. If he was in Wanokuni, these guys wouldn't be able to make small moves. But Bullet only knows about cultivation. As long as there are no major problems, he doesn't bother to bother. His idea is that it's okay if something goes wrong. Just kill all the troublemakers. This is very pirate. Tell me, what have you done that we don't know? While speaking, he also glanced at Bullet. His complexion was a little ugly at this time. Not because Wanokuni had such a big problem, just because he was cheated. He obviously trusts Shimotsuki Yasui and Leopard Guro. Shimotsuki Yasui 0.9 trembled. Everything about Wanokuni is really fine. Only, now Wanokuna's guards are all our dead soldiers. When the time is right, they will launch an attack. The corner of Will's mouth twitched slightly. Timing? Yes, said Shimotsuki Yasui. We are waiting for the return of the young master of the Kazuki family, then we will be his help to take back Wanokuni. Will nodded. Go on. Shimotsuki Yasui's face trembled again, and he gritted his teeth. The last time the Whitebeard Pirates came to rescue Kazuki and his wife, we secretly helped. Boom. Shimotsuki Yasui had just stopped talking when Bullet slapped the table in front of him in half. He stared at Shimotsuki Yasui and Leopard Guro with a cold face. You guys, do you want to die?